Welcome to the ultimate JavaScript course where you're going to master JavaScript in under 12 hours by building projects. You're going to start off with the basic fundamentals of JavaScript, and then you're going to move on to building smaller to bigger projects. So for example, you're going to start off first by doing lots of exercises so you can get good with how arrays work, objects, variables, etc. Then you're going to build little projects like a tip calculator. Then I'll show you how to learn APIs and make an app that gets a random dog every single time you click it. You'll learn how to build your own superhero app. So if you search up Batman or Thanos, you can actually find your superhero and you can switch it up. Pretty cool, pretty impressive, and you can show it off to your friends. I'll also show you how to deploy these apps so they're online. Anybody can use them at any time. You'll learn how to build your own weather app with JavaScript. I'll help you master concepts like promises and async and await, some advanced concepts as well, right? Don't worry, this is for complete beginners, okay? So if you're a complete beginner, you're in the right place. And if you're even more intermediate, there's going to be a couple of things for you to learn. You're also going to build a fighting game, which is going to be really cool. It's going to be like Street Fighter, but you get to build your own where your characters will have attack and heal, and there's going to be sounds and graphics, and you'll see how to build that with JavaScript. And you'll be building the Netflix app with JavaScript. So how freaking exciting is that? I hope that this is the most exciting JavaScript course that you've ever come across, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun. So stick around. This is going to be a fun ride. Now, before we just jump into it, what I want you to do is smash that like button so this course goes out to as many people as possible. And as a way to thank you, here's a picture of a koala bear, all right? And a baby and a monkey. There you go. Hopefully I earned that like. Now, make sure to click the link that says join.replit.com/cp-JavaScript. We're popping it up on the screen right now. This is the most important part of this video, so click that and make sure that you fork this REPL. It's gonna bring you to this screen right here. And then what I want you to do is you should see JavaScript course by Clever Programmer, right? And then what I want you to do is make sure to hit fork. This is very important, okay? Hit fork REPL. And once you do that, you can actually get started working on this course. But this is the most important step. So click the link below in the YouTube description or somewhere on the screen, and then fork REPL. This is a REPL that you need to fork, and then you'll be able to get started. Now, once you fork it, it should bring you to this screen over here. Now, there's a bunch of code already here, so that might intimidate you, but don't let that intimidate you, okay? You can pretty much just ignore everything. And when I'm going to be coding along in the tutorial, you can just follow along in this file, yourplayground.js, and you'll be completely fine. You don't have to worry about anything that's happening in here right now. These are only resources available for you as lessons, notes, exercises, and projects that you could refer to later. For now, this is pretty much the yourplayground.js file is the one that you should be using. In the video, you'll see me use playground.js, but that's mine. So you can go inside of it, but don't use it, okay? Only use yourplayground.js and write all of your code in here, and you'll understand everything that's happening. Now, just to explain to you what this is over here and what is happening is there's some in here. We have the repo, the GitHub repo for this exact project. So you can go ahead and you can fork that repo, okay? Or not fork, but like you can star it. All right, you could star that repo. Just so on your GitHub, you could find it easily. And plus, it's nice for me to have stars, right? For, these repos then go up and other developers can find it and helps them. All right, and then you have lessons. So in lessons, for example, you can go to one of these lessons where maybe I have this little app that shows you how to click in with JavaScript and get these squares, right? And clear the game. And you can go play it, and then you can go and look at its code. So for example, for that red, yellow, green squares app that I have right here, which you're going to build inside of this tutorial, on the left-hand side, I'm going to have its code available for you. So inside of DOM, I have this thing called red, yellow, green, right? And that's going to have the code to this entire app. So you're actually able to even click into it, boom, and see all of the code, okay? But again, right now, I wouldn't worry about looking at that right now. Just stay put. All the project solutions are here. So for example, there's going to be project exercises, and then you're going to see project solutions. So what are these? If you go into a project solution, like let's say fighting game or weather app or create Netflix. These are the final completed versions of the app. So if I type in Las Vegas and hit search, boom, my app shows up. But if I go inside of Project Exercises weather app, these are the uncompleted versions. So when I hit them, you'll notice that the JavaScript part is not working. That's going to be your job to do. And by the time you're going through this course, you'll learn how to do all of this by yourself, okay? But for now, don't try to do this yourself. I'm just showing you kind of what's happening here, what is all of this, and how the course is structured. But simply put, for the rest of the video, all you really need to do is just relax and follow along over here in your playground.js. So whatever you see me do in the video, just replicate it here, and we'll start from the very first line of code. Hello world. What I've decided to do is package all of this up into a course. So you could binge this like Netflix, and it could actually keep track of your progress, and everything will be much more organized and in one place, in one course, instead of you having to watch this on YouTube. So I've done this for your convenience to turn the ultimate JavaScript course for beginners into a packaged resource for you. And it's also completely free, and all you have to do is just go to the link below in the description that says cleverprogrammer.com/js-tutorial. Just go to that link, click in the description below. It'll take you directly to this completely free course. All you have to do is just sign up. Okay, it's gonna ask you for your email or whatever to create an account so you can keep track of everything that you're doing. And then boom, you will have complete access to this course. It'll be in your library. You'll be able to go to cleverprogrammer.com and access it, and it'll track your progress. It'll track every single thing that you're doing. So it's very important. I highly recommend that you do that because it's going to enhance your experience of this course. With that said, let's jump right into the video. All right, let's get started with the very basics of JavaScript. So I'm going to assume you're a complete beginner, then we're going to work our way up and make it more complex, okay? So let's start with something really, really simple, and we're just going to start with the hello world. And I know that's what everyone talks about, but let's do it anyway, okay? So let's just do hello world, and you can hit Command S or Control S if you're on Windows. And as soon as you save, you'll notice that it runs right over here, okay? Or you could just hit that play button at the top, and as soon as you hit that, you'll see hello world here will pop up. So perfect. That's exactly what we want. Now, you can console log anything and it'll show up there, okay? So try console logging your name, okay? So try console logging that, and if you do that correctly, it should show up right over here. And don't forget these apostrophes right here. So let's give that a try. I'm going to put my name here and I'm going to hit run, and boom, at the bottom, you see Rafe Kazi. So good job. So far, you're making great progress, and you most likely got this right as well. So good job. If you didn't, that's okay. Don't worry. Well, you'll have plenty of chances. Now let's do some programming and let's make it simple and get started with it. Okay. So what can I do as a programmer, right? What are the things that I could do with it? So let's say we have a variable and we start storing stuff in there. Okay, so for example, I can say name, and I can say name is Rafe Kazi. And now if you hit run, you'll notice that this won't really do anything. This didn't do anything. And I'm going to, or actually let's say name is Peter Pan. So my name can be different from the name that I gave here. And you'll notice I don't see Peter Pan anywhere. So what's going on? Why am I not seeing Peter Pan? Well, what I need to do is remember, I need to console log it. So I can actually do this here and run it, and boom, all of a sudden, notice that I'm seeing Peter Pan. So that in JavaScript are called variables. So you can store values in them, and then you can refer to those values, even if those values are really long. So for example, say I have a sentence here, and my sentence is, how are you doing today? Nice to see you. Hope you have a great day. Whatever my sentence is, yeah? And now if I do console.log and I do sentence and we run this, look, the entire sentence gets printed out. But if I remove this console log, boom, you see that at the bottom right, no sentence shows up. So this is something nice to kind of note and to pick up on. What you just learned about are variables. And if you ever see me doing these 2 slashes, this just tells the computer, hey, this is for humans, so don't actually try to run this. Because if I remove this and I try to run this, I'm going to get some type of error that's going to say, hey, you haven't defined variables, which just means I never told the computer what variables is. I never did something like variables equal to 5 or whatever. But this line wasn't meant for a computer anyway. It was meant for a human being. So these are called comments. Okay, comments, and they are meant to just be read by human beings, and the computer decides to completely ignore them. Now, let's do something where we have numbers and other things. Okay, so I want to show you other things that you can do with JavaScript. So let's say we have food, and I set food to, let's say you paid maybe $20 for your food. Okay, great. Well, I'll give you a little exercise here. I want you to go ahead and console log that. Can you make food pop up here? Give that a try. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. So we're going to do console log, and I'm going to say food just like this. And now when we hit it, you'll see at the bottom, I see 20. Okay, hopefully you're seeing that on your screen. Now, I'm going to remove this line. Let me show you how you can do other things with programming. Okay, so for example, there's certain things called operators. So we want to tip, let's just say 20%. Okay, now with that food and that tip, what we need to figure out is how much is the tip? Because yes, this is 20%, but what's the tip amount? So let's calculate the tip amount, and we're going to say, well, that's simply food, right, multiplied by the tip. So this, maybe we can call it tip percentage. So we should give better variable names, and that way things are much more easy to read. Now, before we run this, remember this tip here, we updated it to tip percent. So make sure you copy paste that there. So use food multiplied by tip percentage. Now you have your tip amount. Okay, so let's now print that out. So I'm going to say tip amount, and let's try running this. And we see that it was $4. Okay, very good. That's exactly what we wanted. Now, let's say we want to make it a little bit more interactive, and we want to make this a kind of like an app experience. So right now, I hope you're excited because you're going to be building your first app with JavaScript. That's the power of JavaScript. You can build things with it so freaking fast, and you're going to be building an app right now. So I'm going to teach you something called, basically how to get inputs from user. That's how you make apps. Because right now we've hard-coded food to be 20. But let's say that if the food is a different amount, well, you'll need to come to this app that you made, and you're going to need to put 40 here, and then you're going to need to put a different tip percentage. You need to calculate this differently every single time, and it's going to be kind of annoying. Now, here's how you can use user input, okay? So instead of this food saying 20 here, kind of hard-coded here, what I'm going to instead do is I'm going to say prompt, okay? And I'll show you actually how prompt works. So let's go ahead and try that first. So I'm just going to say, we're going to create a variable called banana, and we're just going to store something in there. And I'm going to say prompt, or let's say fruit. Okay. And we're going to say, what is your favorite fruit? We need to console log this. So I'm going to say console.log. We'll say fruit. All right. And I'll say my favorite fruit is mango this time. Right. And boom, you actually see mango at the bottom right. That's exactly the experience we wanted for this app. So this is very simple, but we need to make this happen, and we need to make our food calculator thing that we made more dynamic, because right now it's hard-coded. So we need to make it where it takes an input from the user instead of saying 20 here, all right? And then it calculates the tip amount based on that. So what can we do? I want you to take about 30 seconds to a minute and see, how do I make this food thing over here interactive? If you haven't figured out, so all good, let's do this together. So I'm going to say prompt, and in this prompt, I'm simply going to say how much was the food. And we don't want this fruit line to run, so I'm going to comment this out by putting a / here. And I'm also going to comment this one out, this console log, by putting a / here, because I don't want those to run. I just want this here to run. So what's going to happen now is food is going to run. It's going to ask for how much was your food. Once you put in how much the food was, it's going to store that inside of the food. And then our tip percentage is going to run. And then our tip amount is going to be calculated based on whatever you put in the food, multiplied by 20% tip. and then we will output the tip amount. Perfect. So how much was the food? We will say it was, let's say $40. I'll hit run. Let's try it again. And let's say it was $20. So 20% of 20 should be 4. Let's try it. Boom. So that was great. And there we go. So our food was calculated properly. We do have 4 here. Very good. Now, what if you wanted to make tip percentage user input as well, where this is not hard coded? This is a data the user puts in, because the user can decide, hey, how much tip do I want to add? Do I want to give 10% tip, 20% tip, 1% tip, 100% tip? That should be up to the person. And what we want to do is the user should be able to put in, let's say they want to give a 20% tip. So they should be able to put in 20. The user shouldn't have to say 0.2, right? So they should be able to go 20. Now, what do we have to do to get 20 down to 0.2? Well, 20 divided by 100 gets that to 0.2. So it's whatever the user input is, we divide that by 100. So let's replace this by user input, let's say, for example. But in this case, what we can do is we can just replace this with prompt. Okay. And we can say, let's just say tip percentage. Okay. So that's all the prompt will say. And then whatever tip that they put in, we will divide that by 100. All right, so here's one cool thing that we can do on the bottom right here. Click right in front of that arrow, and it'll allow you to write code that will run right away so you could see what's happening. So let's say that I have 20, and if I divide that by 100, and then I want you to hit execute at the bottom right, and scroll all the way down, and you can see 20 divided by 100 is 0.2, right? So that's exactly what we want. So that's how that division sign works. And I know I haven't shown you division, but there are a bunch of things that we could use in JavaScript. So there's multiplication, there's division, there's exponents, there are a bunch of other things, but like plus, minus, right? All the basic math stuff works. So let's try and see if this is working, this food thing that we're making here. Okay, so whatever the tip is, we're going to divide that by 100, and then we're going to multiply food with that tip percentage. All right, so let's give that a try over here. I'm going to hit run, and let's see what happens. So how much was the food? So let's say I paid $100 for the food. The tip is going to calculate, okay, so tip percentage. All right, let's say we want to give 10% as a tip. So that would be $10. And boom, you can see that it actually says $10 right there. Now, if you don't even want this to come in the console and you want this to come like where the user could see it, you could even use alert, and you could alert the user with what the tip amount is going to be. So let's try this whole thing again and watch what's going to happen. It was $100. How much was the tip? It was, let's say, 10%. And boom, it just says right there, you're looking at 10. I'm just going to comment this out. Normally, in a normal app, you'll never use prompt to get user input. You'll use something called forms in JavaScript, or HTML forms. You use forms, then users will put in the data there, and then they'll populate in here. But for now, we're just going to stick to using prompt because it's the easiest way without having to do too much HTML and all this other crap. All right, now what if we want to do something more? Because right now this is pretty good, right? But what if we want to show the tip amount and the total amount, right? What if we want to show how much the food was, how much the tip was, and then what's the total amount? What if we want to show all of those things? So let's go ahead and do that as well. So we're going to say total. Okay, let's create a variable called total, and total will be whatever food was plus the tip amount. So let's go ahead and do that. I want you to take a try and do that yourself, and then console log it. See if you nail it. So take 5 to 10 seconds to do that right now. I'll count it down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now let's go ahead and let's do it together. All right, I put myself up here so I'm nice and out of your way. So let's go ahead and do this together now. So total is going to be food plus tip amount. And then let's go ahead and let's make sure to console log, and I'm going to say total. And then let's print it. How much was the food? Okay, so let's go. The food was $100. How much do you want to tip? Let's say 20%. So that should be $20. So it should be $100 plus $20 tip. That should put you at 120. So let's see. and we got this weird thing. So what's happening here is if you take a thing like this, 100, and you try to add 20 to this, this is not going to do what you think it's going to do, okay? Because this is a different data type, and we're going to talk about different data types. So I'll write this here for now, data types. And there are different data types like strings and numbers and then other ones. Anything that has these quotes around it is a string. And so if you try to add two strings, watch what's going to happen when I hit execute. It's going to add 100 plus the word 20. So it's almost like you're adding words together, okay? It doesn't see these as numbers. It's like looking at it like a word. This is a word. You're spelling 100. And when you try to add those two words together, it makes them one word. And so that's not what we want. But if you take a number 100 and then you add 20 to it, and if you hit execute, you can see that that actually gives you 120, basically what you're looking for. So what we need to do is we're getting this data from the users and it's coming back as a string, you guys. So for example, I console log this food right here. And let's just like run through this and let's just say 100 and we'll say 20 and run this. That first 100, even though you can't see it, it's actually a string. So this is not a number. It's actually a string. So what we want to do is we want to force it to become a number. So let's say I have 100 here, right? If I want to force it to become a number, I can call this, I can wrap this in something called number. So number is a function and it will take this 100 and turn it into a regular 100 without the quotes. So we'll talk more about functions later. So we'll make a note of this. We'll talk more about functions later, things like that. And, you know, maybe even typecasting, but those are a little bit more advanced right now. I don't want you to worry about any of that. I just want you to focus on, I'm just wrapping this thing in something called number, and it automatically takes it from a word and turns it into a number. And so I'm going to take here and I'm going to just wrap this in a function called number like this. So when you get food amount, that should be a number. And this tip percentage here, that should be a number as well. So I'm going to wrap this into a number as well, just like this. And we're going to move this here so you can see this very clearly. So I've wrapped this inside of a number and I've wrapped this inside of a number as well. Make sure you have the right amount of parentheses going on. So now we're not going to get that weird error anymore. Let's go ahead and run this again. We're going to say the food was 100, tip is 20%, and it calculates it correctly over here. And you do see that it says 120. Okay, that's exactly what we were looking for. Perfect. Now, one other thing that's kind of confusing when we're looking in our console log is like, this says 20 here and this says 120, and I would want to label it, right? So I would want it to say tip amount here and then 20 and then total here and then 120. In other words, like basically I want it to say tip like that here, and I would want this to have total here just like that, right? That's the thing that I want. So let's do that here. So in console log, I can actually say tip amount, and then here I can say total. So now watch what's going to happen when I run this and we say 100 and we say 20. You can say tip amount 20, total 120. Okay, so now it's kind of nice. Our app is working in a better way, a nicer way, so everything looks cleaner and better, and it's just showing you different things you could kind of do with the console log. So I hope for now this was really good. We're going to keep on going. There's a lot more to cover. I hope you're excited. I'm excited, and I'll see you shortly. All right, let's get back to coding, and now you're going to learn about some really cool stuff, and we're going to build some more fun stuff. Okay, so let's go ahead and do it together. But one thing I want to tell you is if you want to code yourself, you're going to be coding in a file called yourplayground.js. Okay, so that's the file I want you to be using when you're coding right now, because I'm coding in a file called playground.js. Okay, so by the time you're seeing this video, this file will have like all the code that I have written, so far. So this is going to have like pretty much everything that we have done together, but in your playground, it's like your scratch file and you're able to kind of code along with me. All right, let's keep going. Let's talk about a couple more things, okay? So one of the things I want to talk to you about are like different kind of data types that we have. All right, so we got numbers, all right? And the examples of them are like 1, 5, 10, 100, whatever. You can have decimal numbers too, like 2.5. You have other things like what we call strings, and these are any things that have quotes around them. So it's like if I say hello, or if I say what is up. Okay, those are all strings. And now strings could have single quotes around them, or they could also actually have double quotes around them. Okay, so like this, as long as they're wrapped up and it's even on both sides, okay, single versus double, they both work. So those are strings. So something we were talking about up here, anything in quotes is going to kind of print out exactly like how you want it to. Okay. Other data types might include things like arrays, and we'll talk about them later. I'm just going to kind of leave a note here for now for this. We also have objects, a completely different data type. Another data type is Boolean. So this is either something is true or false. Okay, so true/false. This is an example of a Boolean. And why I'm talking about this, and I know right now it might be like, why are we talking about data types? I mean, this seems kind of boring, but this is going to become really important, because imagine if you were building an app where, let's say that it's a simple app and it says, hey, if raining outside, tell the person to get an umbrella. Or if it's not raining outside, then tell the person to get sunglasses. Well, you're going to need to understand how Boolean works. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to make an app like that work. Taking it into real life, well, banks work off of Booleans, right? Because if you think about a bank, can you take out, if you have $0 left in the bank, can you take out $10,000 or $1,000? You can't. So the bank has a line of code that's sitting there that goes, if user has this amount of money available, so let's say you ask for $5,000. It says, does the user have $5,000 available? And if the user does, then great, let them transact it. Then basically, if they do, say true, but if they don't, say false, okay? And so using Booleans, you're able to do something we'll talk about later. You can do conditionals, and then you can do if else type of statements, or if then, and that's going to be important. Another thing I want you to learn about is, well, we have data types, but one other thing we need to worry about is like basic math stuff, okay? And it's going to be really simple. Like I'm going to say like first grader level math stuff, okay? Or third grader level, like something really, really simple. So let's go and just talk about kind of math like operations that we have. Okay, and you should know about these. So for example, we have multiplication. So you can multiply using this. You can divide using a slash. You can do other ones like exponents. Okay, and these are like with 2 asterisks like this. And then, we have modulo, which is like this, or, in other words, is like a remainder. Okay, so for example, if you did 5 modulo 2, what would you get? Well, that's a great question. Let's actually ask our JavaScript here. So I'll do 5 modulo 2 and hit execute. Okay, and you can see that 1 is the remainder here, right? So you'd get back 1 if you did this. So that's how modulo and remainders work. And then, of course, you have add, which is a plus sign, which is pretty simple. And I don't need to probably give you an example of that. And then you have minus. Okay, so these are kind of the majority of the math operations that you will do when you're coding. So these are helpful for you to know, because when we're going to be going along and we're going to be building things together, and some of this stuff you're going to kind of need to know. So we're going to just put it out there. Let's go ahead and call it math operators, because they're like operators, okay? And then I'm just going to show you a couple of like math methods, okay, that are going to be helpful for you. So, and one of them we can actually even use right now. So floor and ceil. The floor, it just rounds down, okay? And this just, if you can guess it by the name, it rounds it up. If you're getting a tip, well, that's going to be really weird, right? Because like, let's say you have placed an order and it was for $110.25 or something, and then you're trying to calculate a tip on that 20%. And then you get these like decimal numbers, and sometimes that could be confusing. And maybe you don't want it to a decimal number. You want it to be an exact dollar amount. Okay, let's just say. Well, what you could do in that case is you could take a number like 22.5 or 110.25 cents, and you could call floor on this. Okay, so we're going to do math.floor, and we're going to wrap this in. And I'm going to hit execute. Okay? And you can see that it just floored it. So it just rounded it down. That's all it does. So if you did the same thing, let's say ceil, and I said 110.25, and I hit execute, it would round that up to 111. Okay, when we're actually building we're going to be building some games in this tutorial as well. So for example, later when we go and let's say we build rock, paper, scissors, or we build any of these games, you're going to need to know some of these things. Okay, so you can round down and round up, and you'll see why. So you need to know this if you want to build those games later. And then there's random. Okay, all right, so here's how random works. Okay, this gives you a random number. Okay, so this is how you actually use math.random. Okay, so let's say I use math.random. Don't put anything inside of it and just run it. So it'll always give you a number between 0 and 1. So if I keep pasting math.random, you'll always get a number between 0 and 1. Now, if you want to try to get a number between 0 and 3, just multiply this by 3 like this. And this will always make sure that you get a number between 0 and 3. And so if I keep running this, you can see I got math.random multiplied by 3, and there you go. I got a 2.4. Let's try it again, right? I get a 0.42. And now, you know, when you're playing rock, paper, scissors, you want rock to be 0, you want paper to be 1, and let's say you want scissors to be 2. So if you want those numbers to map to them like that, you need to pick between 0, 1, and 2. Okay, that's what you need to do. That's why you need to run this function, and you're gonna learn later why that's the case. Okay, but that's why you need to get between 0, 1, and 2. So if we keep going with this, well, let me ask you this, right? Right now, you're doing this and you get this long number, 2.72, blah, blah. But you just want to get either 0, 1, and 2. So in other words, how could you turn this long number into just 2? Okay, take a couple of seconds. It's one of the things I've already taught you. Okay, hint, hint. It's one of the methods you have to use here. Okay, so see if you can guess this. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's call math.floor on this and wrap this in and hit execute. And you'll see, boom, I just got 2. So then in other words, what I have to do is I have to copy this math.random multiplied by 3, paste it here, and call math.floor on this entire thing. So now when I do that, what will happen is this will run and evaluate and give me something like 2.789555444, some long number, right? 2.78, blah, blah, blah. And then on that, it'll call math.floor, and it will turn this into just 2, and you'll end up with just 2. Okay, so let's try running this. Boom, I got 0. Perfect. Let's run it again. Boom, I got 1. Let's run it again. Boom, I got 0. Let's run it again. Boom, I got 2. Perfect. So I'll always get between 0, 1, and 2. Those are the 3 different choices that'll map to my rock or paper or scissors later on when you're coding that up. So that's just an example of how these methods work. We'll practice more with them later, but right now you should just know them and have them in your notes. All right, guys, and let's do this thing right now. So let's just go up and comment out like some of this stuff here. So like we don't want to run this anymore. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go ahead and highlight all of this, okay? Because I don't care about running this anymore, because otherwise every time you hit run is going to keep prompting you, and we don't want that anymore. And just hold command and then hit slash. Or if you're on Windows, probably hit control and then hit slash. Okay, so let's do that. And it should comment out all of this, okay, with exactly how I did on my computer. If it doesn't do that for you, just turn it into a comment block, but just make sure to close the comment block, okay? Because if you don't close it, then everything will turn green, and that's not what you want either. So I'm going to hit undo, and I will just leave it as, let's go back up here, and I will just leave it as a comment block like this. Okay, and now let's go back down to where we were at. All right, so one of the things I'll do now is let's go over to our console here. Okay, so let's go to, boom, let's go to this guy over here, okay? And I'm gonna drag, hit settings, and there's display size, and I'll make the display size bigger. Let's go all the way back, hit console, perfect. So now we have some more room to see everything here easier. Fantastic. All right, so we covered the math methods, we covered math operators, we covered some of this data type stuff, right? So let's go back up to our variables here, okay? So in our variables, I'm introduced to this. So you have var, const, and let. These are 3 very important things I want you to know. And normally when you make a variable, you never just make it naked like this. You always either call it, like you say, let sentence equal blah, 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 let. So you always just put a let here. So right now I will just tell you never use var. Okay, I'll make your life simple. You can use const or let. Only use const if you know that thing that you made, you're never going to change it again. But if you're going to change it, use let. So most of the times for now at your level, I will just say use let. Okay, that way you won't run into any problems. So for simplicity, use let. But if you want something to be constantly true, then you're going to use const. So all our variables, just put a let there. And for more advanced users who are learning JavaScript, what this does is it makes sure that you don't have a global scope for your variable names, okay? It gives you scopes it down. So let's go down here. Now let's go ahead and let's do something simple. Okay, so I'm going to show you programming in a fun way as if you were sitting right next to me and we're just coding up something together. Okay, and I'm like, yo, let's walk through this. Let's say we make like a tiny little weather app. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's make a baby weather app. And what we're going to do is we're going to say, if there's rain, then what we want to do is we want to say, grab your umbrella, or just print the umbrella emoji. And if you don't have an emoji, that's fine. You don't need an emoji. Okay, this is just for fun. If it's not raining, we're just going to say, wear your sunglasses. Okay, so it's going to be a simple app where the user is going to be asked if it's raining or what the weather is. And if the user says it's rain right now, then you tell them grab your umbrella. And if the user says anything else, like it's not raining or it's sunny outside, then it says, hey, wear your sunglasses. Okay, very, very simplest, overly simplistic baby level app, but just to kind of gives you the ropes of programming. Okay, so let's go ahead and build this out now. And we're going to introduce you to a concept called conditionals. They're your friend. They're so freaking awesome. And they allow you to build amazing apps and amazing things. All right, so I'm going to say let weather. So I'm going to create a variable called weather. So weather could be rain. It could be sunny, whatever. So we'll just say if weather, rain, then I want you to console log, grab your umbrella, just like this. So I'm going to copy this and I'm going to paste it. Else, we're going to console log, and then the sentence is going to be wear your sunglasses, and I'm going to paste that right here. So make sure that you copy this correctly. So here you have if weather is equal to rain with a 2 equal signs, very important, okay? And I'll explain that to you later why as well, okay? So this is something called, you have conditional operators, and those include, conditional operators include things like equal sign, or equal sign, or greater than sign, or less than sign, or less than equal to, or greater than or equal to, not equal to, not equal to. And those are the main ones that you're going to use, okay? I'm just leaving this here for you to know. We're using this. So if the weather is rain, this is going to become true if this weather here is rain. So if this weather here is rain, this is basically going to say, hey, is rain equal to rain? Let's test it. Let's see what it says. So is rain equal to rain? And let's hit execute and let's watch what happens. And boom, look at that. It says it's true. Now let's say, is sun equal to rain? It's going to say false. Okay, let's try a couple of others. 5 greater than 2. Is that true or false? All right, hopefully you guessed it correct. Let's hit it. And you can see it says true. Okay, is 5 greater than or equal to 5? Is this statement true? Greater than or equal to 5? Yes, it's true because 5 is equal to 5. Okay, greater than or equal to. But if you do 5 is greater than 5, this will give you false because 5 is not greater than 5. So these are a couple of ones that you should know and learn about because this is going to be really important for any app that you're essentially building. Okay, so if the weather is equal to rain, so if this is rain, because this weather here is rain, if these two are equal, what's really going to happen is this entire thing here is going to evaluate to a true statement. So this entire thing is going to become true. And if something becomes true, an if-then statement, it will run this line right here. But let's say that you put false here. Well, then it's going to run this line right here. And it's not going to run that line. Okay, so that's how if-else statements work. Just make sure you have the right squigglies. So this squiggly opens here and closes here. That's where your true statement goes. The else squiggly opens here, closes here. And that's where your console log, this is where your false statement goes. So let's hit undo, and go weather is equal to rain. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to hit run and let's see if this runs how we want it to. It says grab your umbrella. Beautiful. So because weather is rain. Well, what if the weather is sunny? Before I hit run, do you think it's going to run line 57 or do you think it's going to run line 59? Which one do you think it's going to be? Take a second and let's hit run. And let's see what happens. And boom, it will run this line because this statement, it found it was false because sunny is not equal to rain. So this becomes false. So then it won't run the true statement. It will go ahead and run this false statement, okay, under the else. So if we want to make it an app that a user can use, this input here, we will make it something the user puts in. So remember, how do we ask a user what they want to put in? Do you remember? It starts with a P and then goes PRO. Okay. Hopefully you remember that it was the word prompt, and we're going to prompt the user, and we're going to ask, how is the weather? You know, so if it runs, boom, how's the weather? And if we say it's rain, you're going to see that it says grab your umbrella. If we say something else, let's say it's sunny, is going to say wear your sunglasses. So it's working exactly how we want. Now, if the weather is equal to rain, that doesn't really make sense, right? Let's put a Y here. So it checks for if a weather is equal to rainy. So let's run this again. And now I'll have to put in rainy here. So let's put rainy. Now it will say rainy equals rainy. This is true. And then it'll console log grab your umbrella. So we just made a mini app that can, you know, fake help you with what you should do based on the weather. Okay. If you wanted to make it a fancier app or a more real world app, you'll be pulling the weather data from a real app. So you'll be pulling it from some real app using an API, and then you can detect what the weather is automatically. And then if it's raining, instead of console log grab your umbrella, instead of this, you could have it send you a text message on your phone saying, hey, it's going to rain today. Take your jacket with you. So you could use Twilio to send you literally a text message, a SMS on your phone. So that's freaking mind-blowing, right? So that's really the benefit of learning this. And right now I know these are like baby applications we're making, and you're like, oh, I just want to make something bigger. Please hold on. We're going to get to it. We're going to build a lot of amazing applications, but let's start off and keep it simple. And so far, you've done a fantastic job. Let's keep this going. All right, welcome back. So we're going to talk about functions now. We just got done making this baby app. What we're going to do now is I'm going to just essentially comment out this entire app, okay, because we don't need it. All right, now that it's commented out, I do want to let you know that on the left-hand side, when you're using this REPL, there will be something here. And right now, this folder is called Notes. It might change later, but what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to go to this folder, and pretty much everything that we cover in our playground will be kind of organized here as notes. So even though it's like commented out here and kind of hard to see because this file is going to get really messy as we start to code and build more and more things here, you can go here, miniweatherapp.js, which essentially has that exact app that we created, and it's just kind of sitting here for your use. Okay, so this code will always be there and available for you. I'm going to go back to my playground here, but if you're trying to code along, you'll be going to your playground, okay? This is going to be your playground. So make sure that you go to this. All right, so let's talk about functions, because functions are a pretty important part of any programming language. And for JavaScript, they are massive. So let's go ahead and learn a little bit about functions. How do they work? Well, functions are designed to basically run a recipe. So they can run multiple things for you at once. And it also organizes your code in a nice little way. Okay. And so functions make your life a lot easier. So let's go back here. So you see how when you create a variable, it can only store like a name or something along those lines. But what's cool about a function is a function can store blocks of code. So for example, remember this food app that we made earlier? I'm just going to go ahead and comment this out. This app that we made earlier, I mean, this is a lot of lines of code. And if I ever want to run this app, I have to always uncomment these lines of code, or basically write all of these lines of code every single time I want to run it. Whereas imagine that it was in a function. Well, then in order to run this piece of code, all I would have to say is I wouldn't have to uncomment all of those lines up there. All I would have to say instead is I could just go run a function that, you know, says calculate tip amount. And then I would just give it its tip because, okay, so let's say that there was a tip, or, you know, maybe the amount of food was $100. I just gave it that. And then the entire app automatically runs just by me typing in this instead of that entire chunk of code. So that's where function comes in. So let's go ahead, comment out this entire block again with command / or control /. And I'm going to go down here. I'm going to remove this line. We're going to start writing our first function. So I'll write a first function. What this will do is it will make a greeting, okay? So, or say my name. So let's do a say my name function. Okay, so let's do say my name. And say my name function, it will do console.log and it'll just say Kazi because my name is Kazi. Okay, so that's all it's gonna say. Well, let's go down here and I'm going to hit run, and you're gonna see that nothing really happened, right? It didn't actually do anything. And to make things less confusing, let's also comment out everything that we have here. So we just have everything commented out. I'll run. Perfect. So we see nothing in our console. Nothing happened. Well, why didn't it do this? So even though I made this function, I have to call this function like this. And now when I hit run, watch what happens. Boom. You can see that it says Kazi right over here. Awesome. Now let's go on and, we've done a pretty good job with this function, say my name. And look at what it does though, before we continue and move on. This is how you call a function. So unlike a variable, when you call a function, you put open and close parens in front of it, okay? Now, this function, the name of it is say my name, or the variable of this function, right, is say my name. This is the name of it. And when you call it, it runs all the instructions that are inside of that block, okay? So, for example, what does that mean? What if I had like console.log, this other name, and say Brian, and let's also have it say banana, whatever, right? If I run this, you're gonna notice that by just calling the function, it is running all these 4 lines of code, and it runs them all, right? See that? And then watch what happens if I just comment this out and I run it. Boom, nothing. So now all we have to do to run our code is we don't have to comment or uncomment the entire thing. We can actually just comment or uncomment the call of the function. Okay, this is called calling your function. So whenever I say call your function, that basically means you write the name of the function with open close parens. Cool. Now, let's say that we want this function to be more dynamic, because right now it's just saying Kazi, Rafa, Brian, banana. So it will never actually say your name, right? So how can we handle that? How we can handle that is actually just remove all of these lines, right? And we're going to say, hey, we want you to say like a dynamic name that the user gives you. Okay, well, it's going to go, hey, I don't know what name is in this case. What we're going to do is we're going to also put that here. So this function, say my name, okay, has an argument called name, and it's logging that argument out. Okay, so then if I say Kazi here and I run this, it's going to print out Kazi. It's going to log out Kazi. But what if I say Lance here? What is it going to do? Let's try it. And boom, Lance. Because I called this function, okay? And here's how it works. It goes here and it puts in the name Lance. And then it goes here and puts in the name Lance and logs it out to the console. That's how a function works, okay? This is a function with one argument. So if I take you back to our older function, that function has no arguments, okay? Let's copy this and let's paste this here, okay? And then let's make this the dynamic one, all right? Say my name. Yeah, so this is say my name with no arguments. This is say my name with an argument, okay? Let's give them different names maybe. So this is say my name, maybe, let's just call it say my name 2 for now, okay? To call this function, what are you gonna have to do? So if you wanna call this function right here, say my name 2, how will you call it? Okay, take 5 seconds and see if you could call it, okay? And I'll give you a hint. It's what you did on line 70. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it. So I'm going to say my name 2. And in this, I'm actually going to give it a name. I'm going to give it an argument. And you can see that now it will print out Kazi, or if I say Kevin and run it, you'll see that it'll actually say Kevin right here. Okay, and we'll comment out line 70 where it says say my name, because we're just running the function that we wrote on line 72. And there's a nice little toggle that you could toggle to. And it'll basically just collapse everything that you have inside of the function. Okay, so that's kind of a nice way to do things. So moving forward, pretty much everything that we do, we'll majority of the times do it in a function. It keeps your code clean, concise, compact, and it's just a better way to do things. And we're now going to step it up and make things that are a little bit more advanced. and do them with the function. Okay, so let's do that next. So I'm going to comment out this line here, say my name 2. Okay, I'm going to comment that out. Let's go down. Let's make another function, and we'll call this function greeting. Okay, so greeting will take in your name. Okay, it'll ask the user, it'll basically need the name of the user, and then what greeting will do is it will say, well, console.log it. Okay, and it'll basically say, hi, name, nice to meet you. Okay, and if I run greeting, so watch what's going to happen. So let's say I run greeting and I give it my name and I say my name is Kazi, and let's run it and let's watch what happens. Okay, it says, hi, nice to meet you. Hi, name, nice to meet you. But that's weird. It says name here and it says exactly name, but that's not what I wanted to say. I wanted to say Kazi. So how do I do that? So what we're going to say is hi plus name. Okay, and watch what happens. So that allows you to concatenate strings together, the plus sign. So watch, if I have hi, and then I put a plus sign here, and I say Kazi. And if I hit execute, you can see it says hi Kazi. But it's saying it right next to each other, so we want to have a little space in there. So I'm going to say hi space plus Kazi, like this. Okay, so this is hi, and then one empty letter, empty space here. Hit execute. Now it says hi Kazi with the space in the middle. Okay, perfect. So we're going to go hi space plus name plus all of this stuff that we wrote here, comma, nice to meet you. So let's put that there. Okay, this will concatenate and get our greeting ready. So we'll say greeting is equal to, or we'll just say greet is equal to that. Okay, and then in console log, we'll just print out whatever greet is. So let's hit run. And you can say, hi, Kazi, nice to meet you. Well, what if I change my name to Lance? It will go, hi, Lance, nice to meet you. So it's working as expected. That's really good. But it still doesn't look super nice how this is with the plus sign. And it's kind of annoying. You have to like put this space there. And it just feels unnatural. So this is why I want to show you template literals, because they make your life a lot easier. So instead of this code saying greet is equal to blah blah, let's write it in template literals. Okay, so let's go greet equals, and when you do template literals, you always have to do these backticks on your computer. Okay, so you always start off with the backticks. Okay, so let's put a backtick here. So template literals. Now what I'm going to say is hi name comma nice to meet you, and we can make this name dynamic. And how we're going to do that, we're going to say this name is a JavaScript part, it's not a literal string. How we're going to do that is we're going to wrap it in these squigglies, and we're going to put a $sign. Whatever's wrapped inside of the squigglies followed by a $sign, it will understand as actual JavaScript. Okay, meaning that now it's going to put this whole thing together kind of like how we were doing here, but this just does it in a much nicer way. So now let's do console log greet and watch what happens. So I'm going to hit run. Hi Lance, nice to meet you. What if I say Amber Heard? Haha. You guys saw what has happened, right? The news is out. Or Johnny Depp. Okay, let's go here. By the way, which side were you on? Were you on Amber Heard's side or Johnny Depp's side? Comment below, let me know. I'm curious to know your thoughts. I think that she kind of deserved to lose. And, you know, it's nice that Johnny he was awarded $10 million. She was awarded $2 million. So basically, she owes Johnny Depp $8 million. Which is more than her net worth. So she's not going to have a lot of fun paying that off. But regardless, that's neither here nor there. Let's get back to what you came here for. So going back to this, okay, I got my greeting. I can do Johnny Depp. So it's like, hi, Johnny Depp. Nice to meet you. So hopefully you understand how this function is working. So let's go to the say my name function, right? This is a function called say my name. And it has no arguments, okay? In other words, it has 0 arguments. So I want you to also learn how to speak the lingo, because you're going to start hearing this a lot. Write a function called blah, 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 and it should have X arguments. So it's a function called say my name and has 0 arguments, okay? So I want you to write out the sentence here for this one, say my name too. So write out a sentence exactly in this format that talks about this. And you could even take this a step further and say, what does this function do? And you can say it prints out your name to the console, or it logs out. I'm just from the Python world a lot of my life, and so you say print there a lot. So it logs out your name to the console. Okay, so that's it. Okay, console.log Kazi, and so this is like what the function does. And you can say it does. This is what it does. And you could write for say my name too in the exact thing. Okay, what it is and what does it do. Actually try to pause my video so you can write it in English what you think this does. The lingo is important to understand. Okay, so in chess, you have to learn something called chess notation. This is kind of like that, but for coding. So then we have a language that we can build upon and get better every single time. So take about 5 to 10 seconds. I'll count down now or just pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. So here's what we're going to do here. This is a function called, okay, the name of this function is say my name to. It has one argument, and if you want to be extra special, and so you could say it has one argument called name, and then what does it do? It logs out your name to console. So it's a good habit to get in later in life. This habit, if you keep doing this right now, will translate to you writing documentation for your code. So one, it's going to help you develop just a better skill. And two, it's going to help you understand and develop the skill of documentation and reading and understanding the documentation, which is going to be really valuable when you get a job as a developer, because you're going to need to know these things, and that makes you a lot more valuable. That's what we did for greeting, okay? This is what we did for this greeting. We introduced you to the concept of template literals, and this is going to be very helpful for you, especially when you're making a couple of games, JavaScript games that we're going to show you later, like for example, rock, paper, scissors. All right, so let's go ahead and move forward now. All right, now we're going to create another function, okay, together. So, because I want you to constantly get a lot of practice with functions, okay? And this function is going to have multiple arguments. So you can actually have more arguments than one, okay? So you can have one argument or two arguments, or 10 arguments or 20, however many you want. But generally between 1 to 5 is like pretty, reasonable. And you don't really want to add more arguments just for the sake of it. So let's go function, and we're going to create a function called sum. And I want you to try this out. So it's like, if I want to have a function sum, and it will have two numbers that it'll take in as an input. Okay, so it'll have two numbers that it'll take in as an input, A and B. And what this function should do is return the sum of these two numbers. So you'll also be introduced to the concept of the keyword called return. Okay, there's a special keyword in JavaScript. And generally with your functions, you don't really want them to console log things. You want them to return things so you can do something with them later. So we're going to start getting in the habit of return, and then eventually you'll start seeing why returns are actually helpful and why they matter. All right, so let's have this return A and B, the sum of them. Okay, so we're going to do return A plus B. And I'll show you why we're using the word return instead of something like console.log. And let me do that with a simple example here. So first, let's just run this function. So when I do sum, and if I give it 1 and 2, it should take 1 and 2. So it should replace A with 1, B with 2. And so it should do return 1 plus 2. That's effectively what happens. So it should return, can you guess? 3. Okay, that's right. So that's what it should return. But watch what happens when I run this, okay? And let's comment out this greeting because we don't need to run that anymore. And let's run this function. Well, nothing went to the console. So it ran, something happened, but nothing ever went to the console. Interesting. Well, it's not being shown. So let's go ahead and show it. So let's do console.log and run it. And now you can see that it says 3. Now watch what happens if I do num1 and I want to store this result somewhere. So I want to do 1, 2. Okay, so I want to store the sum of 1 and 2 in a variable called num1. Okay, so let's delete this line now and let's run. And it got stored, and now we'll log it out. So we'll do console.log and I'll say num1. Okay, let's run it. And it got the sum 3. Okay, it stored 3 into this variable called num1, and then we console log it out, and boom, we see it right there. Now, to prove my point, if we hadn't done return A plus B, instead, imagine we just did console log A plus B. Watch what's going to happen. Let's run this, and we get an error, and this error says undefined. So this prints out the console log, right? But when we run, so this line goes and it goes 3, but then this over here says undefined because what's being stored in num1 is undefined. We don't have a number like 3 that's actually being stored here. We're console logging something and we're trying to store a console log here, and you can't store that. So that's why what you want to do here is return a plus b. If you don't do a return, then this function is essentially useless and it can't be used in other places and do actual helpful things, okay? So that's why what we need to do is actually change this to a return a plus b, just like this. Okay, now when we do num1, it actually does get used. Okay, let's comment out both of these lines now. And what we're going to do is we're going to go back all the way up to when we made that little baby tip calculator thing. So I'm going to copy this entire thing and we're going to turn this into a function. So I copied it, okay, from line 17 to line 24, and we're going to paste it here, right there. Let's hit run. So nothing should come out to the console. So that's perfect. That's exactly kind of where you should be right now. Now I'll go and uncomment this. And we won't be using these prompts anymore because that's kind of, when you're using functions, prompts is like rarely ever used. It's kind of an easy way to give a front end to the app, just kind of for you to play around with. But majority of the times you wouldn't really use prompt that much. But first, let's just focus on turning this into a function. So we're going to say this is going to be a function and we're going to call it calculate tip and food amount, something like that, okay? Or let's just call it calculate total. Food total. Okay, so this is going to calculate the food total with the food amount plus however much the tip was. Okay, we won't have the alert statement anymore, so let's remove that. And this function is dependent on two things: how much you paid for the food, and the second thing it's dependent on is how much you want to give as a tip. So these two are going to be arguments that we're now going to pass in. So I'm going to say food and tip percentage. All right, so basically here's what we're going to do, right? So tip, whatever the user gives, we're going to take that tip, we're going to divide that by 100. Okay, so if the user says, hey, it's 20%, then we're going to take that tip, divide it by 100, and turn it into an actual percentage, which would be 0.2. And then we'll multiply this. Now, we're going to do the same thing for food. We're not going to have this number prompting anymore. Okay, we're going to remove that. We're going to say whatever food is going to be whatever food is here. So in other words, we actually don't even need food because the user is just passing that information down. So food is going to be a given. Tip is going to be a given. We're going to calculate the tip percentage based off of the given tip. And then we're going to do the same thing. So take the food, multiply it by the tip percentage. That'll give us the tip amount. And then the total will be the food plus the tip amount. And then we can console log it out if we want to. And in this case, since we're being adults now and not little children anymore, we're going to do returns total. Let's go here and let's indent this. So you can grab this and just hit tab and make sure that this function has a squiggly that opens it and a squiggly that closes it. Okay, that's pretty important whenever you're writing functions. So I'm just hitting back, or you can just hit format at the top and it'll automatically format your code for you if you hit this. And formatting just means it makes it look nice and pretty. Okay, so I have calculate food total. It takes in food and it takes in a tip. So let's actually try this now. So I'll console log and we'll call the function calculate food total. And we'll say the food was $100 and the tip was, let's say, 20%. Let's go ahead and hit run. Now let's see what we get. And we get back 120. So now you can start to see the power of functions, that they can do a whole bunch of things very quickly. And so you just call it in a very easy way, give it two inputs, and boom, your function is up and running. Now let's take this a step even further. So remember when we created a sum function? See if you can replace this line 104. Okay, so you can leave the total here, but see if you can replace this and this instead of using this plus sign here, and see if you can use the sum function to calculate the total. So I'll give you 5 seconds. You can pause the video and try to do it yourself. Okay, so let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's give this a try. So let's go here, and instead of using a plus sign, what I'm going to say is sum, and we're going to give it food. All right, so it's going to be the food amount, and then we're going to give it the tip amount. So now we're using the function that we created ourselves earlier, and then we're going to store the result of that in a variable called total. and then we're going to return that total. So let's go ahead and run this function, and we should still get back 120. Perfect. Very good. Let's change the price of this to $300. Let's try it again. You can see that our tip is $360 now, okay? And it's working perfectly. Now, I do have to show you the modern way of writing a function, because you're going to start seeing that in a lot of different places with JavaScript. And so this is the ES6 way, and these are called arrow functions. So and also the variables, let's change them. Okay, so let's go ahead and do these variables in a way, we're using the varlet const. So I know that we didn't use it for a couple of these other things, but that's again just so you can start understanding how all of this stuff works in an easy way. But we're going to do const tip percentage. All right, we'll do const tip amount. You could do const or let. Either should be fine. Okay, then we're gonna do const total. 3 variables that we're declaring. Okay, so const or let, and you should be fine either way. Remember, if you do something const, that means you're not changing that variable later. And if you do let, that's basically saying, hey, I know I'm making this variable that I know I'm gonna change at a later point. I'm gonna change its definition. There we go. Let's run this function again, and let's just make sure that it works. All right, so now with arrow functions, how they work is they kind of look like this. Okay, so we'll make this function sum, but we'll do it with an arrow function. Okay, so let's do sum. So I'm going to say const. I'm going to say sum arrow is equal to like that. So it's equal to, and then you put in the arguments. All right. So think of this like a variable, and then you put the arguments here. So here I'm going to say a comma b, and then this arrow here, which is equal and greater than sign. Open, close squigglies, and then inside of there, I'm just going to say return a plus b. So that's how you can write an arrow function and basically write the same thing but an arrow function. Now, here's the cool part about the arrow function, okay? Because right now you're probably like, wait, what's the benefit of this? Why am I writing this when I can clearly write it this way, and this looks like easier to kind of see and understand because it says function. Arrow functions can look really nice. So here's what I mean by that. They have a superpower called implicit returns, where if you remove these squigglies, you don't even have to write the keyword return. It will automatically return that. And so that sum function that you wrote can essentially be on the same line. That sum function that you wrote. So it's so nice and easy because your entire function just gets written out like this. So, it'll be like, right, I have a function called sum. It takes in 2 arguments, a and b, and it returns their sum. Okay, so this is an example of an implicit return. So arrow function with implicit return. Okay, that's an example of that. And again, I'll just call this function sum arrow, so it's clear for you. And then this is arrow function with explicit return. Okay, let's put it here. Important. For implicit return, remove squigglies. Okay, so squigglies are these curly braces, or I can say curly braces. All right, there we go. So that's important to do if you want to have implicit return where you don't want to say that return. So let's try this sum arrow function that we created and see if it works. So we'll do console.log, and I'll say sum arrow, and we'll give it 10, 40, 50, and we should get back a 60. Let's see if we get that back. Okay, it says it's been declared because I'm defining it twice. And remember, I called it const. So if I'm calling it a const here, it's not going to let me redefine this function later with the same variable. So I'll just call it sum arrow 2 and call the function sum arrow 2 here. And we'll hit save, Command S, or just hit run, and boom, you see the sum of these two numbers is indeed 60. So the sum function is working. So it's a really nice way of creating your function. So for bonus points and for being fancy, I want you to always try to use the arrow function because that's the modern way of doing JavaScript, and you'll see that in majority of the code bases. So I'd rather you just get in the habit of doing that now. To wrap this exercise up, I'm going to leave you off with an exercise, okay, to wrap up really the sum functions, and I want you to practice with functions now. Here's what I'm going to have you do. So in files on the left-hand side, okay, I want you to go inside of functions and go inside of something called sum, and then there's going to be an exercise folder in here and a solution folder. So don't go into the solution for this exercise yet. Make sure to go into the exercise. If you're stuck and you can't make progress and you can't really are stuck, then and only then go in solution, but don't go in there as the first thing. And in this exercise, I'll go to script.js. Okay, in here you will see that you have these exercises like make a function called add, which is the same as sum. So you should have no problem making this function. Make a function called subtract, make a function that divides two numbers, and make a function that multiplies two numbers. Okay, so all of these should take in two arguments, sub, add, div, and mul. They should do what they say here. And so we have some notes for you on what you got to do. So the to-dos are written out for you here. And this is the normal way of doing it. And for bonus points, if you want to be fancy, use the ES6 syntax for arrow functions to maybe even convert these into arrow functions if you want to be a real boss. And then at the bottom, make sure you also console log all of these. So meaning you print out the result of all of these, okay? Or do some kind of call. Now, where you're going to have difficulty is running this file. So you're going to be like, how do I run this file? Let me show you, okay? So over here, we have something for you, okay, in exercises. And if you want to see this in full screen, you can always hit this button, open in a new tab. That'll open this entire thing in a new tab. That way you can like guaranteed see it, right? Just in case some certain things are hidden. And what's cool about REPL is your code is already deployed on the internet, meaning like this is not just on your local computer. You could run this anywhere. Like you could send this link to your buddy and they could just run this at their place, right? Like, because it's online. This is online, so they can run it and like look at your code. And so if you made something, you could be really proud of it, right? And show it to them. So we have this project solutions folder, right? So this is where the solutions will be. But for functions, here's the sum, right? So you click the sum. Now, if you do console log hello from the sum file, okay, or sum exercise or whatever, let's just say that here, and I'll hit save. If you click sum, it will say hello from the sum exercise. So meaning anything you console log here will show up. Just make sure if you want to run this file, again, you're going to have to click this sum link over here and that will run your exercise. Okay. And also another thing I want to show you is this is just HTML, CSS, JavaScript. So what's nice about this is you could just download this folder as zip. Okay. And let's go ahead and open it. So I'm going to go ahead and open this and go inside of here, and you could click this index.html and just run it, and it will run on your computer locally. So just so you understand that this is real world, right? Just because we're doing it on an online website doesn't mean you can't use it in real life. You could just download that folder and run it, and now it's on your local computer. So that's just to kind of show you that all your options and everything that you need is available at your disposal. All right. So but we're just coding here for the sake of simplicity, and REPL just makes everything really, really easy. Okay, so that's it. Go ahead now and do this exercise. And once you return from doing this exercise, we're going to move on to starting to talk about different types of data types like arrays, objects, things of that nature. Okay, so good luck, have fun, and go and crush this. And I'll see you in a minute. All right, so now let's jump in and start talking about arrays. And right before we do that, let's go ahead and comment out every single line that is still running. So line 108, for me, I'm going to comment out, and I'm also going to comment out line 121. And so when I hit run, nothing should be coming out to my console. Perfect. My console is looking crispy clean. That's exactly what we want. So let's go ahead and start working on arrays. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to say arrays. Okay. And why do you need arrays? Well, what if you want to hold multiple different things? How are you going to do that? So if you have groceries, right, in a variable, you could only have one grocery, like a fruit. But arrays allow you to have multiple things. So for example, I could have an array that has a banana. It also has apple. Okay. I can also have orange. Okay. We can also have a pear. All right, I could have groceries like this, and you could write the words too. So this is just a string, and I decided to put an emoji in it, but you could decide to put like the actual word pear here if you want. But I just think that this looks prettier, right? So that's why I'm having it like this. Now if I'm doing, all right, and remember to just put a const here. Okay, so we're just going to say const groceries, and here we go. We have all of these. You know, we got a banana, we got an apple, we got all this awesome stuff in our groceries, right? Now let's console log groceries. Okay. And let's hit save and let's see what happens. I'm going to move this here and boom, you can actually see that it printed out all of the groceries. Okay. Now, how do I get just a banana if I want, right? So if you click it, it shows you the 0th element is a banana. The first is the apple, the second is orange, and the third is pear. Okay, and remember, everything in coding, when you start counting, it usually starts from 0. So it goes 0, 1, 2, 3. And the length of this is 4. Okay, because there are 4 items in here. So 4 grocery items. Now, how can we get just a banana if we want just a banana? How do we do that? Well, here's what we do. We go console log groceries, and we put this bracket, and we do 0. Okay, and let me hit save, and let's see. Boom, we just got the banana. Okay, well, what if I want an apple? What do I do? Can you take a guess? I'll give you 5 seconds. See if you could write that yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it. So you would have to put in a 1 here. Okay, so boom, let's do that. Let's do a 1. Let's hit save. And boom, you see we got an apple. Now, how would I get not the orange, but the pear? So how would I get the pear? Make sure to count correctly. 0, 1, 2, 3, right? How would I get the pear? What do I need to put in these brackets to get that pear? I'll give you 5 seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it. We would do 3, okay? And you can see that we got the pear, okay? So again, this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3, okay? If we want to get the orange, we would simply pop in a 2 here, okay? Let's give that a try. Make sure you're coding along with me and you're just exercising with me, okay? Make sure you're not just passively watching this. Make sure you're coding along with me every single step of the way. That's how you're going to get better. So this is called indexing, okay? This is like you grab one of the indexes, okay? So here I'm grab the second or like the third index in this case, okay? Or second index, okay? Grab the second index. That's basically what we're doing here. Or grab the second item if you want to say it in a more human language. But in programming, this is the 0th index. This is the first, second, third. So if you ever hear like, hey, it's in the first index or the third index, that just means where its position is in an array, okay? And arrays are really, really cool. And I'll show you a lot more about them soon. All right, so take a look at that, right? At the bottom, you can see that, and let me comment out this line here, okay? And let's run it again. And I'll move this up over here so it's easier to see. But take a look at this, right? Over here. Before we add the cookie and we console log this out, notice that there's no cookie in here, right? But after we do the push and we console log it out, watch what happens. Now we have a cookie that's added that wasn't there before. So that's what push does. Push adds things onto the end of the array, okay? So try adding something else. Try adding a chocolate. Try adding a blueberry. Try adding something and see what happens and see if you could do it yourself, okay? So add something more here. You give this a try. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, now let's try adding something together. So I'm going to say groceries.push, okay? And we're going to say, let's do blueberries, okay? And then I'll console log here, paste it here, hit save and run. And check it out. We got one, the regular groceries array. Then we got this with the cookie this time, okay? And then we push the blueberry. And you can see there's a blueberry at the end there. So that's how the push method works. Okay, great. So let's comment out all of these for now, all the console logs. So if you run your code, you should see basically nothing. Okay, it should be empty just like this. Perfect. Now what we want to do is we want to try grabbing, like, what if I only wanted the banana? Okay. What if I only wanted the banana and the apple? Okay, those are the only 2 things. Or the orange and the pear, and that's all I wanted, okay? Well, for this, there is a method called slice. Okay, so we're going to do that. So we're going to say groceries, and I'm going to say slice, and I'm going to say 0 to 2, and let's see what happens. Okay, and let's make sure we do console, wrap this in console.log. Because otherwise it won't show it to the screen. Let's hit Command Enter or Control Enter. And boom, look at that. We're getting banana and apple. So it's starting from 0, including 0. Okay. So basically what we're saying is start from 0 inclusive and up to 2, okay? But not including 2. Okay, so basically it's giving you, the index this is giving you is either 0 or 1. That's the index it's giving you. So it's either giving you this or that, okay? So if you want to get the first 2 elements, you can do it like this, okay, up to 2. If you want to get 3 elements, you do this, okay? So if I run this, it's going to get me 3 elements. If I do 4 and run it, watch what happens. It's going to give me pretty much all of the elements, right? If I hit 5, it's going to give me the cookie as well that we added. And if I do 6, it's going to give me all the way up until the blueberries that we've added, because we still have the push, groceries.push there. Boom, so you can see the blueberries. So when I do 0 to 6, it's going to go from 0 to actually the 5th index and give me up to that point. Cool. All right, now question for you. What if I wanted not from 0, but if I wanted from right here, the pair until the blueberry? So what if I wanted this part of the array? Can you splice that and get that out of the array for me, please? Take a few seconds. Take 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and let's work on it together. Okay, so I'm going to try and I'm going to do, okay, let's do up to 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, like that. This is just an example. So let's do console.log. And we're going to do groceries.slice, and I'm going to say, so let's actually count together, okay? So we have 0, 1, thank you, baby, appreciate it, 2, 3, okay? So basically we're going to say give us from 3 to 4, 5, and 6, but it's going to go up until 5, okay? Perfect. So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to go 3 to 6. And let's see if this gives us what we want. So I'm going to hit run. And boom, it gives us from a pear to a blueberry. Let's try another example, okay? And keep doing this with me. Don't get lazy on this. Keep trying this with me while I take a sip of my water that my girlfriend brought me. But try getting me apple to a pear. Okay, try getting me this right over here. Okay, take a second and see if you can get me those 3 right here. Okay, so take about 5 seconds. All right, 5, 4, or take a little bit longer while I sip this water. Okay. So let's give that a try. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna change this to a 1, because 1 will get me the apple, and it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 ahead of the one that we need. Okay, and let's go 4. Let's hit run, and I get apple to a pear exactly like I wanted. Right? It was that. That's what I wanted, and that's what we got. Perfect. Very, very good. Very good. Okay, let's keep making progress now. All right, so now before we graduate from Slice, and if you notice that I changed my shirt, I just had to do an interview because my girlfriend is a WoW superhero. She's Candy Crush, and they're doing a documentary on her. So I had to go do the interview, and I had to change my shirt because I wanted something black, and my previous shirt was yellow and nice and poppy. And so I don't know why I'm telling you that, but thought you should know. Let's go back. All right. So here, groceries, slice. So this is good. But before we graduate, I'm going to teach you about 2 different array methods. Okay. So there are a couple of array methods that I want you to know. So we went over slice. We went over push. I want you to learn index of, and I want you to learn length. Okay. This is probably the most, one of the most common ones, length. So let's just go through it together real quick. So now I'm going to say console.log, and we'll do groceries. Okay. And I'm going to do index of, and what index of does, it will give me the index of these fruits. Okay. So let me just comment out these, these slices out here. So I'm going to hit run. Let's just run that one so we can see all of our groceries or fruits. Perfect. And so index of, what it's going to do is if I ask for the index of orange, it's going to literally give me what the index of that is. So can you tell me what the index of the orange is? For example, banana is 0, apple is 1. So orange is, you guessed it, 2. So let's see what it says. All right, so let's uncomment these lines and let's go here and we're going to pop in orange here. Okay, and we're going to say, hey, what's the index of this orange? Let's run it. And it just gave back 2. All right, let's ask it about the pear. And let's run it. And it gave back 3 because this is 3. Okay, so that's what index of does. Helpful to kind of know. You won't be using it too often. I mean, honestly, when I'm coding, majority of the times I don't use it. But I just thought since this is the array section, I cover these methods because they're going to be helpful for you. All right, I'll comment this out for now. So index of, and then the other method you need to know is .length. Okay, so that one is going to be important. So let's go ahead and do console.log groceries. And can you guess what length is going to tell you? .length. Length starts from 1. And so it will take the overall length of this. So however many items are in here is going to give you that back. So let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So length is going to give you back 6. All right, let's give it a try and let's run it. Boom, there we go. See that 6 right there? That's it. That's what length does. Okay, perfect. So now we can basically say you've graduated from arrays. Yay, good job. There's a bunch more to it, but this is just an oversimplified, what arrays can do. You'll learn a lot more about arrays a lot better once we get to the loops, because there's a lot of cool things you could do with arrays. They're like my favorite thing in coding. I think arrays are literally my favorite thing. And next up, we're going to start learning about objects. Okay, so let's go ahead and start learning about them now. All right, now let's talk about objects. So here's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to comment out line 144 and 135. So there's nothing being printed. Okay, let's go ahead and hit run. And look at that. We have nothing coming out to the console log. That's perfect. All right, now let's go ahead and let's talk about objects. Objects are really, really important and they're really awesome. So in just 1 second, we're going to work on, right when I snap my fingers, we're going to work on a new object. All right, this is the object we're going to be working on. So as you can see here, we have Mr. Leonardo DiCaprio. He's our object in this case, and he has a couple of properties. So his properties are, he has a name. So if you do person.name, we need to set that to Leonardo. And then his shirt here will be white. Okay, because if you can actually see, his shirt is white back there. So we need to create an object that actually represents that. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to put him over here kind of in the corner so you can see him. And let's create an object to represent that. So we're going to say const person, and object is created by doing these squigglies. Okay, so these squigglies represent an object. So far right here, we have created essentially an empty object. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add some properties to that person object. Okay, so we're going to add a name. So the name of this person in this case will be Leonardo, and shirt will be white. This is an object. If I format this, you see this is how an object looks. If you want to make it look a little bit like prettier and kind of how, pros, right? Pros would probably make it look like that. Okay, kind of how it looks like here. So open squiggly, close squiggly. It doesn't matter if you have it on the same line or you don't. Okay, so it doesn't really matter which way you have it. Both ways will work. All right, now this here pretty fairly represents what we have over here. You have a person object. The name is Leonardo, shirt is white. Now let's go ahead and console log and access some of the properties of this object that we created. So we're going to do person.name. And when I console this, you're going to see that the person name, and I'm going to move this up here. Okay, when I run this, you can see that the person name is indeed Leonardo. Kind of just like what we wanted, right? In the start. And can you guess what person.shirt is going to give me when I type that in and when I hit run? Take a guess. Exactly. You're going to get white. Okay, just like we had expected here, because those are the properties and that's how you access them. So that's how objects work. So first, let's learn different ways of accessing this object, okay? Dot notation versus bracket notation. Both of these you should know. Okay, so how do you access an object? So right now you're using a dot notation. Now here's an example of a bracket notation. Let's do console.log, and we're going to say person, and we're going to do name like this. And let's run it, and boom, you also get Leonardo right over here. Well, give it a try. Try doing the shirt, but with the bracket notation. Try accessing it. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see if you got it. So I just triple clicked to copy, and then I did Command C to copy, and then I went down and did Command V to paste. You could do Control C or Control V to copy and paste, and then double click the name inside here, change that to shirt, hit Command S or Control S if you're on Windows to save and automatically run. Apparently it's not automatically running, so let's run. Click the button here or Command Enter, and boom, you can see that the shirt is coming out white, right? So we got different ways access an object. That's really good. Now, there are different ways to assign things to an object as well. So for example, I could give him a phone number. Okay, so I could actually do person.phone. So notice we don't actually have phone in here. And I could do phone, and we could give him a number like that. Okay, person.phone. And then we're going to go ahead and do console.log, and we'll say person.phone. Let's go ahead and try it, and let's see what happens. And boom, you can see that we actually get that phone number right there. But also you can actually console log the entire person as well. So you can see what that looks like. So let's go console log person. Let's go ahead, let's hit run. And you can see this object right over here, name, shirt, phone. So now this object has all of the things, and it didn't have that before. So it's kind of like how in arrays we were almost doing like push. It's kind of like that, but like it's just you're creating a new key on the fly and giving it a property. Another way you could actually create that property is by putting this in bracket notations as well. Because you could go like this, bracket notation, and say, hey, person phone is actually equal to this. Hit run and watch what happens. Boom, you got the same thing, and that also works. So both work, okay? The reason why we're putting the phone number in quotes, by the way, as in we're making it a string, is because if you didn't do that, it would try to subtract, it would do 1 minus 222 minus 333 minus 444 and evaluate to a big negative number. That's not what we want, right? So put that in quotes because we want the exact phone number, and phone numbers are strings. All right, so now let's say you want to create another person. Okay, so I'll give you an exercise for you to do, and let's go ahead and do this right now. So I'm going to give you a different person with different name and different shirt, and I'm going to need you to create an object, a person object that represents that. Okay, so you can call that object person2. All right, so let's go ahead and do that here. You're going to call this object person2. All right, so now instead of Leonardo DiCaprio, we're going to get somebody better, yours truly. And you have the object right over here. Okay, so this is the object that you have, and these are the properties that this object have. Okay, so try to see if you can make this object by yourself. Either pause my video or take a couple of seconds right now to do this. But I'm going to start doing this in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's do it. So I'm going to basically say const person2, and I'm going to say name is Kazi, right? And make sure to put a comma. So after every property, right? So let's go through an object. So we have squigglies in the start and closing, okay? Instead of brackets. Arrays have brackets. And then you have a key and a value, all right? So objects are key value pairs, all right? So you have a key here and a value here, a key here and a value here, okay? So a key, you can also sometimes call it a property, okay? So here the key is name and the key is shirt, okay? And name and shirt is also the property. So you could say it kind of both ways. So you put in the key, right? Person name, and you get back the value, which is actually the name, right? You do the same thing here with the phone. So you take your object, you put in the key, right? And then that key unlocks, and we set this value for that key. Again, we do person.phone. So we did the object and the key, and then the key gives us the value, all right? And kind of think of it like opening a lock. All right, so name here. So this is the first key value. The second key value we're going to set is shirt is black, okay? And that's it. that's the way you represent this object, right? So if we do console log person2 and run it, boom, you can actually see that it's showing you Kazi and shirt is black. Okay, that's super cool. And if I change this to, you know, what if I want Kazi's name? What if I only want the name? Can you try that for me? If I only want the name, boom, hopefully you got this correct. Okay, let's run it. And now we're getting the name. Well, what if I want the shirt as well? Same idea, right? If I run this, we're going to also now get the shirt. So shirt color, and we got it as black. So let's turn this into a function that then says, hi, my name is Kazi and my shirt is black. Okay, so let's go ahead and create a function. Okay, so remember how we create functions, right? There are different ways. You could do function, or you could do the fancy way like this. We'll call this function introducer because it introduces you to other people. Okay, and this is going to take in, let's say we can give it a shirt, and it will also take in a name. So let's go name and shirt. Okay, and if we want to turn this whole thing into, and we're going to do, if you want to do arrow functions, this is how we're going to do them. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and say name comma shirt, and we're going to do arrows like this, and we're going to go here. All right, now the final sentence that we're going to return, right, is going to basically be, remember template literals. All right, so let's use the template literals again, and we're going to say, hi, my name is name. Okay, and we're just going to say name like this for now. My name is name, and the color of my shirt is whatever the color of your shirt is. Okay, so in this case, it should be like black. So here, let's say if we had it hard coded, it would be like this, but we don't want it we don't want it hard coded, right? So what we're going to do here is name. We're going to make it dynamic. We're going to say name, and remember, and see if you can make this shirt dynamic as well. Boom. We're going to say shirt, and we're going to save this into a variable called intro. So const intro is equal to that. But we're going to make an object first. So just so you can keep practicing an object. Okay, so we're basically going to say, we're going to create a const person object, and this object is going to have a key name, and the value of that key is also going to be name because that's what we're passing it. I'm just going to say name right here, and it's also going to have a shirt, and that's just going to be the shirt that we pass it. Okay, so these are values that we're giving it. These are the actual keys that are hard coded. Okay, so these will stay the same. These will be exactly name and exactly shirt, and this part will be dynamic. These are the values that we give it. And so then we're gonna, in order to get this person's name, remember what we have to do, right? It's person dot name. Perfect. And now how are we gonna get this shirt? We're gonna do person dot what? Person dot shirt. Perfect. Good job if you kept up with that. Okay, so we're creating an object right here, and we're creating the intro, and now we're just gonna say return the intro. All right, that's our function, and let's give it a try. So let's go console.log. Let's call our function introducer, and let's give it a name, Kazi, and let's give it a shirt color, and we'll say black, and let's run this, and look at that, right? We're getting, hi, my name is Kazi, and the color of my shirt is black. Beautiful. So we're using template literal. I mean, this is advanced. This is awesome if you're doing this. Good job for doing this. This is a ES6 arrow function, right? This function has 2 arguments, and you created an object in here, and then you're using template literals. So there are a lot of concepts in here that you're doing. So great job on following along and doing this with me. Even if you didn't get it, it's good that you just followed along and like did it, and hopefully you got it working on your computer. Like that's what's really important. So here I have this, and if I show you, right, hi, my name is Kazi and the color of my shirt is black. Now let's go ahead and comment out all the other stuff that we had here, right? So I'm going to comment this out. You can leave this or comment it out. I'll just comment it out. You can comment out pretty much all of this. Okay. And I'll comment out this person right here too. And we'll just hit run, and it should just say, hi, my name is Kazi and the color of my shirt is black. Okay. So the only console log that should be happening is the one coming from this function. This function is super cool because this function is like creating an object and then doing the template literals, accessing data from that object. Very nice. Okay, this is a very, very nice, well-written function. So good job if you got here so far. Now try, see if you can now do this, call the same function, but see if you can call it on Leonardo and with his shirt being white. So give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together. So I'm going to say console.log. We're going to say introducer, and we're going to say Leonardo here, right? And the shirt color is going to be white. These arguments have to match, right? So this matches that, and then this matches that. Okay, so these arguments, the order here matters. Okay, and let's run this and let's see if it does the Leonardo one as well, and it does. Hi, my name is Leonardo, and the color of my shirt is shirt. Okay, so we probably got to say white here. Hi, my name is Leonardo, and the color of my shirt is white. Beautiful. This is doing exactly what we want. We're going to go ahead and comment this out. And so far, you're doing absolutely fantastic. All right, now let's take this even a step further. Let's say that we want to have this person, but we also want to calculate and have their net worth. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and refresh this page. And let's just uncomment the Kazi in black here. Perfect. My name is Kazi and the color of my shirt is black, blah, blah. Perfect. We want to say this person has certain assets. Okay, so assets they have is like, let's say $100,000. All right, and the debt they have is $50,000. So if you wanted to calculate the net worth, it's really easy. It's just assets minus debt, or assets minus, you could say, let's say liability. All right, so it's how much basically money do you have, and then how much debt do you have. It's very simple for an average person. So if you want to calculate your net worth, you could do that right now. Like, it's very easy. You could have a negative net worth or a zero net worth. And if you have a positive net worth, that's incredible. So here you would have a net worth of 50,000, right? 100,000 minus 50,000. We could do that, right? And so we could say, and my net worth is, and I could do this, and I could basically say person.assets minus person.liability. Liabilities, and paste that there. Okay, so let's run this and let's see what we get. Hi, my name is Kazi and the color of my shirt is black and my net worth is $50,000. We could put a $sign here, right? And we could say, you don't need to say USD, but you could if you want. And it says, my name is blah, blah. My net worth is $50,000 USD. So this $sign is pretty much to actually put a $sign, and then the next $sign and squigglies are to basically say, hey, I'm writing JavaScript. So let's make this even nicer. I'm going to teach you how to create methods inside of an object, okay? And anytime you've seen met something, that's usually a method, okay? When you're calling it. So like math.floor. Remember when you saw math.floor? Math.floor. This is a method. If you didn't have this math part here and it was just like this would be a function. And if this open close parentheses weren't here, this would be a property. So I know it can be confusing, but here's a great example. All right, you have an object right here. Properties are just with dot, so car.name, car.model, those are all properties, right? But methods are car.start with the open close parent, car.drive, open close parent, car.break, open close parent. So methods look like this. All right, so just kind of take a mental screenshot of this for now. All right, so here's what we're going to do. Here's a really cool thing and kind of advanced thing that you could do with objects. So I can actually create a net worth field. And what this will do is what I essentially want to do is I want to say, hey, assets minus liabilities. But if I do this, I'm going to run into a problem. Okay, so let's try that. So let's remove all of this and let's paste just net person dot net worth. And let's see what happens if we run this. And it says assets that's not defined. And you're probably thinking, wait, assets is defined right here. So why isn't it just using assets? That's not how it works. So when you're defining an object, because all of this is happening at the same exact time, this isn't like created yet. And so it doesn't know. So what you want to be able to do is you want to be able to say person.assets, but it also won't really know that. So here's a hack. Here's a way that we do this. Okay. So we're going to create a function, and yes, you can actually store functions inside of objects, which is kind of crazy. Open close paren. All right. We're just going to do this. This is going to be your net worth function. And what it's going to do is it's going to return, and we're going to say this dot assets minus this dot liabilities. this thing is kind of weird, but what this is referring to is this specific person object that you've created. So it's literally like, imagine plugging in person.assets and person.liabilities. Okay, but you're going to use this. This whole thing here is going to become 100,000, and this entire thing is going to value it to 50,000, and then this thing is going to value it to 50,000 like this. And then once you return this, it's going to pop up in your console. So let's go back. Boom. This assets, so liabilities, and net worth is a method. So even though we've defined as a function, it is a method, and I'll show you why. Because now in order to call it, if you do person.networth, watch what's going to happen. It's not going to work. Let's run it. And we just got, hi, my name is Kazi, and the color of my shirt is black, and my net worth is function return assets. So it just like spit out this entire function. That's not what we want. We want the actual result. So we need to call this method. And this is how you call it. Okay, boom. You call it just like a function, but because it has a dot here, it's called a method. Right? So the person has a net worth method. Now let's run it and watch what happens. Boom, right? My name is Kazi and the color of my shirt is black, and my net worth is $50,000. And now to make this code even more dynamic, assets and liabilities should be passed by the user. Okay, so that could be like another thing that might be nice. Right now it's hard coded, but that's okay. We can just kind of leave it as is, just to kind of show you that you could do some more advanced stuff with objects. All right, so let's run this. Okay, and if you change the name, it'll also work. Change the assets liabilities, you'll get different numbers. All right, so if you got this far, great job. We're gonna hit run on this to just make sure we're Gucci. But if you got this far, you're almost an object master. So good job, okay? You probably don't know like everything there is to know about objects, okay? But like, you know more than 98% of the population. So you should be proud of yourself. Give yourself a pat on the back right about now. Go ahead and do that for me. And you're beautiful and you matter. And I'm happy that you're here. So thank you. Warms my heart. All right, with that said, let's continue. All right, now we're going to be doing my favorite part. Without this part, you pretty much don't have programming. So this concept that you're going to learn right now is going to put everything together, and it's going to make everything that you do so useful. And it's not just going to be like, why can't I just do this in Excel? Why can't I just blah, blah, blah? This is the most important thing. Let's get into it. And this is called for loops. Loops are the heart, blood, and soul of computer programming. And I'm just so excited that you get to learn it right here with me. So if you're enjoying this so far, smash that like button so this video goes out to more people, helps more people become developer, and it's free. So do it right now, and let's keep on rocking and rolling. So we're going to use loops, okay? And let's go ahead and grab our array that we made earlier with groceries, okay? So I'm gonna just go ahead and copy it. So let's go, boom, grab this, const groceries, okay? I've defined it above, so what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna comment all of this out, because if I have defined a const above, I can't redefine it below. So I'm gonna make sure it's commented out, and then I'm gonna come down here and I'm gonna paste groceries, okay? And let's call it fruits, because let's be real. That's what it is, right? So now I have fruits. Well, what I want to do is I want to like print out every single one of them. So how do I do that? Well, here's a way you could do it, right? Console log, we'll do fruits of 0. And then we'll just keep repeating that pattern, right? 1, 2, 3. And then what will happen essentially is this will get you this one. 1 will get you that one. 2 will get you that one. 3 will get you that one, right? Hopefully that makes sense so far. So let's go ahead and run this, and you get all 4 of these, right? That's perfect. But what if there were like many, many more? Like, so if I just copy this and I just keep, let's say I copy this and I just keep pasting it, right? Well, that's a lot. How are you going to like print out all of those? It's going to be a lot of work. Are you really going to do this? Right? And then what if there are more than that? Because Netflix has let's go to Netflix right now. So here's an example of an array. This right here is an array. All right, that's how you see these 5 profiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's an array. When I go inside of this, everything that's showing up here is an array. So here's an array of new releases. Here's an array of true crime documentaries. Here's an array of trending now. These are just arrays. All right. So if I have this many movies, I can't just like do them manually. I need something that can automatically find out how many movies there are and then like print them out, okay, or show them. So that's an example of, why you need to learn something called looping, okay, or for loops. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so here's how we're gonna write our for loop. We're gonna say for, and we're gonna say let I equals 0, and then put a semicolon. And we're gonna say while I is less than, and I know this is gonna look super weird, but just trust me, hang in there with me, okay? Fruits.length, and we're gonna do I++. Like everything here, you're gonna be like, what the hell am I looking at? And we're gonna break it down in a second, but first let's just run it and see if we can get it to do what we want it to do. And I'm gonna say fruits, and get me the ith fruit. Okay, let's run it, and let's actually console log this. So console log, and let's comment out all of these 4 lines right here. Okay, let's run this, and you see it printed out every single fruit that we had, right? All of these fruits, every single one of them. And how I can prove that to you, that I print every single one out, what we could do is like put I there and then do this, and I'll actually even count it for you. So this is 0th, 1, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, all the way up to 19th, okay? So there's like 20 total items in this array. So this loop is doing that, this for loop right here. It's looping through automatically, automagically, and figuring this out. But let's break it down, what is happening really. So we're saying this loop, we want an index. Why do we want an index? Well, imagine if I, instead of I, imagine I put a 0 here. Well, it's gonna run, but it's just gonna keep on getting the banana every single time. But that's not what we want. So what needs to happen is, we're essentially trying to mimic this process. We want fruits to be 0 the first time, fruits to be 1 the next time, fruits to be 2 the third time, fruits to be this the 4th time, right? So this is what we're doing here. So in the start, I is set to 0. And all a loop does is it just repeats the same line of code again and again and again and again and again. Fruits.length, all I'm saying here is, hey, run the same amount of times there are items in this array. So meaning, in other words, we want you to run 20 times. So while I is less than 20, so run 20 times. That's what this means right here, okay? And as soon as it runs 20 times and it tries to run the 21st time, it just stops and it doesn't run again. And I++ means every single time you're done running, just increment I by 1. So first time it runs, I is 0. Okay, so we put a 0 here, and there's a 0 here, and you will get your first item, which is gonna be this item right here. Then it's gonna run again, and here's what's gonna happen. I is gonna become 1 next time the loop is gonna run. Let's start from the scratch, right? So it goes, is 0 less than 20? Is that true or false? I'm asking you. That's true. 0 is less than 20. So then this line of code here runs, and it prints this out, pops it right there. Perfect. Then once we're done running, it increments I by 1. So now I is 1. Is 1 less than 20? Yes or no? Yes, it is. Okay, 1 is less than 20. So then it runs, but next time, because there's an I here, fruits becomes 1 because it's dynamic like that. So then it gets you this guy right over here. Then it runs again, and it does the same thing too. So it goes, is 2 less than 20? It goes, yes, pops in a 2, gets you the orange because that's in position 2 right here. Then it increments I by 1, I becomes 3. Is 3 less than 20? Is that true or false? Yes, it's true. Then it prints out fruit of 3. So then you get this pair. Then it goes again, it increments this by 1. So this becomes what? 4. Good. And then it prints it out. All right. I'm going to ask you this time, what is I now? If you guess 5, good job, because after running this, we increment I by 1. So I is 5 now. Is 5 less than 20? Okay, this is 5 and this is 20, and this thing then becomes true. And then once this becomes true, this part of the loop runs. All right, so is this less than 20? Yes, it is. So then this becomes 5, and then this prints this out, so on and so forth. So this is why we just leave an I here. Okay, so that's how loops work. They're really awesome, really nice, and they make our life easy. Now, here's something exciting I'm going to show you. You pretty much never, ever have to use this ugly looking loop ever again. This is really the only time you're going to be confused, thanks to the new JavaScript ways of doing it. And I'll show you them. And after that, pretty much never write this ugly loop. I never write it. I don't deal with these weird indexes. And honestly, I even forgot how to write this ugly looking loop. It should be eradicated from most of what you're doing in your day-to-day. I'll show you a much easier way of writing them. All right, so now let's go ahead and comment out this entire for loop that we wrote. And instead what we're going to write is we're going to say for, and watch this. We're going to say const fruit of fruits. Okay, and we're just going to say console log fruit, and watch what happens. I'm going to run this, and it does the exact same thing, and you do not have to worry about indices at all. So this is so nice. So here's how this is working. Fruits, this variable here, fruits, is important. This is this right here. This is the fruits array. This variable here, right here, fruit, I'm making it up on the fly. I could call it whatever I want. I can call it John, but I just got to make sure that I put John here, and boom, we run it. The only point of this variable right here is fruits, in this case, will be the name of, it refers to this, which is this entire array right here. This entire array right here, okay? That's what fruits is. But fruit, when you're looping the first time, it's this banana. And when you're looping the second time, it's this apple. And when you loop again, it's this orange. And when you loop again, it's this. So you don't have to even worry about indices. This is the fruit. And then in the next loop, this is the fruit. And then in the next loop, right, this is the fruit. This is the first loop, and the second loop, and the third loop, the fourth loop. And then you just print that out. So like, I don't know, if you look at these two side by side, right, this looks like an eyesore and hurts your eyes, and you will get eye aids by looking at this. And then you have this one, just, this is beautiful. This is pure gold. I mean, this is how it's meant to be, right? This is how things should look and feel. This is very Pythonic. Python, you write loops like this. So this is really, really nice. So we like this one much more than this one. Okay, so stick with this one. And then I'll show you a couple of other things you can do as well. All right, so now let's do something else with arrays. Okay, so we're going to say const numbers, and we're going to create an array, and it's going to keep our number. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, what if we want to, we'll do a couple of things, right? I'll show you how to sum up all numbers in an array, because that will be something helpful for you and important for you to learn. But what we want to do now, try this. Write both of these loops for this numbers and print out every single number how we're printing out our fruits, okay? And comment out everything related to the fruit. Okay, so hit run and you should see empty. And loop through so then all the numbers get printed out from 1 through 6. Try that. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's write it together. So we're going to say for let I equal 0. Okay, I is less than numbers.length. All right, you kind of get used to writing this for loop once you write it a couple of times. But again, we're not even going to be using this one that much anymore. So get ready to say goodbye to this one. All right, let's run this and let's see if it works. Boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this one worked exactly how we expected it to. Fantastic. Okay, let's go ahead and let's comment this out. And now we're going to write the other loop. So we're going to say for const number of numbers. And we're simply going to just say console log number. And let's hit run. And boom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Don't make the mistake of printing out numbers, because what you're doing here is just going to print out the array five times. You don't want to do that. Okay, so just say number. Boom. There we go. So that printed out everything. Hopefully you got this correct. And if you didn't, it's okay. Don't stress. We'll have some additional exercises here in our files for you to do with arrays, okay? Because arrays are very, very important. So we got this 6. Now, what if we wanted to double every single number right over? Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. How can we do that? How can we print out 2 for this, 4 for this, 6 for this, 8 for this, 10 for this, and 12 for this? Okay, how do we do that? So what we want to do here is you could actually do it right here. Give that a try. See if you could figure that out. You have enough tools to be able to figure this one out right now. And I will tell you this, you don't even have to write an additional line of code. That's the hint I'll give you. You can fit that in on line 221 and basically have the answer to this problem. So either take 5 seconds to do it or pause the video. I'll give you 5 seconds now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're gonna go number times 2. That's it. Let's run. And now we get 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Everything is doubled, you guys. That's awesome. But what if we wanted to do it so that this numbers array here is doubled? So, or like we get a new array that's like all of these numbers doubled. How could we do that? Double numbers. How could we double the numbers and basically at the end get back an array that says 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. How could we put this in and get this out? So let's give that a try. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna pretty much have this same loop that we have here, but we're gonna need to create an array that like stores that result, right? We're gonna say let result is equal to, and we'll just make it an array like this. All right, so we're just gonna have this empty array. It's gonna be empty at the start. And the trick that we're gonna use is, remember we did push. So again, you have enough to figure this out if you wanna try, but inside of this for loop, you're gonna push to this results array, double this amount. So see if you could figure that out and then console log result and get that by yourself. You have enough to figure out. It might be a little bit challenging though right now. I'll give you 5 seconds. You can pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And now we're gonna solve it together. So all we wanna do here is I'm gonna do result.push number times 2. All right, so I'm gonna loop through and then push, so then I'm gonna have 2. Then I'm gonna loop again, and number is going to be 2. And we're gonna come down here. 2 times 2 is gonna become 4, right? So we're gonna do result.push.4. That's gonna add a 4 right here. And then we're just gonna keep looping through this array and just keep doubling it every single time, and then pushing the doubled result in here, in that result array. Okay, so let's remove that. And then once that entire loop is done, so make sure to put the console log of result outside of this for loop, okay? Because we don't want that repeating again and again. Let's comment that line out, or we can actually just even delete it here. We don't need that anymore. Let's try running and watch what happens. Boom. We have an array with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. So that array doubles all of the numbers. So this is an example of how you could do something like this. All right, now what we would want to do is turn it into a function. Okay, so we're going to basically go const double. Okay, we're going to call this function double. And this function is going to, you could call it, you could either call it function, or you could use this arrow syntax to highlight that this is a function, right? This is the ES6 function. And what we're going to do is, what this function does is takes in numbers, and we'll have the same loop. So we'll say const number of numbers. We'll grab this result right here. We're going to paste that in. So it's going to create a temporary array called result. It's going to loop through the numbers that you gave it. It's going to keep pushing double of that result into result array. And then at the end, we're just going to return result, just like that. All right. And we can get rid of all of this right here. And let's try running double. So let's do console.log. We'll say double, and let's give an array to double. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's run this and let's see what it outputs. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. That is perfect, you guys. That's exactly, right? That's exactly what we were looking for. So that is beautiful. Nice job if you got this far. Question for you. What if we wanted to turn this function into the square function, meaning we square all these numbers? How could we do that? So think about that. Squaring means using exponentiation instead of multiplication. Okay, so how could we turn this function into something that squares numbers? So meaning 1 squared would be 1, 2 squared would be 4, 3 squared would be 9, 4 squared would be 16, 5 squared would be 25, 6 squared would be 36, right? So how do we get that array back? Well, it's simple. Just put another asterisk right here, hit run, and there you go. It's all perfectly squared. So let's go back. Boom. I'm going to just turn back into a double. All right, so that's how easy that is. Now, imagine if the size of this array changes. 7, 8, 9, 20, 40, and watch, right when I run it, boom, it just works instantly, right? This is the crazy part about like when you write good code, and I'm just gonna like fill it up with crazy numbers here, right? I'm gonna make this really, really big. Like you're getting a big data file in Excel or something, and watch, it just works on the whole thing. Insane, right? And it says 177 more items. This is the beautiful thing about code. So when you go look at Netflix, right? So let's go to Netflix again, and let's take a look at this. This is an array. And what we're doing to that array every single time, so like we have some data in that array, and we style that data every single time we loop through. So we write a for loop, and we loop through, and we say, take this data, the $1 billion code text, the image URL, that's how you're seeing the image, and turn it into this card. And then do that again with the next movie. So almost imagine that there's a loop for, right, or const movie of movies. And what you do here, and we close the squiggly right there. And we say, you know, return movie, and let's call this function card. And let's just say this function card turns it into this nice, neat card. Okay, let's say we don't know the details of this function, but what this card function does is if you give it a data of a movie, like the name of the movie and the image of the movie, it turns it into this nice little card over here. Then you loop again, and then you do it again, and you loop again, you do it again, you loop again, you do it again, you loop again, you do it again. I mean, god damn, I should be called freaking Senior Loopy, because there's a ton of loops there. That's the crazy part, you guys. This is real world stuff, okay? It's not just like me telling you random stuff. It has a very real application, even though we're doing like beginner exercises right now, just so you could get better at it. Because if you don't know how arrays work, then if I give you something more complicated with like cards and images and HTML and CSS, you're going to be so confused. So you have to learn these by themselves, like a martial art. You got to learn the rear naked choke by itself, and you got to learn the Kimura by itself, and then you got to learn the positions, and then you learn these esoteric positions in jiu-jitsu, and you're like, what the heck is the point of this? And then one day you just, to hit that triangle, you like rotate your hip, you angle your leg the right way, you grab their neck the right way, you twist the right way, you pop your right leg and you pop the left leg, and you get that triangle, and just boom, everything, and it all happens at once, and it's so smooth and it's beautiful. But when you're learning it, you learn it like step by step. And same thing with chess or anything else in life, soccer. So we're just learning the components and the pieces by themselves, and then later you'll be able to put them together with more impressive stuff, okay, when we get to the projects portion. All right, now let's keep having more fun with arrays, because the more practice you get with arrays and loops, the better of a programmer you're going to become, because honestly, that's like 90% of what you're doing in programming. You're usually getting back a lot of data, and you're looping through it, and you're doing something to it. Okay, that's like super common. And so let's just get a bunch of different practices in. All right, so we're going to go ahead and make another function. And this function we're going to make is going to be called letter counter. Okay, so let's go letter counter. Okay, you can also call it counter, whatever you want. And we're gonna use it making an arrow function. All right, and basically what this function is going to do is it's gonna take a look and see how many letters are in a given phrase. Okay, so if I gave it a phrase, let's say const phrase is equal to, hey, can you go to grocery store with me? Okay, whatever. All right, this will go through this whole thing, and it will basically just count how many letters there are. Okay, let's call it how many letters. And so you're just going to go through, and this is going to be a 1, this is going to be a 2, this is going to be a 3, a 4, a 5 for the empty space, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you can do this, you can count an empty space as a letter. That's totally fine. So think about how you're going to write a function like this, right? Think about what are you going to need to do? Well, you're going to need to loop through this. And the cool part is you can actually loop through these types of phrases. You can loop through strings as well. First, let's comment out anything we kind of have up here. Okay, perfect. And now in here, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say, let's write a loop. Okay, I'm going to say for letter in phrase. And let's see if this works. And let's do console log and we'll say letter. Okay, and let's hit run. And let's see what happens. Okay, it's running. Okay, so what we need to do in order to make sure that this actually runs is we need to call this function that we just made, right? So let's go right here. And I'm going to say console log, and we're going to say how many letters. Okay, and let's just call that function. And there we go. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then it ends with undefined. Okay, all good. So this keeps looping through. And then it just prints out the letter. That's what we're looking for, right? And we actually don't even need to call console log here because we're printing out from the function. So let's try running this. And now you see there's no undefined, right? And we go from 0 to 40. But it needs to start from a 1. And if you think you're getting this, or you know how to kind of solve this, or if you even want to try, I highly recommend you just pause my video right here and actually give this a try. Okay, go ahead and try to do this on your own, and then you can come back to this. But I want you to get a ton of practice with this stuff, because that's how you're going to get better. Not just by watching me, but by doing it with me. That's how you're going to get better. So if we want to count the letters in here, right? Or this how many are in there, we can't start counting from 0, okay? So what I'm going to do is we can just make it where if I'm getting a letter here, right? Oh, and if you were a little bit confused, like, wait, how are we, when we run this, how are we getting the numbers with this for loop, right? So you can also say for const letter. And if you change this to of, because remember I taught you for of loops earlier. So if you do letter of phrase, you're actually going to, and you run this, you're going to get letters, the actual letters. All right. If you run letter in phrase, it's going to get you the index at each one of those. Right. So if you want to get 41, well, what we want to do is just do letter plus 1. Okay, so this will just increase it by 1, whatever it is. And for whatever reason, this letter thinks it's a string, so it was doing that weird thing where it's attaching, 0 plus 1 is 0, 1, and 1 plus 1 is 1, 1. It's attaching itself, so it thinks letter is a string, so just typecast it into a number. So force it to be a number, and then you get this. Okay, so this is like one very silly way of doing this, and you get, oh, I get 41 at the end. So that's it. That's how I'm getting my, this is how I'm counting my letters. But there are better ways, and I'm going to show you in just a second. All right, so now let's talk about better ways of doing this. Yeah, so what we want to do is we want to set a variable here that, let's say, is, so we want to say let result equals 0. Okay. Let's go here and we're basically going to say result is equal to number, and we're going to call index, and we're going to say plus 1. Because all we're doing here is the loop already allows us to get up to 41, right? So we know that this is the correct answer. All we want to do is store that correct 41 in result. And then at the end of this loop, we want to just return that result at the end. That's all we're looking to do. Okay, so so I'll give you an example. Okay, let's just do result is index. And here, let's just return result. Let's remove this line. Well, we can keep that line so you can just see how the loop looks. And we're going to run this function, but wrap it in console log. All right, actually, we can do a trick here to make this look really nice. So here we have return result, right? In order to make it, we want to make it look like this. Result is 40. So there's a nice trick we can do in our return. And we can basically say we can return it as an object. So when you print it out, the object is going to look really nice like this, right? And then there's a even nicer shortcut where if you just add in one thing and wrap it up in an object, it's going to automatically set this as the key and use this as a variable for value. So it's going to set the word result as the key and use the value 44 from this. So it's a super cool little hack, and you can use this pretty often. So let's run this, and boom, you can see that result in this case is 40. So now you can see that result is returning pretty much the last value in this entire thing that we get, right? When we print out our indices. So this is like basically saying this is 0, this is 1, this is 2, but we just want to start it off with the 1. So let's go ahead, and all we need to do here to index is we just need to add a 1 to it. And also remember, we need to wrap the index in a string, just like this. Or sorry, not in a string, I'm sorry. Wrap index in a number because it is a string. Okay, so we need to typecast it. Let's run this, and boom, you get result is 41, right? So now phrase, we can change the phrase, right? And again, how many letters is a function that takes in a phrase? So let's extract this argument out now. And instead, we'll put phrase over here, and we'll pass it in the phrase. Okay, so the function itself shouldn't have to worry about the phrase. It should just wait for what the user is going to give it as a phrase. And it says result is 41. Now imagine I change this and I go prompt the user for, write your phrase. Okay, and now let's run this. And now this pop-up happened at the top. So I'm going to write my phrase. I am wearing a nice green shirt. Right? So when we do that, let's go ahead and run this. And I hit OK. And let's see what happens here. Let's hit OK. And right when I hit OK, boom, we got 31. All right, so that phrase has 31 characters. Now here's something sad I'm going to tell you. You can actually replace, there is a method for strings that allows you to calculate the total of, see the length of a string. And that is just dot length, okay? So for example, if we don't need to open up a shell, let's just stay here. So say I have a string here. Okay, let's zoom in so you can see that better. All right, so say I have a string here that is banana. If I just call dot length on this and run this, you notice it'll give me a 6, okay? And let's say banana wants to know your slogan. Dot length, it'll give me back 32. So a dot length is a property on anything that's of type string. You can call anything that's a string, you can call dot length on it, okay? And that returns the final answer. So let me zoom out here, which means I could actually remove my entire code, right? And basically just say the result is phrase.length. Change this whole thing with one line of code, hit run, write your phrase. It's going to say something crazy, and let's see if it can calculate it fast, and it did. And it goes result is 107. Okay, but let's write it in our way, because remember, that's the way you learn how to do it. And right now, it's important for you to manually learn to do these things, because I want you to develop and focus on your skill set. Then once you get better, normally what you would do is, JavaScript string length. You will just Google this, okay, and see if that exists. And you'll Google this and you'll go somewhere and it will say that, let's see, W3 Schools is usually a really good resource. And it's just showing you text, make a text, let it equal to hello world, let length be text.length. And it also allows you to try it yourself. So you could always click that and you could hit run, right? And boom, it says 12 here. And what if I change this to something random, and let's hit run, and you can see it says 38 right over there. Yeah. So this is how you would normally do it in real life. You just Google these things. You don't have to memorize anything. Okay. But right now, I'm just kind of getting used to having you get used to exercises, do them yourself. Okay, now let's build it up and take it up a notch. Okay, so let's make a function that sums things. Okay, that's also going to require loops and arrays. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going to comment this out, and we're going to comment this out. So we're going to go const sum array. It's going to take in some numbers, and we're going to have a result. We're going to say let result equal 0. Okay. And then we're going to have some kind of for loop action going on here. And then we're going to return the result. And let's just do this trick like that we did last time. And something is going to go in the for loop. Okay. Something is going to go inside of the for loop. Oh, sorry. We forgot to put the arrow functions. My bad. Arrows. There we go. And what's going to go inside of this for loop is basically going to be, imagine this, right? Imagine how we would do this manually. So say we have these numbers, or let's say we have these numbers. Okay, this, we know that this should, if we ever have 1, 2, 3, 4, we know that this should equal to 10. Now, how are we going to actually sum this up in normal life? What would our pattern be? Well, I probably have some variable, let's just call it result, and I would set it to 0 in the start, or I might set it to whatever this number is right over here. Okay, so you could do either or, but let's just start it with being a 0. Okay, so it starts off being a 0. Then what we do is we loop through and and the result becomes 1. Then we loop through again and we do 1 plus 2, and then result becomes 3. Then we loop through again and we already have this 3 here. So we add 3 to this 3 right here. So we add this to that and we get result is equal to 6. And then we add 4 to that and we get 10. So that's how we would do it kind of as a human being if we were to do it like manually and do it with each step. And that's how we're going to do it with our computer. We're just going to have it loop through and keep adding these numbers. Okay, so let's go ahead and now write that loop. So again, try to give this a try and see if you can do this yourself. Okay, because what you've learned so far, you should be able to come very close to solving this. So take 5 seconds to do it, and also pause my video in these 5 seconds to try it yourself. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's get back to it. So here we go. I'm gonna say for const number of numbers. All right, and let's just console log number, and let's call our function console sum array. Okay, and let's give it an array. So we're gonna give it this array of it's gonna be called nums. Okay, let's comment out all of this because we don't need that. And let's pass our sum array nums, and let's just run this. Okay, so we get back 1, 2, 3, 4 because it's looping through and printing number out each time. So if I give it an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, it goes, okay, number is 1 the first time, print it out. Number is 2 the second time, print it out. Number is 3 the third time, print it out, so on and so forth. All right, so it's printing this out. Result is still saying 0. So now what we need to do is we need to increment our result. So let's go ahead and do that now. Okay, so again, try to give this a try. And now we're going to do this. So all I'm going to say is I'm going to say result, and I'm going to say result plus, and we're going to do whatever is the new number that I'm getting. Okay, and let's just see if this works. And I'm going to hit run. And it says result is 10. Interesting. Did that really work? Well, let's try it and let's add 5 to this array, and let's see if that works. And I'm going to hit run, and we should get 15, and boom, result is 15. Beautiful. Okay, so let's see how this is happening. What is going on? All right, so let's do something to visualize this code and see exactly how this works. So I'm going to copy this. Let's go over to pythontutor.com. All right, and then hit enter. Once you're in pythontutor.com, you're going to go to related services where it says JavaScript tutor, okay, and click that. This website is awesome. So paste your code, and just for simplicity's sake, I'm going to remove any console log because we don't really need that. It's going to help us visualize, so there's going to be no need for that. And we don't need any comments either. It's not necessary for you to remove it, but I'm just going to remove that for simplicity's sake. Then hit this big button here that says visualize execution. So let's click it. Okay, perfect. All right. Now, on the left-hand side is going to be our code. On the right-hand side is going to be visualizing exactly how this code is running. Very important to notice. Also, this red arrow means the next line to execute. So which is the next line of code is going to execute. Okay, so it's already telling us that this is going to be, when I hit run or when I hit next to step through this, this is the line of code that the computer is going to run. And we're just going to go through step by step and see exactly which line runs exactly when. And green arrow will mean the line that was just previously executed. Cool. So this is our function. Let's walk through this. All right. So let's go ahead and hit next. Okay. So now it sees we have a function called sumArray, and boom, it's like, okay, I got you. There it is. There it is. I see it. Let's hit next again. Now it's on const nums, as you can see right here, right? So this is the line that's about to execute next. So let's hit next. And it goes, okay, I see that there is a variable called nums and it's inside of this array, okay? Or it's this array right here. It refers to this array. And this is a global frame because this is, these are all variables that are outside of this function. So these are accessible from anywhere and from everywhere, okay? And we'll talk more about scope in the upcoming videos. Now, next line it's going to execute is it's going to call this function sumArray with the argument nums. Okay, and then our entire function is going to start running. So let's hit next. Cool. So now we're inside of our function and the first line of our function is just about to run. So the first line is going to be what result is. Cool. So let's, right now result is undefined. Okay, but once this line runs here, result is going to have a value. So let's hit next and boom, result is now set to 0. Now, okay, so this green is just showing you the last line that ran. Now the red is showing you that we're about to start running our for loop. And we're just going to be teeter-tottering in between this line, the for loop line, line 4 and line 5, and line 4 and line 5, and line 4 and line 5 until the entire loop is done. Then we're going to go to this line here and return the result at the end. Okay, and again, remember, you know, we're going to touch base on scope. But if you put things in the wrong scope, wrong things will happen. For example, if you put this result inside of these squigglies here, right? This is just going to keep returning every single result, but that's not what we want. We want to return the results after this entire for loop is done, right? And then we want to return this result. Okay, so let's run through this and see what happens. Okay, so right now it doesn't know what number is either, okay? But it does know what results is 0. And it also knows that numbers refers to this array right here. Okay, let's hit next. Okay, boom. Boom, boom. All right, there we go. And now it says number is 1. Perfect. That's exactly what we wanted, right? Number is 1 because the first time we're going through the array, right? It's a 1. That's where the number is coming from. Now, let's see what it's going to do to result. So watch what's going to happen. It's going to do, result's going to be 1 this time. So it's going to do 1 plus, or sorry, result is 0 right now. So it's going to do 0 plus the number 1. Okay, let's try that. And now you can see result is 1. Let's do it again. Now number is 2. So 2 plus 1, result is going to be 3. Okay. 3 plus 3, result is going to be 6. 6 plus 4, result is going to be 10. Okay, and notice how it was just like boom, 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 boom. It's just these lines running over and over again, right? And now the result is 15. Now the loop ends because there are no more numbers to loop through. And we go to result. Result is 15. And then we return the result at the end, return value, right? And the return value here in this case is this object. It was of type object, and it says result is equal to 15. Okay. So there you have it, a full visualization of a for loop, exactly how it works and what is happening. And hopefully that clarifies things for you a lot further. So I want you to try something. Try writing this function, sumArray, by yourself from scratch. And I know we just did the answer, but I want you to give it a try without referring to this and see if you could create this function by yourself. And if you could, that would be fantastic. And just give it a shot, right? And if you could get this working, see, that would be absolutely amazing. And then check back with this and see how far you got. All right, let's do some more exercises with loops, arrays, objects, whatever, right? Because this is going to make you so much better. So let's make a function called max. So let's do const, let's say find max. Okay, or you could call it max as well. And it's going to take in numbers, and it's going to have, let's say, const result, and then it's going to return the result. Okay, and then we're going to have some loop stuff happen here. Okay, some loop stuff. And here's how the algorithm is going to work. Okay, imagine we have an array of, let's just say 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 5. Okay, imagine we have this array right here. And let's just put commas here because that's how the array would look. Have these commas. And what we're going to do is we're initially going to set result to 1. And then we're going to loop through and we're going to say, hey, is 2 greater than 1? Check these. If it is, then result set it to 2. Okay. Then loop again. All right. Is 3 greater than 2? If it is, then set result to this. Then check between these two numbers. If 4 is greater, set 4. If 5 is greater, set 5. And then once the loop is done, it's going to return the biggest number. Okay. And now imagine if, you know, in let's say there was a case where we had a 1 here. Okay, let's see if it would work, if that same algorithm would work there. Okay, set 1 to the biggest number, set 1 to result. Okay, great. Now check between these two. Is 2 greater? Yes, then make 2 the result. Okay, then check between these. Is 3 greater? Okay, make 3 the result. Check between these. Is 4 greater? Okay, make 4 the result. Check between these. Is 1 greater? No. Then don't make 1 the result. Keep 4 the result, right? And then that's how we end up with 4. So that's kind of the algorithm that we would do. Okay, now we just have to code it up. So we're basically going to say set result not to 0. Okay, because imagine, what if you had an array with only negative numbers in it? Well, then 0 would be the biggest number. So that's a common trap. Do not set result to 0. We're going to instead say results is the first item of this array. Okay, we're assuming we're getting back an array, or we're getting an array here. Okay. And then we're going to say is loop. So we're going to say, we're going to write a for of loop, const number of numbers. And basically we're going to say if number is greater than result, in that case, what do we want to do? We want to set result to that number that we just found. And at the end, when we're done with this loop, we just simply return the result. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this a try. And let's comment out anything else that we might have running. Okay, we don't have anything else running, so we do. So let's comment out these lines right here. Okay, and let's just go console log, and I'm going to say max, and let's give it numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And let's see what it returns as the max. Yeah, so this is not a const. Let's make this a let, because we are going to be changing result. Okay, so this error is saying assignment to constant variable. So all it's saying is, hey, you cannot redefine a constant. So that's why I'm changing it to a let. Now you can redefine it right here, and we should be good. And let's do that trick again. Let's return result as an object, so it looks nice when we print it. And you can see result is 5. Now imagine we have 1, 2, 1, 2. So the max in this array is what? It's the 4. So let's see if it gives us a 4. Yes, it does. Beautiful. Look at that. Let's go 20 now. And 10. And let's see if that works. Beautiful. And now let's make this array. Now let's make this massive, right? Like let's just let's take this right here and let's just paste a couple of times and run it. And look at that. It says result is 20. And if I make this a 3 over here and run it, boom, result is 30. I mean, it will find it. Wherever the max is, it will find that max, right? So this is a really nice function that we have created. Now, let's keep building on this, okay? So this is all going to be making sense, and trust me, this is going to be so important for you once you start getting to building projects and doing those types of exercises. You're going to wish that you spent the time to learn this, because this is going to be a complete game changer for you. All right, so our max function is done. Let's work on a different function now. And what this function will do is it will calculate frequency. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that. So we're going to set const frequency. Okay, it's going to take in, let's say, a phrase that somebody will say. And it'll tell you how many times that phrase that letter occurs, okay? So let's just say letter frequency. Okay, so what does that mean? So say I said, haha, here's what it should return. Okay, so if I call the function letter frequency on the word haha, here's what it should return. It should return an object, and the object should say H occurs twice and A occurs twice. That's what it should return. So how do we create this function so it does that? If you want to give it a try, you can. This will be hard because you'll need to use your object knowledge as well that we put together a while ago. But this will be using, summing up numbers, looping through things, iterating, and all kinds of stuff like that. And so incrementing variables. So it's going to be a tough one if you try to solve it yourself, but you should give this a try right about now. And we'll continue in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's continue. So I have letter frequency. How do I determine this? Okay, let's figure it out together. First, let's just go ahead and call this function. So we're just going to say letter frequency, and we're going to give it that phrase, haha, like this. And let's console log that phrase. Let's delete that line, and let's just make sure that this letter frequency is running. Okay, haha is showing up perfect. Now, what do we want to do? We're getting haha. Well, we need to actually start writing a for loop that will start going through all of those letters because that's going to be important. Okay, so let's go ahead and write a for loop. So I'm going to say for letter, const letter of phrase. And let's just go console log, and we're just going to console log each letter. And let's see what we get. And we get H-A-H-A. Okay, great. Now, this is where objects are going to start becoming very, very handy because, key value pairs are going to be absolutely clutch for this. Arrays are not a good solution for this, okay? But like objects are. Objects are also great for storing, information in your phone book. Like on my iPhone, when I'm going through, that is being stored in an object. Okay, that's why I have, my name, I can look up somebody by their name, their phone number, etc. And objects are great for that. So we're going to go and look at something in the console, okay? And that's going to make our lives a lot easier. So say if we have something called word, and this word has, let's actually call it frequency, right? Or freak. And let's say this frequency has that the H is once, and that's it. Okay, so it has one H in there. Now, if we have a word like haha or whatever, right? Or if we want to just check, is H inside of the frequency? We're actually able to check that. And it goes, yes, H actually exists. Because it can, if you do H in frequency, what it does is it looks for H as a key and searches all the keys inside of an object. Okay, so it goes, yes, H exists. And if I go, because of the word haha, does A exist in frequency? And when I look, it says, no, that A does not exist. That's actually false. So using this, we're actually able to see if we've already stored something in our object or not. Because the way that we want to do this is we want to go and say, okay, so say we have the word haha. Then I want to have a object. I'll just write it out here. And it should loop through. And in the first loop, it should notice that there's a letter H. So as soon as I notice the letter H, I make a key for H. All right. And because I know it showed up once, I set it to 1. So I go, that key is equal, and it has a value of 1. Now, then I loop through that the word again. And this time I see that we have A. Okay, perfect. Well, have I seen A before? No, I haven't. So then I set A to 1. And so far, so good. Okay, then we loop through the third time and I see H again. Well, I've already seen this before. So what do I do? If I've seen this before, am I going to go ahead and make another H and then set that to 1? You can't do that because in objects, you can't have the same key repeating twice. So we have this key here and this key here. So what will happen instead is we will end up overwriting this key and just do H as 1. And that's what it was in the first place, but that's not the result we want. We actually want to increment this key right here, this H1, right? So we want to increment this 1 by doing +1 and making it a 2. So how do we do that? Well, what we do is we go, hey, does H already exist? And we do this little checker here, right there. And if it says, yes, H already exists, then we go to H and add 1 to its value. So it goes, okay, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to do that. So we go to this, and this becomes a 2, right? And then we go to the 4th letter in haha, and we do the same thing. And we go, hey, does A actually exist in frequency? And in this case, it's supposed to be a true. And it goes, yes, A does exist. And so if that's true, we then go, okay, find the existing A, find its value, and increment its value by 1. And then we get 2. Oh, okay, so that's how that works. That's how that works. So let's go ahead and basically say that algorithm, but in code this time. So first, we're going to make a frequency object. And that's going to store all the memory / all the data of what it has seen so far. Okay, so make a frequency object. Okay, it's going to be called frequency, kind of like we did here. Okay, but in the start, it's just going to be empty. It's going to be an empty object. Then we obviously loop through all the letters of the phrase, and we check if that letter that we found in phrase, does that already exist in frequency? So check if letter exists in frequency. So you make sure to, we're kind of writing pseudocode right now because we're just writing it kind of like code, but in English. And then later you just turn it into code and then you're done. So if we check if the letter exists in frequency. Okay, what next? Well, if it exists, remember, if it exists, we're going to increment by 1. Otherwise, we set it to 1. So let's write that. Check if letter exists in frequency. If it exists, so this is going to be indented because this is going to be nested inside of this if condition. And we're going to say if it exists, well then increment the value by 1. Otherwise, set the value to 1. Okay, that's essentially all we're doing. And so now take some time to see if you can actually write this as code. And then obviously at the end, we're just going to return that frequency that we created. Okay, so we're going to return that frequency. So let frequency equal an empty object. So see if you could code up the rest of this. Okay, take maybe a minute or 5 minutes or whatever. And even if it takes you 20 minutes, it's totally fine because this is normal. Okay, you're not supposed to get it this fast. This is supposed to take you a lot of time. But take some time. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try it on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do it together now. Check if the letter exists. So I'm going to say, how do I check? Well, I just check by doing letter in frequency. Okay, does that letter exist in frequency? This will evaluate to true or if false. That's it. I'm going to say if letter is in frequency, then do the following. Okay, then we're going to say increment the value by +1. So how do we do that? Let's do that right now. We're just going to say frequency of that letter. So we're creating a new key on the fly. And we're going to say equal to whatever it was before +1. Okay, so it's like whatever frequency of the letter previously was, just like incremented by 1. Okay, if it doesn't exist, which is the only other scenario, then what we can actually say is we can go and say, hey, set the frequency of that letter to 1. That's it. And then we just return that frequency. Okay, so let's try it on this word haha and see what we get. And look at that. We get H is 2 and A is 2. That's crazy, right? Like we just coded that up from scratch and it works so nicely. And let's try lol, what are you doing later tonight? Lol, haha. Okay, let's run this. and it just runs through every single letter right here. And it says L happens about 5 times. Is that true? Let's see. L, 2, so 1, 2. And then we got 3, 4, 5. Yep, so that looks like it happens 5 times. And it says how many times O happens, and it says how many times a comma happens, how many spaces there are. And it just shows you the whole freaking thing, right? So frequency is working as expected. Now, one thing I'm going to show you is called, these are incremental operators. Okay, at least that's what I call them. And they are plus plus, minus minus, plus equals, okay, plus equals 1. And so these are incremental operators. They're really, really helpful and make everything shorter. So for example, this over here, you won't ever see it written like this. If somebody's coding this up, they're going to write this like this. Okay, so it's going to say plus equal 1. So plus equal 1 is the same thing as frequency letter is equal to frequency letter plus 1. So these two are equal, and I just want you to kind of get used to seeing them. Okay, and we can go and change some of our stuff above as well. So like where it says result equals result plus number, right? How could we change this here? Try it on your own. Take about 5 seconds, and this you should be able to do in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You could change this with a plus equal. All right, incrementing it like that. Okay, and if you're incrementing something by 1, here's the cool thing. You could also just do frequency plus plus. And this just means that you're incrementing frequency by 1. So let me try hitting run. You can see that this works, right? You can hit run on this, and you can see that this also works and gets the same result. And we can, or you can go back to the oldest one and see we get the same result. So it's a matter of preference. You never want to write it the long way. You won't ever see it written the long way. And you could write it in between these two ways. So you could go plus equals 1, or you could go plus plus. Either work. Okay, so I just thought you should know those. You could also go minus minus, and that will like decrement it. Okay, and so I'll just leave this as plus equals 1 for you, just so you can wrap your mind around this and get used to seeing it. Okay, so these are incremental operators. They're very, very useful and very commonly used. Now I'm going to remove all these comments, or I can just leave them here because this might kind of hurt your brain a little bit. How's this frequency thing working? So I'm going to leave that here for you. All right, now let's just keep building on this, and let's keep taking it a step further. So now instead of letter frequency, let's improve our skills and do something called word frequency. Okay, so we're going to build a new one. I'm going to say const word frequency, and see if you can try to challenge yourself to take a stab at this phrase. And then we're going to run this function. Okay, and we're going to do the similar type of approach. We're going to create frequency here as an empty object, and we're going to return frequency at the end. All right. And inside of here, we're going to do our coding. Okay. And this is where we're going to be doing our logic. Now, here's the one interesting part here. I'm going to comment this out. Obviously, let's comment that out. Let's go ahead and console log word frequency to make sure it's running. And let's give it a phrase. The phrase is lol, what is going on? Lol, what? Lol. Let's just say that. Okay. LOL, what? LOL. So we know that if we run that, here's what we should get. So if I run this function, so let's have an example. And this is also really good for documentation, because by looking at this, people can know how to call your function and then what your function actually returns at the end. So I'm going to say word frequency. And if I call this function with this phrase, lol, what? Lol, it will return the following. It'll say LOL occurs twice, and what occurs one time. Okay, just like that. And this is what it should return. So how do we make it so it does that? Well, I have to teach you a couple of things for this. So say I have a phrase, and let's go phrase is equal to LOL, what LOL. So what we would really love for to happen is, imagine we had an array and it had things like this. That'd be really nice, because if we loop through something like that, right, in an array, it would just loop through the words, and we want to loop through the words instead of letters. That's the only difference here between last exercise and this exercise. Okay, so then the question is, how do we get it into an array so we can loop through it? Because if you try to loop through it in a string, watch what's going to happen. Okay, so if you try to loop through in a string, it's going to loop through and print out every single letter from here. So let's try to write a loop and loop through this. So I'm going to say for letter in phrase console log letter. Okay, and we're going to hit enter. We're going to close the parentheses and run this, right? And it's just going to, oh, sorry, not in. Let's run that loop again and say of. And it's just going to print out every single letter. Well, that's going to be confusing because it's going to count letters for us. And instead what we want to do is we want to count words, entire words, right? And words in this case are separated by what? What's a common thing all of these words are separated by? I'll give you a hint. They're separated by these spaces, okay? So we can do something cool in JavaScript. We can turn this into an array. And if we turn this into an array, so let's say I give you phrase, and if I call this method got split on it, it's a string method, and I say split it by spaces, and I hit enter, watch what it's going to do. It's going to turn that into an array, and now that array very clearly has 3 items. And if I loop through these items, watch what's going to happen. So I'm just going to call it array, okay, and then let's just loop through this. So for word in array, console.log word. I'm sorry, I'm just used to Python. So it's for of. So for word of array, yeah, lol, what lol. So look at that. I'm actually looping through the words in that array, and I can now in my object see if this word exists. And if it does exist, then I can increment it by 1. And if it doesn't exist, then I can just set it to 1. So it's the same exact thing, but just with words this time. And all you have to do is turn it into an array of words, and then you're good. So let's give it a try now. What we know. So we're going to, once we get our phrase, okay, what's the first thing we're going to do to it? What's the first thing we're going to do to that phrase to turn it into an array? We're going to do phrase dot split. Yeah, this is going to turn it into an array. But we need it to be separated by what? It's separated by spaces in this case, okay? So boom, this is going to give us what we need. So now let's go ahead and let's just call this words, okay? And now let's console log these words and hit run and watch what happens. Now I hit run and watch. I got lol what lol. Okay. If I have hello here and I run it, lol what lol hello. Yeah. So now it's doing what we want it to do. Now the algorithm is going to be pretty much the same as letter frequency. Very, very similar to that. So we're going to basically use like a similar formula, okay, that we did here. So we're going to say we're already creating that frequency object there, yeah? And then we are returning it. That's good. So we're doing that here too. We're creating it and we're returning it. So that's good. And we're going to do the same thing. So we're going to say for const word of words. Okay, let's just console log the words for now. And let's just see what it's console logging. So let's run it. And you can see that it goes lol what lol. Perfect. Just every word. And we're going to do the same thing. Check if it exists in the frequency. If word in frequency. Then we're going to say, we're going to increment it by 1. So we're going to go frequency word plus equals 1. Else frequency word, set it to 1. And at the end, return frequency. So let's try this. And boom, look at that. LOL is twice. What is 1 time? And it's already working, right? That's crazy. So let's go yo, 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 and let's run it. And here we're going to see that yo is coming out 3 times, lol is coming out 2 times, and what is coming out 1 time. So, I mean, this is so cool. We just made it, but there's something we can do to make it even better. I want you to notice the similarities between this and the letter frequency thing that we wrote, yeah? And instead of calling it letter frequency, let's just call it, actually, let's leave it as letter frequency. That's fine. But they're very similar, right? The code here is very, very similar to the code we have here. For example, we're creating a frequency object. We're creating a frequency object. We're returning frequency. We're returning frequency, right? We have a loop that we go through. We have a loop that we go through. If it's detected in the frequency, incremented by 1. If it's detected in frequency, incremented by 1. If it's not detected, set it to 1. If it's not detected, set it to 1. My gosh, there must be something we could do because it looks pretty much like the same exact thing. And watch, there's something brilliant that we can do. So we can actually delete this entire for loop. Let's get rid of this console log. We can delete this. Let's get rid of this return here. Let's get rid of this frequency here. And the only new thing we need in this is we just need to split it by spaces to break it into words, right? And let's go const words. Sorry, I keep forgetting the const sometimes. And all we do here, okay, and this is going to be so beautiful, is we call our letter frequency function that we created earlier, and we just pass it words. And then it'll know what to do with it. So it goes in here, and then it has instructions for what we need to do, right? And all we need to do here is just say return. So let's try running this. And look at that, you guys. We are getting the same exact answer, and it is completely correct. Yo is 3 times, what is once, LOL is 2 times. Okay. Now, if this is not blowing your mind, think about it like this. When you go to Google, right, and you type in Kanye West, and it starts auto-completing, it's using the same thing because it knows what are the things that are being searched frequently. And because it knows their frequency, it's showing them here. So for example, maybe this search over here, right, this Kanye West runway, that might be done, let's say 10 times. Kanye West net worth might be done 5 times. Kanye West girlfriend might be searched 3 times. Okay, it's just an object. And then Google is sorting it and showing you based on the ones that were the most frequent. That's the really cool part. And this is why, once you learn this here, all you need to do is be able to attach a front end like this, and boom, your apps are going to be absolutely amazing and mind-blowing. So let's try this now, okay? Let's try our own function with different inputs. So we're going to say const user input is prompt, write your sentence, right? And we're going to replace this with whatever the user types in. So we're going to say user input here and call this. And yeah, let's go ahead and run it. Write your sentence. And we're just going to say Kanye West has great music, but West Side is greater than East Side. Yeah, because I live on the West Coast in California, and then you got all these people in New York, and I like that my time gets back. I get my 3 hours back when I come to California instead of losing my 3 hours when I go to New York. So if you're in New York and you want to earn 3 hours back of your life forever, come to California. So let's try this. Yeah, and probably the only thing that occurs twice is West, I imagine. Okay. And then let's just write Kanye is also the GOAT. The GOAT. That's not going to work. The GOAT. Okay, let's say the GOAT. And let's hit OK and run it. And it came back. All right. And it broke it down. And you can see it did a full breakdown of every single word. Kanye is 2. West is 2. Has is 1. Great is 1. Music is 1. Bud is 1. Side is 1. Is 2. And the GOAT is 2. The is 2. And it did it all so fast and so quick. All right. So we did a lot of challenges and exercises. And if you want to deep dive and do like a full-on boot camp and master arrays and objects, then I recommend you deep dive into exercises, okay, where we'll have additional exercises for you. And Lance, he's going to be your boot camp instructor for those. Okay, so if you want to become like a legend, he's going to help you turn into a black belt. My job is to take you from white belt, turning you into a blue belt. He will do that. So if you want to, for example, you know, because I'm going to move on to different topics now, but if you want to just keep exercising this, you can do that. You can do that by going into, say, this exercises folder on the left-hand side. By the time you're watching this tutorial, we'll have a bunch of more exercises. Right now, we have this one here that says convert hours to seconds. You click that, okay? And then Lance has this exercise prepared for you. There's a REPL that you'll have to copy, okay, and paste in your URLs. And you'll be able to fork this and be able to code it on your own. So this is the REPL that Lance has created. And if you want to be able to do it on your own, hit fork at the top, okay? And then you can actually run this REPL, okay? And you can write your code here, and you could write your solution here, okay? And what Lance will also be doing with some of these exercises, he'll also have a link at the top with a Loom video where you'll be able to click and watch his video explaining that exercise, explaining that project in detail as well. Okay, so think of him as a solid, boot camp instructor that just like kind of dives deep in with you. All right, so those are going to be the extra resources available to you. With that said, you're doing amazing. Pat yourself on the back. I mean, wow, you're doing an excellent job so far by being here. You're putting in the work. You're putting in the effort. I mean, you could be doing so many things. You could be playing with your kids right now. You could be outside hanging out with your friends. You know, you probably got off of work and you're putting in that time to learn this. I mean, that's huge dedication. You're taking time away from all this other stuff you could be doing and doing this. And now, granted, coding is a lot of fun. But if you're in this stage, I know you're doing it for learning. And I tip my proverbial hat to you. Huge props for making it this far. With that said, let's keep on rocking and rolling. All right, now we're going to move on to something really fun. They're called higher order functions. Don't let the name confuse you or freak you out. They're very, very easy. I swear, once you see them a couple of times, pattern recognition, baby. And then it's so fast. It's so easy. So let's get to it. So there are a couple of higher order functions I'm going to show you. Okay, so higher order functions, and I'm going to show you map, and I will show you filter. Map is like one of the most important things that you should use. I'll also show you reduce. Okay, and map will make your life so much easier. Like you'll be using map so much, and then you'll also use filter a lot when you're writing JavaScript code. So let's go ahead and comment out these lines here because we don't need them right now. And let's just get started. Okay, so we want to let's start with doing some of these functions again, but instead we're actually going to use map. So let's say we want to double our numbers, right? Any number that we give it. Watch how easy it is. So say I have an array. I can loop through this, using .map, and I can say map and give me a number. And for each number, I'm just going to console.log it. So watch what happens. Let's run this. And boom, there I have my loop. Like, look at how clean it is. It's just one line, right? No blocks of code, no weird squigglies or anything like that. And what I'm saying is map through this. I mean, literally think of it like loop through this. Like, it's literally like dot loop. And then each variable, we'll just call it number. So like this will be a variable called number, then this will be number, and this will be number. And each time what I want you to do is just print it out. So I'm returning this right away. But if you wanted to write a full function here, you could just do this. Put open, close squigglies and like write whatever you want here. Okay, you could write multiple lines here. And when I run this, you'd see it's like 1, haha, 2, haha, 3, haha, 4, haha, like so on and so forth. So let's remove this now. We're doing an implicit return by not having a squiggly braces here. We don't even need to say return. It's automatically returning it. Okay, now I want you to take a look at this. How could we double all of these numbers here? Watch how easy it is. I could just say number times 2 and watch what happens. So let's just go let result is equal to that, and we'll console log result. Okay, let's run this. And look at that, you guys. Like, that is so clean. That is so nice. I mean, it is the easiest thing, right, in the world. And it just, boom, 2, 4, 6, 8. And all I did is I just said number and multiply that by 2. Now, here's also what's cool about map. So whenever you have to write loops, pretty much just forget about them and you'll be using maps like most of the times in JavaScript, most of the times. And what's cool about map is it's also returning to you an array. Okay, so map returns. So it loops and returns an array. So remember when you had to like make this result thing? So for example, when we were doubling our numbers, right, we had to make this result and this temporary array, then we had to loop through and push to that array and then return that array. Well, what's amazing about map is it's already doing that. It just goes through and doubles it and it's automatically pushing it to an array, right? And then it's returning that array at the end. So that's what makes map so freaking awesome. And all of our like code that we have written before, we could just like replace it, right? So let's rewrite our double function. So let's say const double map, and it takes in numbers. Okay, and what this does is it will take numbers. So we'll do return numbers dot map, and for each number, just multiply it by 2. Okay, so that's it. That's our entire function. So compare this double here with how many lines of code to this double here with 1 line of code. This is so much cleaner, right? So let's delete that and let's try running double map and give it an array. We'll say 1, 2, 3, and we should get 2, 4, 6. Boom, look at that. We got an array of 2, 4, 6. So this is a much nicer way of writing it. So I try turning some of these, okay, for example, you know, some of these functions into using map or using filter and see if you could do that. All right, now what I'm going to do is before we get into the exercises, and remember for exercises, if you need exercises, there'll be an exercises folder for you. Me or Lance will put together these exercises for you, and you can always kind of access them from here and exercises, okay? And by the time you look at this, it'll be much more fleshed out. So I showed you an example of how to use map. So this is map. All right, now I'm going to show you how to use filter. Okay, that's another important one. So say you have numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, in order to be able to go through these numbers, I mean, and let's say I want you to only give me numbers that are greater than 3. How are you going to do that right now? Let's create our own filter. So we're going to say const filter, and it takes in numbers, and it takes in a filter number as well. So like should be greater than or something like this. Okay. So we have to give it a few things. We need to give it numbers, and we need to give it like it should be greater than 4 or greater than 5 or greater than 3, something like that. And then how will it work? Well, we will need to have an empty array to start off with. And then what we need to do is go, hey, is 1 greater than this number here? And if 1 is greater than this, then throw it in that bucket. But if it's not, let's say we chose 3 to be our number here. So 1 is not greater than 3, right? So then it shouldn't do anything with it and cross it off. Then we go here. Is 2 greater than 3? Nope. Is 3 greater than 3? Nope. Is 4 greater than 3? Yes. So then you get 4. Is 5 greater than 3? Then you get yes. Is 6 greater than 3? Yes. Right? So you pop those numbers in there, but besides those, you don't. So then you get this filtered array. Okay, so if you run filter, and let's say we give it numbers. Let's say we give it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then we say it has to be greater than 3. Well, then what should filter return? It should return 4, 5, 6. That's what it should return. So see if you could write this function on your own. Okay, so I'm going to give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try giving this a shot on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this function together. So I have filter here. Now, what we can do is we have our numbers. We have what it needs to be greater than. So we're going to start off with an empty array. So we're going to say result equal that empty array. Let's actually write our for loop first. So let's return the result and let's write our for loop. So we're going to say for const number of numbers. I want you to do the following. If number is greater than this number, then we're going to do result.push number, and then we're going to return that array at the end. All right, so let's give that a try now. So we're going to do console.log, and we're going to call our function filter. We're going to give it an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right? And then put a comma here, and let's give it another argument, and the greater than number will be 3. So let's format our code and let's run it. All right, and then filter worked. So it gave us greater than 4, 5, and 6. So here we've kind of created our own filter. This is like a manual way of making a filter, and it's all right. It does an okay job. If we need, for example, let's say we give it a 2. Well, then it should give us numbers 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's run it. So now it's only looking for numbers greater than 2. So boom, it works. But let's use the dot filter method. And dot filter is an array method that we can actually use, and it makes our life a lot easier. Okay. So watch this. What we can do is, let's comment this out right now, and I can actually go and create nums. Okay, so let's say we create nums 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and let's filter through this. So let's say nums.filter, and I'm gonna say for each num, return to me, make sure num is greater than 6. All right, let's console log this, and here's the cool thing about filter. Okay, filter returns an array. All right, that's the cool thing about filter. So if I go back to filter here, it loops and returns an array with matching conditions. So that's the difference between map and filter. Map will return the exact thing, and filter will loop and return an array with matching conditions. All right, so let's give this a try, and let's console log this, and let's run it. Nothing is greater than 6, so that's why we got nothing back. Let's try 3. Boom, 4, 5, 6. Let's try greater than or equal to this. So if we do greater than or equal to, then how many items should we get back? Take a guess. All right, if you said 4, good job. That's right, it is 4. Great work on that. But it will return 4 because it'll be 4, 5, and 6 because they're greater, and this is equal. Greater than or equal to. So let's run it. One other thing with conditionals that you should know about is operation called and. All right, so the and logic is really important for you to learn. So let's go ahead and let's just practice this here. But if you have true or false, watch what happens. If you have these statements like this, right? If you have true statement or a false statement, you can have, so if you have this will return a true. And how you write an or is like this in JavaScript. So if you do true or false, it's going to give you a true. If you do true and false, you're going to get back a false. All right, so these things are important for you to know. They're logic tables. And I think it's much better for you to just understand them by example. Because if I tell you logic tables, you're going to be like, oh my God, logic tables, what is that? Well, it's a lot simpler than you think. So for example, say I want numbers greater than 4. So I want numbers greater than 4, but I also want numbers that are less than 3 or less than 2, let's say. How can I say that statement? Well, I can say it like this. Let's go or. And now if I run it, it's going to notice that it gave me a 5 and a 6. So those match the conditions. And it gave me a 1 because 1 also matched the condition. So anything that's an or statement, here's the cool thing about or. It needs to match this or this. It just needs to match one of them. And if it's the case, then it'll automatically be true. Just needs to match one of them. But if you said and, right? If you put an and here, logical and like this, it won't show anything. You know why? Because nothing matches that. Nothing is greater. There's no number that's greater than 5 and 6 and less than 2 at the same time. This wants both to be true at the same exact time. So here we want to put an or. Examples of these could be like, let's say a user is authenticated, right, in an app, and then user is a premium member, you know, or like, and user is paying member. So then you want something to happen, right? So you can go if, then you want to run some like piece of code that let's just say does something. Okay, so if user is, and then like code goes here. So if user is authenticated and user is a paying member, then do the following. So this is an example. So if this evaluates to true and this evaluates to true, that's the only time this code is going to run. But let's say the user is not a paying member and this is false, then, you know, for example, let's make an example here. Let's say you're a YouTube user, right? And you have YouTube Premium. So if you have YouTube Premium, then I show you no ads. So if you're authenticated, logged in, and you're a paying member, then I show you no ads. Otherwise, what I do, show you ads. So that's the nice part about this and thing. So if I can even make it like this, right? Equal true, and this is equal to true. So that would be like more verbose way of saying it, but this is why this chaining kind of comes in. But then like doing the same YouTube example, maybe let's just say that, let's remove the ads. Like let's say the YouTube app deciding when to show you the videos. So if I go to YouTube, oh, I can't go to YouTube right now because I'm in focus mode. So you're just gonna have to imagine that we're in YouTube because I'm a human being, right? Like I'm sometimes making these courses for you and these exercises for you. And then I get distracted, spend a bunch of time watching YouTube. And it's just a waste of time, right? And I end up not making this course material for you. So I have to stop myself and block my own YouTube. So there you go. That's what you saw. I blocked my own YouTube and this is what my current focus is. So let's just go back because I don't want to fall down the YouTube rabbit hole. But just imagine in your mind's eye, right? What happens if you're authenticated? We might want to relax the statement and put an or here. Why? You know, show YouTube videos. So whether the YouTube user is authenticated or whether the user is a paying member, in either case, they still get to see YouTube videos regardless. But let's just say you might have to be logged in. Okay, so that's why the or. So the or creates relaxing conditions, easier to match, and creates these strict conditions that are like the strict disciplinarian father. Okay, so use them accordingly. They both have their own use cases, but they're very important to understand, like the and the ors. Okay, and they come up quite often. So here, I can using this, I can find numbers below a certain thing and numbers less than. Okay, all right. So let's make this example a little bit better. Okay, oops, did not mean to do that. Cool. Let's go back down. All right, let's make this example a little bit better. So what can we do with this? Okay, so say we create an array of objects. So this is where it's going to start getting really cool because in reality, you're always dealing with, or a lot of the times you're dealing with array of objects when you're using an API or whatever. And I'll show you what it looks like. So say you have actors, right? And you want to have actors with their net worths, and then you want to filter based on their net worth. So only show you like the richest actors versus like the actors that might not be that rich. Yeah. So let's say we create an array. Yeah. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to create this array. And then inside of this array, we're going to create an object, and we're going to create a name, and let's say Johnny, short for Johnny Depp. And then we're going to give Johnny Depp a net worth of whatever that is. Let's say Amber, net worth of 10. And then let's create Leonardo with a huge net worth of whatever that is, 100 million. Cool. So we have an array of objects. Okay. So when you have an array of objects, what you can do through it is you can loop through it kind of in like a normal way if you wanted to, but I'm just going to go and show you how to make that filter example that we're talking about. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say actors.filter, and I'm going to filter them, and I'm going to grab each actor and I'm going to filter them based on their net worth, anywhere where their net worth is greater than 10. So if it's greater than 10, show me those actors. So guess which actors it's going to show me. Can you take a guess? I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You're absolutely right. It's only going to show me Johnny and Leonardo. It's not going to show me Amber, because after that lawsuit, she ain't got no money left, right? So let's hit run on this, and we see Leonardo and we see Johnny, and we do not see Amber, right? Let's go ahead and comment this out, and I'll also delete this line here because we don't need that anymore. So let's run this again, and you can see that I have Johnny and Leonardo right here. So you can see how powerful filtering is, right? Like it is able to go through an array of objects, and it's able to filter based on the net worth. And then based on that, it's creating a new array of objects, and it's only returning the objects that have a net worth of greater than 10. And we can keep taking this further. Now, what I want to show you is we can not just keep everything in console logs, right? But we can also put things to the DOM. So we're going to get a lot more into DOM elements later, but right now let's just do a little sneak preview. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say playground.inner HTML, and we're going to now output this stuff to an HTML. Okay, so I'm going to say inner.html, and I'm just going to say Leonardo. Okay, let's start with this and end the H1 tag. Perfect. Now let's run it, and you can see it runs it right over here. The next thing I want to do is right now it's hard coded. How I'm getting his name. So let's actually write a piece of code where we can dynamically get this name over here. Okay, so let's go ahead, and instead of console logging this result, I'm going to store this. So we're going to say const result. Okay, or let's just say let result, and we're going to store it in here. And then here, let's make this a template literal where it says hard coded Leonardo. We're going to make it JavaScript. I'm going to say result. Get me the 0th element from the result. So that's going to get me the first thing. All right. And then I'm going to say dot. Actually, I don't need to do the dot. Yeah, I can do dot name. Okay. Result 0.name. So that'll probably get me Johnny Depp. Let's run this. Okay. Sometimes if it breaks like this, just refresh and everything should be fine. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh. Okay. Perfect. So now you can see that it's actually getting me Johnny, kind of how I expected it would. Let's go console log, and we'll say result here as well, so you can see. All right, and Johnny net worth is 2 million, right? And then Leonardo DiCaprio net worth is 10 million, and I'm able to get Johnny right here by doing result 0.name dynamically. If I wanted to basically see, let me actually run this again. If I wanted to see the entire object, like this entire thing, but output it onto the DOM, I could stringify it. So I can actually go, hey, get me the result. And then we'll say stringify JSON.stringify, and then we'll pass in result. Okay. And let's run this, and it'll just kind of like output it kind of like that, which looks pretty hideous. So we want it to look a little bit better, right? Let's start off with just showing the names of the people that have a higher net worth than, let's say, 2 million. So basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do the following. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this. So what I'm going to do is I want to make it so it just gives me the names of each person. Okay, and how can I do that? So say I have an array like this. Let's store that in results. So I'm going to paste that here. So whenever I type in result, I should get that. Well, how will I join them? What I can do is I can actually map through this, because map will return an array. And so I'm going to map And first I'm going to get this element and I'm going to get this element. And all I'm going to do is I'm just going to pull out the name. So watch what I'm going to do. I'm going to say result.map. And I'm going to say for each actor in there, I want you to just return to me actor.name. So this is just going to return it. This code here is saying return an array with just actor names. That's it. So return an array. Map is saying return an array that's just filled with actor names. That's it. That's all I'm doing. So let's run it. And boom, I'm just getting this back. Even if I do that, that should get me kind of the right result. Now, what I can do on top of this is when you get this array back, you can actually call a method like join on it. And if you join it, it'll actually join it and turn into a string. So it's the opposite of splice. Splice turns it into an array. The join will turn it into a string. So I'll actually say the join and then join them by either spaces, or I can say join them by a comma and a space, right? So now it's going to be Johnny and Leonardo. And no matter how many actors I had, it would kind of join them by name with a comma and a space in there. So all I need to do to this thing that we had written earlier, and I was just pressing up so I could find that. And I'm just going to say dot join, and we're going to put this here and put a comma right there. And I'm going to hit enter. And now it's just doing the whole thing all in one go. So let's copy that line and we're going to do it right here. Okay. Let names, and I'm going to say names are, whatever result was, we're going to map through it for each actor. Just get me the actor name. So again, get me an array with actor names. That's all I'm saying here. And then join it by a comma and a space. And then those names, I want them outputted on my DOM. So let's hit run. And you can see that I'm getting those names outputted on my DOM. Okay, let's add in a couple of more actors here. So boom, boom, boom. So let's look up Matt Damon net worth. All right, celebritynetworth.com. Perfect. So 170 million. All right, 170 million. Let's type that in. 170 million. Let's type it in so we can copy the right amount of zeros here. Let's copy that. Let's move it back. And I'm going to say Matt. We'll put that right there. So his net worth is 170 million. Let's grab another actor. Let's go Brad Pitt net worth. Okay, and we got 300 million here. Perfect. So let's go 300 million, and we should get calculator.name. Nice. Good website. Good website. And I'm going to copy this right here, and we'll paste it right there. Just remove the commas, of course. All right, so we'll name this one bread. Okay, that's it. And let's remove this one because that's a duplicate. So this is good for now. And let's just run this. Yeah, let's run this and see if it works. And so any actors that have a greater than $10 net worth, you got Johnny, Matt, Brad Pitt, and Leonardo DiCaprio. And the whole thing works perfectly. And what's cool is, like, if you wanted to show images for them, you could also show images. You just need to store image URL. All right, so I think these exercises kind of pushed you a little bit when it comes to filter. Like, if you had to write this code without using filter or map, oh my God, like, good luck. Try it, and it will be so many lines of code, and it will be so many functions. And with filter and map, I mean, they just make it so easy to kind of just like go through this. So I'm going to comment out all of this, comment out this, going to comment out all of this right here. So when you run it, nothing really should be coming up. Perfect. So now what I want to show you, reduce. Okay, this is another one that's really, really important. So when is reduced used? Let's say you want to combine if you want to sum all of the net worths. Okay, so generally whenever you're thinking of summing, it's an amazing use case for summing. Like, whenever you think sum, think reduce. Okay, and I'll just try to teach you with examples because that'll just make it so much easier for you to learn. So say we have that function where we sum, right? So let's go ahead and find our sum function. So where do we have it? Sum array. All right, so we have this function sum array. Look at how many lines of code this is, right? Now watch what is going to happen when I use reduce. Okay, when you're summing an accumulator like this, that's when you use reduce. When you are doing something else where you need to return an array, you will use map. Okay, so push gets replaced by map. All right, so let's see if we can turn this into a very small lines of code, like summing an array of numbers. Here's how this will look. Okay, sum nums. Okay, sum with reduce. Okay, so I know it's a big name, but this is still a simple function, and I'll show you how it works. And here's what we're gonna say. Okay, so we're gonna get numbers, and we'll have it do numbers dot reduce. All right, so to keep things simple, let's not even have it be a function. Okay, let's just start. Actually, let's do it right here on the right hand side first. So say I have 1, 2, 3. Okay, how do I sum them up? So here's how we're gonna do it with this. Okay, so let's say I have my nums. Okay, so let's say I go nums are 1, 2, 3, and then I'm gonna say reduce. Okay, and reduce takes in a function. Reduce takes in a function as an argument. That's why it's called a higher order function. Because even if you look at filter, I don't know if you noticed, but what you're really giving filter here, so let's just go back, just in case some of this wasn't clear. Number times 2. This is just a fancy way of writing function that takes in a number, and then you go return number times 2. So you're creating a function on the fly here. Okay, you're creating like an anonymous function with no name on the fly here, or lambda function, and you're just passing it that function. Okay, this is what's called a higher order function. You're passing it a function. This right here is a function. Like this right here is a function. This right here is a function. And so we're gonna create a function here, function, and let's give this a try. Okay, so what does reduce do? Reduce loops and gives you back the accumulator. All right, so this is gonna be my previous value. This is gonna be my next value. I'm just gonna call it any x for now. And let's just go ahead and console log previous and next. Okay, and let's run this and let's see what happens. Okay, boom, I got 1, 2. So what's previous and next in this case, right? This is our accumulator. So it's basically going to be like, this is the previous value, this is the next value. So if you do previous plus next, it's going to do 1 plus 2. And then previous is going to become 3. Okay, previous is going to become 3. All right, and then you're going to go through this and do 3 plus 3, and you're going to turn it into 6. Now what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go return previous plus next, okay, or previous plus current. That's usually what they call it, okay, current. So let's do previous plus current, and I'm going to store the result of this in results. So let's go const result is equal to that. And we're going to go console log, and let's get the result, and let's take a look at what it is. And boom, you see that we just got back 6. Okay, so this function here with the result, with using reduce, it made our life really easy, right? Being able to go through this entire thing and sum it so quickly with essentially one line of code, that's a total game changer. Now let's see if we can even make it simpler. So we're going to use ES6 notation and turn this function here into an ES6 function. So watch what happens. So this function part is going to lose this right here, and we don't need that. We don't need to say function anymore. We're going to put a greater than equal and a greater than sign. And then this part here, we want to do implicit return. So we're going to remove the return. But in order to have implicit return, you also need to remove this squiggly, like curly braces. So we're going to remove them. We're going to format it, okay? And you can even, if you want, try to get this on one line. So now that entire solution is just one line. So you're using reduce and you're summing up all these numbers. So when I hit run, watch what happens. I got a 6. And guess what? Can you remember where we've made a function that takes 2 numbers and returns their sum? Because that's all you're doing here. You're creating an anonymous function that takes in a number and then just returns and just sums both of them, right? That's all this is doing. So can you remember where we've created a function like this? Okay, I'll give you a couple of seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 to find it. And let's see if I can find it as well. So if you look, we created it a long time ago. We created this function sum right here. Okay, and we even have its short version right here. Sum arrow 2, sum arrow, and then we also have sum. So let's see if we can feed it that function. Okay, so now you're going to start to understand why it's called a higher order function. So let's bring it down. Let's bring sum down. So I'm going to copy this and I'll bring it down just so you can see it easily. And what I'm going to do here is, instead of even writing all of this, first we're going to turn it into one line of code, how we had earlier. So we've done that, right? We said previous, current, right? And then return previous plus current. So sum up those two numbers. We could also say A, comma B, return this. So if I run this, this should still give me a 6 as expected. And here's the cool part. I can actually just feed it that entire function just like this. So I can just say, hey, reduce it to one number and then just sum it. So that's why it's called reduce, because it's an array and you're reducing it down to just one number, right? It's going to return one number here. That's why it's called reduce. And then I'm giving it the sum function. And what the sum function does is it just takes in things and it sums them up. So let's run this. And this still gives me a 6. Let's say I wanted to take the multiplicative product of all of these numbers, right? So I would want to do 1 times 2 times 3 times 4. What would I need to do in order to get 1 times 2 times 3 times 4? See if you can do that with reduce. Okay, so take a few minutes and try it on your own. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go. All you would have to do is you would just have to copy this, create a new function, call it multiply, and you just change this A plus B to A times B and just feed it multiply. And now it'll just keep going through, multiplying those numbers, saving their accumulator, and spit it out. So you feed it sum, you get sum, you feed it multiply, you get the multiplicative product at the end. So anytime you're using reduce, you could create your own function, or just on the fly, just go A comma B, A plus B. This is a pattern I use very, 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 very often. And I hope that you use this. Anytime you're thinking sum, just copy this for now. Literally, you can copy and paste this most of the times whenever you think sum. This is usually going to be the answer. And then, you can Stack Overflow it later and just go, hey, how do I sum up something with reduce? How do I do this with reduce? And you're going to start learning this. Reduce is something pretty complicated. And so I don't want you to go fully down the rabbit hole, but just learn it with pattern recognition. Anytime you have to sum up numbers, use this, right? A good exercise for you to try would be, how can you use reduce to sum up all of these net worths? Okay, so get the total net worths. So try giving that see if you can give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds and then we'll try to solve that together. Okay, so I'll give 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's try to solve that one together. All right, so I got all these net worths over here and I want to sum them up. How do I do that? By the way, just a pro tip in Replit, there's something really sick that allows you to explain code. So let's say you're not understanding what this is. You can highlight this, right click, and click this button that says explain code. And this does a pretty freaking good job. This code takes the array nums and reduces it to a single value by adding each value together. That is a really good explanation. So you could hit yes, and then you can also hit regenerate, and it generates a new explanation for you. So this code takes an array, reduces it to a single number by adding all the numbers together. So that's a really freaking awesome feature of Replit. So make sure to keep using that anywhere you're kind of confused and you don't know why we're doing a certain thing. I mean, I'm kind of blown away by it. It's really good. Okay, so like for example, look at line 356 right now, right? If you highlight this and right click and hit explain code, it will tell you, watch, this code is an example of template literals. Brilliant. It is used to display the value of a variable called names inside an H1 tag. This is brilliant. This is explaining it better than me. Let's see what it says about this filter one. Let's see how good of a job it does here. So let's explain code. This code filters the actors array for all actors that have a net worth greater than 10. Oh my God. Oh my God. So now let's play with this actors array that we were working with earlier, right? So I'm going to comment out all of this stuff here for a second. And I'm going to go back to this actor stuff. And let's go ahead and we don't need to uncomment anything. Let's just go down here. And I'm just going to say actors.reduce. And I'm just going to write what I had written before. And then I'll start using my brain, okay? And so there's going to be an accumulator. Oh, one of the things that is kind of useful to know that I'll kind of tell you in a second is this, okay? Let me actually tell it to you right now so you're not confused later, okay? So let's go ahead and comment all of this right here. You could pass in, so this reduce takes in 2 arguments. One argument is a function, and the other argument it takes in is like some kind of number, okay? So it takes in 2 arguments. So we have already given it a function, and then we can give it another argument like a 0. So watch what happens when I run it, right? Now I get 10. But I could also start the accumulator from -10, and then it will count up to 0, right? Or I could start it at already 10, and then when I start it from there, it will count up to 20. So this secondary argument by default, usually it starts at 0, but you can also specify this one. So helpful for you to know. If you don't need that, you could just write it like this, okay? But I'll just leave that here so you know that there's different options for you available. Okay, let's go back to this part here where we were writing actors reduce. So this is going to be my previous value, okay? And my accumulator is going to be 0. And then what I'm going to do is for my current value, okay, so this is previous, this is current, and I can just say .net worth. And let's see if this does what we want it to do. Let's console log the result of this. And if it doesn't, then we'll try to fix it. And looks like it does. It combines all of those net worths already. Okay, so this is previous, right? If I had to write it in a verbose way, let's write here previous. This is current. And so you just say current not net worth. And then previous is that. So previous is like in the start, previous is 0. Then previous is like whatever the result of this was. So it's kind of like recursive. Why is it? Yeah. So, okay. So think about it like this, right? We're going through it the first time, first loop. First, previous is 0. So 0 plus 20 million or whatever is 20 million. So then previous becomes this next time. Then 20 million plus 10. Then that becomes, you know, that like 20 million, $10, something like that, right? And then you add it again. And then previous becomes the sum of 20 million plus 170 million. So this becomes like 190 million or something like that. Okay. And so that's how previous works. Do this. We'll say console.log and I'll run this. And if you remove the 0, this should still work because by default it's 0. Oh no, actually in this case it won't work. See? So we have to actually pass in a 0. So that's why that's important. Because it was trying to like add the objects on top of each other. So it becomes weird. So just pass in that 0 if you need to. And then this way you can sum it up. So see, reduce allowed you a nice little way to sum up this whole thing. Let's comment this out. All right, let's run and hopefully nothing prints out. Beautiful. So just to recap, we talked about map function and how you can use map to double numbers. We talked about filter and how you could filter for specific net worths. We talked about reduce and how you could reduce things to a single value and sum them up together, or essentially how you could sum up things without having to, you know, loop through and do it all manually. Reduce allows you to do it kind of in one go. So, you know, and we talked about higher order functions, how higher order functions work together, meaning it's a function that takes in another function as an argument. That's why it's called a higher order function. So we talked about those. There's a lot that we covered, and this is kind of like the part where it gets kind of complex and it's like, what is happening? So things will keep getting harder. So I don't want to promise you things will get easier, but this is one of the pretty challenging parts to understand. So if you don't really grasp it right away, don't beat yourself up. It's totally normal. It's okay. All right. You're in the right place. With that said, we're going to keep on rocking and rolling and learning new things. All right, boys and girls, let's get back to it. We're very close to getting to that rock, paper, scissors game for you, and that's going to be really exciting. But first things first, we have to work on getting your DOM skills up, okay? So let's go ahead and talk about DOM manipulation. And no, I'm not talking about a dominatrix. Get your head out of the gutter, okay? I'm talking about this DOM right over here, all right? So when you see stuff in this console log right here, that usually has to do with, that's just whatever is in your console. But when you see stuff here, that's your DOM, okay? It stands for Document Object Model, which you never have to remember again, okay? It's just like nerdy knowledge that won't really be super useful for you in the real world. You'll just refer to it as DOM, most of the times DOM. And it's just, hey, this is the stuff that's showing up here, okay? So how do I change this exercise to say schmexercise? How do I say change this projects here from being written in black to be written in red? All right, all of that requires you to manipulate the DOM. And when we're playing rock, paper, scissors, right? How come when I click this button, watch, it's going to say rock versus scissors, you win. When I click this hand, let me move myself here. When I click this hand, watch what happens. Boom, 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 boom. Right? All of this right here, my friend, is just DOM manipulation. Boom, DOM manipulation. This changing here. When I hit this red button right here, watch what's going to happen. Boom, everything got cleared up. That right there, DOM manipulation. Okay, so let's go back. So that's what we're going to work on, okay? How do we actually make stuff happen on the screen? How do we change stuff on the screen with JavaScript? How do we mess around with the HTML with JavaScript? And we're going to play around with that a little bit. So let's go ahead to our index.html, and I'm going to go ahead and add in a div. Okay, and we can add in a div. Actually, let's do this. To do some DOM manipulation, some of this stuff, let's do it also outside of this REPL stuff that we're doing here. So you can start to learn how to do things from scratch yourself as well, okay? So just do me a favor, hit Command T or Control T on your computer, open a new tab, and let's go to replit.com, okay? And now here, just open a new REPL, okay? So for example, there's multiple REPLs. Let's go back. Multiple REPLs that show up here. Let's just choose the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript one, okay? Depending on when you're watching this, maybe if they updated the site, click a plus button and then choose HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, okay? Whichever way you want to do this. So I'll just click here. And what do we want to call this? I'm just going to say DOM manipulation lesson, all right? And then go ahead, hit create. Perfect. It'll bring you to here, okay? And if you hit run, right now, you should see hello world on the screen. How are you seeing this? So you came with 3 files here, index.html, script.js, style.css. Now the style.css, don't worry about it just for styling. The main ones that we're going to be worrying about here is the HTML and the script. So this is pretty much standard HTML that when you just like make any JavaScript app, you kind of start off with. But to make it even less intimidating for you to start off, let's just remove almost everything. And we're just going to leave a script tag here. And let's say if we can say hello world in this H2, and let's hit run. Let's see if this works. So it looks like hello world shows up here. So this is literally 2 lines of code, okay? And let's even write this line of code here so you understand how to link a style sheet to your JavaScript sheet. Okay, so hello world. And now let's go to our script.js file and we'll write console log and I'll say hello and I'll hit run. And notice the problem that we ran into, right? Where is our hello? Why isn't this showing up in the console? Well, what we need to do is link this style sheet to this script sheet. Okay, so we need to go ahead and do that. Let me zoom in a little bit so you can see everything a lot more clearly. So let's go ahead and do that. And I'm going to link this. Okay, move this over here. So we're going to say script, hit tab, and it'll create these tabs for you, right? And then we're going to say script source is, and for source, I'm going to say script.js because this is the name of this file. You could call this whatever you want as long as you change the name here for script. Let's hit run. And now you see hello over here is showing up. Okay. Perfect. So we have linked our index.html with our script.js. Okay, now let's do basic DOM manipulation. Okay, how are we going to do this? Well, what I want to do is this h2, I'm going to give it an ID and we're just going to call it title. And then we're going to come here and I'm going to say let title equal. And what's cool about JavaScript is you can do something called document.getElementById. So we're going to pull this specific element right over here, this h2 right here, by putting in the ID. So what's the ID? Can you guess? Right? It's title. Okay. So I'm going to get this ID and then let's go ahead and console log this and let's see what it shows us on the screen. So I'm going to say console log.title. Let's run this. Sometimes if your app kind of breaks out like this, just go ahead and hit refresh. So I'm going to refresh here. Not a big problem. All right, let's run it again. And you can see that it says hello and then it says HTML heading element. So it's showing us something. That's a really good sign. Now what I want to do is I'm going to say take the title, okay, and we're going to see if we can grab its title.inner text. So let's try this. Let's see if we can do this. So I'm actually able to pull the text of this title. So now let's go to our HTML and change this hello world to hello world, hello night. And let's run. And you can see that we're actually pulling hello night from here, right? From HTML, we're pulling that and reading it in our JavaScript. So that's a really good sign. Means we can actually now do stuff with it. Now here's the cool part. How can we go the other way? How can we update our HTML from our JavaScript and then it'll show up here? So let's go ahead and do that now. I'm going to say title.inner text and let's just change it to whatever we want. Okay, so let's say we want our inner text to say goodbye. So let's say we wanted to say goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my lover. Goodbye, my friend. You have been the one. There we go. So look at that, right? Now let's run this. And you see for a fraction of a second, it'll say hello, night, and then it says goodbye, my lover. So let's run this. Fraction of a second. And then it goes to goodbye, my lover. So we're printing out the text before changing it. Let's also print it out after changing it. So we're going to say, okay, and in our console log here, we're going to say before like that. And then here we'll say after like that. And let's run this now. And you can see before it was hello night. And then after it became goodbye, my lover. So that is the heart and soul of DOM manipulation. Okay, this is what it is. Now, if you want to change the HTML, you can do that as well. So watch this. I can actually go ahead and do title.inner HTML. So I can actually change its HTML. Okay, so it was an H2, right? I could actually say put it in p tags and change it. So let's say we'll make a message. So we'll say let message equal, and here I'll put goodbye, my lover. That'll be the message. And then we'll say it's whatever the message is, right? Boom. So let's comment out this last line right now. And let's go ahead and run this and watch what happens. Okay, so I should get pretty much the same exact thing. All I've done is create a variable message, putting it in here. Now, watch what I can do. I can put that same message within these p tags. Okay, so first, let's just start off by doing hello, just so we can get a sense of how this is working. And you can see that we've changed our inner HTML to this. All right, so notice the problem we're running into, right? When I do p tags, it's still showing title tags. It's because it's inner HTML, okay? So if I go back to this tag here, this doesn't have any other inner elements. If it had other inner elements, it'd be able to change them. So There's nothing for it to change here. Okay, so here's what we want to do instead. We want to actually wrap this entire h2 in a div. All right, so let's go ahead and cut that, paste it here. So now here's what it should look like. You should have one div, and that div should have a h2 inside of it. That's it. Okay, one last thing we need to do is we need to give the ID not to the h2, but instead we need to give the ID to the div. Okay, so the div should have the ID, not the h2. Let's go ahead and try again. So now I'm grabbing this. When I say get me, when I said get me title, it's getting me this div right over here. And then when I said change the inner HTML, it changes this. And to be even more clear, what I can right click and rename all occurrences, and we can call it title div. Okay, so what I'm doing is I'm grabbing the title div and then changing its inner text and its inner HTML. So let's go ahead and give that a try now. And you can see that I get back hello. Now, in order to make this hello, instead of hello, this message show up that we wrote, remember, let's use template literal. So see if you could replace this hard-coded hello with this message right over here. So take 5 seconds. Okay, it'll be a good practice in using template literals. Remember to start with backticks and pause the video, try to do it yourself. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's go ahead and do this now. So I'm gonna replace this with backticks right here. Okay, and then this here is gonna become a JavaScript variable. So we're gonna go like that. And I'm just gonna put message in here. Okay, let's run it now. And you can see it says, goodbye, my lover. And then there are other things I can do as well, right? So for example, I can actually grab this div right here and change its style property and make it red or green or blue or whatever I want. Here's how we can do that. Let's go ahead and do that from raw HTML file. And here for this div, I'm just gonna pass in a style attribute. I'm gonna say style, and we're gonna put a string here. And I'm gonna say color, make the color blue. So let's run this. Color is blue, and put a semicolon here and run it. Don't put blue as a string because it's already a string. And there we go, goodbye, my lover. Okay, if I wanted this to be the background, change the background color instead, this is how I could do it. There we go. So we could do background color like this. Okay, so let's go back to how we had this right here. Okay, so now in order to do that, I'm going to remove this entire thing. Let's do it from our JavaScript file instead. So I'll go to my script.js, and if you want to move around in a really comfortable way, you could actually do Command P and then do script.js and Command P. So this allows you to kind of move through without even having to use this, navigate through files like that. So here I'm going to do title div .style.color. Okay, and this actually will get me the color property of that div. Okay, whatever color it is or whatever. And what I can do is change it. So watch this actually. So I could say color and let's go red. Let's run this. And I just made the color of this div red. Okay. Now another thing I could do is I could change the background color, and how we could do that. And since we can't put dashes inside of a variable name, I could do background color like this. And then we could hit run, and now it changes the background color of it to red. Okay, so there's a lot of stuff that we could actually do. But I think the few key things that I want to show you more is actually like on click. And how that works. So that's going to be another really important one, and you're definitely going to need to know that for rock paper scissors. So let's make sure we have this figured out. In order to do this exercise, I want to give you context. So here's the context. In our rock paper scissors, when you go here, okay, and you run this app. Okay, let's go ahead and open this up actually in its own browser. Let's go right here, rock, paper, scissors, right? Watch what happens. When I click here, it detects that I've actually clicked rock. When I click here, it detects that I've actually clicked a hand. And when I click here, it can actually detect that I've clicked scissors. So we're going to do like a baby exercise that's going to highlight this, okay? So we're going to make 3 squares, and each square is going to have a different color. Right? So we're going to have a red square, a green square, okay, a green square, and a yellow square. Okay, you could do it in whichever order. And what we would want to do is when the user clicks on one of these squares, we just want to console log that property value. So we want to read it. We want to be able to, we want it to say in the console log red. Right when we click yellow, it should say yellow at the bottom. Right when we click green, it should say green at the bottom. It should be able to detect which square the user clicked on and be able to pull out that square's value. So this is going to be an important exercise because once you can do this, you'll be able to attach and do more functionality with the rock, paper, scissors button. Because remember, when you click this, a bunch of stuff happens. But in order to make that stuff happen, you first need to detect that a button was clicked, and you have to detect which button was clicked. Was it the rock one? Was it the paper one? Or was it the scissors one? So let's go ahead and do this red, yellow, green exercise. So in order to do this, we're going to go back to our exercise page that we had open. On this exercise, we're going to go to our index.html and we're going to make 3 divs. Let's go div 1. We're going to make div 2 and we're going to make div 3. And this is going to have an ID of red. This is going to have an ID of green, yellow. And this is going to have an ID of green. Now we want to give this a width and a height. Okay, so we want to give each of these divs a width and a height. So for width, we'll say 100. For height, we'll say 100. And then we want to give it a color. And so we'll say style, and we'll say color is red. Okay, because this is a red one. And put a semicolon here. And let's run this and let's see if something happens. Okay, so nothing has happened yet. All right, so now let's make this red square over here. Okay, how are we going to do this? So if I hit refresh, obviously that shouldn't be there. I just made it to show you that it works. So let's go ahead and style this. So what are we going to do? So I'm going to create a style tag, and then we're going to give it a height of 100 pixels. Put a semicolon here. We're going to give it a width of 100 pixels, semicolon there, and we're going to give it a background color of red. I don't need to put a string here because it's all a string. Let's run this. And we have our red square. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it over this, and paste it over this. So now I should have 3 red squares when I run it. Okay, perfect. Now, of course, we're just going to make it called yellow. This one, we're going to make it green. Okay, and the ID. And then we also need to make the color yellow. And then we need to make the background color green here. Let's run. And you can see I have these 3 squares. Now what we want to do is we want these to show up side by side instead of up and down like this. So this is a little bit of styling stuff, but we're going to be really gross and we're going to style everything inline styling. Don't ever style like this, okay? But just for now, we're just going to style like this. So let's put all of these 3 boxes inside of another big box, okay? So let's put them inside of a container. So just wrap all 3 of those. Let's see if I could show it to you in a clear way. Cool. So here you have your red div, here you have your yellow div, here you have your green div, right? We're going to put all 3 of those like boxes that you created inside of this big div right here. And then we're going to style this one and we're going to say display flex, run it. And now it should show it, put it in a flex box to show it to you like this. Okay, now what I want you to do is when I click this red one, it should say red. When I click this yellow one, it should say yellow. And I click this green one, it should say green. So let's work on that now. How are we going to do this? So here's the cool thing. So first, let's go ahead and grab our divs. So this, we're going to need this red div. We're going to need this yellow and this green. So what I'm going to do here is see if you can do this document.getElementById and use this technique here to get the red div. Okay, I'll give you 5 seconds here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's do it together now. So I'm going to say red div, or let's say const red div. Actually, let's say let because we might change this later. Red div is, we're going to do document.getElementById. So let's go document.getElementById. by ID, and we're going to pass in red here. Let's copy this and paste and paste. And if you're new, don't copy and paste, just write it all down because it's going to build your pattern recognition. All right. So I'm going to grab yellow here, paste it here, green here, paste it here. So now we're grabbing the red div, the yellow div, and the green div. Okay. And here's what we're going to do. There's something called .onClick. Okay. So I'll show that to you right now. So let's go red div .onClick. Okay. So this will detect any event that's happening when a user clicks. And we're going to set this equal to, and we're going to create an anonymous function here. And we're just going to say console log. And in this console log, we're just going to say console log, you clicked red. You clicked red. Because we already know the clicked red, right? Because we've grabbed this entire red div. We grabbed this entire red div here, and we stored it in this variable right there. Okay, so let's hit run. And let's click red. And it says you clicked red. Okay. And now we can just even remove you clicked. And so when I click it, it should say red. Now watch what happens when I click yellow. Nothing happens, right? When I click green, nothing happens. So red knows its own bounds, and it can detect when it's being clicked on thanks to this .onClick. And then we just pass this anonymous function, and then we can do stuff here, right? So if you wanted to be able to write multiple lines of code here, you could do this. You know, console log red, say hi, whatever, right? So then you could run multiple lines of code like this, and you could run them. So that says red hi every single time I click this. The other way of writing this here, that we're writing, the short that we're writing here, the other way of writing this would be to say, give me a function here with no arguments, and then that just console logs, it says red. Okay, so that would be another way of doing this. So when I click red now, it still says red. Okay, but this is kind of like the old school way of writing functions, and you could still do that, but arrow functions just make things look cleaner. There we go. See if you can try to do the same thing for yellow div. So when I click yellow, it detects that I'm clicking yellow, and see if you can do the same thing for green. So when I click green, it detects that I'm clicking green. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's try it together. So, try pausing the video if you want to try it yourself, or let's go ahead and do it together now. So I'm just going to go copy here, paste, and then this red, I'm going to change it with yellow, and then I'm going to copy that yellow right there and paste it here. And this red here, I'm going to change it with green, and I'm going to copy that green and paste it here. Okay, so let's try running this and watch what happens. So let's go run this now. When I click red, it detects red. Beautiful. When I click yellow, it detects yellow. And look at how sensitive it is, right? Even when I click right here, so close, it detects it. Like, look at that. When I move just a little bit over, it detects red. When I move just a little bit over, it detects a yellow. So it's really good. And now let's try green. That's what we want, okay? Because what you guys are going to do is imagine instead of red, this was a rock. So what you're going to say is, well, let's say, user chose rock. Okay, so when you click red, let's run this first. You click red, it says user chose rock. And then maybe what happens next is you calculate, you get random computer choice. So maybe random computer choice says the computer selected, maybe paper. Okay. And then what do? You compare these two against each other. So you compare user choice versus computer choice. And then you figure out a player choice versus computer choice, and then you figure out like which one is better. So then you put them against each other, and you find out like what the result is, right? Maybe if you lost, you should get -1. If it was a draw, you get a 0, or you get a 1 if you won. And then you show all of those on the screen. So it shows the results on the screen, like it says you win, but on the DOM. Right, on the DOM. So another word of saying screen is really just DOM. So then it shows it on the DOM document object model where the users can see it. So that's really like the bare bones of how you're going to start being able to do rock, paper, scissors. Okay, so you really need to understand document object model and how DOM manipulation works. It's the most basic version of it, but honestly, this is really all you need, and you'd be able to do that rock, paper, scissors no problem. So hopefully you enjoyed learning about DOM, and with that said, we're now going to go ahead and start covering more stuff. Let's actually do one additional exercise on this, because as you've noticed, you had multiple things and you wrote the same code but multiple times here, pretty much the same code multiple times here. So one way I want to show you is you actually could even like loop through all of these, okay, and then actually like kind of do the thing that you want to do with them all at once. So I'll show you now. So what I could do is at this level, let's go ahead and give a class to all of these. So I'm going to basically say class is color button. All right. And let's end the quote. And then let's do that for all of the buttons. I'm going to go here and we're going to give it a class. Oh, sorry. Let's copy this. Let's paste it. And let's go ahead and do it here as well. Okay. So now what you should have is 3 like squares or whatever, right? And the class is just color. You could call it color square. That probably is a better class name. So color square, color square, color square. Okay. Now, if we want to get all of these elements all at once, what I can actually do is I can say console dot, actually, let's do it like this. I say const squares, and I can say document dot get query selector all, and then I can pass in the class that I'm actually looking for. So in this case, I'm looking for the class color square. Let's also console log this and let's run it. All right, and I get back a node list. So that's exactly what I was looking for, okay? Now let's see if I can loop through these. Before we loop, actually, what we need to do is let's run this. And node lists right now is empty, so that's not what we want. We want to put a period here. Period color square basically says, hey, I want to look for the class name color square. Okay, so this is classes. And I'm going to select all of the classes. I'm going to return them to you as like an array or a node list. Perfect. So now I have all these elements right over here. All right, so let's just make sure we're getting all of our color squares and console log this. I'm going to console log squares. Let's run this. And boom, you can see we're getting all of our squares right here because we're getting 3 HTML div elements. Perfect. Now, here's one thing we want to do, okay? In order to do this, go ahead and change all these to buttons, because in rock, paper, scissors, these aren't going to be divs, these are going to be buttons. Okay, because if I go to here, these are buttons, okay? These are buttons, buttons, buttons. Cool. So let's go back here and we're going to change these divs to buttons. So button, end it with the button. This is going to be a button as well. Button here and button there. Cool. So now that this one div here has 3 buttons. Perfect. So let's hit run and let's make sure everything is working as expected. Red, 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 yellow, 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 green, green, green. Perfect. Now what we're going to do is we're going to give each of these buttons a value. Okay, so we're going to give this button a value of red. We're going to give this button a value of yellow. We're going to give this button a value of green. And let's go here and we're going to now say, now that we're getting back our squares, let's go console.log square. Let's grab the 0th square and let's do value. Okay, now when I run this code, you're going to notice, oops, square is not defined. Squares of 0 dot value. Let's do that. Okay, and let's comment this out so we don't have to worry about this anymore. Comment this out. And you can see we're extracting the value here and we're getting back red. Okay, so that's a really good sign. Now, if I do this again, I'm going to get back yellow. If I do this again, I'm going to get back a 2. So instead of repeating this code again and again, here's a great point to write what do we write when we have to repeat a ton of code over and over and over and over and over and over again? We use a loop, and specifically, let's use a for loop, and let's use a for each loop, okay? So we're gonna say, and for each is one of the best loops. So if I haven't shown you that up until now, I'm gonna show it to you now, okay? So for each is my favorite. That one is even better than a for of loop, okay? So let's go ahead and use a for each loop. So I'm gonna say, grab squares, and then for each square, okay, let's just console log. So grab for each square, I'm gonna console log square.value. Let's run this. And now you can see, and we're gonna comment this out, and let's run. And you can see I get red, yellow, green. Okay, now what I can do is I can loop through this and basically make this function right over here multiple times. Okay, so I can actually say, hey, for each square, what I want you to do is actually update its onClick property and set it to this function. So now we can actually just go ahead and do that. So I can say square.onClick, and we're gonna set that to console.log that square's name, okay? And we're gonna take all three of these lines and actually comment them out because we don't need them anymore. So let's go ahead and run and check it out. Red, 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 yellow, 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 green, green, green. Whoops, we're getting some weird error. Let's run it again. Oh, because .name is not a thing. I'm sorry. Let's do .value. Let's run it again. And value is being pulled from this HTML attribute that we created right here, value. That's where it's coming from. So let's go back. Let's hit run. Click red, yellow, green, red, right? So look at how nice this became now. We don't even need this big chunk of code anymore, right? We just have this here. Okay, so I'll leave the comments there for you. Let's run. Click, 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 right? So this is super nice. And this pattern, you're definitely going to need it for when we're making our rock, paper, scissors game. So keep this pattern in mind. This is an example you're going to be definitely using. All right, let's do times clicked. Okay, so let's take our app up by one level. So this DOM red, yellow, green squares app that we made. Okay, so I'm going to click on this here. All right, and we're going to take it up a notch. So we want it to be where when I click it, it actually says the number of the times clicked here is 0. If I click red 1, it should give me 1. If I click yellow 4 times, it should give me 4 here. And if I click green 3, it gives me 3. So how are we going to do that? Well, we're going to start combining a lot of the things that we were learning. Okay, so see if you could attempt it, but let's do this together so you can just get some more practice here. So I'm going to create an object called times clicked. This is going to keep in store how many times any of these colors is clicked. So we're going to have red is clicked 0 times. We'll have yellow 0 times, because start off, everything is 0, right? Green is going to be 0. We just have it like this for now. And then what I'm going to do is this on click here. I'm going to turn this into a full function. Yeah, like a function, but not just that returns right away. So we can write stuff here. I'll comment out the square value part for now. And what I'm going to basically say here is, hey, basically what I want you to do is grab the times clicked object and put this in as the key. So, and basically grab its key. Okay. And we're going to say .value. So .value will be whichever one I click, remember? So if I click this, the value is going to be red. And what I'm going to say is increment that by 1. So if I click here, the value is going to be red. And then my object is going to go find the key where it says red. It's going to find this. And then I'm going to say plus equals 1 its value. So it's going to increment this by 1. And we also want this to show up like here. We want it to show up, right? So now what I'm going to say is I'm going to say that square inner text, we're going to change it to times clicked square dot value. All right, so let's go ahead and run this, and I'll click this. Let's click red. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. Okay, and if you want the most updated version of this app, I'm imagining you're coding it up in your own REPL, and that's great if you're coding it up here in your own replet. But if you want to merge, if you want to see the finished version, you know, it's going to be in here in this DOM folder, red, yellow, green exercise. And then you just can come here. This has the solution there. So you can just navigate here, pick the solution, and then see it. Okay, this is the most updated one. This is the one I'm doing right now. And that's how it shows up. When I click here, boom, it shows up. Right, so look at that, right? How nice is that? If I click yellow 10 times, it shows it to me. If I click red 10 times, whatever I'm doing, it's keeping track of everything. So this is where it's nice to work with objects and things of that nature, right? This is why we practice all these things. So now there's a lot that's going on here. There's a loop going on. There's an event listener called onClick happening. We're going into this times clicked object and updating its key values. And then we are manipulating the DOM and showing that result on here, right? So there's a lot going on here and with just these few lines of code. And so, you know, it's a lot, but that's why we built it all up step by step. So hopefully you enjoyed this exercise for, you know, furthering your DOM manipulation skills. Now, one more thing I want to show you here is how to clear this. So basically to start a new game, because for rock, paper, scissors, you're going to need to know how to do that, right? So for example, we play a game, we keep track of the score, right? So that's why you need to learn how to keep track of a score. And then when we hit this red, it ends the game, right? So it clears the game and then you start from scratch all over again. So if we go here, we want to be able to add that functionality. So let's go ahead and try to create this together. Okay, so I'm going to say const clear scores. Okay, or you could call it function as well, whatever is easier for you, honestly. It doesn't really matter. And what clear scores is going to do is it's going to take, you know, all of these squares here, and it's basically just going to clear up their inner text. Okay, so I'm going to say squares dot for each square, I'm going to grab square dot value, and we're just going to set that to empty. So we're just going to set it to nothing. So we're going to loop through, take each square, set its value to empty, and then that's kind of it. Okay, so this is going to be my function that clears everything. So this looks good to me. Now we just need to make a button that can detect that that button is being clicked. Okay, so we will go here in our index.html file, right? And we want to add in a button that says clear game or something like that. So it's obvious. So if I go back, I see clear game button is right there. So perfect. Oh, sorry. Actually, we're going to give this button, we need to give it an ID or something, right? So we can grab it. So let's call this clear dash game. That's fine. Let's go back into that script. And then I'm going to basically say const clear game div is do document.get elements by ID. And the ID in this case is clear game. So I have my clear game div. And what I'm going to say is clear game div dot onClick. And I'm going to set its onClick to this function right over here. So I'm just going to clear scores. Just basically when I click onClick, run this function right over here. Okay, so I'll put this function right over here and let's try it. So basically right when I click this button, okay, or maybe let's call it clear game button. Let's do btn so our code looks nice and clean on the same line. And now when I click clear game button, it should clear all the scores. So let's give that a try. Oh, it's not doing that. So let's see if we can debug it and see what's happening. Okay, I'm trying to change its value, but instead of value, what I'm meaning to change is the inner text. So let's go inner text, and we're going to set this text to 0. And let's try now. Let's run this. Let's go back in the game. There we go. Right there we go. Now it's doing it correctly. A clear game, it starts from scratch. What happens if we set the text to empty text? So let's see what happens. Does this give us an error? No. So this might actually be even better. Just set it to an empty string or a 0, and you're good to go here. So now this app is really coming out nice, right? This app is doing a really, really good job. And I mean, yeah, this is a great app. It looks really, really nice. So there you go. Like this here should give you a very clear idea of DOM manipulation, how to make things work. Like if you have this example to work off of, I mean, you're pretty set to go with DOM manipulation. So great job if you got this far. Nice work. All right, you're making amazing progress so far, but here's what we're gonna do now. We're gonna step it up. We're gonna go and start building a tip calculator app. So check it out. I'm gonna go over here and we're gonna do the following. I'm gonna open this up. So hit that button right behind my face, the top right, and it's gonna open up this, this right here. And we're gonna go over to tip calculator and click on it, okay? And here, if you type in, let's say the bill total is $100, the tip amount is 10%, and then you can see it already calculated it correctly, right? Because if the bill is $100 and the tip is 10%, well, the tip would be $10. So then the total would be $110 per person. But what if we had more people? What if we had 2 people? So watch what happens when I hit plus. Boom, the bill just got divided between 2 people. And so it automatically tells, hey, John, you need to pay $55. Kazi, you need to pay $55. So both people know exactly how much they need to pay. What if I keep increasing this number? Well, you see it keeps dividing between all of those people. So if the bill was $110 and you divide that by 10 people, you get $11 per person. Now watch what happens if I keep subtracting it. If I go here and now subtract it, watch, it's not gonna let me go down to 0, right? I'll try a couple more times. Boom, 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 boom. Nope, does not let me go below 1. So these are some of the functionalities of this app that you'll have to keep in mind. So for example, what will you need to know how to do? Well, you'll actually need to be able to get the user input from this field right here. Okay, and this field, let's say it's called this one over here, let's just say it's called bill total input. Okay, then you're going to have to get data from this tip as well. And let's say this one is called tip input. Okay, also you're going to need to be able to pull the number of people at any given time. This one will probably be called, let's say, number of people. Okay, so maybe these are all divs or inputs that you can have, these are IDs that you might be able to have access to, okay? And then this over here, this right over here, right? This will be called per person total. Okay, and all of these will be div IDs, okay, which means these are special things inside of the HTML, and you can get access to all of this. So then if you want to get access to this $110, you'll be able to do something like per person total, div dot inner text or whatever, right? And that'll get you access to what you're looking for. And that's just to show you how the JavaScript portion will interface with this app, okay? And then based on that, you're going to need to do things, right? So for example, you're going to need to do some calculations that, maybe take the bill plus the tip, and then it divides that by the number of people. And then when you do that, you get this. So there's going to be a bunch of things that you're going to need to understand, but take a screenshot of this actually right now on your computer or with your phone, because this will help you constantly refer to certain key elements on how this app is going to work. So I'm going to now explain and kind of walk through this app, and we're also going to have you set it up on a new REPL. So let's go ahead and do that now. So this is going to be your tip calculator exercise. So how you're going to get access to it is I'm going to zoom in here so you can see everything a lot more clearly. Okay. And then we're going to kind of walk through every single thing. So on the left-hand side, right, you see projects. Click into projects. All right, now when you click into projects, you're going to see tip calculator. So go ahead and click on tip calculator. And now you're going to see exercise. Now, don't go into the solution because once again, if I show you how this works over here, right? Let's run this. And over here, you'll see that we have project exercises and project solutions. So here's the tip calculator solution. This will be the fully working app. So you'll be able to type in 100 here and 10, and it'll calculate everything correctly. You'll be able to hit plus, minus, minus, minus. So this right now is the working version, okay? So if you need to see the solution at any time, don't go to it right now. Do not do it. But this is where the solution will be. And the main file that you need to write code for is the script.js file, the JavaScript file. The index.html and the style files are already completed for you, so you don't need to touch them. If you make the JavaScript work, this entire app will work, okay? So that's where your solution is going to be. But if you go to tip calculator from project exercises and you do 110 and see nothing happens, you can't change the number of people, it doesn't update your score, there's no calculations being done here. So the JavaScript here is not working, okay? So this is where your JavaScript is not working. So this is your exercise file, okay? Now what I recommend, highly, 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 highly recommend, you don't just start coding in this script.js. What I recommend is you create a new REPL with these 3 files, right? And then get started. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm going to create a new tab here, and we're going to go to replit.com. All right, now we're going to choose HTML, CSS, and JavaScript REPL. And here I'm basically going to say, let's go and say tip calculator exercise, and I will hit create REPL. Okay, now that this REPL is created, what I recommend you do is go back, go to your index, copy all of this. So Command A, Command C, or Control A, Control C. Okay, select all right in here, copy it, go here and delete everything in this index.html and paste what you just copied. Okay, so once you paste it, you should see an ugly looking Bill app. Okay, now the next thing we're going to do is we're going to grab the style file. So let's go ahead and grab the style file, copy it, come back, go to your style.css, delete everything that's in here, hit paste, hit run, and now the styling is complete. So now our app is looking good. Okay, so this is what style sheet is for. Now, the last thing we're actually going to do here is, you see, if you go to your script, there it's empty. So we're going to go ahead to our exercise, copy the whole thing. Okay, Command A, Command C, come over here, paste it. So now when you look here, there isn't any real JavaScript code written up, okay? And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to collapse all of these functions. And now what we're going to do is we're actually just going to walk through like all of the things that you need to know and the gotchas, right? And then you'll be able to just get started and code it up yourself, okay? But just let's walk through it together. All right, so you're going to be building the tip calculator app. Now, there are a couple of things that you're going to need to know, all right? Otherwise, this project is going to become way harder for you, and I don't want that to happen, okay? So I want it to be something that you're able to kind of grasp. So there are a couple of functions you're going to need to know their names, all right? And you have access to them. So you have access to calculate bill, increase people, decrease people. These are the functions you're going to create. These are the only 3 functions you'll need, and make sure to give them this exact name. They're already made for you. You cannot change their names. If you change their name, your app will break. I'll explain why. These functions are hard-coded inside of our index.html. Okay, so for example, when you are typing over here, every time you type on key up, we're calling the calculate bill function. So that function is running literally every single time you type here. That's why that function is there. You don't need to change that name. The other function I told you about, for example, increase people and decrease people function, those are also written here. So for example, you can see here, increase, there's a plus sign right there, right? And then there is a minus sign right there. And then there is a number right over here. Every single time you click this plus button right over here, every time you click this plus button, this function increase people will run. Every time you click this minus button over here, this function decrease people will run. That's what's happening. So that's why these functions have special names. Do not change them unless you change them here, and then you're fine. Okay, but I just don't want you to fall prey. The next thing, every time you clickety clack and type anything in here or here, anything you type in here, you're gonna run this calculate bill function, okay, for your tip and your bill total. Okay, so calculate bill, and then you also have calculate bill twice. You can see that. So this calculate bill is for this one, and this calculate bill here is for this one. Okay, so every time you type in any of those fields, calculate bill automatically fires and runs. And then the other things you'll need to know are a couple of things like, you know, you have this bill input and you have a tip input, right? So you have IDs like bill total input, and you have other IDs like tip input. So let's look for tip input. You have tip input, okay? Now, because I'm nice, all right, not everybody's going to be this nice, but what I've done for you is I have put it all into the JavaScript file, everything you need to know. So you don't have to go to your index.html file pretty much at all. Okay, you don't have to like go and look at anything. Because what I've done here for you is I've already just told you, hey, here are the 3 functions you need to know. Calculate bill, increase people, decrease people. I'm already letting you know these functions are hard-coded in the HTML, so you cannot change their names. And then I'm already letting you know these are all the div IDs you're going to need access to. So you're going to need access to bill total input. This is going to be this div or this input field. So that's going to be that input field. You're going to need tip input. Okay, this is going to be the user input for tip. You're going to need access to, so let's just draw these again. That's right there. Tip input is right there. You're going to need access to number of people, which is right there. This is a div. Okay, so this is a div ID. So once you get the div, you're going to need to do .inner text to get these, okay? And then you're going to need access to, so you're going to either, for this, I think you might need to do .value, one of those, .value or .inner text. Okay, try both of them and it should work. One of them should work. And then you have per person total, which is right there. So those are the div IDs you're going to need access to. I'm already telling you their exact names, so you don't have to look in your HTML file. Right over here on line 20, I'm telling you, hey, get global access to all of these inputs. Okay, meaning just get access to all of these inputs right here before you start creating your functions, because your functions are going to need access to them. So, you know, if I were you, I'd do something like const, let's say bill total input div or something, right? And then, or bill total input, and you can do something like document dot get element by ID, and then pass in bill total input. Okay, this is just an example of how you would get this specific one right over here. All right, so what I'd recommend is you grab not just this one, but all of them. So you have all 4 of these divs and have access to them. That's what I would recommend you do here. Going underneath here, I recommend that on line 24, line 25, get number of people from number of people div. So once you get access to these 4 divs, bill input, tip input, number of people div, and per person total div, you can use the number of people div, and from there you can actually get access to the number of people by pulling the .text, okay? And remember to typecast. So anytime you get a thing, so let's say thing input, and then you would either do .value or .inner text, but both of them are going to return to you a string that's going to look like this, and then you call the number function on it, and then that will turn it into an actual 10, okay? And then you'll be able to do math on that. Because remember, if you take 10 string and you add another 10 string to this, this is actually going to give you not 20, but 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, okay, which is going to be silly. So you want to do it the right way. Okay, so make sure you typecast it, use that number function. Okay, so this is where you're going to set up all your globals, and then you're going to be good to go. Now, let's go into each of these functions at a high level. So you're going to create 3 functions here. All right, and you're going to define these 3 functions. So calculate bill will pretty much run all the time. Like, you should calculate bill when a user types it here automatically. You should calculate bill when the user updates to tip. You should calculate bill when the user hits this plus sign. You should calculate the bill when the user hits this minus sign. And ultimately, what calculate bill is doing is it's updating this number over here, the total per person owed. Okay, that's the ultimate job of calculate bill. Okay, you can see it says calculate the total bill per person. That's what it does. And then if you go here, there are ample amounts of tips for you on how to actually do this. Okay, so I have tons of notes for you as you go and code this along. So I hope you don't have too much problems there. Okay, I guide you through everything. Hey, get the user input and convert it into a number. So I'm reminding you to typecast here. Hey, get the tip from user and convert it into a percentage. Hey, get the total tip amount, calculate the total amount, and then update it on the DOM and show it to the user, right? So update it on the DOM means update this right here. So calculate bill, hopefully that kind of makes sense at high level. Increase people. What this will do is splits the bill between more people. All right. So what should happen here? Well, it walks you through. It should increment the amount of people. I'll just say amount of people. Then you update the DOM with the new number of people. All right. So what does that mean? So you increment the amount of people, and then once you increment it, you make sure that you write that to the DOM, like you change this 1 to a 2, for example. And this function runs, increase people function runs every time you hit this plus button. So when you hit this plus button, that function runs. When you hit the minus button, decrease people function runs. Okay, hopefully those are kind of self-explanatory, but hopefully that makes sense. And then at the end, you want to calculate the bill based on the number of people. So I'm already giving you a hint. You're going to be reusing some of the functions you've created previously. Okay, perfect. So I'm going to close this. Go here. Decrease people. It splits the bill between fewer people. Okay, so I'm going to go over the similarities between increase and decrease people, right? If you look at this, increment, update the DOM, calculate the bill. Decrease people, decrement amount of people. Update the DOM with the new number of people, and then calculate the bill based on the new number of people. So they're pretty similar in how they work. So once you figure out one of them, the next one will be really easy. The only difference between decrease people is when you hit plus, you can go as high as you want. But when you hit minus, you shouldn't be able to go below 1 because it wouldn't make sense, right? You have the bill, but then how come it has 0 people that owe it? That doesn't make sense. So it shouldn't have 0, or you can't have negative people, right? So you can't decrease the number of people to 0 or negative. So here I recommend you write a guard clause. I haven't shown you what a guard clause is, but basically it's just an if. Here it's a fancy name for just an if statement. And the if statement is just something along the lines of this, okay? If something is not true, okay, I'm just gonna write it in English, just return. And what that basically means is this will end the function. So if you say return, it just won't activate any lines that are below it. So let's say you were going to decrement the number of people here, but here you check for the condition. Is people equal to one or less? So you go, hey, is people less than or equal to 1? If people is less than or equal to 1, then don't run any of these lines of code, right? Like just stop. The return here is just like, hey, stop the function, end it right here. Okay, and you're not even giving it anything to return. Just return, just stop right here. So that's an example of how that would work. Okay, so I'm gonna get rid of all of that now. So that would be your decrease people function. Okay, so I hope that this exercise kind of gives you everything you need to know, and now you should be able to get started working on this project. I wish you the best of luck. and give it your best shot. Try as hard as you possibly can. I really believe you're going to make a lot of progress. And I think that if you really push yourself, you should be able to do this. If you don't get this done, don't get discouraged. It's okay. I'm right here, right? We'll code this together. I'll show you the solution next. And yeah, we'll just walk through this together. Okay. So pause the video now, give this a shot and try to nail this and get this done. And then what I recommend is you come back and walk through the solution, because our solutions might be different and you might be able to pick up, you know, a lot of things from how maybe I solved the problem versus maybe how you solved the problem. Okay. And remember, in coding, there always can be multiple different ways. So one way isn't necessarily wrong. Okay. It's kind of an art form. So we're going to have different ways where we get to something. So that's it. I hope you enjoyed this, and get to working, and I'll see you soon. All right. So I hope that you gave it a try. And if you got it, good job for solving the tip calculator. If you didn't, it's okay. We're going to do it now. Let's do it together. So let's build a tip calculator. So here we're going to walk through, right? And let's pay attention to the instructions. The first thing is we're going to get access to all of our inputs and divs. Okay. So our bill input, tip input, number of people div, and per person total div. So let's get access to all of these now. So I'm basically going to say const bill input, and we're going to say document.get element by ID, and we're going to say bill input total, bill total input. And then we're going to get access to our tip input. So we're going to say document.get element by ID, and I'm going to paste in tip input because these are the specific IDs I need. Then let's get access to our number of people div, and we're going to do get element by ID. And then we're going to paste that in right there, number of people. And we're going to do get access to our per person total. Okay. And this will be per person total. So we're going to get access to all of this. And what global access means is because we're defining it all the way up here, all of our functions will have access to all of these divs. All right. Another thing we're going to need is we're going to need the number of people from number of people div. So now I'm going to say let number. Why I'm saying let here is because the number of people is going to change. So sometimes it's going to be 1, sometimes it's going to be 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So number of people is going to change. So we're going to say let number of people equal. We're going to go to our number of people div, right? And then we'll try and see if we can do inner text, and let's typecast it into a number. Now let's see if any of this works. Okay, so in my calculate bill, I'm just going to try to do a console log, and I'm just going to say, hey, show me number of people. And let's just see if like any of this is even working, right? So if I type in here, every time I type, it runs my calculate bill function. And every time it runs that, it actually shows me my number of people, right? My number of people is 1. So that's why I just keep saying 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Okay. Now I can do console log, and we can also do bill input, right? And I can get the bill input value, and we can console log that too. So I can go here and say 1, 2, 3, and you can see we got 1, 2, 3 at the bottom, right? In the console log, ABC, and I got ABC at the bottom. Hopefully you can see that. It's right there. Perfect. So it looks like I'm able to get information from these divs and things. So that's working. So I'm going to now remove these console logs because I've verified what I needed to verify. Now I'm just going to follow the instructions that I have written here. So get bill from user input and convert it into a number. So I'm going to basically say, hey, bill input. And what I'm going to say, dot value should honestly get me the actual bill. Now I should just have to typecast it to a number. And this should get me the actual bill. And now let's just save it to a variable, and we'll call that bill. Let's console log bill, and let's see what happens. Okay, so let's run our app, and 1, 2, 3, right? And our bill is constantly being printed out to the screen, and it's a number. So that's good. So I'm going to remove this console log. Don't need that anymore. Now we're going to get the tip from user and convert it into a percentage. So we're going to say const tip is equal to... We're going to do the same thing, and we're going to say tip input dot value this time. And we're going to actually convert it into a percentage, right? Because that's what it says. Convert it into a percentage divided by 100. So we're going to divide it by 100. Now let's console log the tip percentage. Let's run this, and I'm gonna do 10, and notice it gave me 0.1 because 10 divided by 100 is 0.1. So that's perfect, right? We're getting our tip percentage. That means it's 10%. Great. So I can get rid of this console log. Don't need that anymore. All right, now we're gonna get the total tip amount. And how we're gonna get this is we're just basically gonna say, you know, it's gonna be bill multiplied by tip percentage, right? So now let's go ahead and console log this, and we're gonna say tip amount, tip amount. Okay, and I'm gonna just put it as an object so it prints out kind of nicely. So let's go ahead and let's do, writing this is the same as writing this. Both are the same. So this is just like a little pro hack. All right, so I'm gonna say 10, and tip amount did not get updated. Interesting. So let's go ahead and fix that. Let's run this again. Let's say 10. Oh, because I'm not putting in a bill total. So let's go ahead and do $100, 10% on that. Tip amount is 10. What if it was $200? Tip amount would be $20. Let's do $300. And you can see that tip amount is calculating correctly, right? It says 30. That's perfect. So it looks like this is working. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this console log. Don't need that anymore. All right, now next up, we need to calculate the total. So the total is going to be tip amount plus bill. So let's go ahead and do const total, and we're going to say tip amount plus bill. Okay, let's go ahead and console log that now, and let's run. And when I type in 100 and I type in 10%. So right now tip is assuming 0%. So now we have 100. Oh, by the way, let's do that little trick. We'll do this, wrap it in an object. Let's try this again. And we're going to say 100, and we're going to give a tip of 10%. And you can see total is 110, right? Let's give a tip of 20%, and total is 120. So this is working exactly like how we want it to. Let's get rid of this now. Now we're going to calculate the per person total, where we're going to divide by the number of people. So that should be easy. We're going to do per person total, and we're going to do total divided by, and we already have access to number of people right here, right? This is pulling, number of people is pulling straight from here. Okay, so it's 1. And we're typecasting it into a number, so it's going to not be a string of 1, but it's an actual number of 1, right? So we're going to do that divided by number of people. And now let's go ahead and let's show that. So we're going to do per person total. Let's run this, and we have $100, tip is 10%, and per person total is 110. It's because right now we're not able to increase the number of people, right? But let's say I went to my HTML file and I just hard coded that 1 to a 2. Let's see what happens. So I'm going to hard code that to a 2. Let's run our app and let's see if this works. So I'm going to say bill is 100, and then tip is 10%, and you can see that it says $55 per person, right? Which makes ample amount of sense. $55 per person. Why? Because it's $110. 110 divided by 2 people is 55. So now let's go and change that hard-coded 2 back to a 1. Let's run our app again, and because we want to change that dynamically, right? We don't want to like hard code it in. So make sure that this is back to a 1 when you run your app. Perfect. So what's up next? Let's go down and let's see what's up next. And now update the per person total on DOM and show it to user. Okay, cool. So let's go do that. So I'm gonna grab per person total div because I have access to it from up here. Oh, let's just call it per person total div. Okay. So per person total div, we have access to it up there. Let's pick, per person total div, and we're going to change its inner text to per person total right over here. Okay, so I'm going to say per person total. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm just kind of misunderstanding this, but like what I mean is this is going to be total per person. Okay, so that's this div right here, per person total. So we are updating it correctly. Okay, so let's just see what happens now. Let's run this. Let's go ahead and type in 100. Let's type in 10%, and let's see what happens. We're getting back 110. So that's good, but we want it to be in dollars. So let's go ahead and do string template literals, and we're gonna wrap it in this and just put another $sign. So this $sign will just make sure this is JavaScript, and then this $sign will actually put an actual $sign. So I'll say 100, and we'll do 10. And when we go here, you can see that it says $110. Okay, great. Now, what happens if we have a bill that's something like this, 148.5? What happens if we have a bill that's like decimals, you know, or has maybe weird decimals? And now you can see that it started showing like lots of decimal places, right? Like, so for $135.52, it says $149.072. Like, how are you going to pay that in cents? That doesn't really make sense. So what we want to do here is we want to do a .toFixed. So we're going to do that now. So you can actually do .toFixed and pass in 2 right there. And it's going to make sure that it doesn't go beyond 2 decimals. So let's try some number again like that. And you'll notice that now it actually just goes to 2 decimal places. Now, what if the bill is more like $3,000 or something like that? It gives you 3,300, but it doesn't, you know, it'd be nicer if it kind of put a comma in there, right? So if you want to kind of do that, what we can actually do, and this is a cool trick that I learned that I use a lot actually. So that's why I kind of want to show it off here. You can do .locale string and just pass in en-us. So it's just going to format it to US currency, like a dollar currency or whatever, right? And now if you try some bill, right, you notice that it's actually putting that $sign and that comma, or sorry, not the $sign, but the comma, which is nice. So like if you get some, like, I don't know, you're never going to have a bill this much when you're eating food, right? But all the commas are there. And if you get up to 25 million, the commas are still there. So this is good. Now we just want to make sure that we still do that .toFixed thing. So let's do toFixed and pass it to 2 places, right? So fix it to 2 decimals first and then turn it into with commas. Let's try it. So let's try some big number and let's do decimal places like crazy. And notice that the decimal places here don't change. Okay, so great. All right, in this case, all right, lesson learned. So it seems like if you try to use .toFixed and locale string, it doesn't work. So just pick one. In this case, we're just going to stick to .toFixed for now, okay? So without making it much more complex, and that'll just take care of the decimal places, which is perfectly fine actually. But yeah, our decimal places will be fine. And then you can give whatever percentage tip and everything will work out as expected. So let's get rid of this console log. We don't need this anymore. So I just got rid of it. Perfect. So now it seems like our calculate bill is doing exactly what it needs to do, right? It calculates the bill in a really intelligent way. So now all we got to do is let's work on increase people. So here it says increment the amount of people. Well, I already have number of people right here in line 29. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, and I'm just going to do plus equals 1. So we're just going to increment the number of people by 1, and then we're going to update it on the DOM. So we're going to grab number of people div, which is going to be this div right here, okay, and we're just going to pop in the number of people that we now have. So we're going to say number of people is equal to number of people dot inner text is equal to number of people. Okay. So now let's run this and let's hit plus, and you can see that every time I hit plus, it actually increments the number of people and then it shows it. And that's why you can see that it's showing it exactly how we want it to, right? And right now minus doesn't work. Okay, so that's fine. We'll do that in a second. But watch what happens. When I do this, the bill doesn't calculate the right way. I have 10 people. Okay, so let's run this again. Let's go $100. Tip is 10%. Okay, and let's run this. And you can see it's saying everybody owes $110 per person. That doesn't make sense because $110, that's $1,100. So how come the bill started with $110 and now we owe $1,110? So something's wrong. So what we need to do is once we do this, we need to recalculate the bill based on the new number of people, which is super easy. all we have to do here is reuse the function we just created. So just call this function and that should handle everything. So let's go ahead, run this. I'm going to say we have a $100 bill. I'm going to say we're tipping, let's say 10%. Number of people is 2. And boom, look at that. It's 55. Why does it work? Because remember, per person total is calculated total divided by number of people. So when you update number of people here, this number of people updates, and that's number of people calculate bill function has access to. So when you run it again, it just recalculates this with a new number of people after you change them. Pretty beautiful, right? So very, very simple. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. So this code is going to be really, really, really similar for decrease. So decrement the amount of people. Instead of +1, we're going to do -1. Number of people div, we're going to update that. And then we're going to recalculate the bill. So it's going to be very similar to increase. So watch what happens. When I have $100, I have a 10% tip. I can go one way and I can go backwards. Look at that. How nice. But here is the problem. I can go less than 1. Watch. I went to -1. What is that? I'm going to negative numbers. What is happening? How can I have... So what? The restaurant now owes me for eating there? Like they should. You know what I mean? Like the royalty's there to eat. You are special. You are a royalty. So if you went and the restaurant owed you money, I would understand. Okay, fair enough. Because you're here watching this tutorial. You're top of the food chain. All right, while everybody struggles out there, you're here grinding it out so then you can level up your career, provide for your family, provide for your kids. So you're a champ. Tap yourself on the back. Pat yourself on the back. Do both. Tap and pat. Do them both. All right. So we don't want to go below 1 person. So we're going to add what I call a guard clause here. I'm basically going to say if number of people is less than or equal to 1, homie, just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Don't run. This simply here means end the function right here. End the decrease people function on line 70. And don't run any of this. So let's try this again and I'll explain. 100, 10%. Now, when I hit minus, watch what happens. Hit minus, nothing happens. When I hit plus, it works. When I hit minus, it works. But when I hit minus now, it doesn't work. So what is happening? When it's 1 or less than 1, it just says, hey, I noticed that this function is running, but I want you to only run here. And when this condition is true, because number of people is 1, right? So it's 1 less than or equal to 1. Yes, it's true. So then the code just stops and doesn't end up running any of this. Now, in the other case scenario, where number of people is, let's say 2, it goes as 2 less than or equal to 1, and it goes false. So then it doesn't run this, but it ends up running all of these here. Okay, so that's why it's a guard clause, right? So we're just guarding the entire code base, and we stop it, okay? To prove to you, I'm just going to say, so log number of people. So I'm going to stop. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this and watch what happens when I hit minus. It detects 1 is 1 or less than 1, so I'm going to stop, right? But when I go here and try to run minus, see, it doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. The console log statement doesn't happen. Doesn't happen even here. Doesn't happen even here. But when I go 1 more below, boom, 1 is 1 or less than 1, so I'm going to stop. 1 is 1 or less than 1, so I'm going to stop. So it's detecting it, right? Every single time. Okay, so we can even like leave a little message for the user and say, you know, hey, you cannot less than 1 person, right? So now like the user can see this message and no, okay, I can't do that, right? So plus, 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 minus, minus, minus. Hey, you cannot have less than 1 person. And if you want to make it more intrusive and more visible to the user, you can even do something like an alert. So now we go 100, 10% tip, plus, 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 minus, 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 minus. Says, hey, right, you cannot have less than 1 person. So it lets us know right there that that's not a possibility. So you can do it whatever way you want. Okay, you could throw an error if you want, and like that'll kind of crash the app. And if you want to be really pro, I can give you one like kind of pro JavaScript tip is what you can do is you can throw an error and show the user they're doing something wrong, but like kind of in a sneaky way. So here you can say, you can replace this alert with something called a throw, and they'll throw an error. You could do throw. And then what's nice about throw is you won't even need that return, like, or just leave the return here, but like you won't really need it. Okay. So you can do that return pattern. I'm leaving this return here to show you can use that return pattern again and again, because that's normally what I do. But here, if you want to throw an error and really let the user know, you could do that, right? So for example, boom, 100, 10%. I try to hit minus and it throws like a red little error at the bottom. It says, hey, you cannot have less than one person. So it's very clear that the user is trying to do something that they're not allowed to do, and like you can make it visible. All right, so there you go. Let's see if this entire thing is working or not. Let's open it up here and let's check, right? We just built this. Man, we're excited, right? Now let's see if it works. So we got a bill. We just went and ate at a nice restaurant. Let's say you went to Cheesecake Factory. You took your family out. I mean, it's a nice night out, right? They gave you a big fat bill for $375. Maybe you brought some friends with you, and they're like, hey, mandatory tip is 20%. So you all start freaking out. Who's going to calculate it? What is it going to be? What's happening, right? So you go, okay, we got the tip is, 10%, or we're going to give a 20% tip. So that's $450 right now, but you only have selected as one person. But luckily you brought your friends with you, right? You brought the entire gang, hopefully. So, you got Juanes, you got Daniel, you got Frankie, you got Lance, you got Nas. I mean, you got the whole gang up in there, right? So you got all these 6 people. Look at that. Your bill is only $75. That's not too bad, right? That's not too bad. That's easy. Maybe you bring in 2 other people from somewhere. You go to them and you grab them and you're like, hey, come join our party and split the bill with them too. Now, the more the merrier. Am I right? And you got $56.25. I mean, this is, at this point, the restaurant should be paying you, right? This is nothing. Cheesecake Factory, nice night out with the family and friends. I mean, come on, that's a bargain. The 20% tip, right? So this is really nice, right? This is really nice app that we could actually use. And what's amazing is it's already hosted online thanks to REPL. Yeah, it's deployed on the interwebs. So you could put it on your portfolio. You could do whatever you want with it. It's live, ready to go. Okay, ignore that sound. I'm having a focus session and it makes this little bing. So now what I want you to do is you're going to grab all of this JavaScript code that you wrote, go back to this exercise file, okay? And go to tip calculator, go to exercise, go to the script.js, okay? And then delete everything that's in this exercise file, okay? And then paste your code in here, all right? And give it a try and see if it works. So go and run it. So go to your now project exercises. You should be able to go to tip calculator. You should be able to type in things like 100, 10%, plus, minus. It should all work smoothly. Okay. So make sure you go ahead and do that. Update your exercise as you go. So you have the most up-to-date version with all of your projects completed all in one place, nice and ready for you to use. All right. That was the tip calculator. I hope you had fun. I had a ton of fun actually sharing it. It's 11:53 p.m. I was supposed to have a date night with my girlfriend. We were going to watch The Boys. The new season of The Boys is out. I mean, God, that show is good. Season 3. Started watching this Indian movie called RRR. Phenomenal. And about to move soon, leaving Marina Del Rey. Man, a lot's going on, a lot's going on. And instead of doing any of those things, I decided to be here and build this app with you and do it together. So it's going to be awesome. So I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was awesome. Let's continue. Let's learn more JavaScript. I hope you're excited. I love your beautiful face, and I'll see you soon. Let's go. Welcome back. Now, I want you to start getting ready for rock, paper, scissors. And by the way, just a sneak peek, you're going to be doing something with Netflix soon. So one of your projects is going to be Netflix. Okay, so I hope you're excited about that. This is going to be with vanilla JavaScript. So this is just a little sneak peek. Now, what we're going to be doing is I want you to start getting ready for rock, paper, scissors because we're about to start building it soon. But there are just a few things that you need to understand for this. All right, so for rock, paper, scissors, one of the DOM manipulation concepts you're already good with. Like, for example, when you click a button, right? So, for example, if I go to rock, paper, scissors solutions over here, and when I click this, to click and detect the button, you've already learned this concept, so that's good. When I click the hand, you've already learned that concept, so you're good there. You learn the concept of being able to hit this red button and then it clears everything up, right? So DOM manipulation concepts you've learned, so I'm happy about that. I think the things that you still need to know are how to select an item from an array. So let's go ahead and just do a practice exercise together. So remember, you're going to be coding in your Playground.js and I'm going to be coding in just Playground.js. Okay, so this one is for moi, Kazi. This other one is for you. Okay, so this one is going to be with all the finished titles. So how do you select an item out of an array? So let's practice that. So here, let's say we create a new variable called fruits. Okay, I'll just do let fruits. And let's see, did we make it earlier? Yes, we did. Okay, so I don't have to, I'll just change this to a let. Okay, and we'll bring this down. You don't have to paste the whole thing in. We'll just do this, and I'll do it up until here. Okay, so fruits is only going to be a couple of items. Now let's go ahead and make sure that fruits we're able to console log it. So I'm going to say console.log fruits of 0. Let's run this. Okay, 1 second. It says it's already been declared, so maybe I don't need to even say let here. Let's run this. Okay, cool. So I have this fruit banana showing up. Now, how would I randomly select something from this array? Okay, so let's make a function. We're going to call it random selection from array. This is the function. In here, we're going to put our fruits. And now, since this is inside of a function, you can say const fruits and you can create a new fruits here. Okay, and the scope of this fruits is only going to remain within the function, and outside of the function, this variable will be unknown. And let's move this down here. And let's just run this function for now. So I'm just going to say console.log random select from array. Or let's say random fruit. Okay. And let's say that this takes in items. Let's say it takes in fruits and it randomly returns them. Okay. Let's take this array out. I know I'm making go back and forth. Yeah, whatever. Just it's okay. All right. I know I'm making go back and forth, but it's all good. It's not supposed to be inside of this function. Let's put it outside of the function, okay? Because I'm making a mistake. So it's my fault. I apologize for this confusion. And what we want to do is you want to pass it a fruit and it should randomly return a fruit. So an example of this, if you call random fruit and you pass it in, let's just say, or whatever, you can pass it numbers as well. So if you pass it in 1 and 2, it maybe randomly returns 2. Okay. And if you run it again, it might randomly return 1. So that's what this array here does. All right. So it's going to get fruits and it's going to randomly select. Now, how do we randomly select? So one thing that you have to remember is we have math.random, and this will give us a random number. Okay, so let's try it. Math.random, and I'll get a random number. Now, if I multiply it by 3, I'm always going to get a number that's going to be less than 3. Now, to make these numbers useful, because right now they're these decimal numbers which are kind of useless, we're going to floor all of this. We're going to call a floor on this. All right, so now when we press up and keep running it, press up and enter, up and enter. Now notice I'm only going to get numbers between 0, 1, and 2. Okay, so I want to be able to get 0, 1, 2, and 3. So for this, the range should be, because this is 0, 1, 2, 3, I should be able to select randomly between these 4 numbers right here. Okay, So in this case, I might have to do math multiplied by 4. So then I get a number between 0, 1, and 2, and 3. Okay, so I'll always get that. So keep running it. I'll never get 4. I'll only get 0, 1, and 2. And 3, sorry. 0 to 3. Okay, so that's the trick. That's how we're going to get that. Now, this over here is the max, right? Where I'm multiplying it by 4. That's the length that I want it to be. Okay, so let's go create a variable called max length is going to be 4, or yeah, 4. Okay, now I'm going to write this function. I'm just going to replace it with max length. So now when I change the max length to, let's say I wanted to give me between 3 items, I just change it to a 3, I run it, and now I get between 0, 1, and 2. So this is going to be dynamically changing. So in order to account for that, we need to pull from fruit's length. Okay, so we're going to say math.random multiplied by fruits.length. This will give us a dynamic array. And then we want to wrap this in math.floor. Okay, and we'll say random number. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to return fruits, whatever that random number is. So it's going to be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4, or whatever, whichever one, right? Now, let's run our random fruit function and pass it our fruits that we just created right over here. Let's run it and let's see if it does what we want it to do. Okay, so I don't need to say let over here. Let's just hit run. Cool, so I got a pear. Let's try it again. I got a banana. Let's try it again. I got an orange. Let's try it again. Orange. Let's try it again. Orange. Let's try it again. Orange. Banana. Pear. Pear. Banana. Right, so just randomly picking, and it never breaks. Okay, so you can see how this is working, right? Every single time I run it, run, I get back a different fruit. Okay, and so let's console log what number is every single time, random number. Okay, let's run it. Boom, you can see the random number is 2. So it gets 0, 1, and 2. So I get the orange. Random number is 1. So I get the apple. 1 apple. 0 banana. Okay, so that's how this random fruit function works. So this is definitely one that you needed to know, because in order to be able to do what you're going to do in rock, paper, scissors, you're going to need to know how this works. More specifically speaking, there's going to be a function in rock, paper, scissors that you're going to need to implement, which is going to get a random computer choice. And the array you're going to have is going to be rock, paper, and scissors. And you're going to need to essentially use the same logic to randomly pull a computer choice out of this array of 3 elements, rock, paper, or scissors. Okay, so you're going to have to figure that one out. One more thing you're going to need to know before we get into rock, paper, scissors is, so this shows you select a random element from an array. That's what this piece of code shows you. The next thing you're actually going to need to know is some more advanced conditional statements, meaning how do you chain if with an else, if with an else. So you're going to need to know that, okay, because that's how you're going to be able to implement your rock, paper, scissors game. So I'll give you an exercise. There are 3 different weathers: rainy, sunny, and overcast. Okay, and what we want to do is, if the weather is rainy, I love rain, so we should give that a +1 score or a 1 score. We don't need to put +1 here, right? If it's sunny, then we give that a score of -1, because I don't like sunny weather. Okay, so I freaking love rain, man. Like, I love rain. Rain is so awesome. Sunny, it's all right. And then overcast would be 0. For me, I also love overcast. So it is what it is, you know. I would want to give this a score of 1. But since for this example, we're just going to do this, okay? Because I like rain more than I like overcast. So this is how we're going to do this app. Weather scorer. This is going to be our function. And how are we going to do this? So see if you could give this a try and write. You're going to need to write essentially 3 if else conditions, okay? And they're going to need to follow this pattern. Let's go ahead and do it together. If you can't figure out yourself, that's totally fine. Okay, I'm going to give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this together now. So I'm going to basically say if, so the weather score, right? It's going to take in an input from the users. So it's going to take in what the weather is right now. So we're going to say if the weather is rainy, and you can use 3 equal signs here as well, or 2 equal signs. Both will work in this case. If weather is rainy, and we'll also create a variable called score that'll keep track of the overall score. We're going to say if weather is rainy, then we're going to do score equals 1. Okay. And now we're going to say else if weather is sunny, we're going to say score is equal to -1. Okay, and now you could do an else, because we're just going to assume it's overcast, because those are our 3 choices. So you could do else, or you could also do an else if. Okay, because you can chain as many else ifs as you want, but you can only have one else. Okay, and then we're going to say else score is 0. And then at the end, we want to return score. Okay, so hopefully you either got this, or try it now without like removing your code from scratch and then writing it again from scratch, and you can try it that way too and see if you get it. And now we're going to call console log our weather scorer app that we just made, and we're going to give our weather scorer rainy, and let's see what score it returns. Wait, let's comment out all our fruit stuff up here. Let's run it. And you can see we got back 1 because it's rainy. Now let's try sunny. Now that's a -1. Okay. And then we have overcast. There we go. Now, if you want to take this to a next level, you could even chain these. So for example, we could even chain these and go, if weather equals rainy, and maybe you can have 2 types of weathers. You can have somebody can give you multiple like weathers or something, right? Like they could give you it's rainy, but then there's also overcast, or it's a mixture of 2. So then you can chain them together like that. So you could go, if weather is rainy, let's just say I'm just going to give a very rough example. So we're going to say weather, and then we're going to say weather 2. Okay. And weather 2 is overcast, then maybe this gets a score of 2, because it's 2 of my favorite weathers in one, where there's rain and there's overcast. All right, so here's an example of doing that, yeah? I have 2 weather conditions here, and I'm checking if both are true, then score is 1. Now, let's go and pass both of these conditions. So I'll say first weather is rainy, and then the next weather is overcast, right? In this order. Oh, wait, sorry. Overcast. Let's put overcast here. And we'll say the score would be 2 points in that case. So if weather 1 is rainy, let's give that a try. And boom, we got a score of 2. Okay. So that way you can actually chain conditions. Okay. And then here, let's see if I can do this, right? So let's go else if, and then we'll do another else if right here. And then in this else if, I'm going to say, check if just the first weather is rainy, then give it a score of 1. Let's remove that. Boom, let's bring this all together. So now let's see if I pass just rainy, and maybe I don't even pass a second argument. Let's watch what happens. Boom, I get a score of 1. Okay, let's try, I pass sunny here, and let's run this. I still get a score of 1. So watch what's happening. This condition ran over here, and it said, hey, check if the weather is rainy and weather 2 is overcast. Okay, so we ran this and we saw, actually, you know what? This is true, but this one over here is false. because of this and statement here, both of this becomes false. So the entire thing becomes false. So then we don't run this check. Then we go to this else if here. Then we check, is weather equal to rainy? It's the first weather equal to rainy, and we go, yes, it is. And then it gives it a score of 1. Okay. And the order here matters, because if you put this statement above, well, then if the weather was rainy and overcast, it would still only get a score of 1, because it would run this statement and then just end, because it's chained with an else if, not an if. So else if, meaning if this if runs, then this if will not run. But if you remove that with just an if, now both of these will run regardless. Okay. So that's why this statement else if is like an important one to keep in mind. And also you can check multiple things. Why this will matter is in rock, paper, scissors, you'll have computer choice here. And you'll have player choice here. And you'll need to compare if, rock and maybe the computer picked, so let's say computer picked rock and you picked, let's say scissors or paper. You'll have to give yourself a score of 1, whether you won or not. Okay, so if you won in this case, you have to give a score of 1, otherwise 0, otherwise -1 if you lost. So this will come in handy when you're building that game. Okay, so this is just kind of foreshadowing that. So this was a little contrived example, but if you hung in there and you did it, great job, pat on the back. And with that said, I mean, at this point, you're pretty much ready to actually start building out rock, paper, scissors. I hope you're excited. All right, I hope you're excited. We're now going to work on the rock, paper, scissors app. So let's go back here. Now, where you're going to find this app is going to be in your projects over here. Okay, so let me go back to this here so I can get you a little familiar with this if you haven't really been familiarized with this yet. So what this is on this right-hand side is you have some lessons, you have project exercises and project solutions, okay? So these are fully working apps. Got it? These over here are exercises, meaning when you go to rock, paper, scissors and under solutions, you're gonna notice that the entire app works. But if you hit refresh here and you go into project exercises again and you go rock, paper, scissors under project exercises, you will click and nothing will work. Meaning that the entire app is made, but it's missing the JavaScript functionality. Okay, so nothing dynamic is happening with this app as a result of that. So that's where exercises will show up. Now, to find where to go and code these exercises, on the left-hand side, you have this folder called projects. So you're going to click projects. Inside here, you're going to have rock, paper, scissors. I'm going to click rock, paper, scissors. So we're going to go to rock, paper, scissors. And here you're going to see that this project has an exercise and a solution. And every project will have its own exercise and will have its own solution folder. Okay. So if you look at them, exercise and solution folder, exercise folder has your HTML, your JavaScript, and your style sheet. Solution has the same thing. Okay, the only difference between the solution and the exercise folders is going to be the script. This is the only thing that's different between the two. Okay, these two are not the same. You will need to update this inside of exercise. I would highly recommend do not look at the solution sheet until you give this project a try on your own. Okay, that's not good. You're not gonna improve like that. Okay, so seriously, just like don't do it. It's gonna be a waste of your time, waste of your effort. Like otherwise, why are you watching this tutorial? Just don't watch it. Go do something else, right? So if you're gonna do it, then do it right. Make sure you do the exercise first and give it your best attempt. Even if it takes you hours or days, it doesn't matter. Do that because you're gonna get better. So let's go into this file right over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to familiarize ourselves with what's inside of here, okay? And then we're probably going to move over into a new REPL. Okay, so I want you to actually do this exercise, but outside of here, because if you try to do this here, it's not going to be the best experience. Plus, I want you to become a better developer. So I want you to actually create a new REPL with all 3 of these files in there and then try to code it up. So you can see how to do this from scratch. Okay, so as a matter of fact, why don't we actually go ahead and set up the new REPL now, and then we'll walk through the code together. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So hit open up a new tab, and then just go to replit.com, just like this, replit.com. We're going to select the HTML, CSS, JavaScript. Okay, click here. And then just choose create REPL, but we're gonna, in this case, say rock, paper, scissors, and hit create REPL. Perfect. Now, inside of here, we just have index, script, and style. Okay, so we have these 3 files. Now, here's all we're gonna do. We're gonna go back, we're gonna copy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do Command A or Control A to copy this entire, everything that's inside of this index.html. I'm going to copy it, right click and copy. Let's go back here. Let's delete everything that's inside of here, right click, and I'm going to paste. Boom, just pasted that code. Okay, so now my HTML is pasted. If I run it, you're going to see it doesn't look very good, but it's there. Okay. Then we're going to go ahead and grab the style sheet. I'm going to copy it, and we're going to go back, and we're going to delete everything that's inside of here. I'm going to right click and paste this. And I don't want you to worry about the styling and everything. I just want you to worry about the JavaScript portion. So you can see that with the styling, boom, everything looks perfect, right? Everything looks super clean. Now in our script, let's go ahead and copy our script. And don't worry, this is not the solution. Okay, so just copy everything that's inside of here. So either Control A, Command A to select everything. And then you're going to hit copy, then come into this script and paste it. Okay, and hit run. And if you click, nothing should be working yet. Perfect. Okay, this is you starting from scratch. And now let's just walk through kind of what everything is. So let's start off with index.html. What's going on in here? It's a very simple file with only a few lines of actual code. All right, some of the code is, you know, just doc type HTML, like whatever, right? That's default. HTML files come with that. A couple of lines of code here. And you're going to need to know the player score, certain div IDs, because you're going to need to access them. So for example, this button has a value. Remember when we did red, green, and yellow, when we did that color app, our buttons had a value, red. It had a value, green. It had a value, whatever. So then when you clicked it, you're able to retrieve its value. That's why that exercise is going to be helpful to you here. No pun intended, valuable for you. So this is, that's those buttons. You're going to need to know these classes. So familiarize yourself with this index.html, because from the JavaScript side, you're going to need to detect when somebody clicks this button, and you're going to need to be able to refer to these specific buttons. You're going to need to be able to refer to, you know, to specific things and then write on there. Okay, so for example, when the player score shows up, maybe that's a player score div. When the hands show up, meaning the computer hands or the user hands, they should show up here. And by hands, it's like computer choice or player choice. The result of the game, whether you won or lost, that should show up here as well. Okay, obviously above that red button, right? Of course, it should show like above there. So it should show like here. End game button, you're gonna need this ID as well. And this script here just means that this index.html here is linked with this JavaScript sheet. Okay, meaning if you ever change the name here, make sure you go and also change the name here and make sure they both match. Okay, cool. But I would recommend you don't change anything, because once you're done with your entire code, you should copy your working code and paste it back inside of the script. Okay, the only file you need to change is a script file. Okay, awesome. Now let's walk through this project step by step. We're not going to solve it right now, but I'm going to give it to you as an exercise, but we need to just kind of go over some stuff. Okay, so this project will have a couple of functions that you need to implement. All right, here we go. So if you look at this, there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. There are only 5 functions that you need to implement. The code shouldn't be like longer than 100 lines. It should be less than that, probably around 70-ish lines without comments. And that's what you need to work on, okay? It's 5 functions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 actually. Sorry, 6 functions. You need to work on 6 functions. Now, with each function, there's going to be some documentation telling you what this function should do, how to run this function, and what it should return. Okay, and then there's going to be some other notes sometimes within the function as well. So for example, let's walk through computer choice. Well, this function, computer choice, get computer choice, randomly selects between rock, paper, scissors, and returns that string. So that should be pretty self-explanatory what that function should do every time I call it. Here's an example of me calling it, get computer choice, and here's an example of it returning a random string, rock. Here's another example of me calling it and it returning a random string, scissors. This function has no arguments, okay? 0 arguments, nada. So you won't need to add in or take away arguments. The arguments are already there for you to help you out. Here's another function you're going to need to implement, the getResult function. Okay, this is going to compare player choice and computer choice, and it will return the score accordingly. Meaning, here's an example where the human wins, aka you win against the computer. When you call getResult and you pass it rock and scissors, so this is the player choice and this is the computer choice. So when you give it rock and scissors, who wins? Is it the human or the bot that wins? In this case, the human wins. So then it should return a score of 1. Here's an example of a human losing. You call the getResult function, you pass it scissors for player, and you pass it rock for the computer, and it returns -1 because rock beats scissors. And then here's another example of human draws where you pick rock for the human and rock for the computer, and the score should be 0. Okay, so those are examples of how to call this function, what it should return a number, and the 2 arguments that it has. Okay, this function is probably going to be one of the most difficult ones for you to implement. And here I have even other notes for you to make it easier. So for example, when you're implementing this, you're going to need to do a lot of if else conditions. Okay, because you're going to need to check if the player picks rock and the computer picks rock, then what happens? Okay. So you're going to need to write the code here. It says all situations where human draws, set score to 0. So in order to write this, well, this should be pretty easy because when's the only situation, it's a draw. So you could say if a rock goes against a rock, that's a draw. If a scissor goes against a scissor, that's a draw. If a that will take you forever. Or you could just say, hey, if player choice and computer choice match, that's a draw. So you could do it like that. All right. So that should take care of all of your draw conditions. Then here are your other conditions. So this is where all situations where human wins, you should set the score to 1. So you're going to use a bunch of else ifs here. And this is a situation where you will define all situations where human wins. So a human will win if human picks, rock against scissors. A human will win if the human picks scissors against paper. A human will win if a human picks paper against rock. So those are all the winning conditions go here. And then all the losing conditions, you can be pretty clever about it and you don't even actually have to define them because you could just say else human loses. Okay, so these comments are there to help you kind of simplify the logic for you a little bit and then just return the score. Make sure you don't forget to return the score. All right, I'm going to toggle this function and close it. Then you have the show result function. Okay, this function is also going to be a little bit advanced, and this function here, getResult, is heavy on if-else conditions. Show result is going to be heavy on DOM manipulation. Okay, so show result is how you're going to draw on screen and show stuff. For example, if I go to the solution version, when I click here, show result is a function that's doing, human chose rock, computer chose paper, you lose, and then giving a score of -1 and then drawing it out here. Okay, so that's the show result function. So getResult will calculate who won. Show result will then output that, the computer choice, the human choice, the current score, all of that stuff onto the screen. So show result updates the DOM to you win or you lose or it's a draw based on the score. Also shows player choice versus computer choice. Okay. Now, here, you can see it takes in 3 arguments. Okay, the score, player choice, computer choice. So it needs that in 3 pieces of information. And hint, on a score of -1, you should do result.inner text you lose. Why? Because, if I go back here, I have a div called result, right? So make sure you get this div by using getElement, document.getElementById, get this div, right? Store in a variable called result, And then you could do result.enter text and change its value to you lose. So that's what I said. Don't forget to grab the div with the result ID. So this is just a hint on how to like do one of them. You're going to need to do multiple divs here. Then you have on click rock, paper, scissors. So this is where what should happen when the user clicks. Well, right when the user clicks, you need to think about what happens. So this function should calculate who won and show it on the screen. So to give you a hint, this function should call upon our getResult function and our showResult function. That's kind of it. Okay, this is what this function will do. All right, and then we have our playGame function. This is going to be a really important function. The name is a little misleading, and I'll kind of explain why. But here's what it should do. Make the RPS. RPS means rock, paper, scissors. So anywhere you see RPS, it means rock, paper, scissors. So make the RPS buttons actively listen for a click and do something once a click is detected. So that's what the function of playGame is. So all it does is just listening here. Okay, it attaches listeners to these. And once you click here, it should run this function right there. When I click here, it should run that function right there. And of course, we pass in the player choice. So if I, let's say, choose rock, yeah, and I click that, then it calls on click RPS, and then it passes in rock as the player choice. And then vice versa if I choose any of these other ones. And then on click RPS knows what to do. So I have all the notes here for you, right? So you make sure to use query selector to select all RPS buttons, right? And then I have even step-by-step on how you can do it. Loop through the buttons using a for each loop, add a click event listener to each button. And this is, you know, we can say add an on click. And this is something that we did already with our color app. Okay, remember we had to add event listeners on click to update each button's on click properties to basically listen for a click and then call another function. So refer to that red, green, yellow square app that we did. Okay, cool. So that's what playGame is going to be. And then, you know, and then make sure that in playGame, you also add a listener to this button too. So basically in playGame, all you're really doing is you're just updating the on-click properties of each of these. Okay, it's kind of what happens there. And last, endgame. Endgame is just going to be a function that clears all the text on the DOM. So if I go here and I hit this, it just clears all the text. So it takes all the values that you had initially sets them to empty string or empties them out. Okay, so I hope that, you know, I really believe that you'll be able to do this. We have done every exercise, everything that we've done up until this point preps you for this project. There shouldn't be any concepts that are new, while putting them together is going to be harder. And then there's going to be certain things that are for sure going to be challenging. So don't be upset or frustrated if you don't get this. Honestly, I don't expect you to be able to get it. You'd have to be really, really freaking hyper smart to get this on your first try. When I used to do these projects, I never got these types of projects on my own, like right away in the start. I would give it my best. I would come close, but it wouldn't be working. And then I would actually look at the real code, and then I would go, okay. And then I would try it again. But I would give it an honest try. So make sure that you do give it an honest try and try your hardest before you come and look at the solutions. And the concepts, you know, they'll be covered are like for loops, DOM manipulation, variables, conditionals, template literals, event listeners, higher order functions, and math.random stuff. Okay, so I think you're going to have a lot of fun with this and really give it a try. And then pretty soon we're going to walk through and build this together. Okay, so in the next step will be us actually walking through the entire solution together. But for now, you should stop, take a break, and try to build this together by yourself. All right, see you soon. All right, let's go through and code up rock, paper, scissors together. Let's go. So let's go and do this step by step. All right, and we're gonna walk through and do every single thing together. So this get computer choice function over here, remember we made this function that allowed us to get a random item from an array, right? Fruit item. We're gonna use very similar logic to that. So let's go and say, and I'm coding this live together with you. So if I get stuck in any of these parts, it's live. Yes, I've coded it up before, but now we're doing it from scratch. So we're going to get, so here are the RPS choices. Okay, so we have rock, we have paper, and we have scissors. These are the three choices that are universally available to us, right? And now I'm going to just say, and let's capitalize this R, P, S. Okay. And now we're going to say, we're going to randomly select one. So random choice. Okay. And then here I'm going to do math.random, all right? And we're going to multiply that by 3, just hard code 3 in there because we only have 3 choices. So this will make sure that it gets us a number between 0, 1, 0, and 3. Okay. And then we're going to call math.floor on this. So remember, because math.random is always going to give you some like crazy number, 0.844444 something, right? But when you floor it, it'll just remove all the decimal places and then round it down. So now this should give us 0, 1, and 2. Perfect. That's exactly what we're looking for. And then all we want to do is let's actually call this random number. And then we're going to do RPS choice, pass in the random number, and then that's it. We should just return that. Okay, so return random number. So if this function, let's see if this function is good to go and if it's working. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and call this here. I'm going to say console log. Actually, here's even a cooler way of testing this. So let's just copy this function right over here, copy, paste it in, hit enter. All right, so basically what all we've done is we took this function and pasted the definition inside of our console. And now let's just call computer choice. Let's call it again. Let's call it again. Let's call it again. And you can see that every time it gives us a random choice. Rock, paper, scissors, everything is random, okay? So this function is working correctly. Okay, so I think that's great. Now let's move on to the next function. This is going to be a little bit of a harder function, right? This is the get result, and it's going to compute the score. So based on the score that we give it, it's going to say whether you won or you lost. So now what are all the situations where a human draws? This one over here is simple. We're going to say if player choice is, equal to computer choice, well, in that case, we're just going to return a score of, actually, let's have a variable here called score. And we're going to basically just say score equals 0. These are all of our draw situations. So now all of our drawing situations are handled. Now we have our else ifs that we're going to start. Okay, so else if, actually, let's do it this way. We're going to say else if. So now we're going to have a bunch of else ifs. So what are the situations where a human will win? So let's pick a situation where a human will win if a human chooses rock. Then let's pick a situation where a human will win where they pick paper. And then let's pick a situation where a human will win if a human picks scissors. Okay, so those are the 3 different situations. So let's give it a try. So we're going to say if player choice is rock, and make sure to always have everything in title case like this, because if you use lower R somewhere for rock and capital R somewhere else, your entire app is going to break. Okay, so just be consistent with this spelling here everywhere. All right, let's go here and let's give it a try. So computer choice. So rock will beat scissors. So this is situation 1 where a human wins. Now let's try another. Let's see another situation here. Okay, so I'm gonna copy this and paste this here, right? So these are, now we're making all the situations where a human wins, and we're gonna set the score to 1 in this case. Now we're gonna have another else if. So I'm just gonna copy this and paste that. Okay, and let's actually copy. I'm gonna copy this entire thing and paste it again. Copy this entire thing and paste it again. So in the situation of rock, and then we need to handle a situation of paper, and then we need to handle a situation of scissors. So paper, if a human chooses paper, well, what would the computer need to choose in order for the human to win? Let's think about that, right? So if I chose paper, well, paper beats rock. So then we're going to pick rock here. And then scissors beats paper. So we're going to put paper here. So now we've defined all of the conditions where a human wins. So we're done with that. And then the last thing we actually just need to do is define the situation where a human loses. So what we need to do here is just say else score is -1. Okay, so now everything else is a situation where it's reversed, where the computer wins. But we can be really smart and cheeky and just say else here. Okay, otherwise you would have to do a bunch of else ifs, and then you would have to basically reverse this and put all the choices where computer wins and manually define each one of them. But if you do it this way, you don't have to define each one of them, right? And then at the end, all we need to do, thanks to this note is pretty much giving away the exact line of code you need to write. Make sure to return the score. Okay, return the score. Now let's take this function and see if we can copy this, and let's see if we can paste this function in the command line. We pasted it, and let's call our function getResult. And I'm going to give it a player choice of rock, and then the computer will be scissors, and let's see what happens. And we get 1. Is that true? Does rock beat scissors? Yes, it does. So we get back 1. Well, what happens if both are rock? 0. So that's perfect. Let's try all these test cases, right? So rock, scissors. We tried rock, rock. Now let's try scissors, rock, and we should lose. Scissors, comma, rock. Make sure to put those quotes, and let's run it. And indeed, we do lose. So all of these test cases that we have written here, right? Check out what we have written out here. So this function is Gucci. This function is doing what it's supposed to be doing. So we're good on the getResult function. Okay, so I think we're good with that. So we finished the get computer choice. We finished getResult. Okay, now let's go through some of our other functions that we're going to be doing as well. Okay, so let's go to our next function, showResult. Well, before we do this, before we just like do showResult kind of in one go, let's just attach our listeners first, because that's going to be the most important thing. Because if I was making this app, the first thing I would do is add listeners, because if I don't add listeners, I'm never going to be able to see really anything happen. So let's go ahead and add listeners. So loop through the buttons using a for each loop. Okay, so let's do that. But first, what do I need to do? Use query selector to select all RPS buttons. So let's do it. RPS buttons. We're going to set document dot query selector all, and we're going to pass it RPS buttons. Let's go to our HTML file. And if you see here, we have RPS button class, right? Class, RPS button, class, RPS button. So it's not plural, it's singular. And let's just see if we can actually console log this out. So let's go ahead and console log RPS button. Okay. And here we are calling the play game function. So if I hit run, everything should run. And there we go. We're seeing that we're getting 3 HTML button elements, which is exactly what we expected, right? And now you can either manually attach a listener to each one of them. So you could do RPS buttons, 0.onClick, and we could say, just console log the value. We could do that. RPS button 0. Right, and then you can just do .value. So this would be a way of hard coding it, but that's not what we want to do. So when we click rock, it does detect that we're clicking rock. When I click paper, it doesn't work. When I click scissors, nothing works, right? So let's go ahead and now do what the instructions say here. So it says use a loop to go through them. So I'm going to say RPS buttons dot for each. So that will allow me to loop. And for each button, okay, RPS button, I'm going to do something. So for each RPS button, we're going to add an event listener. So let's go ahead and do that now. For each button on click, we're basically going to say, hey, every time I click you, I want you to call the on click RPS function. Okay. And then step 4 is make sure to pass the currently selected RPS button as an argument. Okay. So, or the currently selected, so basically if I click this, then I need to pass this to onClick RPS. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So I'm going to basically pass it the value of that. So we're going to say RPS button dot value. So loop through the buttons, go through them, and then for each button, give it this function. Okay. And now if I hit run here and I click, nothing is going to happen right now. But let's go to our onClick function. And here I'm just going to say console log. And we're just going to say console log player choice. Okay. So let's hit run. Let's hit. And now you can see every time I click rock, it prints it out. When I click paper, it prints it out. When I click scissors, it prints it out as well. So now the RPS button loop is doing what I want it to do. And I'm going to just remove all of these notes because I don't need them anymore, because we just essentially did all of this that it was asking. Okay. And yeah, so play game button is done. OnClick is detecting the click, so that is good. Now what I can do with the OnClick is we have the computer choice already ready to go, right? And we already have the get results function, so we can pretty much play rock paper scissors, at least in the command line. Like we're pretty much done with rock paper scissors here. So I'm gonna basically say let's get computer choice, get comp choice, or computer choice, and we're going to call that computer choice function. So let's try it. Get computer choice, and then let's just console log our computer choice. Okay, so now we should have, and what we'll do is put it as an object, so then it'll tell us like what's the computer choice and what's the player choice. So let's run this. I'm going to click, and you can see player choice is rock and computer choice is scissors. I'll click again. This time player choice is rock, computer choice is paper. I'll click here. I click this one right now. So it says our choice was paper, computer's choice was rock. So our get computer choice function is working correctly. That's really good. Okay. Well, now since we have player choice and computer choice, guess what? We don't even need to see how this get result function works. We just need to call it now, baby, and have it return the score. That's it. So let's go and do const score, and we're going to just say get result. And we're going to pass it the player choice, but make sure you pass it in the right order. And we're going to pass it the computer choice. All right. And then we're just going to console log the score here. Okay. And make sure to just put it as an object so it just looks nice. Let's hit run. Boom, look at that. Player choice is rock, computer choice is paper, and the score is -1, meaning we lost, right? Because paper beats rock. Let's run it again. We chose paper, computer chose rock, paper beats rock, so we won this time. Let's choose scissors, and we lost because we chose scissors and the computer chose rock, and we lost. Let's try scissors again, and we won because we chose scissors, the computer chose paper, and the score is +1, meaning that we won. Okay, fantastic. So guys, the whole thing is working, you guys. This is really, really exciting. Now, the only things that are left are we need to keep track of the overall score of the game. So every time the score updates, we need to actually keep track of that score and increment it. Now, what we could do is we could actually create an object to actually keep track of both of those scores. And we could put that object all the way at the top. Why are we putting it all the way at the top? So every single function can have access to it because it's like a database. Okay, so it will have all our scores. So we'll say const scores. Okay, and then this will have computer score. Okay, and it'll start off with 0, and then it'll have player score, and that will start off with 0. Let's give it a more descriptive name, and let's call it total score. Okay, so this will be the total, and we will update it depending on, you know, whether the computer wins or the player wins, right, or the human wins. And where will we do this? Well, what we can actually do is we can do this inside of our get result function. Okay. So we can actually update this object right over here directly. So inside of our get result function. You could pass it the total score, right? And then we could actually do that, update that. So I'm going to say total score. Let's pass it in. I changed my mind. Let's not do it in there because this function is very pure. Let's not pollute it with other things. And this happens very commonly. You know, as a developer, you go back and forth a lot because it's normal to kind of go back and forth and then decide, you know what, I'm going to leave my code clean because then otherwise this function is going to have too many dependencies and it's going to be kind of annoying. So let's leave that as is. We're going to update this total score after we get it, right? So let's say that I on click, I get the computer choice, I get the score. Well, then I update the score based off of that. Okay, so I'm gonna basically go and say, get the total score, and we're gonna grab the player score, and we're gonna increment it by whatever score. Whatever we get as a score. Okay, so this way, for now, we'll just keep track of the player score. You don't really need to keep track of the computer score. I will leave that to you to implement as a challenge. Okay, but for now, we'll just keep track of the player score and increment the player score. Okay, and then let's console log total score. And now let's play this game. So rock. So player score is -1. Let's play rock again. So now this time we won, right? So last game we lost. The player score became -1. This game we won. All right, now all that's left to do is updating the DOM to actually show you won or you lost or you drew. So let's go to our show result function. This is where we're going to be doing DOM manipulation, right? We have a couple of different scenarios. We have a scenario where we could say we lost, right? So if score is -1, then do something. Else if score is 0, then do something, right? Else if score is 1, or we could just say else, do something, right? So in this case, if we won, then what we want to say is you lose. Okay. In this situation, we would want to say you drew or it's a tie or something, right? So let's put double quotes and now we'll say it's a tie. And here we can say you won. Now we need to do something with these strings because right now we're not telling the computer to do anything, right? So we're going to create, we're going to get the divs. So let's get the result div. And this is going to be, we're going to get this by doing document.getElement by ID. And I believe the ID is called result. Let's go take a look. And we have result here. Okay, we have result. We have player hands, and then we have player score. Okay, hands, and then player score. Okay, let's go back. Hands div is going to be document.getElement by ID, and we're going to do hands. And I believe this div player score, we're also going to need that. So let's go const player score div, document.getElement by ID, player score. Okay, just like that. In a case where we lose, right, what we actually want to do is we want to say result div.inner text. Want to set that to you lose. And then we're going to do the same thing here and the same thing here. Okay. So let's see what happens now. Let's give it a try. So I'll run this. We win. And I'm not seeing anything yet. So let's go and debug what the problem is. So result div, let's make sure that this result div is the actual div that we want. So I'm going to console log, or actually, I don't think we're calling the function show result anywhere. So let's go ahead and work on that now. So remember, on click RPS, what it should do is calculate who won and show it on screen, right? So line 74 calculates who won, right? Then we update the total score. And then we want to show on the screen who won. So let's go ahead and do that now. I'll do it at the bottom here. And we'll call our show result function. And it has a couple of arguments. And you can see it's telling us it has the argument of score. What other arguments do we have? Let's go check. Player choice and computer choice. So we're going to give it the player choice. And then we're going to give it the computer choice. There we go. Player choice, computer choice. Okay. That's effectively it. That's all what we need to do here. So let's give it a try now. Run it. Boom. And it says you lose. And is that true that we lost? Right? We got a score of -1. Let's try again. You won. And now look, it says the score is 1, so I win. And then the total overall game score, right? The total score, it says is 0. Player score is 0 now because we won. And now it's a tie, so everything remains 0, 0, 0. Let's run again. I lost. It goes back down to -1. All right, now I won a bunch of times. Dang, my score is just getting worse and worse. Okay, all good. So our score is working the way that we want it to work, right? So what we want to do next is at the end, we also want to update the scores. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So let's update the score div now. Or actually let's do hands first because that's really important. So we're going to say hands div dot inner text, right? And it's whatever the choices are, that the player choice and computer choice. So I'm going to say player choice versus computer choice. Okay, let's run this and let's see what happens. Rock versus scissors, paper versus rock, scissors versus rock. Okay, so that's working. But it's not really easy to tell which one is the human choice and which one is a bot choice. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put an emoji here and an emoji there. So here I'm just going to make a person emoji. And then for this, I'm just going to make a robot emoji. Let's run this. Now when I click, you can see that it shows a robot emoji, a human emoji and a robot emoji. Right? And then all we need to do is just make sure that the score shows up like here, right? Score should show up there. So let's go ahead and do that now. And I'm going to access the player score div and grab its inner text. Right? And then we're just going to get the total score. And we're going to set that total score to, yeah, that's actually it. I don't even think we have to do anything. The total score should just be this, and we should be good. So let's run this now. So it's bringing the total score as an object because it is an object. So we actually just want the player choice score. So player score. Let's run it. Oops, undefined. So why is that undefined? Let's see. Player score, not player choice. Run. Boom. -1. Boom. -2. Right? If you want to make this fancier or whatever, you could put this inside of template literals and you could say your score or something along those lines if you wanted to, right? You could say your score, say 1, 2, 0, 1. Whatever. And there you go. Now let's open this up in a full tab, right? And let's take a look at this. Let's play this game. Click. Rock versus rock, it's a tie. Click again. Rock versus scissors, you won. Rock versus rock, it's a tie. I picked rock, computer picked paper, I lost, right? And my score is being updated automatically. Let's just play a ton of games and let's see what happens. All right, we're getting on a... Ooh, we lost a lot of games there. Right, so there we go. So the computer is doing a good job, and but we beat the computer, right? That's what matters. We won at the end. So let's go back, and now if I hit the red, nothing happens. So we just have to make the red button work. So first, let's do the following. So we're gonna say const endgame button, and we're gonna say document dot get elements by ID, and I think it's endgame button if I'm not mistaken. So let's go back, let's look, and I have a button. I gave it ID of endgame button. So let's go back here, and we're gonna say endgame button just like this. All right, and we just need to connect it. So we gotta go endgame button dot on click. And on click, we just want to run our endgame function. That's it. Okay, and in our endgame function, what needs to happen is it should just clear all the score. So in our endgame function, we're going to grab our total score. Okay, let's actually pass it total score. Total score right here. That's just to signify that we're passing it the total score, okay? So we're signifying that we're passing this. That's why we're making a dependency. And we're getting the total score because it's a global variable that our entire app has access to this total score. Okay. So this function is going to take total score, and it's going to set the total score of the player score to 0. And then we're also going to set the computer score to 0 here. And we're also going to just erase everything that we see on the DOM. Okay, so let's go ahead and grab all of our divs. I'm going to copy them from here. I'm going to paste these divs here. And then we're going to grab their inner text and set it to empty. Right? And then we're going to do that for both of the other divs. So paste. Double click copy, double click paste, double click copy, double click paste. And that should make everything empty. So I think this should be good for the endgame function. So let's go ahead and try this. Run it. Play, hit the red button, and everything clears up. Run, hit end. And you can see that everything is working. Okay. Perfect. So there you go. This is your entire app, right? Let's go and try it. The entire app is working. Hit the red button. It stops, starts again. Okay. So the challenge for you is see if you could add player score, and then computer score, and see if you can see if both of those get updated as you play the game, right? That would probably be the best version of this app if you can make that work. That'd be really nice. And with that said, we're essentially done with this. So all you got to do now is try copying all of the code here. So Command A, Command C, or Control A and Control C. Go back to the exercises that, where you were working on this JavaScript course REPL. So go back to that. And then go to this exercise folder, go to script.js, right? And see what happens if you paste your entire code over this. Okay, so if you paste your code over this and you hit run and you go to rock, paper, scissors, project exercises, your game should run. Okay, just like that. So I'm going to Command Z and undo all of this. All right, there we go. So you should be able to paste it in here, and I recommend that you do, so then you have this fully working. Okay, and then if you want to delete all the comments, you can from this to kind of make it a lot cleaner. But at this point, right? The whole thing is, you've done pretty much the whole thing. I'm going to remove all these console logs from here just so you could see this in an easy to see way. Like this onClick function, you'll realize is the main function, right? It's the entire kind of game logic that happens here. And we get the computer choice. We already have the player choice. We compute the result based on player choice and computer choice. We update the scoreboard. And then we show that score on the screen. So this is like the main logic of the game, right? This is where your main logic is happening. So I hope that this totally made sense. You understood every single step-by-step parts of this. And this was a lot of fun for me to show you. I hope it was fun for you to actually learn this and you enjoyed it. With that said, I love your beautiful face and I'll see you shortly. Time to learn APIs, or how to get pictures of random dogs every single time. I'll refresh again, and different dog, different times. Do you want to make this? Well, guess what? You're going to need to learn how APIs work. And don't worry, we're going to keep it bare bones, very simple, easy to get started. So that way you could learn and not be confused on what is going on. Now, in order to learn about this, let's go ahead and code this up together from scratch. So hit Command T and let's go to replit.com. All right. So this is a platform where you can code super easily, right? If you've been coding along thus far, just choose HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and the app will be up and running right away. Okay, let's go ahead and do that. And for the name, we're just going to say Dog API Playground. Okay, this is just for fun, and we're just going to test this out. Okay, now it's going to give me a random index.html file, a script file, and style. And script is already connected with index. For example, if I do console.log and I say hello, it's going to show that hello right there. All we're going to do here is let's add in a random div. I'm just going to say div, and we're going to say ID. For ID, maybe I'm just going to say dog image or something like that. And then we're going to give it an inner HTML of image like this. Okay, you'll see why this is important because we're going to manipulate this from our script file. Okay, so let's go grab dog image. Now, let's just play with the APIs first. Okay, so the URL that we're going to need for this is this one right over here. Okay, https://dog.ceo/API/breed/image/random. Now, for you, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and add this to the playground. So you'll have access to this. Okay, so I'm going to create API section over here. Okay, we're going to say APIs. So if you're watching this JavaScript tutorial, you'll be able to get access to this URL. Okay, so this is for the dog API, right? I'll just say dog API. Cool. So you can go ahead inside of here and copy this. Okay, let's go to our brand new REPL that we had created. And in here, we're just gonna get access to this. Okay, so what do I want to do? I want to fetch this. So we're simply just gonna say fetch, and we're gonna pop in that URL that we got. So copy this URL, paste it in here. Now, there are certain new concepts that I'm going to teach you, but let's just go one step at a time. Okay, right now I kind of want you to just follow along with me and we'll code this up and then worry about what it actually does in just a second. So I'm going to say .then, all right, and this dot, I'll put it here, .then, but this is the same as if you wrote it all in the same line, by the way. So it being on line 5 here or here is actually the same thing, but it's just that I don't want this line to run infinitely long. So I'm just going to hit enter here so it breaks it off into separate lines. Now we're going to get back a response and I'm going to say, hey, return to me response.json. I know this is confusing right now, but we'll walk through it in a second. And then I'm going to say, hey, get me that JSON. Okay, and I'm just going to have you console log that JSON. All right, so let's run this and let's see what happens, if anything at all. And would you look at that? What my code is doing is going to this API, meaning there, what is an API? There's some data somewhere in the cloud, somebody else is hosting it, and we're going, grabbing access to it and bringing it into our app. This way we can be lazy and we don't need our own database and we don't need to figure out how to get random dog images. This, as long as you have access to this link or this API, it will automatically get you a different dog image every single time. So now I'm gonna, and there's examples of lots of different apps that you could use their API. So you could use a movie API, and then all of a sudden you could build like a movie app without needing every single movie, which is millions of them, right? You don't need access to them. You can actually get access to them through a database that allows you to do that. All right, so right now I am actually getting a random dog image every single time over here, okay? We're console logging it out. So let's go ahead and copy it. To prove it, I'm gonna hit Command T, Command V, and I'm gonna paste it in the browser. And you can see that I actually got a real image, right? It's a cute puppy. I have an English bulldog as well, so it's kind of cute. I like dogs. So here I'm fetching this data, and then once you fetch it, you have to do something to it right away. So this is where this .then thing comes in. So whenever you see this .then thing, this is talking about promises. Okay, so promises is this like weird, confusing concept in JavaScript because this leads you into asynchronous programming. And all that basically means is up until now you were writing, regular scripts. You had this like list of instructions that you would have the computer do. Like you would say, hey, run this for loop, then go to this array and grab this, then do this with that array, then filter that Johnny Depp net worth and show me the different actors. That was like synchronous code, meaning it runs line by line. When you're dealing with getting data from somewhere else, like from a third-party website, all of a sudden your code isn't synchronous anymore, meaning that your code doesn't run linearly anymore. So here is an example of this, okay? Let me see if I need to zoom in more. That's good for now. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to say console log, say yo, and I'm going to paste that right underneath this, and we're going to run this. And you can see that this did not run linearly, right? So here, let's prove this, right? So I'm going to delete that hello at the top. So run first, and then this should run third, right? Because what should happen is, and you would imagine that this console log here would run second. So I'm just going to say comma, or actually let's do it here. And I'm just going to say run second. All right. So what should happen is this console log should run first. This over here should run, this console log should run second. And then this console log should run third. But when I hit run, watch what happens, right? Run first and run third ran first, and then run second showed up. So what is happening? Well, we make a request to this URL. So that's the same as if I pasted this, right? You saw how this takes a second to actually show you a new dog image link, right? It takes a few seconds. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. So it takes about 1 to 2 seconds. Whereas this code right here runs almost instantly, okay? So what JavaScript decides to do is it says, hey, I'm going to run everything that I already know. So it already knows this, it runs it. It already knows this, it runs it. But this information over here, right, this takes maybe 2 seconds. So let's write 2 seconds right here. Okay, that takes 2 seconds. Once that takes 2 seconds and gets resolved, right, this returns to us as a JavaScript promise. So we just get back, we're like, okay, we got that data back. These .thens, what they do is we go, okay, once we get that data back, then I want to turn that data into JSON. Okay, so we'll talk about what JSON actually means. So this is step 1, right? And then what we do with this is we console log that JSON. So this is step 2. And I know this is really weird notation with this .thens, but you'll get used to it after some point when you start learning more and more about like APIs and asynchronous programming. But for now, just like kind of memorize it, that whenever you have to do fetch, you do these 2 .thens every single time, and you pretty much can copy paste this exact type of code every single time you do a API request. Okay, that's what's happening. Okay, and these are functions. So I'm just basically saying, hey, .then, grab the response and turn it into a JSON. And what JSON does is JSON turns the data essentially to this object type of format that you see here, right? So you have message, and then you have the URL. And then there's another key. So we have one key with the message, which is the actual image for the dog. And then we have another key, which is status, which tells you whether it was successful or not. And then that object ends, right? So that JSON is really just an object with two keys inside of it, message and status. That's what this is, getting back. And then once we get that back, we go ahead and console log it out. This .then runs whenever this promise here resolves. Okay. Now watch what happens if I, let's say, cut this, right? I'd remove those lines and I just say console log and we run this. Let's run this. And you notice it just says promise. What the heck is that? Right? I can't really do anything with the promise. The promise is a really weird thing. But when I bring that back, now something happens. So whenever you're dealing with promises, if you just call this, it's going to give you a promise, but you have to do a .then and this other .then, these two .thens chain together to pull that data out after your code runs and waits for 2 seconds. So this is an example of like asynchronous programming, and it's a complicated way of just saying like stuff you have to wait for. This over here is stuff you don't have to wait for, right? This is literally, that's literally all that means, okay? Stuff you gotta wait, stuff you don't have to wait for, stuff you have to wait for. And when you have stuff you have to wait for, you have to do these .thens. That's when you use them, okay? And then they just call them these like fancy names that confuse you, like promises, asynchronous programming. In your head, honestly, between you and I, don't use those words, okay? In your head, just like use simpler words so you can understand it, but like learn these words because they're gonna be helpful for you when you're Googling things, right? How do promises work? How do you do asynchronous programming with JavaScript? But like for yourself, just go, is this stuff do I need to wait for? Is this like a URL or a database thing that I'm doing? Yes. I probably need to wait a few seconds to get that data. Yes. Okay, then I just know that I'm going to need to do .thens. Google how to do a fetch API request. Google how do I deal with promises. Google how to get a JSON file from a promise. Right? So that's where your Google skills come in, and Stack Overflow, you go there and you get the information that you actually need. All right. So hopefully this part over here makes sense to you, and we're retrieving the data. Now we want to take this further. Okay. So what we want to do now is we want to do this, right? And then we want to actually update our, this right over here. Okay. We want to update this right over here. And we want to like put the dog image here. So the new dog image that we're getting. All right, so let's do this. Once we get that JSON back right here, then what we can do is once we get it back, then we go ahead and update this DOM right over here, right? And put the dog image. So let's go ahead and do that now. So I'm gonna remove this console log here, and we're gonna go right there. I'm just gonna say console log JSON, right? And let's run this. And this is the JSON that I'm getting. And I can see that this JSON is just an object. So if I actually did JSON.message, I should get the contents of that message. So I should get this URL right over here. All right, so let's go ahead and try that. So I'm gonna say JSON message, and you can see that I'm getting that like specific URL that we need, yeah? All right, now that I know I'm pulling this data, all I have to do is just update this dog image div and change its inner HTML to a different image. Okay, so let's go ahead and get access to this. So I'm going to go back, boom, and I'm just going to say, const get or dog image. And it's going to say document.get element by ID, and I'm going to pass in this ID, right? And then all we're going to do here is .inner HTML. And let's do template literals here. And I'm going to say image, set the source for the image. And the source for the image is going to be JSON.message. All right. And then we'll just end this image tag right there. So this should do the trick. Let's try it. I have a broken image. So interesting. What's happening here? Do I need to put quotes around this? Let's give that a try. Okay. Boom. There you go. So now you can see our dog images. Oh, that's a cute dog. Look at that. Man, I love Pomeranians. I just think they're so cute. Oh, that is cute. Look at these guys just playing. Run, right? Every single time you run it, you should now just be getting a new dog image, right? So this is working. Now their sizes are kind of different and a little bit all over the place. So in order to make sure that we have a size that we actually like, what we can just say is I can pass the height and width properties. Okay, so we can say height is 100 and width is 100. Let's try running it now. And you'll see that we'll always get an image of this exact size every single time. But maybe we can make it 300 and 300. That way it'll be big, but it won't like completely blow out of proportion, right? So there we go. So 300 by 300 is not a bad one. And so you could do that. Okay, so this is just like a really bare bones starting example of APIs. And like that quickly, you have an up and running app. You know, this is nice. Like if you had to do this by yourself, you know how much work that would take? You would have to collect infinite dog photos manually. You'll have to download all of them. Then you would need like a file with like hundreds of dog photos. And then your code would need to like go through that file manually and like randomly select a dog and then show that dog. And then you have to keep that dog thing updated. And it's like so much work. But here, somebody's doing that for you with the random dog images that they have collected. And all you get to do is just hit the run button every single time and get a different freaking dog. That's nice. Now what we could do is instead of making this app where every single time you have to like refresh this app and get a new dog image, that's kind of like lame. Let's make it so we have a button that says like get new dog or get dog or something like that. And then every single time we click that, we get a new dog. Okay, so you have enough information to be able to kind of do this yourself. So if you want to challenge yourself, you could try it. But if you don't and you just kind of want to follow along, that's all right too, because we will have some exercises coming up for you. Okay, so you don't have to kill yourself here. All right, so first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this into a function. Okay, in my mind, I'm thinking about it like this. I want to turn this piece of code into a function. And what I want to happen is I want this piece of code to run only when I click the button. And every time I click the button, this piece of code should run. All right. So let's go ahead and add a button right underneath this. Okay. So this button can be added by going into HTML, hitting index.html right here. And right underneath here, we can say button, get new dog. Let's give it an ID of dog button. Okay, let's run. And now we should have a get new dog button. Okay, cool. Now, what we want to do is I just want to say, hey, every time I click that button, so let's go grab that dog button. Okay, so I'm going to say const dog button equal to document dog get elements by ID. I'm going to say dog button. Okay, and here I'm going to say dog button dot on click. And we're going to set its on click to just say you clicked get new dog. Okay, so it's just going to say like, hey, I noticed that you click get new dog. Okay, so click it, click it, click it, click it. Every single time I click it, you'll notice that at the bottom right here, it says get new dog, right? So it is working. Click, 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 click. Okay, perfect. So it's doing what it's supposed to do. It's detecting the click. Now what I want to do is I want to run this fetch request on click. So let's wrap this bad boy inside of a function. So I'm going to say const get new dog. Okay, and we're going to turn this into a function, and we'll do it like this. And I'll take this code and I'll paste it in here. Let's format it so it looks beautiful. Nice. So now what this is doing, there's a function called get new dog. When we call it, it fetches this data. It fetches this URL. It gets a response, like console logs a response, right? And then it like updates the image. Now we don't even need this console log here, so I'll just remove it. So all this does is gets the URL and then updates the image with the new dog thing. All right. And here what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and call that function. So I'm just going to say get new dog like this, and we're going to call this function. Okay. Let's run it. Run our app. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say get new dog, and boom, it just got us a new dog. Let's hit it again. Get new dog. Boom, got us a new dog. Get new dog, right? That is so nice. And now that dog button, every time I click it, that button is doing the work for us. And we don't have to like kind of do anything, right? That's nice. If we want, we could put that button at the top as well. So what we could do is let's go to index.html. I'll take this button from here. I'll kind of move it at the top right there. And then this hello world, I'll just completely remove it. So if we go to our app, we have get new dog right at the top. You click it, you get a new dog. You click it again, you get a new dog again. If you want, you could give everything kind of a margin, but we don't really need to do that for this. We can just keep this app. Oh, that is cute. I have English Bulldog that very similar to this. Yeah, she's adorable. She has huge paws, man. So yeah, so this get new dog thing is working kind of honestly how we want it to. And it's really kind of straightforward. So not too complicated, honestly. Like it works, it makes sense. And what I'll do for you is I'll take this lesson, right, and turn it into a lesson in our main like JavaScript app that we were working on. And I'll put it in here for you. So then like you can actually go through this APIs lessons, right? So, okay, I'll make a new folder. That way it's like clear, it's like dog related, right? And then in here, I'm just gonna add an index.html file. I'll also add a script.js file. And then you don't really need a style sheet for this because there's not much style. So we'll paste the JavaScript code that we wrote. We'll go back to this app and I will grab the index.html. I'll copy this and we'll go ahead and paste that index.html code in here for a dog random. So what's nice about this now is right over here on the right hand side, right, you'll have under lessons, you'll have API lesson for get random dog. You'll be able to click it. Other people will be able to see that you made this too. And you can just hit get new dog and it'll get a new dog every single time. And then in order to like actually see the code for this app, you can go ahead on the left hand side, go into API, go into dog random, and boom, you'll see it right here. So this code is like the solution is there for you if you need it. This is going to be the little project that we just made, okay? And then we're going to like do more practice stuff with APIs, okay? So we're going to get to it right now, but hopefully like this app makes sense for you so far. All right, now we're going to build another app with APIs, and this is going to be a superhero one, and you should try to kind of make a little bit of it yourself as we go along, but there are going to be certain concepts in here that might be new, for example, like access tokens. But this superhero API app is going to do the following. Every time you click get new hero, it's going to randomly select the hero, show you that hero's intelligence or durability or attack power or speed or something along those lines, like stats, you know? So for example, if you typed in get random hero, it might bring up Batman. Or if you typed in another hero, it might bring up, let's say, Spider-Man. And so you should be able to do that with this app. Now, if we want to really take this app to the next level, you can try making it where you can type in the name of the hero like Batman and hit enter, and it should automatically pop up Batman's image, and it should show Batman's stats or maybe his biography. And then every single time you type in a new person and say get hero, it automatically does that every single time. Okay, so this is what we're going to code up. Let's go ahead and do this together. Step number one, go to superheroapi.com. It should bring you to this page where it says get all superheroes and villains data from all universes under a single API. All right, so now here's what you need for this. You're going to need, it's going to generate an access token for you. So you're going to need to connect it with your Facebook. If you don't have a Facebook, go ahead and create one. It's free. Make a dummy one, come here, connect it, okay? So do that, and then you'll have a account access token, okay? So once you log in with Facebook, this token is going to be important because without this token, this API will not work. So make sure you have that. And then what you're going to need is this URL right here, okay? This is going to be your base URL. Then for this API, there are a couple of other things that are helpful to know for you is how this API will work is you'll need to either pass in the ID of the hero or you're going to need to search that hero. Okay, so if I, for example, go here, you can find the character IDs here. you'll be able to go here and see all the heroes, right? So you have Ethan Hunt, you have Evil Deadpool, you have Spider-Man right over here, right? You have Batman, Hawkeye, you have Thanos. So you have all these heroes. And so either you pass in their ID. So for example, you saw that the ID was 245. So what that basically means is what your URL will look like is the following. So you'll have https://superheroapi.com/API/whatever your token is. So I'm going to go ahead and copy my token. And then we're going to go ahead and paste this. Oh, sorry. Let's go ahead and do this. So, right. So api.com/API/whatever. Just imagine that that says your access token right here. Okay. Your access token / you're going to type in ID / whatever hero that you want. So let's say 245 or whatever it is. Okay. Now, if I try to go to this URL, let's see what happens. And let's make sure I bring my access token and I'm going to replace this part with my access token. Let's hit enter and let's see if we get anything, if it works at all, right? You actually just say 245 here, just like that. Okay, so let's try that. And you can see that I'm actually getting the data back on Ethan Hunt. And I have power stats on him. So his intelligence is 75. Strength is pretty low, 11. Speed is kind of low. Durability is low, but then like combat is pretty high, right? Ethan Hunt. And then he has a place of birth, which is Wisconsin. I did not know that. Okay. His height is 5'6". What's his occupation? He's an agent. He's a training officer. And yeah, and then here's his image. So I can actually click that image and boom, it shows me. Okay, apparently it's Tom Cruise. Okay, that's what I expected. So let's go back here. So this is the basic, this is a call, like a sample call reference. Okay, so this is going to be useful for you. And now we can actually just start coding this up. So let's go ahead, open a new REPL. So let's go to replit.com, okay. And then just go ahead and choose that HTML, CSS, JavaScript one. That's the one we want. And we're going to say superhero API. Okay, let's go. Cool. And in here, we're going to do kind of a similar thing, but this time we're going to say get superhero. We're just going to create a function right from the start. All right. And then we'll just say hello. And we'll just call this function. Let's just to make sure that this function is working. Okay, and make sure to put an equal sign here and run this. Okay. Now it should say hello at the bottom right there. And you don't actually even need to do console log here. Just run this because it already has a console log. And you can see that we're getting back hello. Perfect. So seems like our get superhero function, we created it, we're able to call it. Now, inside of this function, what I actually want to do is I want to make that fetch request. So remember that fetch request we made earlier? You can pretty much go ahead for dog random and look at it, and your fetch request is going to be very similar to that. All right, so remember it's fetch, you pass in the URL, and then you do these .thens. So let's go ahead and do that now, okay? So I'm gonna basically say fetch, and let's put that reference URL there so we can see it at all times. And now I'm going to basically use the URL, right? So let's go ahead and do that. So I'm gonna paste. And character ID here is going to be, let's just say 245 because that's Ethan Hunt. And for access token, I'm going to go back and copy the access token. So copy and let's paste it in place of that where it says access token. Okay, replace that with just whatever your token is. And this is what you should have. Now, one really key hack that I'm going to show you here is make sure to put .php here. If you don't put that, this will not work. I know it's pretty weird, but this is a weird hack that I had to kind of find around it. And it's just for the superhero API, okay? You don't ever need to do API.php like that. Okay, so there we go. This should get the Ethan Hunt guy. And then we just need to do the 2 .thens that we've talked about. So I'm going to say response get the response as a JSON. And then we need to do something with that response. We're going to say dot then. Once you get that, we're going to say JSON, and we're going to say console log that JSON. Okay. So with fetch requests, you can pretty much like copy paste these lines almost every single time. And then fetch, of course, is just going to fetch. That's not going to change. The only thing that's really going to change is what goes in here. Okay. So I'm going to hit run on this and let's see if anything works. And boom, look at that. We are getting Ethan Hunt. We're getting that data right over here, just as we want it to. Okay, so we get response success. ID is 245. Name is Ethan Hunt. And then we're getting all the power stats. That's perfect, right? Now, if I wanted to get any one of these specific things, I could do like, let's say either .id or .name. Let's say I just did .name and let's run this. I should just get back Ethan Hunt. Okay. If I ran and I looked at this and I wanted power stats, right? I could do JSON.powerstats and that should get me back just the power stats. And then I believe image should get you the image. Yep. Right. And then you will have to do .url to get the actual URL out of that because it's an object within an object. Okay. And now we have access to the URL. And if you use an image tag, you can actually then pop that up on the screen there. So what we'll do in order to attach that image to like basically your app is I'm going to go ahead and I'm just going to say, hey, get the document dot like query selector. All right. And we're going to query select and grab the body tag. So that's this tag right here. All right, I'm going to grab the body tag and then to the body tag, let's add something. So I'm just going to say plus equals. Okay. And we're just going to write like, I don't know, hi or goodbye, something like that. Let's run this. Oh, we want to make sure we do .inner HTML here. So let's do .inner HTML. Let's run this. And you can see that all we did here is we just appended goodbye right there. Okay. If you don't do plus equals and you just do this, it will replace everything that's inside of the body and replace it with goodbye. And that's not what we want, right? We just want to like attach that. So watch this, right? So this Ethan Hunt that we're getting, we have the image here. So just go ahead and copy that. Okay. Right click, copy that. And if I go const image, I'll just paste that there. It's that long URL. Okay. So now what I can do is I can just like attach that image to the HTML body. Okay, so what I can say is I can just go and go, I have image tag, right? And then this image tag will have a source, and this source is going to be the image that we have. Okay, let's make this a template literal. So we can then write JavaScript in there. All right, boom, boom, boom. There we go. So we have this, so image, and then just like end this like that. Cool. So image, we gave it a source. And this is going to be the Ethan Hunt image, and it's kind of hard coded here. All right, let's put this maybe in strings. Is that what that wants? Yeah, that's kind of weird, huh? Like it wants that in strings, even though it already is in strings. So kind of weird, but whatever. We're going to go ahead and do that. And now you can see that this image is popping out, and it's actually not Ethan Hunt. I apologize. It's Amazo, right? But if I change this hero here, you know, then I could get a different image. But yeah, so if I run this, I'm just going to get that Amazo image every single time. Okay, so this is apparently what Amazo looks like. I mean, I didn't even know that, right? And we're going to give this a height and width too. So let's go ahead and do height is 200, and then we're going to say width is 200. Now, in order to make this dynamic, I want you to try it, because right now, every time I run this, and even if I pass in a different hero, let's say I put in 245 and I'm actually putting in Ethan Hunt, notice that it's still going to give me Amazo. So see if you could change something here in this function where it could update this image dynamically. Okay, so give that a try. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try it on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and now give this a try together. So I am getting back this data, but I'm just console logging it. So instead of console logging it, what I want to do is I want to grab the body and I want to add all of this to the body. Okay, so this is what I want to do. So I'm going to cut this because I don't need that there. I'm going to remove this console. Well, you can keep that console log for now. I'll keep that console log. And I'm just going to say, hey, get me the JSON and then just add that image. Now, instead of using this hard-coded image, what we're basically going to do is we're going to grab this image right over here. So remember, we're going to need to do JSON.image, and then that'll give us this object right here. And then we're going to need to do .url to get access to then this URL right here, that key. Okay, so let's go here and we're going to say JSON.image.url, just like this. So now I can remove that hard-coded image that I had. Let's run this and let's see if that works. And boom, I got Ethan Hunt. Let's run it again. Let's run it again. Let's go here to our HTML. And I don't want to say hello world here anymore. I want to actually say a button that just says get new hero. And we'll make that work later. And for bonus points, you should try to make that work yourself. Okay, before we even do anything else. Perfect. And I'll just add a new break line. Okay, this just like breaks things onto a new line. And then that way the get new hero button always stays at the top. So let's get back to our script and watch what happens. If I pass in 20 and run it, now it's going to get me Amaro's image. If I run 40 and run it, it's going to get me this guy, whoever that is. Let's hit 60. And it's running me, that looks like Bane. Is that Bane? He looks epic. Yeah, that's Bane. That's sick. And his relative is apparently King Snake, who's his father. Yo, I didn't know that. That's lit. That is super cool. Man, Bane is a badass. Now, see if you can make this get new hero button work. So every single time I click it, I want to be able to get a new hero every single time. So I want you to pause this video, give this a try on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's go ahead and try to do this together. It's all right if you didn't get this. I'm proud of you for trying, and I hope you tried. Because you'd only be cheating yourself if you didn't. All right, so let's do basically what we did for that dog app, right? So we have our button, and what we want to do is let's go give that button an ID. Well, we only have one button, so I can be kind of lazy here, and I can just select this button. I can query select this button, but is that a good way of doing it? Not really, right? Like that's, no, I don't want to give you guys bad habits. So let's just say ID, new hero button. Let's just say that. Let's go into our script, and we're going to get access to this button kind of up top here. I'm just going to const hero button, new hero button, and I'm going to say document.get element by ID, paste in that new hero button. And so whenever that button runs, I want to run this function here. So I'm going to say console.log new hero button, and I'm going to say on click, run me this thing, get superhero. And that's it. So now when I run this app, everything should be empty. When I hit get new hero, it should run. But every single time I run it, it's going to keep making a new request, but it's going to get me the same hero every single time. So get new hero, get new hero, get new hero, get new hero. It's getting me the same exact hero, but every single time. And that's not what we want. We want a different hero every single time. And so now I'm going to give you another piece of this exercise, okay? Try this on your own. So see if you can make it where it randomly picks a hero. Okay, remember that array exercise that we did where we picked random? Remember when we were making that color app, right? Fruits app, and we picked a random fruit. Remember when we did rock, paper, scissors, and the computer chooses rock, paper, scissors randomly? All right, so you're going to need to use some of that knowledge. to pull this off. This one is going to be a little tricky, but I think if you really tried, you could make this number where it's random. Now, if you need a hint, if you don't need a hint, you can pause this video, try it on your right now. If you need a hint, what I'll tell you is this number is not going to be between 3 like it is for rock, papers, and scissors. This number is going to be between 1 and all the way till 731, because that's how many heroes they have. So you're going to need to put a number between 1 and 731 in here. So it should either go 1 or 731 or some number in between, but never lower than 1 and never higher than 731. Okay, so you need to make a function that can do that. All right, so take 5 seconds right now. I'll give you 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so we're gonna do this now. Const random. I'm gonna create a function called random hero, and basically what this function is going to do is we know that there are 731 heroes. Okay, so const number of heroes is 731. And what I basically want to do is I want to do math.random. Okay, so let's also open this up in the shell, or sorry, in our console and give this a try. All right, so let's go here, and actually I'll clear this up so you can see this nice and at the top. So let's say I do math.random and we multiply this by 731. Now notice that I'll always get a number between 0 and 731, but it'll never actually go up to 731, right? So that's maybe not what we want. We want it to actually go up to 731. So there are a few hacks that you could do here. So if we want to do, so first of all, let's do math.floor. So math.floor will, and if I hit up and enter, it's going to keep going, but it'll never actually pick 731. And it's not going to be easy for me to prove that to you here, but it's not. And it's also able to pick 0, and that's not what we want. And to prove this to you guys, what I can do is like copy this piece of code and just change it to a smaller like number so you can kind of see this. So see how it goes 0 and 1, but it'll never pick 2. So it's basically picking the lower bounds. We want it to actually pick the upper bounds. Start with 1 and end at 731. So the way that you could do this is you could actually just add a +1 to all of these. So this way, when I run it every single time, I'm going to get a 1 or a 2 every single time. So you could just add a 1. Or instead of math.floor, you could actually call math.seal. So either of those ways work. So we're going to do the same thing with our function with 731 and just add a 1 at the end. And this is always going to ensure that you're getting a number that's greater than 0 and it doesn't end at 730. It would end at actually 731. Okay, so this will get us that. So I'm going to paste this here. Okay, now the 731 is actually just, number of heroes. And then we're going to +1 this. Cool. And we're going to say, and actually we could just return this. That's it. Okay. And then we could just call the random hero function here. So I can just say random hero like that. So get superhero, and we're going to get a random hero. Okay. You could, because this function here is just going to return a number. So for example, if I do this and we do random hero and press up and enter. Wait, it says random hero is not defined. Interesting. But I just defined it. So let's try random hero now. Boom, there we go. So every time I run random hero, you can see what it does, right? It gets me a different number every single time and does a pretty good job, right, of generating a random hero. So that's why we're just running this random hero in here. That'll generate a random hero, and then we'll get that specific superhero, and then we'll get that dude's image. So let's hit run at the top. Let's go ahead and click get new hero, and all right. So we had a little bit of hacky HTML here that might be causing some problems. So let's go to our HTML file real quick, and let's just update this real quick. Okay. So what I'm gonna say is I'm gonna put a div here. And we're just going to say ID is hero image. And then inside of here, we'll just have like an empty image thing. Okay. And then we'll just update that instead. So here we're going to say const hero image div. All right. And then I'm going to say document dot get element by ID. And I think it's called hero image, right? Let's just double check. Hero image, copy, come back, paste it. Perfect. And then we're just going to do, we're going to replace this part right here with hero image div, and we're going to change that HTML to this image. So now let's give this a try and let's see if this is still working. Hit run at the top, hit get new hero, and let's try it. And it works. Okay. So I'm getting new heroes, and look at what's happening. Their images are actually showing up at the bottom. Hit get new hero again. And so every time I hit get new hero, it actually like gives me a new hero. So that's great. And why is this happening? So let's go ahead and open this app up and let's try to figure out why is this happening? Why is this behaving? Instead of replacing the hero, it keeps adding them. So get new hero, get new hero. I mean, this is kind of a cool functionality too, actually. I kind of like this. Version of the app, right? Every time you hit get new hero, you keep getting back somebody new. So it's actually super, super, super cool. I actually really like this functionality. But let's say you want to change this. Let's say you only want one hero. Well, what you could do instead of this plus equals here, which appends, you could just say equal. And that's only just going to replace. So run this again, hit get new hero, hit get new hero, and you're going to get a new hero every single time. Okay. Or, you know, not every single time. There is a 1 out of 731 chance that you're going to get the same person again, or probably lower than that. But yeah, so a pretty low chance that this is going to repeat itself. All right, now what we want to do is we want to have a search field here, and you should type in there, and then you should have a get new hero button right next to it. So you should be able to type in what hero you're looking for and then say get hero, and it should search that hero. Okay, so we should have like kind of two buttons. So one button gets a random hero. Okay, and I guess let's just give this a name of random hero. So let's go to our button, and here I'm just gonna say like random. And so when you click it, it's very clear that this is gonna get a random hero. Okay, and then what we're gonna do is we're gonna have an input, which you know is gonna be your search button. All right, so let's go ahead and create that input now. I'm gonna say input, and let's run our app, and we should have an input right here. Okay, and then we're gonna have a button kind of like in front of another button in front of that input, and this is going to be search. Okay, let's run this. So now our app is going to have two things. So random hero will get you a random hero every single time, or you could type in a name of some hero like Batman and hit search. Great. So let's go back to our app. Let's go to script.js and let's work on this search. Basically let's get a hero that was actually just searched. So I'm going to create a new function. Well, do I need to create a new function? Let me actually think about it, because get superhero, a bunch of the functionality is going to be same. Just this is going to change, right? So for example, if you search a hero, then it'll go base URL instead of ID. We're going to actually do search.name of the hero. And if you pass in an ID, okay, so if they pass in a name, then this is going to be the URL like schematic or whatever, right? This is what the URL is going to look like. And to pass in an ID, the URL is going to look like base URL /ID. Okay. And let's try that URL. So let's go grab that URL real quick. So I'll go here, grab this whole thing, copy it, hit paste, grab your token, go back to that, paste this token right here. And now we're going to do /search /Batman. And let's see if this works as I expected or if it's going to break. And it actually does work. Wow, look at that. Let's try Spider. And yeah, Spider shows up. Let's try Spider-Man. Let's see if that shows up. That's a wrong name. So let's try Spider-Man. And Spider-Man indeed shows up. Now, one thing, if you've noticed, is you're going to get back basically the same response regardless of, so, whether you searched you searched it up like with the search /Spider-Man, or whether you typed in the ID of Spider-Man, which is, I can see here, it says 620. So let's go ahead and replace this here with 620. Both of them are actually going to return to you pretty much the same exact response, right? Like the response is very, very close. The only thing I see change here though is we have a results array, like we have a results key here, right? And then the value of that is an array. So basically it seems like it gets you multiple results for Spider-Man, one or multiple results. And so basically it seems like we would want to pull, basically I think we would be safe just pulling the first result. That's the difference between this and if I actually just type in 620, because that is getting me that specific Spider-Man that I was looking for. Whereas for this, it's getting me an array of results, and then the first result has the specific Spider-Man that you might be looking for. Okay, so we're just going to get like the first item out of that array. That's how we're going to do it. So let's go back. So some of our code is going to change. Not all of it, but just a little amount of our code. Meaning, in one of the scenarios, so normally we just do JSON and we're good, but in this case, we might have to do JSON dot results, get me the 0th result, right? And then I could do dot image dot URL. Unlike how it is currently where you could just do JSON dot image dot URL. Okay, so maybe let's put these examples kind of this so you can see, right? So with this method, I can just go like this because I already know exactly which JSON that I'm getting. Here I'm getting multiple results, so I want to pull the first result, get that result's image URL. So a slight change is going to happen whether we're given ID or a name. So in that case, for simplicity's sake, I think what I'm going to decide to do for now is just create a different function. That way we don't have to do all this if-else condition stuff. We can just have a different function. Okay, so this function here, let's rename it, and this should be get random superhero. That function we run, and it essentially will get a random superhero. And yeah, and if it's going to get a random superhero, I mean, you really don't even need to give it an ID. So yeah, you could call it get random superhero or get superhero. I'll just leave it as let's go ahead, Command Z this. Let's just leave it as get superhero for now, just because I don't want you to like have to change it everywhere. Like for now, you should just have a working version. So let's leave that as is. So this is one function. Now let's make another function, and this is going to be called get search superhero. Okay, so this is whatever the user searched up. And this is gonna probably, you know, whatever the name the user is searching for, right? Now we're gonna be able to copy a bunch of stuff from here. Okay, so let's go back. For fetch request here, we're gonna have a base URL, of course. But on the top of the base URL, we're gonna say search, and we're gonna pass in the name. So this is going to get us the, you know, like put in Batman or whatever here. And then we're going to do our .dens like how we did earlier. And let's just go right here and paste them. Format this. Cool. We do our .dens. And for JSON here, we're actually going to grab we're going to say const superhero is equal to JSON.results of 0. This is going to be the specific hero. And then we can replace that with hero.image.url. And instead of console logging JSON, we're going to console log our hero. And this search superhero function is going to run whenever we click the search button. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's see the search button. Dude, we give it an ID. Let's give it an ID of search button. Let's go back into our code and let's say const search button is going to be document.getElement by ID, and we're going to say search button. And then we're just simply just going to attach a listener to this, and we're going to say on click get search get search superhero. And for now, let's just hard code Batman. So it should just get us Batman and then put him out. So let's hit search. Oh, sorry. Let's hit run at the top first. Then let's hit search. And look at that. It's working perfectly, exactly how we wanted it to work. And when I hit search, I am getting Batman exactly like I expected. Okay, let's replace Batman with Thanos. And let's hit run and let's hit search. And you can see that I'm getting back Thanos. So this is good. This is doing what I needed to do. All right, now what we need to do is we want to be able to put in stuff in here and get access to that. So I'm going to go inside of this input, and to grab its value, we're going to give it a name, and we're going to say the value of this is search input. So let's see if that will allow us to do what we want to do. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say const search input. We're going to say document.get element by ID. Actually, we have not given this an ID. Let's take out the value and we're just going to do ID for now. ID is going to be search input. Okay, let's do the ID there. All right, now I'm going to say search input, and we'll try to get its inner text. So search input, and let's see if we do .inner text, if it actually gets us what we want. All right, inner text, and let's console log it here. So I'm going to say console log search input. So every time I type in that button. So let's search, and it doesn't look like I got anything. Let's type in hello, or let's not type in that. Let's say cookie monster. So it's like visible. Let's put a cookie emoji in there, and let's hit search, and let's see if that did anything and got us anything we were looking for. Nope, I don't see anything. Let's silence our console logs here. So I'm going to silence that console log. Let's silence this console log here, and then this one in here as well. So no more console logs. Let's hit run. Let's hit search. And something is happening, but we're not getting what we want. Let's type it in. Search is still empty. All right, so all we need to do, let's just hit run here. Okay, all we need to do is make sure search input is document get element by ID search input, right? And then every single time we run this function, search, we're going to console log whatever value is in here. Okay, so we're going to say search input dot value, and make sure to console log this. So now they'll extract the value from that field. So let's say I write in, cookie monster and hit search. And you can see we're extracting Cookie Monster right over here, exactly how we want to, right? So this is going to be the search that we're now going to pass in. Okay, so this is the search input.value is essentially going to be the name. So this get search superhero function, what we're going to do is we're going to copy this search input.value. And every time we call this function, instead of passing hard-coded Thanos, instead we're just going to pass in the user's search input value that they put in. So let's try running this again. Okay, let's try running this again. And I will say Thanos, and let's hit search, and boom. Let's hit Batman and hit search, and boom. Let's hit Spider-Man. Let's go search. Ethan maybe. Oh, wow, that worked. I'm surprised. And that was fast too. Look at how fast it is, man. This is nice. Right? This app is doing what it's supposed to be doing. So when you search, it gets you a hero. When you click get random hero, it gets you a hero as well. Now, what we want to do is above the hero, it should say their name. Okay. And underneath, it should say maybe some of their stats. So let's go ahead. You should see if you could try that on your own. But we'll walk through it together if you don't get it, okay? So I'll give you 5 seconds to try to pause and try to do that on your own. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cool. So what we'll do is we'll get the hero name. I kind of showed that at the top, okay? So let's see where we're doing this. We're saying, okay, the hero image, I want you to replace it with an image, and I want you to replace it with the following. So let's go back to where we're doing that. So we're getting the hero. Let's just go to our random hero function first, because that one is easier to understand. And here we're creating this, we're basically saying, hey, the HTML is, the inner HTML is this. We're creating this image, show that image. Well, above that image, we could actually put the, we could put their name. Okay. So for example, I could say const name is, we're going to go grab the JSON and we're going to say dot name. So JSON.name, but we need to actually like make the actual H2 or whatever. So let's turn it into an H2. So I'm going to say H2, wrap that in an H2. Okay. And we'll wrap this, so JSON.name. And now if you want to like kind of concatenate these together, you could actually go, I mean, this is kind of getting really crazy, but what this is doing here is you're inserting the name HTML, and then you're inserting the image right after that. So let's see if we can try this and if this works. So let's go random hero, right? And now we get Robin V and the image. Let's try again. We get Vision 2 and the boom, right? We get their name and the hero as well. And we can get their stats too. So let's try console logging the JSON, and we're gonna do .power stats. Let's run random hero. And you can see we get back intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat. So you can actually show all of those stats right underneath here. See if you could do that by yourself. Okay, so here I would highly recommend you take about 5 seconds, see if you could add that yourself. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, so let's go ahead and do this together. So I'm going to say const power stats is going to be, not H2, but maybe it's going to be like P tags. So we could actually either do all power stats, or what we can do is just do one stat at a time. So let's just try intelligence, and we're going to put in a P tag here, and I'm going to say json.powerstats.intelligence and wrap that, close that P tag right there. So now what I can do is I can go and take this intelligence and just show it at the bottom, right? So we can add that right here, intelligence, hit enter, and let's go random hero, right? Ellie Bishop. Intelligence is undefined. Interesting. Let's see why that's happening. Oh, I misspelled intelligence right here. Okay, so careful with so that's why copy pasting is oftentimes better for programming, so you don't make these errors. Let's go ahead, random hero. We got Sauron, and then and it's 88 over here. Okay, so if you want to make that better, you can actually say intelligence, and then it'll look cleaner that way. So now let's hit random hero. Tundra, intelligence is 38. And try doing this, right? Let's make another one for another stat. So we're going to do, instead of intelligence, maybe this one will do strength. And we'll say strength. And we'll paste strength right there. And then we'll attach strength onto this. So we're just making this long HTML right over here. All right, let's run this. Get random hero. And you can see now we have the cape. We have intelligence and strength. Now, if you want to make it like kind of more enticing, for intelligence, let's put a brain emoji. For this, let's put a muscle emoji. And now let's run this, get random hero, and you can see intelligence is 50 and strength is 10, right? Random hero, intelligence is null, so maybe this hero does not have an intelligence, right? Here, intelligence is 88, strength is 10. Now we can see the pattern here, right? Basically, for all the stats, we're going to keep needing to repeat this pattern again and again and again, meaning that it will basically, you'll need to keep copy pasting P tags together. So at the end of the day, what it actually looks like is P tag, right? And then you're going to have this, so like it'll actually look like this. So you have this P tag right here, combined with this P tag back to back, combined with probably another P tag that talks about combat, right? Combined with another p tag that talks about maybe strength, or sorry, not strength, but like speed, followed by another p tag that says durability. So we're seeing this like pattern here, and we want to actually create this big long string, and then we want to just attach that string right here. So, you know, it's a pattern. So what we could actually do is let's just create a function that actually, you know, gets stats, get and show stats, or actually let's say get stats HTML. So it will get the stats, right? But then convert them into a usable HTML. So we're going to create this function, and we're going to expect that we're going to get a character. Okay, so this like we're gonna expect that we get this like JSON like data of that specific character, and then what we're gonna do is we can do map here, or we can do a for each. But since we're just trying to do a string concatenation, it might make more sense to do a for each. You could also do a dot map and kind of join everything together. So we could definitely do it that way as well. Okay, so how that might look like is, say you have an array. Let me clear this. So say you have an array that says hello, bye, cookie, whatever. And let's give this, so if I want to join all of these, I can actually just do this, and I can just say, hey, just join them all together. So if I have an array of like p tags, and I have intelligence here, and then I have another p tag that says speed, right? I could actually do dot join here and do this, and I just get back one big string. So this is kind of what we want to do here. So I'm going to say character, okay, dot map. So map basically says return an array. And we're going to do power stats, character.powerstats.map. Okay, so we're going to loop through all the power stats. And for each stat, what I'm going to say is make this HTML like looking thing here. All right, so since what we're getting back is actually an object, it's not going to be super simple to loop through this. So what we're going to say is character.powerstats is not an array. Okay, this is actually going to be an object that you're getting back. So what we want to do here is we want to loop kind of this way, and I'm going to say for stat in character.powerstats, and we're going to loop through this, and let's just console log each stat. And let's call this function get stats HTML. Let's just say maybe, and I'll call this function, and we'll pass it the character, which is just JSON in this case. But this really is the character. Okay. So get stats HTML, pass it the character, and then it should just run, and then console log all the power stats. Let's run this. Let's get a random hero. And you can see it just ran through, and it says intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat. Perfect. So now what we want to do, now that we're actually able to loop through this, now another way that we can actually loop through this, and let me show this to you because this is kind of cool. So if you have an object, right? So let's say we have things, and things is this object right over here, which has strength and cookie. Well, I can actually go and I can say object.keys and pass in things to it, and it's going to just turn all of its keys into an array, and then I can actually loop through those keys. So that's a really cool way to actually like iterate. So instead of saying for stat and power.stats, what I could actually do is I could say object.keys, and we could ask for the character.powerstats, and this will turn the whole thing into, let's actually just console log this so it's not super confusing. I'll console log this here in the same line. All right, let's run this, and let's get random hero. And you can see that I have this array here: intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat. So I just turned this into an array of all of the keys. So now what's cool about this is because it is an array, I can loop through it with a dot map, and then a dot map will loop through this array and also return an array. So now what I can say is for each stat, I want you to do the following. Okay, so it's going to go through each stat. So intelligence, strength, speed, durability, power, combat, blah, blah, blah. And here's what I want you to do. You're going to create this string. Okay, we're going to say p tag. And then this p, make sure it's a template literal with backticks. It's going to be a p tag. It's going to have the name of the key that you're passing. So here, I'm just going to say, it's going to be the stat, okay, whatever stat that is. So this is going to turn into either strength or whatever, or like intelligence, right? And then we can say, put a colon here, right? And then after that colon, what we want to do is actually put the value. So I'm going to say character.power stats, right? And then pass it that specific stat we're looking for. So I can just say stat, or I could just do it like this, and I can say stat like this. Okay, so it's going to go to that object and it's going to pull that specific stat. So all this means is, let's say that this object was called, we had something called character.power stats, and that was equal to this array right there, whatever, right? Or that object. Let's copy that object. And let's say we have power stats is equal to this object right here. And so if I do power stats and I pass in strength, it's going to get me the value of strength. So it's going to get me 8 right there. So that's all we're doing here. I'm basically going into that object and I'm just pulling out its value. And then we're just going to end this p tag and this p tag. All right, so it's going to loop through and do that. And then let's see if we need to do anything else for this one. And honestly, it doesn't really look like it. So we can actually just return this array, and it's going to create a full array. Okay, and so I'm going to call this const, let's say stats, and then we'll console log stats. Okay, so let's run this. Let's do get random hero. And you can see now I have intelligence in a p tag, I have strength in a p tag, I have speed in a p tag, I have durability in a p tag, power, and combat. And if we want to give each of these an emoji, we could do that as well. And we can kind of create a map for the emoji, and then kind of like map the stat to emoji map. We could create that, and then we could even use that here and get the appropriate emoji. So for example, we can create that right here, right? So we could say stat to emoji, right? And then we could say, hey, if the stat is, let's say, intelligence, and you don't need to even put it into string here. So let's go intelligence is going to be this brain, comma, and strength is going to be muscle. And then we have speed. Let's paste this. And then we have durability. And then we have power. And then we have combat. So strength is that. Speed is a zap. Durability is, let's just say, like maybe a tire emoji or something. Apparently there's no tire. So say a rope. Workout. Lift. There we go. That's durability. And then power, I don't know, that will be power. Okay, and then combat will be sword. Okay, stat to emoji. So stat to emoji. So here, if we want to actually like map that, we could actually just right before this pass stat to emoji and then give it the value of the stat. And this is going to get us the emoji that we want. So let's run this. Let's hit get random hero. And you can see like we have intelligence as the brain, strength is that, zap, boom. Okay, get random, another random hero. And you can see we got boom, right? Power, combat, our emojis are working kind of as expected. So this is actually making all the stats for us and getting them, right? And instead of having all of this crap right here, which is kind of like weird and annoying, I could actually just remove this, right? And here we could just say const stats is get stats HTML, right? And then we could just replace all of this and paste stats. And now when we run this and we get a random hero, okay, let's do random hero. Okay, let's see. It's it's doing undefined right now. And we know why. Because we haven't turned it into a string yet. We're like, this is still an array. So remember at the end of, and we also need to return. We're not returning anything. So what we want to do is we want to say dot join like this. Okay, and we want to do return stats dot join and like that. Okay, so let's run this. And now when I do random hero, you can see that it's just giving me one long string of p tags. So intelligence is a p tag. This strength right here is a p tag. Speed right here is a p tag. And now when I look, you can see that it's actually showing up really nicely, right? So Professor Zoom, let's get random hero, and you can see all of this right here. Run this again, random hero, boom. Mr. Freeze, ISIS, run. And then we're just getting the intelligence, strength, speed, durability, all of that right here. Now, it would be nice to have this intelligence, I capitalized, S capitalized as well. So let's go ahead and maybe add a title case to .to title case, okay, which is kind of a nice little thing that you could do. And we could actually pass that in right over here. And I could say .to title case. And let's see if title case string method JavaScript. Okay, so you can always like Google this stuff too, and it'll kind of show you examples. And let's see if there's a method that does title casing. Do we have title? Oh, .to uppercase. So we could actually just do .to uppercase, and we should be fine. That shouldn't be too bad. Or maybe that just uppercases everything. That's not what we want either. Actually, we can just do .to uppercase. And yes, it's not title casing because title casing is like pretty complex. But .to uppercase is a method that comes built into JavaScript. And you can see what it does. And it's really nice, right? It just capitalizes everything, which is nice. Like we're capitalizing the stat right here. And you know, that makes the whole thing just look a lot better. So the stats HTML function, yeah, it's getting definitely pretty intense. I can feel that. But you know, if you're doing this and you got up to this part, like you're doing a good job. So just hang in there. And honestly, what we could do is we could probably turn this function get stats HTML into like get hero info, get hero info HTML or something, because we can just create the entire HTML in that function, which will be really nice. We just hand over all the HTML elements. So it's like the hero name, right? Well, that's just character.name. So for example, if I copied this and I brought it down here, this would just become character.name. So that should take care of that. And then we actually update the div at the end, and we do this like image thing right here. So this image thing that we're doing here, well, that would be really nice to actually handle that here as well. Okay, so let's try handling that here. I'm going to say character.json image URL. Okay, this will be a template literal like this. Just like const image. So this will be the image HTML. Okay, and then we have this final HTML that and then here we go ahead and we update this. So yeah, get stats. So we can actually rename this function as to show stats, because really what this function is doing is showing the stats on the screen, or showing the hero info on the screen. So we could right click this and rename all occurrences. We could say show hero info. Right? So show hero info. So this is basically the function that's actually going to show the info. So I think that's like probably a much better name for it. And then it would make sense if that's the function that actually updates the entire app as well. So I'm going to copy this for now. We're going to come down here and I'm going to paste this right over here. So this function doesn't even need to actually return anything. Stats, boom. And so for stats, we can actually just do the dot join right here. So I can actually just say dot join. So then it just turns this entire thing into that long string instead of keeping it as an array. And then this hero image div dot inner HTML. Well, this just becomes something simple. We can actually even remove this guy now and actually just say image. So this just becomes this nice little HTML. So we make the name HTML, we make the image HTML, and then we make the stats HTML, and then we just concatenate all of those together and update the hero image. We don't need this function to return anything, right? Show hero info, and we basically get rid of all of this here. And we can just simply call the show hero info function. So now this function just became really easy to look at, right? Get superhero. Once you get the superhero, you just pass that superhero. Const superhero is equal to JSON. You just pass that hero or that character or whatever, and this just shows it on the screen. So let's actually try this. Let's run this. Let's say random hero. All right, so it's not coming up on the screen. Let's figure that out real quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to say console.log, and let's see if name is working as expected. So let's try name. Let's run random hero. Yep. Oh, actually it's working. I just had to like hit the run. I just think I never hit run. Now let's hit random hero, and look at that. Random hero is showing up. Right? And then intelligence, strength, speed, durability, all of that showing up exactly how we want. Let me remove all of this here. So now it's really easy to read. Get the superhero, show the superhero. That's it. Now this function is reusable, and I'm going to give you that as an exercise. So try that right now. See if you could take this what we did right here and add that to search functionality. So when I type in Batman and I hit search, make it so it actually shows me the Batman name, it shows me the Batman image, and it shows me the Batman stats. So see if you could do that on your own. I'll give you a hint. You're pretty much only going to be writing, it's going to be just a few lines of code and it'll do the entire thing for you. So I'll give you about 5 seconds. See if you could try to figure it out. Pause the video and see if you could try to figure it out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go ahead and do this together now. So this is going to be really, 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 really nice. Okay, because watch what we're going to do. Let's go to our search superhero function, and I'm going to delete everything from here. Okay, I'm going to remove everything. Right, and we already have our hero here, which is the first item. I'm just going to call our show hero info, and I'm going to pass in the hero that we have. Okay, and let's give it a try now. So let's search Batman, and let's hit search, and look at that. It's already working, right? This is kind of pretty unbelievable, but if you actually open this app up and you go Batman and you hit search, boom. Let's go Spider-Man. Boom. Let's go Thanos. Boom. This is amazing. Or you could get a random hero, and both of them work. So just to explain a little bit about how we were able to make it work that easily is, look, we already have access to the hero right here. So then you just pass that hero to show hero info, and it knows what to do already. It knows that it's going to get a character. It knows it can do character.name. It knows how to get the image URL. It knows how to turn the thing into object.keys, map through it, get the stats, get all of these nice emojis that we have here. It knows how to do all of that. And so then it just kind of does all of that for you, and then you're good. You're just essentially reusing a function that you've created. That's the nice thing about reusing functions, right? It really is a game changer when you can reuse your existing functions. All right, cool. So now just to kind of make our app pretty, I'll just say like at the top, kind of like right here, and I'll say, you know, superhero app. And then for instructions, we'll just say like, you can search for a superhero like Batman or Thanos, or simply hit. Right, so superhero app, you can search for a superhero like Batman or Thanos, or you can generate a random hero. So now if a user goes to this app, they understand kind of how it works and what it means. So you hit random hero. Right, let's open this up here. Superhero app, you can search for a superhero, or you can generate a random hero. So let's try random hero. Right, boom, we're pulling random heroes, and this is like going to an API, pulling the data from there. Or I can actually say, you know, Bane. Let's see if that works. You know, Thanos. I know that works. Ooh, Bane has nice combat. Why is this power like only 51? Do we have Superman here? Ooh, Cyborg Superman. That is badass. Durability 100. Power 100. Speed 93. Strength. I mean, yeah, but I don't really like Superman because he's just overpowered. It's like, oh, he just has like literally every power on the planet. It's like, how's that a fun superhero? I need my superheroes to kind of be like weak, but then use intelligence, and that's pretty cool. Or maybe that's how I was, because I went to chess club and I resonate with those heroes more. So there you go. We got this app. It's fully working. It's doing everything that it needs to do. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it over for you inside of our JavaScript course, so you have access to this. So under API, I'm going to create a new folder, and this is going to be called superhero app or whatever. And in here, we're going to have a index.html, and you don't need to follow along on this one. I'm just creating this for you, so you know that this is available to you. And so we're going to paste the index.html in here. We'll go here, copy the script, so Command A, Command C, or Control A, Control C. And you're going to paste that in here, and then I'm just going to link it. All right, so now you should actually be able to go to the home page here, and you're actually going to see Get Superheroes right over here, right? And you'll be able to click into Get Superheroes, and then the app should show up here. So you could do random hero, and it'll generate a random hero, or you could ask for Thanos and search, and it'll bring up Thanos for you, okay? And if you want to make this app a little bit more robust, meaning like, well, actually, I think if you tried Thanos, let's see if that works. Search. Oh, that still works. So that's pretty cool. Spider-Man. Let's try. Okay, so the app is actually smart. It can detect that. Normally what you do is you call .to lowercase on this. So then like whatever user types, it just lowercases it, and then you do whatever you want with it. But this is fine. So there you go. Your app should be working here and should be available to you in your JavaScript course. You'll be able to click it and see how it functions. And this will be the solution file for you. Okay, so the solution will be available for you here, and you can just kind of go and play around with it and use it. Or for bonus points, you could replace this with your own code. Okay, so if you want to be real pro, go ahead and copy paste your own code that you just did in the other REPL, right? Paste it over it and see if this still works. And if it does, you're a real champ, because I want you to have this entire JavaScript course should essentially turn into all your code everywhere here. Okay, so we've covered a lot. I hope that you've enjoyed it so far. I mean, this was a lot of fun covering APIs in so much detail and building a mini project. I'll see you soon. I promise you will be great. I promise you're going to be a champion developer one day. And I promise I'm going to teach you promises. Let's get right into it. So promises are kind of tricky to understand. It throws people off a lot, but you and I are going to learn it together. Just go to replit.com. Make sure you're here, replit.com. This is the URL. And then we're just going to open up a new REPL with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and let's just say learning promises, okay? And hit create REPL. So we're just gonna kind of start from scratch, and we're gonna walk through kind of real basics of promises, okay? So promises introduces the concept of asynchronous programming, all right? It's a complicated word, and I know we've talked a little bit about promises already, but now we're gonna start deep diving into promises and looking at it at like bare bones basics and starting from there. So asynchronous programming is some piece of code that's going to run out of order. Okay, it's going to happen at a random time. So the way that I want you to kind of think about it is like this. Like imagine you're at a restaurant and you order some food at the restaurant. Now, when you order that food, you're still continuing your conversation with whoever you're sitting and eating food with. While that food is being prepared, you're still talking. Once the food is prepared, the server will bring it up to you, or the server will say, hey, no soup today, right? That's what they'll tell you. So let's go ahead and mimic that type of thing, but inside of code. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and zoom in here so you can actually see a lot more clearly. Let's do it like this. All right, and let's say that you're the server, or let's say that there is a server. And you're going to, you order, let's say tomato soup. Meanwhile, you continue your convo with a friend. So your life basically continues. So this is your other code running, whichever code is ready to kind of go. And then once this, your tomato soup is done, your server brings it to you. In this case, we'll just say, if your problem is resolved, okay, the order that you requested, if your order is resolved, then your server will bring soup. Your server brings you soup. Okay, if it is not, if it's not resolved, paste, what's going to happen is rejected. Okay, so this is the other situation that can happen. And your server will tell you like, no soup today. Okay, so maybe like, these are the two things that can happen. Either you get soup or your server comes into you and tells you, hey, no soup today. So these are the two different type of scenarios that can happen. Now in code, we're gonna try to go ahead and mimic that and kind of write it. But first things first, I wanna teach you how to write asynchronous code, right? So if you've ever done a fetch request or API request, that's an example of asynchronous code. The way to mimic that is usually you're waiting for something to come back to you. So the way we can actually mimic that is we can write a set timeout function. And what this does is it takes in a function. So let's say whatever, soup, okay? And it just let's just console log soup for now, console log soup. And we'll pass it 2000 milliseconds. Now what this means is this function is gonna wait for 2 seconds, and then it's going to say soup. So let's go 1, 2, and boom, we got soup. Okay, let's run it again. 1, 2, soup. So every single time 2 seconds happen, you get soup. So 2000 milliseconds is 1 second. 1 second. Okay. And so in other words, what you can say is if you have a function, okay, so let's just say you have some func, and this function that you have, it like kind of prints out soup or whatever. You can just pass in your func like this. Let's call it waiting for soup. Paste it in here, run it. And this code is basically saying, hey, set timeout. You're gonna run this piece of code, aka this over here, and I want you to wait 2 seconds. Oh, sorry, this is 2 seconds. Sorry, 2000 milliseconds is 2 seconds. 1000 milliseconds is 1 second, okay? My apologies on that. So you say, hey, I'm gonna wait for some soup, and 2 seconds, I want you to print that out. So run, I'm gonna wait 1 second, 2 seconds, and then boom, I get soup. Let's run it again. 1, 2, and I get soup. 1, 2, and I get soup. Now let's say you have other bits of code. So let's say you have some code which is console log, you get to the restaurant with your date, and so you start the convo with your date, right? Whoever that is, you start the convo, and then you continue the convo, right? But now this is the interesting that happens, right? So watch this, for example. And I'm going to take this and paste it here. So on line 10, you start the convo, and line 12 is it's going to say still speaking. So what should happen? Well, what you would imagine to happen is what you should imagine to happen is this line runs first, then this line runs second, and then this line should run third. But watch what's going to happen. You start the convo with your girlfriend or your boyfriend, whoever, and it says still speaking, and then you get soup. That's really weird, right? So if I just go and do this and make it really clear, this is 1. This will print out 2 because this goes in right here, and this should be 3. So you should expect to see 1, 2, 3, but watch what happens. 1 and 3 run first, and then 2 comes out. So it seems like if I had to order this, it seems like this line of code runs first, and then this line of code runs second, and this line of code runs third, because we're waiting for this. All right, this is like kind of running in the background. Now let's model this in a more realistic way. So in the start, you start your convo, right? You sit down and start your convo, and then what we'll actually say is, let's call it order soup. So you sit down, you start the conversation with your partner. Line 11, you order your soup, and then you're still speaking, right? You continue speaking. So let's run this. You sit down, you order your soup, then you wait a couple of seconds, and then soup is ready. In reality, of course, the soup is going to take longer than 2 seconds to get ready, but this is just to show you that you can start a request, right? Right on this line is where you basically start your request, and then your request is ready at some point later, right? You get the data back. Now, when you're dealing with stuff like this, with timeout, yes, you will get back, kind of what you're looking for, but timeout is also not really good. It's thread blocking, meaning like it will kind of stop you from oftentimes doing other things. So when you're dealing with real world data, like an API request, it's going to return it to you as a promise. What you're not going to get back is this timeout thing. Okay. So let's go ahead and kind of model that. So let's create our first promise. So I'm going to basically go ahead and say const promise 1, and it's going to be a new promise. Okay. And this is a promise class. We'll talk a lot about classes. Don't worry if we haven't already. In the JavaScript course, if you're watching it in the JavaScript course, there's going to be a timestamp for promises, or if I have it as a video on our YouTube channel, or sorry, not promises, but classes, go ahead and watch that. Watch the part with the classes, because you'll then really get how like a promise works under the hood. Because whenever you do new, you're actually creating like a object from a class. Okay, so anyway. So promise takes in a function, and that function takes in 2 things. It either takes in a resolve or a reject, and then it wants you to do something with it. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is I'm going to say set timeout. Set timeout will take a function, and let's just say I'm going to do this and say soup is ready. All right, and I'll do the same thing. I'll wait 2 seconds, and then what this code will do is right actually inside of this timeout. Let's go ahead and do this right inside of this timeout. So I'm going to do the following. So we're going to have a timeout function, and inside of this timeout, we're going to say is ready. And for now, we'll set is ready to true. So we're going to say, hey, if the soup is ready, and this is how you do ternary operators, by the way. So I'll show you an example of a ternary operator. So if, let's say you have a if is ready equal true, then, run this, else do this. All right, so if you have this line of code, you could write it in a different way. So first thing you can do is actually you can remove this, because if this is already true, then you don't even need to say equal true. But if you want to leave it here, you can. That's not really going to change anything. And then what you could do is you could turn it into a ternary operator as well. So you could say, hey, you could remove this. And you could do, if this is true, do this. If it's false, do this. So that's what we're doing here on line 20. We're basically going to say, hey, if is ready is true, then I want you to do, hey, soup is ready. Otherwise, what I want you to do, this is where our function ends, right? And then let's give it 2000 millisecond wait right here. Otherwise, I'm going to say no soup today. Okay, so let's just say no soup today. Something like that. And I'll put a little check mark here. If you don't have emojis, by the way, you can get this app called Rocket on your MacBook. All right, so now what this is going to do is it's going to run. And what I want to do is instead of console log for promises, what we do is we actually will do resolve or reject. All right, so if it's a write scenario and you want, and it did it correctly, then you want to say resolve. So if you made let's say a API request and you got data back, you want to resolve that and return it. If you didn't get data back for whatever reason, maybe there was a server error, maybe the data wasn't ready, then you want to reject it. So in this case, we're going to say, go ahead and reject no soup today. Okay. So do this. And this is going to be our first promise that we have wrote. And I'll remove all of this. Okay, so remember, this is to just kind of visually explain it to you how ternary operators work is like this. Okay, so it's right here, right? This part right here is the condition. This part right here runs if you have a true, runs if true. And this part right here runs if false. Okay, that's how ternary operators work. Okay, so if I put a box around this, the term for this, if you haven't seen this yet, it's called ternary operators. So instead of if else condition, you'll have this more specifically, it's that question mark part and the colon here. Okay, cool. So I have this promise here. And now let's see what happens when I console log this promise. So let's see what happens. Promise 1. And I'm going to go ahead and run this. And notice what I get back. So I'll comment out all of these lines here up at the top. Let's run this. And you notice I actually get back something called a promise. So wait, how is that useful? I did this and I'm just getting back something that says promise. What the heck does that mean? All that's saying is, hey, you have a promise, but that promise has not been fulfilled yet. It just started. So it started and I'm just letting you know that it started. Now I need to tell it to do something once it's resolved. So remember, it takes 2 seconds to resolve, but when I run this, it instantly does promise, right? So what I want to do is I want to do a dot then. And dot then is the special things that a promise has. And what that does is if the promise resolves, then you can call a dot then and get its value. So we can say console log value like this. Okay. And let's run this. And you're going to see first it says promise. And then after 2 seconds, it says soup is ready. If I make this 5 seconds, so it waits, that'll make it even more obvious. So it just started and it said promise. And after 5 seconds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, boom, soup is ready and it shows up. So you can see that this is working kind of the way that we expected, but this dot then notation for you might be weird. But if you have done API requests, you'll recall that, hey, that's actually very similar to API requests because that's where you use the dot then thing, and that's how you actually pull the value out. Now, what happens if the soup isn't ready? So I'm going to go on line 19 and I'm going to change that to false. What happens when the soup is not ready? Well, watch what happens. We're going to wait 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and nothing happened. What? I don't see anything. Why did that happen? That is weird. It's because we're not actually catching that mistake, okay? So let's go right here. this is all going to be one line, but I'm breaking it up into multiple different lines so you can clearly see like what's actually happening. Okay. And so I'm going to say, hey, get me the value on success. So the dot then is when success happens. Okay. And then there's a dot catch. So this is when an error happens. Okay. And so I'm going to say, get me the value in this case. And let's run it. So watch what happens in 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and boom, no soup today. And that's happening because our on catch is actually catching the reject. So whenever you have a reject like this, that goes into catch, and you can actually pull that from the value. So let's go ahead and do, I'll say error. Okay. And we'll just make it an object. Error. And here we'll say success message, and I'll say success and an object like this. So we'll run this, and now you'll see this promise will run. And then in 5 seconds, it will get you, okay, so in this case here, it said error, no soup today. Okay. And what we'll do is we'll make this function 2 seconds. And what I want to do here is instead of false or true, I want it to randomly select true or false. So I'm going to put true or false. I'm going to make an array, and then we're going to index that array. If we index it by 0, we're going to get false. If we index it by 1, then we're going to get true. What I actually want to do here is I want to index it by something random, right? So I'm going to say math.random, and then I'm going to let's actually call math.floor, and in that I'm going to say math.random, and we're going to multiply it by 2. Okay, so this piece of code here will always make sure I either get a 0 or a 1. That's all that piece of code is doing. So this way I'll pick a random true or false, and so that way it'll randomly either resolve or reject. And I'm kind of mimicking a real situation here. 50% chance it'll work, 50% chance it won't. But that's not how good APIs are, right? Good APIs work 99.999% of the time. And there's this tiny bit of time where they break or return some kind of error. So that would be a terrible API if it worked only 50% of the time. So let's run it. And boom, on success, we got soup is ready. Okay, let's run it again. We'll wait 2 seconds, and we got nothing. So what happened here? We must have had a weird error. Oh, no, it just took longer than 2 seconds apparently. And then boom, error, no soup today, right? And I can keep running this, and it'll randomly keep selecting, and then it'll just check, hey, if it's already true, run this. And if it's false, it will run the next statement, right? Because all it's doing here is putting either a true, right? If I put a true here and I run, you'll see that I'll always get, and let's make the wait 1 second so we don't have to wait that much. So if I say true, it's always going to give me back success, and I can keep run it a million times. And if I hard code false here, you'll see that it'll always give me back error. So we're just going to put is ready here, because is ready is either going to be true or false. Okay, great. So now you can see how our promise is working. And this promise is extremely similar to the promise that we had in our, the dog application we made and the superhero application we made. And actually, let's go ahead and reference that. So let's go back to our JavaScript course. And if we go to dog random and we look at the script, right? Notice that we're doing something very similar here, right? We have this fetch request, and let's actually bring that in here so we can actually play with it. So I'll run this and watch what happens, okay? And I'll console log this for you, console log, and you'll see that it'll actually say it's a promise. And to make it visible that I'm console logging this, I'm just going to say fetch like that. Do it, run. And you can see that it's telling me that, hey, the fetch promise has began. It has started. but now I actually need to do something with it. So what I actually need to do in this case is I want to do, let's do this. Okay. So I'm going to do fetch, and then on another line, so like normally I want to do this, but you see how the line is running so long that it's going to be too long. So I'm going to break it up onto a new line. So I'll hit enter. So we're going to say fetch dot then, and I'm going to get the response, and we're going to get the JSON response back. Now here's the interesting part. If I console log this part here, you're going to notice that this actually is also a promise. So let's console log this part, and I'll just say response, and we'll run it. And notice that response is a promise. Response JSON is a promise too. So when you run this call, majority of the times, you're sending another request and saying, hey, can you please turn it into a JSON? And then that is also an asynchronous task that could take multiple seconds before returning. So it's kind of like this invisible coding that you're doing here, right? So we have the fetch promise. Once the fetch promise resolves, I want you to run the response promise with the JSON. And guess what? Guess what you're going to have to do in order to pull a value from that promise? You're going to have to chain it with another dot then. Okay, so we're going to have to go and chain it with another dot then. So I'm going to go down here, and we're going to say another dot then, and we're going to say data or JSON or whatever, and you're going to say console log data. Okay, this variable here does not matter. You can call it whatever you want. And if you ever hear that, that's just me using a focus app to keep me focused, to keep shooting this. So if you ever hear that, I apologize. It'll happen every 20, 30 minutes or something like that. Just ignore it. All right, let's run this. Okay, so what did we get? We got, oh yeah, we got to do not console log. All right, so make sure to remove that console log that we had, remove this part right here, and just return response.json like this, and then do data and call data on this. So let's run that. And now you can see that we actually got back the random dog image that we're looking for. Okay, so when you're doing fetch, remember, fetch is a promise, and then you do the dot then response, and then that's also a promise. Okay, so this is a promise. That's a promise. Okay, so there's like everything is a promise. All right, and then within here, within right here, you have access to the actual data. Right there, you actually get the real data, and you can do something with it. Okay, so that's why, that's like a little bit of a funny reason why that happens, but underneath the hood, it's a promise. Now, I'm going to teach you something that's going to make your life a lot easier moving forward, and it'll also help you avoid having to do dot thens and dot catches, because they get pretty annoying. As you can see, you'll have to keep chaining, and this is essentially one line of code, right? If I actually remove the wrapping or whatever, like this is not how you want to be writing your code, honestly, with like that many dot then, dot then, dot then, dot catch, because then you'll have to attach a dot catch. They'll catch any errors that happen. And honestly, it becomes kind of a nightmare. And so what you want to do is you want to avoid using this syntax, and you want to use the new syntactical sugar that like ES6 and beyond provided for us. And that will make our life incredibly easier. And so I want to introduce to you the concept of async await. Okay, it's incredibly easy. It's not hard. It will make this part a lot easier. It'll seem a little foreign and weird the first time you look at it, but once you get used to it, that's the way to go. And your code and your logic is going to become a lot easier. Okay, so this fetch request that we're doing here, right? We want to avoid all these dot thens and make it simpler. So let's create a new function, and we're going to say get dog, whatever. And now what we're going to say, this is the most important part, is whenever you want to use await, you're going to need to use async. Okay, so so what we're gonna do is just pass in the async keyword here, which just says, hey, this is an asynchronous function. So this function will run out of order. This function will need to communicate to the internet or get some type of data, or we'll need to wait half a second, a millisecond, a couple of seconds to get this data. Async just means whenever you have to like speak to some website or some database or something, you're using an asynchronous function there, like 99.9%. Okay, so whenever you think API request, think async. Whenever you think I'm going to do a fetch request, think async functions. Whenever you have a post request, async function. All right, so I have this async function over here. Now with this async function, what I want to do is I want to say fetch response is, and I'm going to fetch this image. Okay, the only special thing that we're actually going to do here is, since this URL runs really long, I'm just going to say const URL and pass that in. So we could just actually say URL. And then I don't need to make this huge. We can make this much smaller, or I can make this bigger here. So I have my URL and I'm just going to fetch that URL. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the data. And here's the interesting part. So for this, what you want to do is you want to pass in this keyword await. All right, this is very important. Await. Await is the same thing as you doing dot then and then saying response something. Okay, await will make your life a lot easier. So we're going to say await. Then next line, I'm going to say const data, and I'm going to say await response.json. So look at that. We have our fetch requests, and then we have our response.json, and that's being stored inside of data. And now you can use the data variable kind of anywhere you want inside of this function. It'll work everywhere and it'll work normally. And then you don't have to like, you're not forced to like code inside of this then method. Like that's kind of ugly and annoying. And now you could use console log data. So let's try this and run it. Okay, and you can see that I got back my, oh, actually, sorry, we didn't call this function yet. That's why I was like, this something weird is happening. All right, let's run this. And you can see that we're now getting our random dog right over here. Okay, I'll comment out this fetch right here. Let's run it again. And you can see that I'm actually getting back my dog. So this syntax is really, really, really clean. It's a much, much, much better syntax. So in order to use this, you have to create a function. You cannot use, so here are the rules. Rules for using async await. 1, you must create a function. Okay, you cannot use async outside of a function. It won't work. So you can't like do this here or something like that. That it won't work like that. So you need to have a function. All right, you can't like use await like this. You need a function that's called async, and then you can do all your jiggery pokery. All right, that's step 1. 2, you must create, use keyword async, use the word await. So anything you're waiting for, you just await it, right? So here we're going to await this promise, and then we're going to await the second promise. And that's it. Those are the only 2 promises, right? This is a promise, and then this is a promise. And then once you are done waiting for them, you just get back the actual data, and then you can do whatever you want with it, right? So that data gets stored here. It's a much, much, much nicer way to write it. So try to do it like that. Now, I'll give you a little exercise. See if you could do this soup example that we just did. See if you could do this, but using async await for this promise right here, rather than the dot thens. Okay, so see if you could create a function. You can call it whatever you want, like get soup or something, right? And then see if you could turn this piece of code into this. All right, so take like 5 seconds, give that a try. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. If you haven't paused it or you paused it, whichever one, hopefully you gave it a try. Let's go ahead and now do this together, okay? So I'm going to say const get soup, and we'll do this way. And then here I'm just going to say const soup is await promise. And then we can probably console log soup, and let's see if this works. Okay, so get soup, and I'm going to run this. See, I ran into that problem myself. I forgot to put, and what's nice is that it actually gives us a nice error. Await is only valid in async functions and at the top level body of modules. So let's go ahead and put async and run this. So boom, there we go. Error, no soup today, right? If I remove await, watch what's going to happen. And if I run this, it's just going to say promise right here. I'm not going to get anything else. I'm going to comment that every other console log statement so we don't get confused. That's it. It just says promise, and then that's kind of it. But the only way to get the data out of it is you just say await. And now that same thing that was initially saying promise, now will actually return you data. Okay, I don't know why it's taking that long. Why is it taking forever? Okay, there we go. Soup is ready. Perfect. Let's run it again. And let's see what it says this time. Soup is ready. Let's run it again. So that's weird. How come sometimes it says when the soup is, if I run it, if soup is ready, you know, it says it correctly, but if soup is not ready, it returns nothing. Isn't that a little sus? What's going on? So what's going on is now you have to try catch this. So if you get an error, you're not able to do a dot catch like how you were before. So that's what's happening. We're getting in a reject, and reject is not going to get stored in here. So what you want to do is you want to say try, and you want to wrap this in a try catch. So what I can do is I can say try, and we try this, and we console log, and then we do catch. Okay, and let's just say console log soup, and let's see what happens. Soup is ready. Let's run it again. Soup is ready. Okay, so see, we got something that was an error. Interesting. So maybe let's catch the error here, and let's see if we can print the error out. So let's run it, and let's hope we run into an error, and let's see if it actually prints out our error or not. Okay, soup is ready. Soup is ready. Boom, there we go. No soup today. So if you want to catch, this is how you catch with async await syntax. So the catching is not the prettiest, but I will just promise you this, that if you start using async await will make your life a lot simpler, and it'll simplify your code a lot. And then it'll be much easier for you to deal with things when you're doing asynchronous programming. So await is really like the way to go. All right, now what if we want to take this example further? Meaning, if you promise the waiter, or the waiter promises you that they're going to bring you soup. Well, if they bring you soup, then that's good. Now, how can we take this even further? If the waiter brings you soup, then maybe you also pay the waiter. Okay, so let's write these up here. So if waiter brings you soup, maybe then you tip the waiter, and you pay for soup. On the other hand, if you don't get your soup, so this is like what happens if the situation is resolved. But if it's rejected and it doesn't go through, and your soup is declined for whatever reason, or they didn't have soup, then maybe you're a crappy customer and you leave a bad review, and you give no tip. All right. So how are you going to actually, write that in code? So see if you could give that a try, and see if you could take this or the dot down one farther, and see if you can kind of add in all of this sauce, like in terms of adding in a bunch of these things. Okay, and you could create arbitrary variables like tip for the waiter. So you could create a variable called tip. You could create a variable called pay, and you could just kind of set what happens to that. But the main thing I'm looking for is where to write those lines of code. Okay, that's mainly what I'm looking for. So give that a try, and then we're gonna do this together. So I'll give you about 5 seconds. So go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's do this together now. So I have this, so we have either whether it's resolved or rejected. Now, everything that's resolved in my mind is going to go inside of this try block, and everything that's rejected is going to go inside of this catch block, right? So say we have, and maybe we can give it a rating, why not? So let's say we have let rating. We define another variable let tip, and we define another variable let pay. Okay, and if we got our soup as promised, well then what I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the rating to say, I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to rate this place 5 stars, and I'm going to say the tip is, maybe 20%, and I'm going to pay, $10 or whatever for the food. And then on the other hand, and then for review, maybe I give a 5-star review here, right? But on the other hand, if I don't get what I want, then I'm going to leave a rating of 1 star. I'm going to leave no tip. I'm not going to pay anything because, well, I didn't get anything. And then review, I'm going to leave 1 star. Okay, so we can kind of do that. And what we could do is actually we can even turn this into an object, I'm thinking. Let's do that actually. Const data. Okay, let's just say data, because that's how usually you get data. Rating is 0 and tip is 0 and pay is, I'm just going to say 0. I mean, it should be kind of null, okay, because those are data types as well, null and undefined. So you could do null or undefined if you want to be like really accurate, because these aren't defined yet actually. Right, so pay is 0 and review is 0. And let's actually use those data types afterwards. And I'm going to remove this. And then we're just going to say data.rating, data.tip, data.pay, data.review. And then we're going to do the same thing here. So now it's actually even looking kind of like a real API, which is interesting. And then at the end of all of this, whichever one, we're going to return data and return data. Okay, the try catch block. So now if I do soup and I'll do console log, now let's run it and watch what's going to happen. So promise is running, soup is ready. All right, why didn't we get our data? Why did we not get our data? Let's see. Are we console logging it? We are. Are we running? Yeah, we're running get soup. Interesting. Yes, this is the magic of asynchronous information, right? That's the problem with it. So I can get caught up by, I can get caught off guard with it too, even though I've been programming for years. So it is complicated. See here, if I actually run this, it's not going to work because this function runs instantly. And then I'm sitting there and waiting for the data. So I actually have to await this data and get the results back because it's a promise and I need to retrieve the data, but I can't just await it, right? So I have to actually, so what I need to do is this. Say I want to remove this console log on line 47 and I still want it to actually read the console. What I want to do is get soup, right? I want to actually call, this is a promise. Get soup is a promise, right? And it returns, when we run an asynchronous function, it's going to return a promise, okay? So in order to get this function, we can't just call it, right? When you just try to call it, it's not really going to do anything. So what I want to do instead is I want to do .then, and I'm going to say value, and we'll console log the value that we get out of it. Let's run this now. And now you can see the soup is ready and we got this data. So we're actually got the data back that we were looking for, right? And then here I can actually see that rating is 5, tip is 20%, pay is $10, review is 5 stars. If I run this again and, oh, no soup today, well, guess what? Rating is 1, tip is 0, pay is 0, and review is 1 star. So that's how this works. Hopefully, like, this makes sense for you on, kind of how you actually do this, how all of this works. So here's a simple trick for you to remember. If you're struggling with promises, or you've ever struggled with promises, or I promise you will struggle with promises, in the future. If you ever, so let's just do this, okay? So say if your console log gets soup and you're like, how the hell do I get the value out of this? Why can't I extract the value out of it? If you ever read that something says promise, there's only 2 ways to ever extract the actual value out of this. There's only 2 ways. Either you await it, which you're going to need to wrap that in a function that has async. You're either going to need to await this, or you're going to need to .then this, right? And then just do value, right? Return the value. So those are the only 2 ways you actually get data back from an async function, or any type of asynchronous task or asynchronous promise. Even if you make a sum function, and let's say you make a async sum function that takes in 2 values, a comma b, and returns their sum, a plus b. If you call this function, right, watch what's going to happen. So if I call this function, I pass it 1 comma 2, and then let's just say sum here, and I'll run this. Even if it's something simple like this, watch what's going to happen when I run it. I ain't got back the result, son. What the hell? Why didn't I get back the result? I clearly defined this. There isn't even any asynchronous parts to this. I'm just clearly saying sum up a plus b. Why are you playing games with me? But because we have the async keyword, it's an asynchronous function, which means by default it returns as a promise. So the only way to extract the value out of this, you give it a try. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, and you can pause the video. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only 2 ways. Either you call await or async, my friend. So let's go ahead and do async here. Either await or .then. So let's do .then, and we'll say console log, we'll say value, console log value, just like this. And now let's run it, and you're going to see that we got back to 3. That 3 we extracted right away. So that's how async functions work. And any type of async stuff that you have, if you want to extract its value, you're going to have to start using .thens to retrieve value for them, especially if they're return data like this. All right. So hopefully that gave you some examples of how this works. All right. This probably isn't going to solve everything for you, but it's going to give you examples. And what we're going to do is in notes here, in your JavaScript course that you're going through right now, in notes, I'm going to create a file, and I'm just going to call it async. Let's call it promises async await it APIs, whatever. Okay. And let me call it .js at the .js, and I'll paste in all these kind of notes for you as reference point, so you don't lose them. So if you want to go in notes, you can look at it. Okay. And then here's another notes for you that Lance has created. These are really nice and really helpful. It kind of goes through some of what we've talked about, and plus it asks you lots of questions and gives you lots of written notes for promises to practice them more and to really understand them more, right? So he walks you through, hey, how do you get the promise variable? How do you increment the waiter money? How do you do the async await plus try catch? He has an example that's like an actual working example. And if you want to run any of these examples, open up a new REPL, copy this code, paste it in there, and it'll work. And how to actually get this data. Okay, so here we're doing return user. And just remember, since this is an async function, you're going to have to actually extract its value out of it. So we have those exercises, those notes here for you if you want to get more practice with the JavaScript course. If you're not in this JavaScript course or whatever, make sure you're watching this on YouTube. Just type in JavaScript and you should find this. All right. So with that said, I hope you enjoyed this. I hope you learned something about promises. And I know it's confusing, but if you really stick to it and keep practicing, you'll keep getting better with promises. And if you can just really work hard and understand this concept of promises now, your journey to becoming a developer will become much, much, much easier, because there are so many concepts that are asynchronous when it comes to web development, and not understanding promises will always get you in a lot of trouble. All right, with that said, I hope you enjoyed this. And one last thing, I said I was going to talk about null and undefined. You could make these like, null types, because if you didn't give a review, it should really be type null, right? And let's just say we don't define any values there. And if I run this, I should get back like null types if, my soup is order, right? Null, 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 null. Okay, which makes sense, because by default, why would you give a rating of 0 by default, right? That doesn't make sense. That would mean you literally go to a restaurant rated 0. You actually paid 0, but you haven't been to that restaurant, so it's actually null. It's non-existent or undefined. Either you kind of use either one of those, and they'll represent a similar thing in this scenario. So null is a special value, and undefined is usually also a special value. All right, with that said, I hope you enjoyed this. Let's keep on going. Let's keep on learning. All right, let's take your API skills up a notch. We're going to build this weather app right over here. I can type in Arizona, hit search. Temperature is 90 degrees. Max is 95. I can type in Chicago, search, 91, max is 94, and min is 88, and it's clear right now. Or I can type in Las Vegas, where I actually just was at, and I got very, very sick playing a chess tournament. It wasn't because of the chess tournament, it's just Vegas is a cesspool of crazy humans doing wild things. And so got a crazy sinus infection, but now I'm recovering. So anyway, it was hot. It was 120 degrees there when I was there. So there you go. This is the app. This is what you're going to be building right now with the API knowledge that you've learned. So let's go ahead and set some ground rules for this. And let me actually also show you what you actually need to know in order to be able to build this, okay? So first thing we're going to do is let's open up a new tab and let's go to replit.com. We're going to just open up one with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, okay? This one right here. And let's just say API weather, okay? And hit create REPL. Cool. So this should just be empty right now. And then let's go over and open a new tab. Okay, and we're going to go to rapidapi.com. Just type in rapidapi.com. Now, once you're on this website, sign up. I am currently logged in, okay? So I can log out, but like sign up with either GitHub or Google or whatever. It's free. Just sign up. And then it'll bring you to like rapidapi.com/hub. All right, on here, just search for APIs. So we're going to search for a weather API. So I'm going to just type in weather and hit enter. And you'll see over here that it shows open weather map. This is the one that we're going to be using. This is the easiest one to use. And why we're using Rapid API is because they make using APIs really, really, really easy. So let's use them. Okay, they're freaking awesome. So let's click on Open Weather Map API. And I'm going to zoom out just a little bit so you can see a little bit better here. Let's drag this back. Now you can see our API request is getting set up. I'm going to hover over this where it says node, Axios, whatever. We're going to switch that to just JavaScript fetch because we want to see how do you do that request in fetch. And this is already kind of showing us how to retrieve the data from this open weather API. Okay. It's putting in a key. It's making a request to the open weather map API, and it's trying to pull some data from there. Now, there's just a couple of things we're going to need to do. So in order to even use the free one, we're going to need to subscribe to test. It doesn't take in a credit card or anything like that. So just hit subscribe to test and then choose the one that says $0. Okay, this is not going to ask for a card. It's just free. Just hit the subscribe button. So we're just going to hit subscribe. Click back on API documentation. All right, perfect. Let's go back to the JavaScript fetch mode. All right, and just clean up some of these things over here. So for example, this over here, I'm going to replace that with Chicago. So you're going to notice that it actually updated that dynamically in the URL that we had. Remove this. All the optional ones, just remove them. Double click and remove, double click and remove, double click and remove. Imperial, you can leave that. And then XML, double click and remove. So your URL should look pretty simple. Fetch URL should look pretty simple right now. Okay, so if I zoom into this, should basically just say community open weather map, blah, 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 and then units imperial. Okay, and the city should be Chicago for now. Let's see what happens if I actually try to run this. So let's go up at the top. Let's hit test endpoint, run, and boom, you see that it's actually already giving us back a result. Okay, so let's scroll down here a little bit, and you can see we have a result here. So we got 13 items back, and I'm gonna just close all of these items that it sent. And it sent us back a couple of, it's an object with like a bunch of different properties, right? So we have a COD, a name, which is Chicago, the ID of this specific place, what time zone it is in, all right, whatever this DT thing is, clouds, wind, visibility. The stuff that we're going to need is we're definitely going to need to pull from weather. So we can pull things like main, it's like clear. Okay, because if we go back to our app, our weather app, you can see that we have this clear here. So we're going to need to pull this. And then after that, we just need to pull these three different ones. So temp, min temp, and max temp. So if I go back to Rapid API, where is min temp, max temp? Let's take a look at that. So let's see if we can find the min temp, max temp, all of that. So I'm going to look inside of main. And here we have temp min, temp max, and temp. So we have all of the things that we need. So it seems like we get them back in this object, and then the key that it's in is main. Okay, so for example, if I was to imagine what I will be doing is I'll get back something like data, and then from data, I'm gonna have to get access to maybe the first data point or whatever, and then I'm gonna need to get access to main. And then within main, so main right here, and then within main, I'll probably need to get access to temp. Just like that. So that's probably how I'm going to get that specific temp that we're looking for. Okay, so let's go ahead and try that out. Let's copy that code snippet. So I'm gonna basically copy this entire thing. The other way you can copy is just hit copy code. Go over, you don't need to spam it like me being just an idiot. Go back here and let's go ahead and paste that, all of that. Okay, so this is going to be like a bunch of code that got pasted, but options here is really what so when you're using fetch, you can pass it. It can take in a URL and then it can take in options. And then inside of options, you can pass it things like, what's your method? So this is a get request. And then you can also pass it in headers, and you could pass it in like the specific key that you need, like an access token, because you're going to need that. And then who you're sending the request to. All right, so that's what options really is. And if I try to run this, let's see if we actually get back any data. And boom, you can actually see on the bottom right, I just got back all the data. So .then console log response. Now, let's see if we can get from that response, right? So this is really data, and let's see if I can do data.main. And let's see if that does what we wanted to do. Boom, it actually just got us back what we were looking for after I did data.main. I didn't even have to do data0.main. And I'm getting back my temp min, and temp max. And those are the things I need, right? What was the other thing I need? Well, I needed that thing where it said clear. Where did it say clear? It said clear under, I believe, weather. So let's go check again. So when I ran the results, I have weather. Weather has an array, so I have to probably like grab the 0th item from weather. So I'm imagining I got to do something like this: data dot weather of 0 dot main. I imagine I got to do something like that, and then that'll get me access to what I need, because data will get me access to this whole thing. Weather will get me access to this right here. Weather 0 will get me access to the specific array right there. And then .main within that will get me access, I believe, to this key right here, this value right here, clear. So let's give that a try and see if that gets us what we need. Dot weather of 0 dot, what would we say? Dot main. Clear. Boom. So you can see exactly how we can actually get back, how we can get access to the things that we need. This is how you can make that request. So hopefully this sets you kind of in the right place to get started with this exercise. And I'll show you now the project that you're going to be building. Okay, so then you have all the tools that you need to be able to complete it. So if you go to your JavaScript course main folder, right, main file right over here, here's where you will find your weather app. So if you actually go down, you'll see it'll say weather app right over here. Okay, click on that, and this is your weather app that you can use. And if you go inside of the exercises for this weather app, so let's go to projects, let's go to weather app, let's go to exercise, and this exercise here, okay, will walk you through exactly how you're gonna do everything inside of this weather app. Now you can use this URL here, or you can use the URL that the way that I showed you on Rapid API. For bonus points, try to just use the Rapid API way. I think it's easier, so then you don't even have to go to Open Weather App, Weather Map, and create your own API. But whichever one is simpler for you, do it that way. And here it'll walk you through exactly how this project works. Okay, so it's like, hey, you know, get the weather data. So create a function that essentially runs and gets the weather data. You're going to need to write something. So if we open up the app on this right-hand side, let's go to the weather app. You're going to need to have the search input field where you're going to need to extract the user city from and then pop that into your URL and then search it. Right? So then when they hit search, it pulls all the data. This weather maps API problem is pretty similar to the superhero app that we made. So I don't think you should have too much trouble honestly doing this. This is not, shouldn't be too challenging for you. If it is, it's all good. We'll just walk through this together. And then you have two functions here, okay? You have the search city function, all right? And then you have this show weather data function. And search city, what this is gonna do is based on whatever the users put in here, it's gonna extract the value. That's what search city will do. And then show weather data will update data on the DOM. And you will have access to what those variables are as well. By those variables, I mean the DOM. You're going to need to manipulate the DOM. So check out the HTML on where you actually need to go and manipulate the DOM. Also, to make your lives easier, I have put all the divs you'll need access to. All right, so your city name, weather type, temp. These are the div IDs, okay? So these are the actual div IDs. If you go into the index.html file, you'll be able to see those specific IDs if you look for them, like city name, weather type, min temp, max temp, right? And that's where it goes. Those go right there when you change their inner text. So all you'll need to do is change their inner text. Now to get ready for this project, what you need to do is this. So for your file, do the following. In your index.html, go back, copy the index.html from this exercise file, right? From the JavaScript course, copy the entire index.html file, go and replace it, paste it over into the new replit that you created. Do the same thing by going to style.css and copying this entire thing and going ahead and pasting this. So your style should be showing up. And then for your script, well, what you could do is you could copy pretty much everything that's here and then maybe just paste it underneath for now. Okay, so that way you have kind of the piece of code that you and I worked on together. So you have that already. Okay, that's just to show you how to pull data. And then the rest is up to you because this should already show you enough of what you need to do and really put you on the right track. And then it's your job to like go, okay, how do I retrieve this data? And how do I actually like have this data show up here, right? Show up into the right places because this piece of code already does that for you. So have fun, give this project a try, and see how much of it you can get done. All right, if you get this whole thing done, huge props. If you don't stress too much. We'll walk through it together. All right, with that said, I'll see you shortly. All right, now let's get to work and let's solve this together. Let's build this weather app. Now, we're just gonna do it from scratch. This is the only piece of code that we had, right? And I got that from Rapid API. I went to Rapid API, signed up for Open Weather Map, and then basically I was able to get my data points. And then it also just makes a code snippet for you, which is really nice. Just make sure to choose JavaScript fetch, and then you can copy and use that exact code snippet. So makes your life a little bit easier. Now, I don't even need this API key right over here because I'm using a Rapid API one. So that makes life even easier. So what do we need to do here? We need to get the data based on the city that the user types. Well, we're already able to fetch based on the city, right? So if I see my fetch request here, I can see that I'm passing in Chicago. So I get Chicago data. If I run, I get clear. Okay, let's remove this here, and I'm just going to leave it to data. Let's run this. And you can see that I get back all of the data related to Chicago, right? And I can even see name here. So let's just put data.name and let's run it. And you can see Chicago. Well, let's say I change this to Marina Del Rey and let's run this. Okay, I got some errors right there. Marina Del Rey, let's put % signs. Let's see what happens. Okay, no problem. Let's go back to Open Weather Map API, and I just want to see when you type in Marina Del Rey, how does it write that in strings? Marina Del Rey, %20, %20, just like that. So that's how you represent a space in URLs. It's %20. So that's Marina %20 Del Rey. Cool. That's a city. Yep. So now it's searching up Marina Del Rey, and I can also look up Hollywood or whatever I want, right? And let's hit run, and it'll pull Hollywood and retrieve its data. So we already know that whatever we want to put in here, it needs to go right here. So this is where, like, in my mind, if I'm looking at this, I will immediately convert this into a template literal. And right here, okay, so const, let's just say let city equals whatever. City equals whatever. In my mind, this is where the user city is going to go. So I'm going to go user city, because I know that it's something that the user is going to give me. It's not going to be actually hard coded into my URL. So now if I give, let's say Hollywood, then when I search, it'll say Hollywood right here. If I give Detroit or whatever, it will get me Detroit. Yeah. So now this is kind of doing what I wanted to do. We have yet to retrieve the data. What we want to do is obviously pull the data dynamically from this user input box when the user types in the data, right? So if we look here, we have city name, we have weather type. City name is probably where I imagine, we're going to pull the value from. That's where the value is. It's in this text box. So you want to pull the value out of there. So let's just say Las Vegas. And then we want to pull the value when the user hits the search button. So we want to make our function where when the user hits search, we can extract this. Now, if we go to our index.html, you can actually see that on the onClick method for this search button, we already have search city function that gets called. So every time I click this button, the search city function gets called. So let's see where our search city function is. It's right here. Okay, so now let's go ahead, console log city, and it seems like we're already pulling the value out of it right here, and we should be able to see the value. So let's type in Las Vegas. Let's hit search. Let's hit run, I guess. Let's type in Las Vegas and let's hit search. And you can see that we pull Las Vegas. So by searching city, we're already able to pull the value. Now we have this other function, which is called get weather data. So I'm just going to put a const right here. This is really this piece of code that we wrote up at the top Okay, it's basically that, because that's where we're really making our API requests. I'm just gonna first cut my options, and I'm gonna pop in my options right here, because those are like my keys and all of that stuff. And then I'm gonna cut my fetch request, and we can delete this user city because we don't need that anymore. And boom, we can put our fetch request, right? Get weather data will take in a city. So now we'll just call this city right over here, because we're already grabbing that from the argument right there. I don't need this URL right here anymore because we're using Rapid API. Cool. All right, so fetch will be the city that we're fetching, and then it will return that data. Okay, so if right now we're console logging the city name, I'm just gonna say console log data. So search city is gonna run, and then what we can do is we can call our get weather function and pass it the city that we got. So let's go ahead and give it the city. Okay, so let's see what happens now. Let's say I hit Detroit, and let's hit search, and you can see I just got all this data on Detroit, right? And I can even see that the name here says Detroit. Now let's type in Las Vegas. Boom, name Las Vegas, and I'm getting all this data back. So it seems like my button is my typing, being able to type is connected. When I hit search, it's extracting the data. It's sending that over to get weather data, and then that knows how to make a fetch request and retrieve the data back. Now the last thing really that we need to do is really grab that data and throw it onto our DOM, right? Like actually show it onto our screen. So show weather data. So this is in this method, in this function right over here, show weather data, we just need to update the DOM elements. So basically what I want to do here is I want to take these guys and update them. Okay, so for example, what do we have? Temp, right? So let's say document.get element by ID and temp, and we'll set its inner text to, let's just hard code it to 86.6. And then I'm just going to call show weather data right underneath here. And I'm going to just give it some dummy data right now. Okay, so right now we're not really going to pass it anything useful. And let's go Las Vegas, search, boom. And you can see that my temp was 86.6. Okay, so I'm just hard coding this right now, but we're going to need to dynamically pull the temperature and then pass that temperature, right? Actually pass the data and not just kind of the silly thing we're doing here. So now what I want to do here is I want to return this data. So let's just do this. So this way I'm returning data. And the next thing I can do is I can make this function async. And why I want to do that is I'm about to run asynchronous code, and I need it to run in the right order because I want to get the data first and then I want to show the data. But if I try to run them both at the same time without doing this, what's going to happen is this here is going to run first because this is like synchronous code. And then this here is going to run after because this is asynchronous. That's not what we want. We want this to finish first, and then we want this one to run. Okay, so I'm going to say async, and we're going to say const data, and I'm going to say await. Okay, and we can pass this data now to our show weather data. And then we'll console log the weather data and see if we're actually getting back anything. And I'll just say a cookie here so we can see that it's the actual thing that we're getting. So let's run this. Let's type in Las Vegas, hit search. I'm getting back undefined. Interesting. Oh, because we're not returning anything. So actually we can put a wait here, and we just got to make sure we return this fetch. And now await will grab the data, and then we'll store that data, and then we'll pass that data. So let's try running this now. Let's see what happens. Okay, Las Vegas. Boom, now it works, and we get our cookie emoji. Perfect. So we grab that data, and then we show the weather data. Okay, so we get weather data, and then we show weather data. This is the right way to do it. And now that we have access to that data, remember how we want to get access to our temps, right? So let's go ahead, console log, and we're going to say weather data dot, I think if you do main, right? Let's see what main gets us. Let's go Las Vegas again, and main gets us all the stuff that we need. So it gets us the temp. So we could do main.temp here, and I can just copy this and I can paste that right there. Let's hit run. And now you can see that we have 106 degrees temperature automatically being updated right there. Now we just need to do min temp and max temp, and city name needs to go here as well. So we're just going to have a bunch of document.get elements by IDs now. So let's go ahead. I'm just going to paste this line 5 times because I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 DOM elements that I'm going to need to update. So one of them is obviously going to be temp. So let's just say we're good with temp. The next one I'm going to do is a city name. Okay, so we're going to go and see, I think it's literally called city dash. I could be wrong. City name. Yeah, I think that should be fine. I think so. We'll see. See if this does what we want it to do. And let's just do weather data.name. So let's try this. Let's go ahead, Las Vegas. Let's hit search, and boom, Las Vegas. Perfect. So that worked. Next one is this right over here. How did we get clear again? Let's go check. So we're going to do dot weather of 0 dot main, and that'll get us what we need. Okay. So we're going to do dot weather of 0 dot main. And this is going to get us what's the div called? The div is going to be called weather type. Weather dash type. And then we have temp, min dash temp, and max dash temp. So let's just do both of those. Min dash temp, max dash temp. Okay, and then in order to get those, I'm going to just need to do temp underscore min, temp underscore max. I'm just looking at this right here, temp max, and temp min. Okay, and now let's give this a try, and I think the entire thing should be working. So let's go Las Vegas, hit search, and we can see Las Vegas, clear, temp, min temp, max temp. Boom. That was slick. Can you believe we just did that right now? Like, we were speeding through that. That was like, what, 14 minutes with explanation? We're going fast. So let's go Chicago, hit search, clear, Chicago, temp, min temp, max temp. Right? Let's type in. I don't know. That should probably break. Oh, crap. That's working. So I guess you could type in cities or states. Maybe I'll try Illinois. Beautiful. So it works kind of all around. Let's check California and just general. Nice. So look at that, right? It's working really, really well. It's able to pull the data fast. It's able to show the data. And if you want to move all of your code from this into the JavaScript exercise page, you could do that as well. Just make sure you Command A, copy this and go all the way back, and then just go into this exercise one, right? And then select it and paste everything over it, and you should be good to go, right? And then your exercise file should be working. So you should be able to go to your project exercises. You should be able to click weather app, and then it should be kind of working in there for you. Okay, even if right now it might be broken. There you go. So now if you go to weather app right over here, it should pull up. And once you put your JavaScript code, the exercise one should be working. And then the solution one is, of course, the final version. So that's always going to be up and running. So there you go. That's how you make your own weather app. Hopefully that gave you a clear understanding and everything makes sense. And hopefully you enjoyed it. And I'll see you soon. All right. I hope you're having as much fun as I'm having. Now let's move on and talk about classes. So how do classes work in JavaScript? Open a new tab. Let's go to replit.com. All right. Replit, replit.com. Open up a HTML, CSS, JavaScript file, and we're going to say a lesson, and we'll talk about classes. Okay. All right. So what the heck are classes? How do they work? So classes are, anytime you've seen, okay, for example, anytime you've done a dot method on something, right? That requires you to know about classes. So let's go into our script.js here. So I'll give you examples of where you're using classes where you didn't even realize that you were. All right. So when you say new promise, you're using classes here. Okay. Where else are you using classes? Remember when we can have a array of nums, and then we could do nums.push? Well, guess what? You're actually working with the class. You're working with the array class, and that happens to have a method called .push. And we'll talk about everything too. We'll talk about methods. Okay, we'll talk about properties. We'll talk about classes. Okay, that's the main topic, right? Main topic is classes. And there's all these things. All right, so we're going to be building this Ferrari right over here. Now, if you look at this Ferrari here, right, what do we have? We have, and excuse my terrible photoshopping job, but I'm not a Photoshop expert. I'm a developer, all right? That's what I'm, that's my skill, not photoshopping. So we have this Ferrari here, not Fiat, because that car sucks. So here we have our Ferrari, and it will have these are the properties that it'll have. Okay, so you'll be able to do car.name, car.model, car.weight, and classes are very similar to objects. So if you learn objects, you're kind of in a pretty good place. Like, you're not going to be too confused as to what is happening over here. Now, we have this. Now, what are the other things that we actually need to know about this, right? We have all these properties. If you look on the methods, well, look at what kind of methods we have. We have car.start, we have car.drive, we have car.break, and we have car.stop. Now, those are all anything with the dot start and the open close parens like that, those are called methods, okay? And those are basically like functions, but anytime you have to do car.start, then it's just going to be called a method, okay? Any function that needs a dot is a method. Okay, that's another kind of way to remember it. And then properties are where you're not calling the function with open close parentheses. So it's just car.name is Ferrari. Car.model is whatever, 500. Car.weight is 850 kg. Car.color was supposed to be red, and I photoshopped over it and I made it white. So whatever. Color is red. Just imagine it's a red, okay? So we're going to go ahead and build this thing, and we're going to do it in a class-based way so we can actually model this, okay? And then you'll be able to create multiple car objects from it. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so there we go. So I'm just gonna leave this over here so you can see it the entire time, okay? All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and do class, and we're gonna do class car, and we're just gonna do this. All right, now we're going to need to create a constructor, and a constructor is really gonna have like the, like what are the initial type of arguments and things like that we're going to have. So you'll also learn about a new keyword, and it'll be called this. All right, so I'll show you now. So we're going to have this.name. Okay, so the car will take in a name. It will take in, let's say, a color. And honestly, that's kind of it. I don't want to deal with model and weight yet. So we'll just take in a name and a color, okay, for now. Or maybe it takes in top speed or something like that. Speed. All right. And then so this dot name will be name. This dot color will be color. And this will make more sense once we actually call this object, okay? And this dot speed is going to be whatever speed you pass in. So now let's create a new object with this class. So I'm going to say const car or Ferrari is, and we're going to say new car. Okay, so note this new car, how we're doing this new. So other things you're going to see new with is new date. Okay, so date is a class. You're going to do new promise. Promise is a class. Okay, and we're going to pass in our arguments here. So for name, I'm going to say Ferrari. For color, we're going to say red. And for speed, I don't know, let's say 250 top speed. And then we're just going to console log Ferrari. And let's look in the console and see what we get. And boom, we just got a car object right there. And it says the name is Ferrari, the color is red, and the speed is 250, right? Beautiful. So this is how you will like create a class and create a constructor that will like initialize things instantly. Now, this part, this is the keyword that throws a lot of people off. Like, what is this? What this refers to, guys, is, you know how we do the name? Well, this refers to Ferrari. So now when I do, so watch this, right? So if I do Ferrari dot name and run it, I'll actually get back the name Ferrari. Okay, so let me remove the other console log so we can see Ferrari. Now, if I remove this dot name, watch what happens. It says undefined. Okay, so this here in this case becomes Ferrari dot name, and we set its name to the whatever name was passed in. So say we had passed in Ferrari, so then it becomes Ferrari like this. So it goes Ferrari dot name and sets it to Ferrari. Okay, so in other words, this argument gets passed into name, and name is the variable that goes right here. So that's going to be Ferrari. And this specific Ferrari object that we just created, that is referred to by this. So everywhere we said this, it's being replaced with the word Ferrari. All right, that's what this does. All right. So if I now go this.color and run this, let's go console log Ferrari.name, and then we'll do speed, run this, and we get Ferrari red 250. Okay, so you can see we've already created 3 properties that this has. Okay, so these are properties. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and create certain methods. So for example, let's create a method that's, car.start or car.drive. Okay. Car.break. So let's say we do drive. All right. And let's just say console log just drove 2 miles. Okay, now what we can do is we can go console.log and I can say Ferrari. In this case, I don't even need to console log it because console log is inside of the drive method. So we can actually just say Ferrari.drive, open, close parens. And when I run this, watch what's going to happen. Boom, it says just drove 2 miles. Okay, so that's the drive method. All right, let's do let's do break method, right? So how are we going to do break? Let's say for break, we just want to console log and we want to say came to a screeching halt. So you try that and see if you could call .break. Take a few seconds. This should take you only 5 or 7 seconds to do yourself. It's going to be only 1 line of code, just like on line 18. And then you should be able to refer to Ferrari.break. So give that a try. Make sure you're practicing with me the entire time. So I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's go. So I'm going to go ahead here and say console.log and say coming to a coming to a screeching halt or something like that, right? Let's hit run and let's do Ferrari.break dot brake. Braking, coming to a screeching halt. There you go. Okay, and what are other methods, right? So we have methods like stop. So that is probably like the car coming to a complete stop. So let's say that the car starts off with like a speed of, okay, so let's say we have a current speed as well. So we'll go this dot, and everywhere we have speed, let's say this is, we change this with the top speed. Okay, so I'm going to right click, rename all occurrences. I'm going to say top speed. So maybe this is passing in the top speed, just to make that very clear. Now we'll have this dot current speed is going to be 0 in start, right? So whenever a new car is created, well, it isn't driving right now, so it'll be 0. But then let's say we start driving the car, then maybe the speed goes up by 10 miles an hour or something. Yeah. So how we can actually do that is in our drive method, I can just increment this dot current speed by 10. Okay. And that just increases the speed by 10. And we'll say console log, and I'll say driving at, and we'll put this dot current speed okay. So let's hit run. And now you can see it says driving speed at 10 miles an hour. So now we have a new property called this dot current speed. So I can actually go Ferrari dot current speed, and we can see that, oh no, sorry, it's not a function. So let's run this again. It's not a method. So current speed right now is, you can see, undefined. Oh, I'm sorry. The speed here is undefined because this is called top speed. My apologies. But if you console log dot current speed, you can actually see that it says it's currently 10 miles an hour, right? So let's run this, and you can see it says 10. Okay. I'm gonna comment out all the other console logs so it doesn't get like super confusing as to what's happening. And I'll console log this just drove 2 miles an hour as well, right? So it says driving speed at 10 miles an hour. And let's console log before we started driving the car as well. So in the start, you can see the speed is 0 right here, right? If you look, we see that the speed is 0 right there, right? Then after we drive, you can see that the speed is 10 miles an hour. Well, what if we do the drive method again? What will our speed be? Can you guess? Take 5 seconds and try to guess this. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's see if you guessed it right. Beautiful. Okay, nice if you guessed 20 because it increments it by 10. And if you do drive multiple, if I do drive 2 more times, what is current speed going to be at this point? Take a guess. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And it's going to be 40 miles an hour. Okay, driving speed at 30 miles an hour, driving speed at 40 miles an hour. So the car is getting like faster and faster. Now what we could do is we could kind of get fancy and we could do a set timeout where basically if we drive for 1 second, it gets up to a certain speed. If we drive for 2 seconds, maybe it gets up to like 35 miles an hour or something. And then when we get to 2.8 or 2.9 seconds, maybe it does 60 miles an hour, right? So what is that actually? Ferrari, let's see, 0 to 60. How long does it do it in? About 3 point, how fast is a Ferrari? So let's see their seconds, right? So 3 seconds, 2.9 seconds, 2.5 seconds. What's crazy is that Rivian, which is one of these trucks that is like my absolute favorite right now, that is like faster than a Ferrari, and it's a truck, and it does it in 3 seconds. So some Ferraris we have go and do it in 2.9 seconds, whatever. We'll just do 2.9 seconds, right? So what we can do is we can even like get fancy with it, and we can create a method that like takes us to 60 miles an hour right? So let's call it 0 to 60. And what this does is maybe it runs a set timeout, and then it console logs. Ooh. Whew. That was fast or something, right? And let's put some squigglies around this actually, because we want this to be like a function, and we want to write probably more things in it. And then we want to set the current speed to 60. Okay, so we're going to set the current speed to 60. So let's see if this works kind of as expected. So we're going to do console log. We don't need to console log. We can actually just do Ferrari dot 0 to 60 and run this. And let's see. Whew, that was fast. Okay, and now if we check, so like if I comment out all these other lines, and let's comment out this line as well, and this one, and now let's just check the speed. So I'm just gonna get this console log one and put it right here and run it. That was fast. So because it's asynchronous, notice what happened. It ran and told me what its speed was actually before that code finished running. So what we want to do is we could turn this actually into a promise if we wanted to get kind of advanced with it, and then get this promise, and then once it resolves, we could do something with it if we want. So we could do return new promise, and then we can like resolve comma reject and kind of get fancy with it. But we can try doing a simpler way first, because simpler ways are usually, you know, we like them. And we can actually just grab the current speed like this. Okay, so we can grab the current speed from here after it changes it to 60. So let's try running it now. And you can see that the current speed at this point has been, you know, turned into 60. So if we do it like this, it'll work and it'll do what we expect it to do. Now for break, what we want to do is see if you can make it where break brings the speed down by 10. Okay, so if drive brings the speed up by 10, see if you can make it where break brings the speed down by 10. Okay, so give it a try. Pause the video. I'll give you 5 seconds to pause the video and try it on your own. I think you'll be able to do it yourself. Okay, so let's do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, let's give it a try now. So let's do it together if you hadn't already. And if you did, great job. Okay, and if you didn't, it's okay. We'll figure it out together. So for break, what I want to do is I basically want to say, hey, I can remove this console log for now. Don't care about it. And I will simply say, set the current speed to minus equals 10. Okay, so this will just decrement the speed by 10. And we'll put a console log here and we'll say breaking. So let's comment out all of these lines here. Okay, and let's comment out this one, and I'll just go right here. So we got the Ferrari, right? We have the Ferrari. Now what do we want to do? We want to do Ferrari.drive. So this should bring it up by 10 miles an hour. And let's print out the speed. So I'll console log speed, or sorry, Ferrari.current speed. So let's run this. And the current speed is 10 miles an hour. Okay. Now let's do Ferrari.break. And then we'll console log the speed. And you can see that when I did drive, it increased it by 10 miles an hour, and then braking, it decreased it by 10. And so now we're at 0 miles an hour. Okay. Now, what if we wanted to make stop, where stop essentially just brings the speed down to 0 regardless of where you're at? So to emphasize that, first, let's do drive multiple times here and see if before I continue the video, if you can guess what the speed is going to be on line 46. So I'll give you 5 seconds to figure that out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. So how I'm going to figure this out is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 multiplied by 10 is 50. So this should get you to 50 miles an hour. This should decrement by 10. This should get us 40 miles an hour. Let's run this. And we get our speed at 40 miles an hour. Okay. So now what we want to do is we want to implement the stop method. Okay. So try to implement it yourself. I'll give you some time to do it. You should be able to do it. Okay. And if you're not going to pause the video, or if you have paused the video and you're back, let's figure it out together now. So I'm just going to say, now I guess it would make more sense to say coming to a screeching halt, right? And then we can actually say this dot current speed, and we can actually set it to just equal to 0. Okay, so like basically we're going to reset it to 0. So let's try Ferrari dot stop. And now can you guess what line 52 is going to say? Okay, take a guess there. And let's run. And boom, you can see that now we're at 0 miles an hour, right? So we were at driving at 10, driving 20, driving speed 30, 40, 50, and then we were braking, and then we came to a screeching halt, and now we're at 0 miles an hour, and the car has effectively come to a full stop. All right, now let's grab a different car. Let's get a Porsche, right here, and let's see if you can create a new object with the Porsche. So give that a try, and let's say its speed is 250 miles an hour as well, okay, or 240 miles an hour. So you have a Porsche, okay, color is yellow, right, and then speed of this is, let's say, 250 miles an hour. So make a new object with this, and then see if you could do things like drive it or get its current speed and things of that nature. Give that a try. Give that a try. Okay. And while you give that a try, one thing we can do is, let's go down here. Okay. Give that a try. Pause the video and see if you can actually try this on your own. So you take 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Now, here's how you do it. Okay, let's do it together. So I'm going to make Porsche, right? And it's going to be a new car. And I'm going to say Porsche. And color is yellow. And top speed is, let's say, 250 miles an hour. Okay. And let's go ahead and do Porsche dot name. And we'll console log it, and we'll do dot color, and we'll do top speed, and let's run this and see if we actually get it. Yep, we get Porsche. It's yellow, and the top speed is 250. Can we drive it? Let's try it. Porsche dot drive, and let's drive it like multiple times. All right. And you can see, boom, the top speed, now we're at 50 miles an hour. If you want, you could also turn it into a loop, right? So we could basically say, you could run it for 5 times or more if you want. So let's say we have an array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can say for each, and I can say, I don't care about the value. I don't need to use it. And I can simply say Porsche dot drive. So all this function is doing is I don't care about these, and I'm just saying, hey, increment Porsche dot drive, just do Porsche dot drive essentially 5 times. So this gives me a loop that lets me run this piece of code 5 times. So let's try it. Okay. Cannot read properties of undefined on line 5. Interesting. Line 5. What's happening on line 5? Okay, let's comment this out, I guess. Let's try it. Okay, so actually let's do this. Because nums is also of class type array, or sorry, arrays are class type array. So you have to instantiate them first, and then you can actually do a .for each. So now I can do nums.for each. And now it will actually work. Okay, so now I can actually try run, and you can see that we just looped through 5 times and, you know, really floored it and gave, you know, ran our Porsche. Now let's see if we can do 0 to 60 for our Porsche. So Porsche.0 to 60. And let's run this and let's see if that runs. Okay. And it goes, phew, that was fast. Now for our timeout, we want to make sure that we give it like a couple of seconds, right? So we want to say 3000. So this will wait for 3 seconds, and then it'll say that was fast, and then print out the current speed of the car, etc. So let's try it now. And boom, that happened. 3 seconds later, it goes, phew, that was fast. Okay, so we have 0 to 60 on this as well. And then can we do Porsche.stop? And then check Porsche.current speed. And we'll console log this and run this now. And then boom, we have speed is 0. Okay, there you go. Oftentimes you'll see these get and set methods a lot. So I'll show you an example of that, and you can try to make this yourself as well. So I'll do get current speed. You can already kind of see what this method is going to do. Okay. And see if you could write this yourself. It's going to be very, 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 very easy. Okay, it's just going to be one line here. Literally take like 4 to 5 seconds. Try to write it on your own as well. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so get current speed, and you can just say return current speed. Okay, there isn't a huge, amazing use case for this here, but I'm just showing you this because a lot of classes will have these getters, what they call getters and setters. So I want you to get used to this. So they'll have ton of like get methods, and then they'll have ton of set methods that like set the current speed, right? So basically this drive method is really like set the speed or like update the speed back by a certain thing. We could even give it like a method like target speed, where you as a user can actually pass in the speed. So actually let's do that, because you've seen how to call methods, but you haven't seen how to pass arguments to methods. So how about you could actually call the method drive and put in like a number here, like a speed number. And instead of incrementing this by plus 10, it'll increment it by the speed that you give it. Okay. So now when we call .drive, now drive needs something, okay? And I can also show you default arguments in JavaScript, which are really nice. So if you don't pass in an argument, it'll just give you 10. For example, if I try to run now, my code is going to kind of like not work. You see how we have these nans everywhere, like nan, because we're not passing in a speed when we call our .drive method. So if you see our drive method here, we're not passing in a speed here, right? So if we actually just give it a equals 10, that's a default argument. So if I don't pass in a speed, it'll set that to just be 10. So let's give it a try now and see if that works. Yes, it does, right? But let's go ahead and give some speed. So for example, for the Porsche, what I'll do is I will comment out this line where I gave it drove it 5 times here. What I'll do instead, and I'll comment out this nums line too. What I'll do instead is I'll say Porsche.drive, and let's say I say 40. Okay. And then we console log and we get the current speed. So let's go ahead and console log here and run this. And you can see that it instantly just it shot up to 40. Right? It instantly shot up to 40 here. Let's do 80. Okay, let's do 40 here. And let's do maybe another 80. Now what's going to happen? So I did 40 here for drive and I did 80 here for drive. What do you think line 69 is going to get us? what's the speed going to be? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Speed's going to be 40 plus 80, right? It's all incrementing on top of each other. So it's going to be 120. Let's run it. And boom, we got 120. Okay, so there you go. This is how you make basics of classes. And this is an example with cars. If you have cars, how can you make different classes and give cars different methods? And hopefully this was like a really visual example. So it kind of got certain concepts through for you. So that's what's happening with classes. Okay. So to give you some other real world example of this, and I do want to talk about nums and stuff like that. And I'll kind of foreshadow it a little bit, but here's a real world example. So let's say we have const numbers and we have this array right here. And we do numbers.push and I say 4. And I do console log numbers. What is numbers going to say? Is numbers going to give me back an array 1, 2, 3? Or is it going to give me back an array of 1, 2, 3, 4? Which one is it going to be? If you guess that it's going to give me back an array with 1, 2, 3, 4, good job. That's exactly right. Why is that happening? Because we're doing this dot push. So what is dot push? Is dot push, let me ask you, is dot push a property? Is dot push a function? Or is dot push a method? Or is it something else? What's dot push? If you guess that dot push is a method or a property, that's not right, because property is if I didn't have any function call here. Okay, so that would be a property. It's not a property. If you said function, that would not be right, because a function is if you had to call push like this. Because you have to do dot push, it's not a function. If you said method, you are completely correct. Good job. Okay, so this is an example of a method. Method. So if it's a method, well, then that means whenever methods are involved, there must be classes, because you can only have methods inside of classes. So I'll write that as a note. You can only have methods inside of classes. So you must have a class here. Well, that basically means that numbers, which is of type array, that means that that's a class. Okay, it's its own class, and that class has methods like dot push. And there's something I haven't shown you yet, but it's called type of. So if I actually have an array, so let me clear this console and let me zoom in here so you can see better. So if I do type of and I say 1, 2, 3 array, okay, here it's giving me, okay, what's the type of this? And it says object, right? If I do type of, and let's say I do 2, it says type of number. If I say hello, right, it tells me string. So this is a type of either object, but specifically this is of array class, okay? So sometimes JavaScript is weird. It ends up calling a lot of things objects, but this is really like an array class, and classes are objects sometimes, so that's okay. Then you have number, then you have string. So that's why, like, when you have a string, it has its own methods like dot split, right? Where it turns that string into an array. Or you could have an array with 1, 2, 3, and you could say dot join this with strawberries, right? And then when I do this, it joins 1, 2, 3 with strawberries. So there are classes which have their own methods. So if you were to visualize this, so for example, when I have arrays right here, like arrays, right? What is array? So imagine it like this. Array is of class. It's like class array. And then you might have different methods. Like you might have a join method, and you might have the push method, right? And then we can actually even try implementing our own push, okay? And we could create our own push and see if that works exactly like push does. And so let's give that a try. But first, let's just see how certain array methods work. Okay, so for example, I'm going to do, so I have 1, 2, 3. This is an array, right? Now if I do dot push and I say 4, you can see that I've added a 4 to that array, right? So let's just go do 1, 2, 3 again. Perfect. Okay, so we have this 1, 2, 3 array. Now, one thing you could do to an array is I could actually get the 0th property of an array and I can change it. Sorry about that. I have a chess tournament coming up, so my friend is calling me for that. It's tomorrow in Las Vegas, and it's like 104 degrees, severe heat warnings there, but I'm excited and I'm going to go play it there. It's the National Open Chess Tournament, and they have $100,000 prize guaranteed. I'm not looking to win. I'm just looking to have a good time. It's going to be fun. Playing on the U2100, if any of you guys are chess nerds. Let's get back to this. So let's say I have this array. So let's say let me create an array. So x equals, we'll say 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I have this array right here, 1, 2, 3. Now, I can actually change some of the properties in here. So I could actually do x of 0, and I can change that to, I don't know, 10. And now when you look at x, notice that I've changed at that 0th position, and now you have a 10. Okay, well, what if I change at position 2 and I do x of 2 is now whatever x of 2 was plus 7? What do you think is going to happen? What do you think is going to happen here? So x of 2 will get you access to the 3rd index, right? So, or the 2nd index, so 0 index, right? This is a 0, this is a 1, and this is a 2. And I'm setting x of 2 to whatever x of 2 was plus 7. What do you think is going to happen there? Well, this 3 is going to actually turn into a plus 7. So let's try it, right? And let's run x. And you can see that now I have 10 here and 10 there. So you could mutate an array, right? Now, by doing this, what if we access a location that we don't even see there? So let's give that a try. So let's see if I can do x of 3, right, which doesn't exist. And I say apple. And now we do x, and you can actually see I have 10 to 10 apple. So I could actually add things to an array by getting like the last index of the array and adding things there. Whoa, that's pretty bizarre, huh? So using this knowledge, we can actually implement our own push method, okay? And I'll show you how you can actually add methods to the array data type. So JavaScript allows you to do array.prototype, and this allows you to just get access to the array like class. And we can actually now create our own method here and say my push. Okay, so this is going to be our push method that we're creating. And we're going to say it's going to be a function. Okay, and what this function is going to do is let's just say it's going to get this dot length. Okay, this will refer to the array you're calling the dot whatever on. So let's create const fruits, and I'm gonna say banana. Let's say blackberry. That's not blackberry. Berry is fine. Oh, we don't have that. Apparently, what happened to it? Strawberry. And then we'll have a cookie. Okay, so apparently cookie is a fruit, but hey, let's just go with it. And now let's do console.log, and I'm going to say fruits.myPush and call it as a method. Okay, fruits.myPush. Let's call it as a method. Let's hit run, and let's see what happens here. Okay, we're getting an error somewhere. Let's see where we're getting that error. It says line 97. Oh, because I'm not like calling type of on anything. So let's just comment that out. Let's run this now. And you can see I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And right now it says undefined because I'm not having it return anything. So let's say return this dot length. So it should return length of 3. And we're getting that 3 we were looking for. Okay. Let's get our cars to kind of calm down a bit. So I'll just comment all of that out. All right. So, and then let's comment out our array stuff here as well. So we should just have fruits. Now, if I add an additional fruit in here, let's say I add a pear or an apple, what do you think the length is going to say? Do you think it's going to say 3? Do you think it's going to say 5? Do you think it's going to say 10? What do you think it's going to say? Let's try running it. Boom, 5, because I have 5 items in here. So in order to do the thing, right, if I have an array with 5 items, then all I have to do is say something along the lines of my array 5, and in the 5th position, I can put in whatever item I pass. So my item. Okay. So in this function, we'll pass in item. Okay. And then we can actually just pull the item from here. And let's actually just see first if we can actually get access to our item through that, right? So let's just say return item, and I'll pass in cookie, the word cookie, and let's run this. And you can see that my push function, like my push method runs, it calls this, and I can actually call it on type array, right? I'm creating my own methods for the array, and then it's actually returning the cookie right here, right? So in order to do this, now I have all the pieces of the puzzle. I can do grab this array. Okay, so this will get you the actual array that you're passing it. So let's run this just so you can see. And you can see this refers to the actual array that was passed in. Okay, so hopefully that demystifies the word this a lot for you. Okay, because that's what this is referring to. And now we're going to say, it's whatever you're calling this dot thing on is usually like this. Okay, so it's referring to like fruits in this case. Now, if I do another dot, that dot will be referring to whatever this would be. Okay, so now I'm gonna say this. I know it's an array, and I know what I want to do is I want to return the array. Okay. And on its 5th element, or on its 5th position, 0, because let's just go through this. This is 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3, this is 4. So in its 5th position, right over here, I want to add in what other fruit is left that I haven't covered yet? A kiwi. Do we have a kiwi in here? Apparently we do. Nice. So on that position, I want to set that to a kiwi. Okay. And then we return this. So let's go ahead and try that. And you can see, boom, we actually now have a kiwi right over here. Okay. So that's super cool. But this 5 is hard coded. How could we get this 5 in a dynamic way? Well, if we have access to this, can we do this dot length and get access? And then we're just going to set that to a kiwi. But instead of a kiwi, we can just set it to an item. So whatever item we pass it. So now we can pass the kiwi from here. And let's run this. And you can see that we passed in the kiwi, it went here, and it plugged it in. Boom. And so now we have our own push method, right? We can actually just use our own push to push whatever we want. So let's try pushing a couple of things, and let's then print out our array. Okay, so ignore that. So let's go ahead and push a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to push more cookies. I'm going to push more strawberries. Okay, I'm going to push I'm going to push an orange. Okay, and then we're going to console log fruits, and let's see what happens. And there you go. All of the things that we actually pushed, right, got added. All of these guys that we pushed here, 4 new fruits. You can see that we now have those 4 new fruits, right, added in right there. Okay. So you can extend classes. You can extend array data types like this. You could extend other data types like this. So you could extend so many things. And then now hopefully other things to you might make sense too. For example, if you have an object, right? So let's say I create an object called things equal, or let's say I create an object called actor and name is Jamie Fox and age is, I don't know how old he is, 37, right? And money is, I don't know, whatever, something random, right? So now I have an actor. How do I get the keys of this actor? I got to use a method on the actor, object. So object is also like its own class, and it has its own method. So if you were to imagine it, you should imagine it like this. I have a class object, and it has different methods. For example, it has a method called keys. All right. So now watch what happens when I do object.keys and I pass it actor. Okay. So I can actually pass it actor, and boom, I get name, age, money. All right. Well, actually, object keys is a little bit different. It is on the object class. So you could do object.keys and pass it the actor. So that's fair enough. That's still a method .keys. Okay. So there are a lot of things that are, all right. And you can also do this. You could also do .values and get all the values back, right? So you could do .keys, get the keys. You could do .values. It'll give you all the values of that object. So there are so many use cases of this knowledge and this information. And if you deep dive into it now, it'll save you so much pain in the future, because it gets so much harder if you have like shaky foundations and shaky basics, and then you try to go and build, learn more complex stuff on top of it. You're just going to have so much trouble. But if you learn this now and you can extend these classes and add your methods and do a whole bunch of stuff like this, you're going to be just such a badass developer in the future. And you're going to be so much stronger than most people. And where other people get stuck, you're going to be flying past. So I hope this made sense. I would like to do some more kind of exercises with classes, because I think you should get very used to seeing them. Like everything under the hood is going to be some type of class, some type of object. Everything under the hood is going to be methods and all that type of stuff going on. So if you start getting used to seeing all of this now, I think it's going to be good for you. So we're going to do a few more examples together. So all of these notes here, I'm going to leave them for you so you have access to them kind of whenever you want. Okay, let's go. Let's make sure that they're running. And if you ever want to run them, you can just copy them into a new REPL and run it. Okay, and all of these notes, I'm going to take them. We're going to go back to our JavaScript course, and then inside of classes, I'm going to create a new folder. Okay, and in this folder, I'm just going to call it, or actually this could work really well as a, yeah, so that's good actually. So let's go inside of here. We're going to create a new folder, and I'm going to call it car class. Okay. And then inside of here, we're going to make a new file. We're just going to say, how did we name them? Should we just call them script.js everywhere for fighting game? What did we call? Yeah, we just call it script.js. That's fine. And then all of this is going to be in here for you. Okay, so you're going to be able to see how do you actually work with, how did we create the car class, and that lesson is going to be there. So you can just go and take a look at it at any given time that you want. All right, to finish this off, I'm going to leave you with an exercise. Try creating a new REPL, okay, on Replit with just HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and try creating a bank class. Okay, so create a bank class, and then it should have methods such as withdraw, and it should have methods such as deposit, okay, and it should have properties such as balance, okay. So for example, I should be able to do, Kazi account and I should be able to do new bank account or whatever account. And you could call the class bank account or bank, I don't care, whatever. And then maybe you could start it off with the initial balance. Okay. So, and then if you ever do Python world, this dot balance, it should get me the current balance. In this case, it should get me back, 100. If I do this dot deposit 100, the balance should get incremented. So what should happen is, give me 1 second and I'll show you what should happen. Okay, boom, let's move this up here. Boom. Right, if I do that, then after this, if I actually take a look at this dot balance, that should become 200. If I do this dot withdraw 100, then when I look at this dot balance, that should become 100, okay, because I just subtracted it. So I want you to give this a shot, see how far you can take it and how much of it you can complete. I really believe you should be able to do this entire thing, and you should be able to call these methods, okay, and then do them, right? So it should be this dot deposit, 100 like this. So it's a method, right? And then it takes in a function, it's a method and it has a parameter that you have to pass it. So in this case, I'm going to pass it 100 and then increments it by 100. If I do 5,000 or 10,000, it should increment by that amount. On the other edge cases, let me ask you this. If you have $0 in the bank, should you be able to withdraw $100? So let's say that this dot balance, or let's say you try to withdraw, in this case, $200 when you only have $100 left. Should you be able to do that? No, you should not. So it should catch that. It should stop that from happening. And it should print out an error message telling the user, hey, you cannot withdraw more than what you don't have. And if you want to make it really jacked and really amazing, try adding a UI to this project. I don't care if it's ugly, it doesn't matter, but see if you can add a UI to this as well. So it has like buttons I could press for withdraw. I could click them and they can help me withdraw. And then I click a button, it helps me deposit. So let's actually draw this out, right? So I have a button here for withdraw. I have another button. Okay. I have another button right here or wherever, it doesn't matter, for deposit. I don't care about the UI as long as you get it done. And then we have another button here, or not a button, but like rather maybe you have a, maybe here it actually says what the balance is. So it just says like, hey, the balance right now is 100 or whatever. So it actually literally has the balance written out, and then the balance increases and you could see it on the screen, right? So you hit withdraw, you hit deposit, it either decrements or increments. And, and then if there are any other methods or anything like that, you could think about adding them. Maybe there's like, you want to close your checking account or something like that, and then just clears up everything, but this is like the main crux of it. So try doing this, see if you can nail this one. You should definitely be able to nail this exercise. And then once you give it a full solid attempt, then we'll work together and code together and make the finished version. Got it? All right. I hope you're excited. Go give it a try and then come back and we'll do this together. All right. Now let's work and create that bank class that we were talking about. So let's go ahead and do this. So I have this bank class. The first thing that comes to my mind before I even start thinking about anything is bank, class bank, just like this. Okay. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's a good start. What's next? Well, what's next is I have certain methods. So I have a withdraw method. So I'm just going to go ahead and kind of create that. And then I have a deposit method. So I'm going to go ahead and create that. Okay. The balance is going to be something that's going to be instantiated. So it's going to be like right when the class is created, the balance is going to be created right at the exact same time. So for that, I'm going to need constructor. And the construction is going to just be kind of empty like this. And I'm going to say, I'm going to grab balance. And we're going to say this dot balance is whatever the balance was passed in. Then all withdraw does in my mind is withdraw, right? This function right over here, withdraw. What this does is it should just take this dot balance and increment it by whatever amount the user wants. And we should have pretty much the same thing here for deposit, but we decrement it. Oh, sorry, the other way. Decrement on withdraw and increment on deposit, right? Because we're depositing money and we're taking out money. So far looks pretty good to me. Looks like we're almost done, honestly, with this. Let's go ahead and do const quasi checking, and we'll say new bank, and we're gonna start it off with a deposit of $100. Okay, let's go ahead and console log quasi checking dot balance. Okay, and then we're simply going to, I'm gonna just move it a little bit out of the way here, and we're gonna say run. Okay, and you can see that I'm getting back 100 here, which is great. You know, that's exactly what I had expected when we made this. Now let's try adding. So I'm going to say quasi checking dot deposit, and we're going to add in 100, and then let's print out the balance again. Okay, and now the balance is 200. And what we can do is inside of our withdraw function, I can just add in and deposit. I can add a console log right here, and I can say, so it just shows us the balance right away. Okay, so that won't work. So I'll just do balance colon this dot balance like that. Okay, and you could call this whatever you want. That doesn't matter. And this in objects is the same thing as if you did balance. Okay, so both are the same. So I'm just going to copy this, and I'll also paste it over here. So we have, so basically, as soon as it updates the balance amount, it should just show it. Okay, so then that way we don't have to do all these, a ton of console logs. Okay, and maybe let's add another console log that says console log deposited and the amount. Okay, and then we'll do the same thing for withdraw, and we'll say withdrew the amount. So let's run it. And now you can see it says deposited 100, right? And we can put in, so I just put a $sign here, and then we can put amount like that. So it'll show it with the $sign. So it's a deposit 100. So balance is now 200. Okay. And we can do this same trick that we did here for withdrawing. Okay, so let's try withdraw. So after withdrawing, balance is 100. Let's withdraw one more time. Balance is 0, right? Now, here's going to be the problem. If I try to withdraw one more time, do you think it's going to let me withdraw? I'll give you 5 seconds to figure that out. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yes, it's going to let me withdraw, right? Watch what happens. Boom, negative 100. Should I be able to allowed to withdraw money that I don't have? The answer is a resounding no, right? Heck no. I should not be allowed to do that. That is crazy. Otherwise, we'd be super rich, right? All of us would be insanely rich. So what we want to do in that case is add a guard clause inside of our withdraw. Okay, so we're going to say guard clause. So protect against this. And I'm just going to say if, and hopefully you tried this and you got it. And if you did, good job. And if you didn't, that's okay. But like, if you didn't get it and you want to attempt it now, try pausing it now. And basically what I'm going to say is I'm going to say if this dot balance is less than or equal to 0, then just return, like meaning don't run this function method, just stop it right here. Okay, so let's try this again and let's see what happens. Okay, and maybe we can even say this and say you know, or maybe we can like throw an error here too, or a console log, and just say cannot withdraw. You cannot withdraw more than what you have. So if we're already at 0, this will stop us. This statement will stop us withdrawing if we're already at 0. Okay, so for example, if I try running this now, it says you cannot withdraw more than what you have. So this is really good for 0, but the problem still remains. For example, if my balance was at 100, I could still withdraw 200, right? We won't be stopped by that. So let's say I try 200 and run this. You can see now my balance is negative 100, right? And then it stops me after that. But that's not what should happen. We should be able to withdraw before that. So maybe what we want to check is we want to say if this dot balance minus the amount that we're being passed in, if that's less than or equal to 0, then just stop. So let's try running it now. And you'll see that it doesn't let us withdraw less than, you know, once we're at 100, it doesn't let us withdraw, and it stops us twice, right? It stops us both times. So we'll not be able to withdraw any more than we have, right? So for example, if I try to withdraw, let's say $1,000, it'll just say, sorry, cannot withdraw at all, right? And our balance will still be at 200. Okay, so maybe I can do that. So it's like, I can print out the balance as well here, right? So you can now withdraw more than what you have, and then boom, shows the balance right there. So that stops it. And now you can try depositing, you know, as much as you want. You could deposit 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. If you look at your balance, it'll be 29,100. Now let's say you start withdrawing 20,000, and then you try withdrawing 5,000, and then another 5,000. Let's see what happens. So a bunch of your deposits deposited 1,000, withdrew. So deposited 10,000, deposited 10,000, and then you tried to withdraw. So it's like withdrew 1,000, withdrew 20,000. So balance is now 9,100 from 29,000. That makes sense. But when your balance got to 4,100, right, and you tried to withdraw 5,000, well, it says you can't. You can't withdraw $5,000. So that's how those methods are working. So that's really, really good. Now, the only thing that was left is if you could kind of create a UI for this, right? So let's go ahead and try to create a UI for this. That shouldn't be that hard. So the first things I want to do in order to create a UI is I need some buttons, right? I'll create another button here. And for this button, we'll call it, we'll give this button an ID of deposits. We'll give this button an ID of withdraw. Okay, so we got two buttons here, and it'll say deposit. This button will say withdraw. So a little plus sign to show that adds money. This withdraws, minus sign that withdraws money. We'll remove this hello world from there. Okay, so now we have deposit and withdraw. We'll have the text for your balance right there. So I will have a div here, and then inside of this div, I will have a p tag, and this p tag will say balance, right? And then balance will be 0 for now. And then we'll give this an ID of balance, this div, because then we're going to be able to change its inner text or its inner HTML, right? Perfect. So we got balance right there. Cool. So we have our balance, we have deposit, withdraw. And now what we want to do is when we click, we want certain functions to run. So what I can do, and there's this nice little trick, since I have this deposit ID right here, I could actually just say, I believe deposit, and it should run this. I think so. But let's not be that hacky. Let's try to avoid being that degenerate. So I'm just gonna say const deposit button, and we're gonna documents dot get elements by ID, and we're gonna say deposit. Okay, and then I'm gonna do the same thing, and we'll get the withdraw button. And all we're gonna do is we're just gonna attach listeners to this. So I'm gonna say deposit button dot on click, and every time you do on click, we're gonna do, you know, COSI checking. And this, we'll just do COSI checking dot withdraw. That's fine. COSI checking dot withdraw. And oh, okay, that's a good point. We'll also have to do a input field for like how much do we want to deposit or withdraw, right? So let's do input, and we'll give this an ID of amount. So let's go back, and I will simply go amount input, and then we will say amount. So if I hit run again, you'll see I have a field above here, because that will basically tell us how much do we want to withdraw or deposit. So I'm going to say withdraw whatever the amount input dot value is. Okay. And let's see if that actually does anything, right? So I'm just gonna console log, and I will say amount input dot value, and let's see if that does what we want it to do. So I'll say 23, and I'll run this. Sorry, 23, and then I'll hit. I actually gotta attach it to something, right? So for now, I'll remove this line, and I'll just say amount input dot value, and just console log it for me, please. Let's run this, and let's hit deposit, 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 23 deposit, 25 deposit, deposit. That does not do what we want it to do. Let's just console log anything for now, just to see if things are attached the right way. Let's run this. This is deposit, deposit, deposit. This is still not doing what we want it to do. Okay, so let's go back to our deposit button. It has the correct ID of deposit, right? So the ID is correct. Let's go back. Deposit. This is going to be withdraw, right? So I'm saying deposit button dot on click that. Let's try that. Interesting. Okay, let's open this up. Let's just see if it's not a bug. I'm gonna hit inspect console, and let's hit withdraw. It is not a bug. Interesting. Okay, we're doing something wrong. We'll figure it out. Oh yes, I forgot. On click takes in a anonymous function, right? So let's do this. And now let's hit deposit. Yes, so it runs every single time. So now the button click is being detected correctly. That's good. Now let's do amount input dot value, and let's run that. Oops, let's run this. Let's do 23 deposit, 24 deposit, 25 deposit. Now this part is running correctly as well. So if I do 26 deposit, right, works correctly. Good. Okay, let's move it to a new line so things don't get that squished. Okay, so I have attached a listener on this on click. Now let's try doing that withdraw thing that we were doing. Withdraw, right? COSI checking out withdraw amount dot input value. Okay, and let's try doing that. So I'll do $10. Oh, sorry, not withdraw, right? Deposit, because this is a deposit button. So let's run the code again. Let's hit $10 deposit. Boom. The deposit just went up by 10, but it's attaching the string. So now it doesn't say $4,100. Now it says like $410,000. So what we want to do is we want this to be a number. And yes, okay. So we want that to be a number. And what we could do is we could just call dot value on here, and we could just call number on this. So now, and then amount, we don't need it to be an input because it's actually an amount now. And we can just pass this amount around now. So now I could just say deposit amount. Okay, so if I said 10 here, hit deposit. Amount input is not defined. So this is just the amount. And I don't even need that line anymore. Let's run it again. Let's do $10 deposit. Okay, let's do $20 deposit. Oh, interesting. We actually can't do it like that. So let's go back. Let's keep that amount input there. Once we get this query selector, then we have to do .value, because if we just do .value, it's going to just get the value that it initially had when the script loaded, and that's it. And then every time you click it, it's just going to get you back that value. But if you keep it like this DOM element, and then at the time of the click, pull the value, then you're actually going to get the correct value. So I apologize, but you're going to have to keep doing .value here, and then you're going to have to typecast that to a number like this. Okay, so this you'll kind of have to do each time. Okay, so let's run this and see this. I don't need this here anymore. Let's run it again. All right, I'm going to deposit $10, and now you can see that the $10 are deposited correctly. Okay, let's try depositing $1,000. Let's try depositing 20,000, right? And you can see at the bottom right there, now it's doing it correctly, right? We're depositing the correct amount. Now, let's try doing the same thing for the withdraw button. So if you haven't done it yet, try doing the withdraw button yourself and see if you can get it. I'll give you 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, let's try the withdraw button together. So I'm going to paste this. I'm going to replace this with withdraw. And then we're going to use the withdraw method here. Okay, and we're just going to do number, amount, input.value, same way. Let's run this, and I'm going to say 100 deposit, so balance is 42. And now withdraw, balance is 4,100. So now deposit and withdraw are working. All I need to do is update the DOM after we do this deposit, right? So as soon as that happens, we're going to update the DOM. And what I'm going to do is I have the amount, not the amount input. I need the balance, right? So I need this balance div. So let's go back, and we're going to do const balance div document.get element by ID, and we're going to say balance. Okay, so it's going to get us the div, and I'm going to say inner text, and we're going to set that to, and it's going to say balanced. And we're going to pass in this right there. Okay. You could also just do this. So we can create a new variable, use that here, and use that here. Okay, and then we do the same thing for the withdraw function. And then just replace it with amount, so then it's cleaner. Okay, so there we go. Quasi checking that deposit amount, and then the balance is going to read that amount. And then we're going to do the same thing right here. Balance div inner text is amount. Let's run this. Let's hit 10. Boom, balance is 10. Let's do 30. Now you can see balance is 30, right? But the problem here is that it's only putting in the amount. It's not actually putting the actual balance. So instead of amount, what should we put here? Take a guess. What we should actually put in here is we should do quasi checking dot balance. Okay, that's what we want to do here. Let's go ahead and do that here as well. So it's reading the balance the entire time in that case. All right, let's run it. And let's go 100, deposit, 1,000, deposit, 5,200, 20,000, deposit, 25,000, withdraw 1,000, or sorry, withdraw, right? Withdraw, let's say 19,000, hit withdraw, boom, the new balance is 2,200. So hopefully this should So hopefully this tells you a lot about how classes work, you know, what you could do with them, how to then connect them to a UI and all of those things, because they make your life honestly a lot easier, right? And then you can use them in a really nice, easy way. And they're just really useful, and you're going to see them everywhere, and everything is a class. Like balanced div, this is a class. That's why you're doing .enter text. Document is probably like you get this document object model, which is probably like this class or this object, and then you can do .get element by ID. Let me ask you, what's .get element by ID? Is it a property? Is it a method? Or is it a function? Which one is it? You should be able to guess this in like 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. If you guess this is a method, good job. This is a method, right? Because it looks like a function, but with a dot, that's a method. So this document is a class, and then we're doing this dot whatever method. So everything has to do with classes and objects and all this stuff. And so this is why this is so important for you to learn. And you know, this keyword is so important to learn, because this will come so many places and you'll be so confused what it was, and you'll be thankful that you did so many class-based exercises, and we'll still do more, because like just doing one example is not enough. You have to do so many different examples, so many different exercises, so many different projects. And then the more you do, the more it starts clicking and the more you start understanding. So pattern recognition and programming is one of the most key and underrated and understated things that you could do that will just like skyrocket your skill set. Okay. Like intelligence is one thing, yes, but pattern recognition is even beyond that when it comes to programming, even things like chess. And then you can build on top of it and take it further. Now, the last thing I'll do for you is we'll take this banks class. We're going to go to our JavaScript course. And then inside of here, inside of classes, I'm going to create a new folder and we'll call it banks class. Okay. And then in here, I'm going to create a new file. It'll just be called script.js. And this file will have the entire code. Okay. And then I'll grab the index.html. So you have that to refer to as well. And you can always see it. Go back here. And we'll add in, whoops, oh, Jesus, what did we do? What did I do? Okay, I moved banks out of the banks class, out of the classes. Okay, cool, now we're good. Let's add in a new file here, and we'll say index.html, and we'll paste that HTML right here, okay? All right, so now what you'll be able to do is you'll be able to go to the home page, right? And right on the home page right here, you'll see lessons, and in lessons, you'll see classes. It'll say bank with deposit and withdraw methods. And so this lesson will be available for you. You can click it and play around with it right here. Okay, and deposit. So you'll have the fully working app with the final solution. Okay, and then you'll be able to hit withdraw and take out any of the monies, right? Hit withdraw. Let's do 300. Boom. Boom. 99. Okay, you'll be able to withdraw whatever you want, deposit whatever you want. So this app is there for you now. And then if you want to look at the code, obviously the code is going to be inside of a folder called classes. It's going to have banks class in there. And inside of there, you're going to have this code. And then the script file is going to be the main one where the entire JavaScript is sitting there waiting for you. Okay, and you can always use this to refer to your notes, run the app, make changes, and do whatever you want. Okay, hopefully that was insightful and gave you some more insight into classes, and we'll be still doing more stuff. So I hope you're prepared and excited. All right, now that you got your classes skills up to a certain level, and we worked on how to make a bank, we also worked on how to make a car class. Now what I want you to do is you're going to be taking it up a notch, and you're going to be building a Street Fighter game. And this is going to be a really fancy game. It's going to have sounds, and it's going to have the ability to attack and heal. And you're going to have Ken and Ryu and two fighters fighting. You're going to be able to create a player class, a game class, and you'll be able to play the game, win the game, and you'll be able to hit Q and A to attack and heal from player 1, and you'll be able to hit P and L to attack and heal with player 2. And there's going to be a whole lot of stuff you can do with classes, and this game is going to push your JavaScript skills to the next level. Now for this game, your instructor is going to be Lance. So I hope you're excited. Stay put. He's an awesome instructor. I love him to death. You're going to enjoy it. And I'm going to send it over to Lance to show you how to make the fighting Street Fighter game. Let's go, Lance.
What is up, guys? It's Lance here, and like Kazi said, I'm going to be taking over this specific section of the JavaScript course. I hope you guys are ready. You guys are crushing it so far. And as you can see, we're on a separate repo from the course, right? These are the topics that I want to go over. So the first one we have up here is something called while loops. You may have heard of this when Kazi was explaining loops. The ones that I know that you guys know are the for loops. So take a look. So with for loops, my key, if you want to know the difference between these two, is you use for loops, right, when you know how many times you want to loop, right? And for a while loop, right, they do the same thing. They both loop, but you use this when you are not sure how many times you want to loop, right? Think about when we use a for loop. I use a for loop to go through an array and loop however long that array is. We know that, right? But the while loop, we want to keep looping until a condition is not true, right? So let me show you what it looks like. Enough talk, right? For a while loop, all you have to do to set it up is just this, right? The key thing that makes this engine run is this right here. This is called your condition, right? Whatever you put here is how long you're gonna loop to. So let's set up an example, right? Let's say let num is equal to 0, right? If I were to console log num, it would just show me it's 0. But what if I say keep looping while num is less than 5, right? So that's how you can read this. It's actually really easy to read with while loops. You can say while num is less than 5, keep looping. So if I ask you guys right now, right here, is num less than 5? Yes. Right, so if I were to run this piece of code, it would actually run forever, because when will num ever equal 5? See? And there we go. So then we can say something like this, right? While num is less than 5, we want to say console log looping, right? And then after we say console log looping, we can also do a num plus plus. All right, do you guys remember what plus plus does? Plus plus will increment, add 1 to the value of num. So the first time it's 0, right? Then the second time it's 1, 2, right? And so what we could also do here is put a comma and write num. So if I were to run this code, what do you think we're gonna see in the console over here? Give you guys 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you get it right? Let's hit run, and we can see looping 0, looping 1, looping 3, looping 4. So how many times did this run? This run 5 times, right? So now we can switch it up. All right, let's say let num2 is equal to 10, right? But we didn't know. Let's pretend this is a hidden number that we didn't know, right? As long as num is less than num2, right, keep looping. What if we didn't know what num2 was? Will it still stop? Yeah, because once it reaches 10, right, the condition is no longer true. So let's hit run. There we go, 0 through 9. So that's kind of how the while loop works. While the condition is true, keep looping. So here's another example, not as useful. All right, you can say let, and this will be closer to the activity that we're doing. Let finished equals false, or let's say equals true. All right, so if I said in this while loop, finished is equal to true, right? How many times would this loop if I were to run it? Take a guess. If you said it ran infinitely, you'd be correct. Why is it infinite though? Answer my question. What do you think? That's because we're saying while finished is equal to true, keep looping. But at any point did finish change? No. But if I were to say in this while loop, finish is now equal to false, right? Then we could say run, and we'll just see 1 looping, right? Because it's gonna console log, switch it to false, and then exit the while loop. There we go. So we looked at the while loop. That's pretty much it for that. So the next thing we have is add event listener right here. And if we were going to talk about add event listeners, you guys need to remember what the DOM is. So what is the DOM? Well, the DOM right? DOM stands for what? Document Object Model, right? Basically the HTML itself, right? So here, doc type HTML, and we can select with JavaScript any of these elements here. So as you can see, we have our basic hello world text up there. How would I grab this div, right, with JavaScript? All right, can you guys see it? You guys remember? So give you 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Awesome. So if you notice, there's a little ID here that says play. All right, so what we could do, right, is set up a variable. You can say let play is equal to, and then how do you grab an ID from the DOM? Well, I can say document.get element by ID, and just over here, just say play. All right, and if I were to console log play, what are we gonna see? Exactly, an HTML div element, right? If I wanted to get the inner text, right, I could do something like this, inner text. Hello world, right? That's what it says inside that div. Cool, and this is how we use the DOM to get what we want from our HTML, right? So what if I wanted to add an on click to this? What did Kazi teach you? You guys remember? And for simplifying purposes, we're actually gonna call this play div so we can make a difference. Okay, cool. So now our variable that's holding our DOM element called play is hello world. So how do we add an event listener? The way that Kazi taught you, right, play div would be something like this. Dot on click, right? Every element has an on click attribute that we can access here. And we can say on click is equal to an anonymous function, which just means, just means a function without a name. So if I say when I click this div when I on click of this div, we'll console log yo, right? So let's hit run. Let's click hello world, and we should see yo. Oh, I see. It's because I did capital C. Just to be lowercase c. Let's see now. Run. Yo. You got it? Cool. So that's pretty simple. That's perfectly fine. And I just want to show you guys an alternate way to do the same exact thing. Right? So this is the on click way, right? But there's also something called add event listener. So play div. So you could do is say play div dot add event listener, right? And then you can say two things, right? So let's say add event listener, and you notice these parentheses down here. Let me zoom in. Cool. These parentheses comes from the add event listener method. So this is a method, right? And it takes in 2 arguments. What are the arguments? It's 1, what are you listening for here? Well, I'm listening for a click. Then you can put a comma, and then you're gonna put a function like so. Okay, so if you do this ES5 way, you can say function, and you basically, it's what are you listening for, and what do you want to do when you click. All right, so this time I want to say console log hey yo, or hey yo poo, apparently. All right, so if I hit run here, then I click on this, hey yo poo. Right, so how is that different than this? It's just a longer way to add events, right? It's a longer way than on click, but the benefit would be instead of running a click, I can write other ones like key down, key up. You just have to change what the event is listening for. Cool, right? So that's just another thing, a little side thing that I want to teach you guys. The main reason I wanted to talk about event listeners is because we can do something like this. All right, we can say document dot add event listener, right? So what am I adding an event listener to if I asked you guys that question? Okay, take a look. So this one I added event listener to the play div, but this one I'm adding an event listener to the document, right? So the document is essentially the DOM or the whole page itself, right? So basically, if I say, right, something like this, and write key down, that is an event that we can listen for. And then here I could say function, right? E, right? And then we'll console log hi. Okay, cool. So let's take a look and analyze this for a second. I'm saying document.addEventListener. I'm saying listen for a key down, which is me pressing down on the keyboard. And then this function represents what I want to do when I press key down, right? I want to say console log hi. So let's hit run. And if I were to press, let's say, the Q on my keyboard, what's going to happen? Oh, what's going to put Q if I click that? But let's click the app itself. Hi. All right, I'm just going to click L. Hi. All right, I'm going to hit spacebar. Hi. All right, whatever key I press down, it's going to run this function. So that's how event listeners work. Why is this useful, Lance? Why am I telling you? Well, the main thing is E right here. You don't need to put E here, but E is essentially what's going to represent our event, our keyboard event, right? So if I say something like this, if e.key, right, because each E has a key attribute that we can call, e.key equals Q, right? Then I want to say console log you pressed Q. Else, right, I'll say console log not Q. Okay, cool. So let's hit run again. If I were to press the spacebar once again, oops, not there, on the app, not Q. Obviously, it's not Q. But if I hit P, not Q. But if I hit Q, Q. So if you ever wanted to make your app respond to your key presses, we can use document.addEventListener. Like, how sick is that? Right? This is going to be come into play when me and you are going to make a fighting game together where we can press Q, do a nice punch, we can press A, we can heal up. So I'm getting excited, right? But we're almost there. That is document.addEventListener, right? And you can set conditions within that function too. So I like this because it kind of like ties everything together. So awesome. So I hope you guys enjoyed that one. The next thing I want to talk about is audio tags. So let me get a second to set up some sounds here for you guys so that we can mess around with it. Okay, so I took a moment to grab some sounds for you guys. Oops, not packages, sounds. And as you can see, we got fast heal, quick hit, victory, fast heal. These are things that we're gonna be using for the fighting game activity later on. But if you wanted to learn how to add sounds to your JavaScript project, we're gonna be using something called the audio tag with our HTML. So we're gonna need to go to our HTML for this one, and down below here, we can go right before the body, or actually we can do it outside of the body even, and we can say audio like this. Okay, all we have to do, it's similar to the script tags or your image tags, right? We're gonna add a source, right? We're gonna say source is equal to sounds, right? And then we can just pick one. So let's do quick hit, right? We can say quick hit dot wav, or actually dot mp3, doesn't really matter. Cool. So that's the source, and after that we can add something called controls. So I'm just gonna format it real quick. So we have source, we can also do style. Yeah, so for the style, I was gonna say display none because I don't want to see this audio tag. And then for type, let's do an audio /mpeg. Awesome. Okay, and then after that, we can also give this an ID. So I'll just call this punch because it's gonna use that punch sound effect. And now that I'm looking at it, quick hit.wav is what should be here, WAV, not MP3. So make sure it's the same as the source. We'll hit run really quickly. All right, don't see the auto tag, good. And next what we wanna do is head over to your script.js and let's think about it, right? So we have this quick hit sound, and kind of goes like poo, poo, right? But when do you wanna hear that sound, right? So that's where the programming starts to come into play. I wanna hear that sound when I press Q, right? So if I press Q after our console log, I want to play the sound. So how can we play the sound? Remember, we gave this an ID, right? So if we give this an ID, how do we grab this element? Now it's coming together. So if I want to grab an element, you can say document.getElement by ID and just put in the name of the ID, which I believe is just punch, right? So we got the element now, but now we grabbed this audio tag. How do I use it? Well, to play audio, we can just do this method. It's just called .play. And if I hit run again, I press P, well, not there. I press P, not Q, right? But if I press Q, you heard that? All right, it's gonna play as long as you press Q. All right, the little thump sound, that's the little quick hit. All right, that's the one that we're gonna use for the project itself. So you can set up conditions based on the key down that you press, and based on that, you can play a punch or a sound, right? So that's gonna unlock a world of possibilities for you guys. We could also set it so, let's say you wanna add another sound. Let's say if I don't press Q, I wanna hear something else. So if you wanna add another sound, all you do is copy all of this, right? Place in that audio tag once again. Oh, don't forget to close it. There we go. So that's the close. This is the closing audio tag for this one. This is the closing audio tag for this one. Make sure that it closes. But instead, we're gonna say victory, and instead of quick hit, it is victory. And this is not WAV. This is MP3. So we got MP3 on the line. Let's hit script.js. And when do I want that victory sound to play? It's when I don't hit Q. So let's say document.get element by ID and put in victory, and we'll hit .play. This should work. And let me just double check that's what I called it. Yep, victory. Awesome. So let's see if this works. Run. I press Q to punch you. You heard that? And we hit P because that's gonna be something else. Hey, so that's gonna be the victory music when you win in the fighting game as well. But as long as I hit not Q, I'll play that victory sound. So if I hit spacebar, all right, I hope you guys can hear that. But this is super cool. When I found out about JavaScript sounds, I was like, yo, we could do a lot of different things now, right? Cool. So that is audio tags, right? I didn't really write anything here, but we are using them mostly in our HTML, calling them with our JavaScript, and timing when do you want to hear that sound. So that's very basics of all of these things. We need all these three concepts, plus everything you learned previously to make this fighting game app. So without further ado, let's move on to the next part. All right, I think you guys are ready. We can finally get started on your next project, the fighting game. I'm super excited about this because there's a lot that goes into this. This is definitely going to be a lot harder of a project than the previous ones, but I think you guys are ready. All right, it's gonna go over all the topics that we've done before, especially focusing on classes, as you can see here. So before I explain what's going on, I wanna demo the app a little bit. As you can see, this is our very minimal front end with 2 players, Lance for player 1, Kazi for player 2, right? It's pretty obvious how this works. If I were to press Q, Lance attacks. If Kazi presses P, he attacks as well. All right, so let's see what happens if I press Q right now. Oops, not there. Click on the app, hit Q. There you go. You heard that little sound effect? It's like woof, and it hits and does damage to Kazi, and it updates the DOM live, which is sick. All right, what if Kazi replies by pressing P? There you go. I did a little bit more damage than him, but we'll see. All right, let's say Kazi wants to heal up. Heard that? There we go. I can heal up as well. And that's pretty much the game. We can kind of just go at each other. One person on the right side of the keyboard, one person on the left, or you can just play by yourself like this. Hey, so it looks like I win this round. As you can see, Lance wins right here. And if you wanted to reset, just click this nice button over here. Boom. So we're back to 100 health. We could go again. Now Kazi wins this time. So that's pretty much the app, right? It looks like pretty simple, but there's a lot of things we actually need to keep in mind. So I hope you guys are ready. All right. As an added feature, we can hit this simulate button. And look at that. Kazi wins the simulation, right? It just basically runs through all the commands. And once there's a winner, it'll print out who wins. So that's pretty much the demo. Now it's time to get through the exercise. You guys ready? Awesome. So to get through the exercise, when you hit run the JavaScript course, you just have to click fighting game right here, the exercise, and you should see the same layout. If I were to press Q or anything like that, it's not gonna work. Hit simulate, nothing. right? We're gonna add those features ourselves. And if I go to this REPL here, right, this is the same thing. This is basically the exercise just ported onto an independent REPL for your guys' testing purposes. So I'm gonna link it to you guys, but hop on a separate REPL to get started on the exercise. I'm gonna be on here explaining to you guys how it works. You ready? Let's go. All right, so you guys finally made it here to the fighting game app. And now I wanted to explain to you guys how it works, give you guys a little bit of a tour just so you understand what the hell am I gonna do to make this work. So we saw a couple of things, right? You saw me press Q to attack, right? You saw me press reset, right? You can probably think in your head how you're probably going to do this, but luckily for you in the script.js, right, you'll see all the instructions. So I'll walk you guys through, don't worry. So again, make sure you fork this specific REPL fighting game project, right? So that you can test your code here and not mess with the JavaScript course if you forked that, right? And then when you're done, you're just gonna copy paste your code to the REPL. So we'll meet up back there. Make sense? Cool. So this is the fighting game app, right? This is to create an update game function that will update the DOM with the state of the game. What that means is when I punch Kazi, he loses health, we should update the HTML. Now there's two classes we have to create, a player and a game, right? You guys made classes with Kazi before, remember? So that was like the car, right? And the car can drive, it can honk, right? What is this class? This class, he can strike or heal, and that makes sense for the player, right? But then there's a class for game. The game is gonna represent the whole game itself. So what can the game do? Play, check if it's over, declare the winner, and reset. So I hope that makes sense to you. These functions are hard-coded into the HTML, so don't change their names, keep it as it is. And here you're gonna find all the div IDs that we're going to be using. So there's a couple, right? It's play, result, the names, and the health. So let's take a look at the HTML just for a second. Take a look around. As you can see, very bare bones, right? This is the image of Ryu here. Here is a div called player controls. So why did I go here? It's because of this ID. So there's an ID called result, right? And that's gonna hold the winner of the match, right? So remember that you saw that Lance wins over here. That's gonna be with the result div. So if you look, scroll down to the result, this is the div that's gonna hold that name. Ah, okay. So if you're ever wondering, what the hell is this, Lance? Take a look in the HTML and see if you can find that same div. Cool. But lucky for you, in the exercise, we grab all the divs for you, right? So the names should make sense. It's pretty easy to read. The play button is a variable that holds the play div, right? The name div holds the player one name. Cool. Awesome. So now for the meat, right? The actual factual functionality of the app, right? This is called update game, right? The point of update game is exactly what it sounds like. Update the DOM with the names and the latest health of the players, right? So right now it's defaulted to 100 and defaulted to player 1 and player 2. That's just based off the HTML. So if I go to player 1 right here, how do you like take a second to think about this? How would you guys grab this div and change the text of it to the player? Right, it's getting really complex now, but it's not as complex as you think, right? So we want to be updating this to Lance and this to Kazi or even your name. And then within update game, we're also going to think about when do we want to stop updating the game and just declare a winner, right? What condition will we need to do that, right? So when we update the game, we're going to need a condition to check if the player health is less than or equal to 0. Because if it's less than or equal to 0, should we keep playing the game? No, we're donezo, right? So if this hits 0 or is less than 0, we can declare a winner. And declare winner is actually another method. All right, if you scroll up, you'll see all the methods that we need to make. Cool. So the very first thing besides update game, once you have that working, we need to start creating our classes. So what is a class, guys? Can you remember? A class, I like to call it a template for creating an object, right? So if this is the blueprint of that object, what kind of object are we making here? Exactly, a player object. So in the constructor, we have to think about what are the attributes of a player object. So what do we need? We need a name, we need a health, and we're gonna need attack damage, right? That attack damage, if you guys don't play any video games or are unfamiliar, that just means how much damage will my punch do to you, right? So we can leave that as attack damage, right? And make sure that this is all passed in the constructor because we're going to do that ourselves later. Cool. So for the strike, this is a function within the class. And do you remember what that's called? Exactly. It's called a method, right? So this is the strike method, and keep note of what it takes in. It takes in a player, an enemy, or attack damage, right? Before you get all worried, what do you think the strike function does? Exactly what it sounds like. You're going to strike somebody, right? So when I strike Kazi, we can make him lose 5 damage points or health points. So this should be like 95, right? But we want to make it random. You guys know how to make random damage, right? So that's why the first instruction here is get a random number between 1 and 10, and that is the damage amount. So think about that. How do I get a random number? Right? Think way back, right? Actually, not even that back. You guys did that earlier in another project. So get a random number between 1 and 10. That is your damage amount. So now that we have a random number that's the damage amount, what should we do with that amount? Exactly. We should subtract Kazi's health with that amount, right? So subtract the enemy health with the damage amount, right? So how could we, change the enemy health by subtracting the damage amount, right? So play around with it. That's why I want you guys to go in a separate REPL. It's easier to just play around and test it, right? I don't expect you guys to be like, I got this, Lance, right? For me, it's gonna be incremental. You gotta test stuff out, right? Feel it out. So subtract the enemy health with the damage amount, and after we do that, you technically did damage, right? That's correct, but I want to see it on the HTML itself on the front end, right? So we need to update the DOM somehow. So guess what? Then you're just gonna call update game, which is just gonna update everything with the latest stats. So that's why a lot of the functionality comes from you making sure the updating game works properly. Cool. So after you do some damage, after you strike Kazi, you subtract the health, you update the game, and then just return a message saying Lance attacks Kazi for this amount. Right? Not too bad. Right? Now, if you understood that, the heal is going to be very, very similar. Right? So remember, heal is going to restore some health back. Right? So we don't want to make heal overpowered. So instead of 1 through 10, heal is a method that takes in who is healing, right? So if I put in, let me put an example here, heal player 1, who is healing, player 2 or player 1? Player 1. You guys are killing it. So if you said player 1, we're good to go. How does heal work? Well, the first thing we're going to need to do is get a random number from 1 to 5, exactly. So we take that number of 1 to 5 and store it in a variable. We can call it HP amount. So we have amount. What should we do with that amount? Add it to the player's health, right? So if I got my random number was 3, I need to add 3 to the player's health. So something I want you to start thinking about is, right, how do we get the player health, Lance, right? Well, you got to think back on when you make an object from a player class, how do you get that health? And then how do you want to pass it down, right? Because it takes in a player. So how do we get that player and how do we get the health? Cool. So after you added the health to the player, guess what? We got to update the game to make sure that our HTML is up to date. Okay, and when that's done, just return me a nice message that says, Lance heals for 2 HP. Do it good so far? Great, because you're done with the player class. That's it. Only strike and heal, as you can see. Awesome. So with the player class done, there's also the game class, right? So if, again, class, template, or blueprint for creating an object. What object are we creating in here? We're creating the game and all the functionality for it. So in the constructor, right? The attribute that it needs is just is over. So if I ask you guys, what do you think is over means, right? It looks like it's defaulted to false. All right, what do you think it means? All right, take a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is over represents if the game is over. So if is over is false, is the game over? Nah, it's not over yet. If it's true though, the game is over. Okay, cool. That's all you need to know. By default, it's gonna be false because if it's true, that means we finished the round. And if I ask you guys, when do you think the game would be over here? Yes, this would be if one of us health is below 0 or equal to 0. So as long as it's not 0 or equal to 0, keep playing. Cool. So if you got that, let's talk about our first method here. This is called declare the winner or declare winner. Notice what it takes in. It takes in is over. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, it takes in player 1 and player 2. Right? If you look at the description, if the game is over and a player has 0 health, we need to declare who the winner is. And that's what this function does. Cool. So all I want you to do is just create a variable that's going to hold the message. And if is over is true. Why do I want to check for that? Because if is over is true, then that means the game is over. But we don't want it to just be that. We also want it to be and. So what's and in programming? That's going to be something you want to think about. And player 1 health is less than or equal to 0. Then update the message to player 1 wins or Lance wins. Then we're going to need an else if is over is true and P2 health is less than or equal to 0, then update the message to Kazi wins or P2 wins. And just for fun here, if you look underneath, we need to play the victory sound, which I totally forgot. For the strike, we also want to play a little sound too, right? But we don't have to worry about that just yet. That's going to happen when we press buttons. But when we declare the winner, there should be a nice victory sound. Okay, and after that, just return message variable. That's declare winner. You keeping up so far? Feel free to rewind a part of a video just to hear me explain it one more time. Sometimes you just need it more than once and it clicks, right? And don't worry too, if you're totally lost, there's going to be a solution where I explain how the code works. Awesome. So here we have reset. Reset is exactly what it sounds like. Let's say we finish the game and it's over. We can hit reset to put back the HP to 0. Not 0, sorry, 100. Right. So reset is going to set the health back to 100. And what else should we do? Exactly. We should set is over from true to false, right? Or just make sure it's false, because then when we reset, the game is ready to go. Yeah? Cool. Another bonus thing is usually there's going to be a text here that says Lance or Kazi wins. We want to clear that resolve div inner text so that it doesn't show there's a winner, right? Because there shouldn't be a winner if we just started or reset. Yeah? Cool. Awesome. Then there is this play feature, right? That's the one where we press simulate and it's going to just run through all the commands and just generates a winner randomly. Not randomly, but based off the commands that you put up. So this is where the while loop comes in, and notice something where it says while exclamation point, this is over, right? So what does the exclamation point mean? If you don't know what the exclamation point mean, that just means not, right? So when not this is over, or in other words, if this is over, sorry, in other words, as long as this is over is false, keep running, right? If it's true, then it's gonna stop. So basically once is over is true, no more while loop, right? Keep looping until is over is true. If this is confusing you, you can still write it as that as well. You can say false like so, and it would still work the same, right? This is just another way to do the same thing. Amazing. So like I said, once is over is true, the while loop is broken, then we declare the winner, right? This is the simulation part, right? It has nothing to do with us pressing or clicking the buttons. This is if you got lazy, you just want to see who would win, click simulate. Awesome. So once that while loop is done, run that declare winner method. After that, here, I want you to set up the players, or you can say let player 1 equal to, and then how do you set up a new player object from the class? You tell me, all right? So put that over here. Then we want to save that original player data, right? So if I said let player 1 equals, you can say let p1 equal to player 1. I just want to set a copy so that we can reset without worrying about, you know, the original health. So there's that. Next, create the game object from the game class. It's the same as this one. All right, how do we make a new instance of the game class? And then we can initialize the game by saying update game, right? Because when you put in Lance and Kazi as the players, it's not gonna say Lance and Kazi here unless you call update game, right? So make sure you call update game over here. Awesome. Over here, it's the same thing like we're doing up at the top here, except we're just saving the state of is over, okay? Now this right here, line 148, we're gonna add a on click, right, listener that's gonna run the play method. All right, so think about how do we set up an on click? What div element are we gonna use from here to hit the play button, or it's the simulate button, and make sure that it runs it, right? That's all you need to do for 148. And for 151, if you're still listening, right, we're gonna add functionality where we can press A or Q to do different things. So if you remember the prep section that we had earlier, this is where it all comes to play. So here, this should look familiar. Add event listener, key down, function E, right? Here's the trick. If you press Q and the enemy health is greater than 0 and is over is still false, then call the strike function or method, sorry. Strike method. And after striking, play the attack sound. So here's the audio tag section coming up again. And you might be asking, Lance, there's audio here? Well, if you look at the index, right, scroll all the way to the bottom, you can see I already set up the audio for you. You just have to play it. So how do we play audio sounds? Think about how we did that. All right, grab the IDs and you hit the play method to play the sound. It's up to you guys to tell me when do you want to play each sound. So map out the sounds to what you want. Make sure you get the heal in there. This is for heal. And this is the player 2 controls. And once you have that, you should have a working fighting game. So this is definitely a challenge. I'm not going to lie to you guys. But if you do this, you can pretty much make whatever game you want. And I think you guys are up for the challenge. So take your time with this. Rewind what you need to. And if anything, we can look at the solution and do this together. So are you guys ready? I know I am. Let's get started. All right, so this is the solution. Let's walk through how to make this fighting game app together. So are you guys ready? And at any point it's starting to all click, feel free to pause the video and see how far you get before I catch up to you. So this is it. This is the fighting game. At the moment, nothing works. I'm pressing buttons and nothing is happening. So as you can see, this is the fighting game. And if, as a reminder, the main functionality of this game visually is from update game, right? It does exactly what it sounds like. It's gonna update the HTML or the DOM with whatever's happening. All right, so we could see it. The main core functionality is gonna be based on these 2 classes that we'll make. So think back to when you made a bank, think back to when you made a car with Kazi, right? We're gonna make a player now, and we're gonna make a game, all right? So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna be unconventional. We're gonna start with the classes first, so that update game might make sense, right? We're gonna start by making the classes. Cool. So let's scroll down to the class player, right? This is the part that you guys should be familiar with. When I make a new player, it should look something like this. And we have to pass in Kazi, the health, and the attack damage, which is just how much damage will Kazi's punch do. That's what 7 is standing for, right? Cool. So, as you can see, this is where the name goes, the health goes, and the attack damage goes. And then from here, we put that for each property of an object, right? So how do I get, after I create a new player, how do I get Kazi's name? You're gonna do Kazi.name or Kazi, right? So we don't have to make any of the functions. I just wanna showcase you how this works. So if we scroll down, let's find where we have to make the players. Cool, create 2 players using the player class, right? So what we have to do, all we have to do is say let player 1, right? You can call this whatever, but I'm gonna call player 1 equal to, how do we make a new instance of an object? We can say new, the class name, right? So capital P, parentheses, and then whatever we pass in. So a reminder, what do we pass in? We need name, health, and attack damage. Okay, so let's see. So we're gonna need name, which will be player 1 will be, this time we'll make it Kazi, right? And then the next parameter is health, we'll say 100, and for attack damage, let's just say 10. So now that that's there, this is player 1. If I were to console log player 1, what am I gonna see, guys? And we see, there you go, there is our player object with name, health, and attack damage. So if I say player1.health, right, we should see 100. Cool. If I wanted the player 1's name, .name, right? So that's why in the example we have something like this. Let's see over here. Yeah, that's why I said player 1 name is the name, or Kazi because that's the name of the variable. Beautiful. So at this point you guys should be able to make player 2. So how do I make player 2? Same thing. Let player 2 is equal to new player Lance. We'll say 100 as well, and we'll also make 15 to make it fair. Oh, sorry, not fair. That's not fair at all. We'll make it 10. Sorry. Beautiful. All right. So with that said, those are our 2 player classes, right? So with coding, everything's a pattern, and once you understand the pattern, we can replicate and do what we need to. So if this is how you create 2 players from the player class, how do we create a game object from the game class? Okay, cool. So if you were saying let game equals new game, right? Is that it? Right? If you're not sure if this is it, we're gonna look up and see if we need to pass anything in the constructor. Nothing. So this is it for the game class, right? And if I were to console log the game, right? Let's see what we find out. We say the object and only attribute that it has is over is false, right? As a reminder, what does is over mean, right? Basically, if is over equals true, the game is over. If it's false, I can still punch Kazi, he can still punch me back. All right, we can keep playing. So that's what the game is. So if I wanted to see the state of the game, I can just say console log game dot is over, and it's false. So is the game over? False. It's not over. Awesome. So that's the basics. I initialized it like this. We're gonna come back to this, but this is my review for the classes. Cool. So now when I say p1.health or p1.name or game.is over, you should know what I mean. Cool. Alrighty, so now that you got your refresher on how the classes work, we're going to make the core function that's not in any class. It's called update game, and again, it's going to update the HTML to the game. Right? So if you look at the comment here, we're going to update the DOM with the names and the latest health of the players. What do I mean by that? Let's break it down by the names. So with names, where are the names on the HTML? Do you see it? It's player 1 and player 2, right? I want to change this to the names that I put in. So if you look all the way down, player 1 is Kazi, so this should be changed to Kazi. Right? So how do I change that to Kazi? Right? To break it down step by step, first I need to grab this DOM element. Right? So how do I grab the player 1 DOM element? Right? So lucky for you, all the elements that you need are up here. You're just going to have to examine each one and think about which you need. Right? And they're pretty easy to read in my opinion. So which of these variables contains the name DOM element? All right, I know you guys see it. It's number 38. P1 name div is equal to P1 name. All right, if I were to console log it just to prove it to you guys, P1 name div, hit run. Boom, there it is, HTML div element. And then how do I get the player 1 text in there? Right, do you remember? Think back to what Kazi taught you. He said .inner text, and I can see player 1. So again, where is this coming from? We are grabbing it from the DOM, which is right here, and you can see it highlighted. P1 name, the inner text of this div is player 1. Okay, cool. So now that we know how to get this player 1, we need to determine what we want to change it to, right? So in this function, line 44, we can write p1 name div, right? And what do I want to change about this div? Do I want to change the whole entire div? No, just the inner text. So to change the inner text, you just do inner text again. And to actually update it or change it, you say equals. And then if I say something like dog, this is going to say dog, right? But I don't want it to say dog. I want it to say Kazi, right? And I could just hard code this to Kazi. This is still technically correct, right? But what would be more accurate is if I get it from this object, player1 object. So how do I get the name of player1, right? So do you see how the code can be written in a way that's readable? So if I want player1, right, I could write player1 here, that would still work, but this is the key here. This is the parentheses in here. This is the argument. I'm passing player1 as p1. So what I'm basically saying is player1 is the same as p1. So whenever I say p1, I'm talking about player1. Same thing with p2, okay? So in the inner text here, if I say p1, this is, what is the data type of p1? Is it a string, a number, or an object? I'm gonna give you guys 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you said object, you are correct. It's the same as the player object that we created before. So if this is the object, what properties does this object have? And which one do I need? Right, I need the name. So I'll just say p1.name. And there we go. All right, and I'm just underneath this, I'll call update game right here. I'm gonna move it later, but if I say update game and I say pass in, oops, actually no, I can't do that. Then you go back. Cool. If I were to go down here to prove it to you, let's see, you want to be calling update game here. So in line 143, this is where we're going to call update game, and we're going to pass in player 1. Or actually, no, we're going to do this. Sorry, let me start over. So you're going to come down to 143, and over here in 137, we're going to save that player data. So p1 is equal to player1, and p2 is equal to player2. Okay, we're doing this so that we have the original player data. All right, so when we reset, it's going to be easier. So now, like I said before, player1 is the same as p1. Cool. So we want to start the game by updating it, and we can put p1, p2, and we can say the game. All right, I think, what was the third variable? Game state. Oh yeah, game dot is over. Perfect. Okay, now I hit run here. Look at that, Kazi, it's Kazi now, right? How is it Kazi? Did I write just Kazi there? Nope, because I am saying an update game, change that inner text to player1's name. Right, like I said before, we could do dog here, and if I hit run, it's gonna be dog. Cool. And again, like I said, Kazi would still work in this scenario, right? But it's not what we call dynamic, right? It's hard-coded Kazi, right? I want it to be whatever I put. So if I put p1.name here, it's Kazi, but if I go back to this instance in 134, if I change this to Kevin, hit run, now it's Kevin. See how it's dynamic? Depending on what it's like, kind of like when you start a video game and it says enter your name here, the game will be updated to say that name, right? So that's what we're doing. All right, so hit run. Cool. So if I ask you guys, how can we put in player 2's name? How can we put player 2's name? What would you guys do? You guys got the pattern? It's gonna be p2 name div dot inner text is equal to p2 dot name. Boom, that's it. Awesome. So what about the health? Well, the health, right? We need to start thinking about what div holds this health, right? Let's see if there's anything that can help us here. All right, and if you're not sure, we can also look here. So in the health, it's gonna be the p1 health, right? So we have to grab that element by its ID, and we already did over here, right? P1 health div. So following the same pattern, we can just say p1 health div dot inner text is equal to dun, 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 dun. What we're gonna put is the p1 dot health. All right, same thing here. p2 health div dot inner text, dot inner text is equal to p2 dot health. Awesome. So this isn't so bad because this is it. This is what's actually making it so we can see what's going on after I punch Kazi or he punches me back. Cool. So now the next thing is if I punch Kazi, his health will drop to like 90 or whatever. Okay, so if it's 90, are we still playing? Yes or no? Yes. So if we're still playing, right, that means we can keep going at it. But if my health is 0, can Kazi still punch me? No, he shouldn't be able to. I'm already done, right? So we can set a condition to make it so it stops updating the game and we can declare a winner, right? Because that means the game is over. So we can declare a condition, like I said. So if the player health is less than or equal to 0, then set is over to true, right? So basically told you what to write for the condition. So how do I get the player health again? p1 dot health. Okay, you're right. Health, right? And what do we want to check about the health? We just want to say p1 dot health, right? What we want to say is if p1 dot health, if Kazi's health is less than or equal to 0, right? Then the game should be over, right? But what about my health? If my health is less than or equal to 0, right? Can we keep playing? No. So what am I really saying then? What I'm saying is if either player's health is equal to 0, right? So we can say this or right here. This means or p2.health is less than or equal to 0. So let's read this out fully together. So this is saying if Kazi's health is less than 0 or equal to 0, or if Lance's health is less than or equal to 0, that means the game is over. But is it over by just writing this if statement? Not really, right? What we need to do is take the game state, right? Or in other words, take game dot is over, right? And set that to true. And then we can update the game state. Our game state is what we passed in here. Game state to equal game dot is over, right? So it's called transitive property. I'm saying this is now true, and now game state is also equal to true, right? Cool. Now, if you remember the solution and the demo, when Kazi beats me, right, it's gonna say Kazi wins over here in this area right here where my mouse is, right? So what we need to do to make it so that message displays is find out which of these holds that result div, right? If I go to the HTML, let's look at the HTML. Where are you? Over here, line 89. It's empty, right? But we want to populate it with a message that says Kazi wins, right? So that's what this update game is going to return, right? So we're going to say result.inner text, right? So where am I getting result from? I'm getting it from over here, right? It's actually called result div, sorry. And how do I change it to the message? Well, the message can be like Kazi wins, but that's not dynamic, guys. If I put Kazi wins here and I beat Kazi, it's gonna still say Kazi wins, and that's not right. So what we need to do is make it dynamic by saying is equal to game dot declare winner, right? And pass in the arguments. Let's pause though. You might be wondering, Lance, what the hell is declare winner? Well, don't worry. Declare winner, if you remember up at the top here, it's a function or method that comes from the game class. And we haven't made declare winner yet, so don't worry about it. Just know that we have to call it right here. Okay, so declare winner. And if you look at declare winner, all right, sorry for moving around. It's gonna take 3 properties. It's gonna take the game state, which is game is over, right? And it's gonna take P1 and P2, right? We're kind of like transferring this over. It's like this guy was doing stuff and then now pass it on to the next task, right? Declare a winner, his job, all it is to let us know, it handles who the winner is, right? Update game is just updating the game. Declare winner is telling us who actually won between the two. Does that make sense? Perfect. And the last thing we want to do in this if statement, we can just say return the game state. Perfect. Okay, that should be good. Then that's update game for you. So let's hit run. Perfect. So now we got Kazi and Lance, right? We're making progress on our app already. Cool. Awesome. So now we need to do strike and heal. And strike and heal is from the player class, right? So if you remember, this is the player object and methods are functions within the class, right? So when I ever think about methods, methods are just what that object is supposed to do. So what is the player object supposed to do? It's supposed to strike and attack, right? And not only that, it can also heal up. So that's why these two methods are strike and heal. All right, you guys are doing great so far, right? That first function wasn't bad, right? This thing should be more familiar, this method, okay? It's kind of like, look at this as like a big review of everything you learned so far. And don't worry if it doesn't make sense. Take your time, pause the video, take a break, take a walk, right? The cool part about this being a YouTube video is that you can take it at a pace that you want. So with let damage amount, right? So this is the comment here. Strike is attacking an enemy from a random number between 0 and your attack damage bonus. Okay, so what we're gonna need to do is get a random number between 1 and 10, and that is the damage amount, right? So let's do that. So how do we get a random number, guys? Do you remember? To get a random number, we're gonna use math.random, right? And what I want to do is store that in a variable. So let's make a variable. Let's call it damage amount, right? And we'll set this equal to math.random, right? And then if I do times 10, that's going to give me a random number between 1 and 10, right? And more specifically, every single number between 1 and 10. So that means 1.5, 1.6, 1.7, 1.10. Do you want to do 0.5 damage to Kazi or Lance? No. So there's two ways we could go about it. We could do math.ceiling to round down, or math.ceiling to round up, and math.floor to round down, right? And if I want to make it to 10, right, let's use math.ceil. So math.ceil is how I use it. Put that in parentheses, and there we go. So if I asked you guys, what does line 75 do? It gets a random number between 1 and 10. Cool. And we store that random number, let's say it's 7, and put it in damage amount. All right. So how can we take that damage amount, okay, and subtract the enemy's health by it, right? So let's say I'm Kazi, I'm punching or striking Lance myself, and for 7 damage, right? How can I reflect that on Lance's health? That I lost 7 damage. Well, we have to subtract it with the damage amount. So to get how do I get the enemy health then? That's probably a question you have. Well, again, you have to ask yourself, do I have access, right? That's kind of like the key here. Do I have access to the enemy health? If I look at the parentheses here, yes, I do. It's in under enemy. So if I were to console log enemy and test this function out, right, that's gonna be the player object, right? Or the one who's getting attacked. In this case, me. So what I could do is say enemy, right? And how do I get the health of a player? Exactly, dot health, right? This is not new. You got it, guys. Dot health, right? And how do I subtract damage amount by it? Well, it's going to be minus equals damage amount, right? Subtract enemy health by the damage amount. Not too bad, right? Cool. All right. So then if I did the damage already, what should I do next? I should update the game, because Kazi can punch me, but it's not going to get reflected on here unless I update the game. So let's update the game, right, by saying what's it called? Player, not player. And then we could say, oops, player. Then we could say enemy. And then we could say the state of the game, which is just going to be game state, right? Or in other words, game dot is over. Perfect. All right. And the last thing to need to do is return a message, right? And basically the message is going to say like Kazi attacks Lance for this much damage, right? And if you remember, there's something called template literals where we can make this dynamic. We could say player.name, which is going to be Kazi, attacks, template literal, Lance, we get the name, for, and how do I get the amount of damage? Well, luckily, thanks to the variable name, you can just say damage amount. Perfect. Cool. So we should have strike, and I know you're gonna say attack damage is not used, but I'm gonna come back to it if this makes sense to you guys. Okay, cool. All right, so let's test the function out and see if it works. So we can hard code that function and call it right here. Remember, P1 is player 1. So how do I use the strike method of this player? All right, if you remember, a method is just a function inside of an object. So we could just say dot strike. And remember, I can't just write dot strike. I have to pass in what? I have to pass in dun, 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 the player, the enemy, and how much damage, right? So what I'll put here is player 1, right? That's the player. The enemy is going to be player 2, and the attack damage is going to be 10. And remember, I'm not using attack damage yet, right? So let's run this function and see what happens. Boom, 91, right? So how much damage did Kazi do to me? He did 9 damage. If I hit run, he did 1 damage to me, right? See how it's a random number each time? The strike is working perfectly, right? So we can do console log 2. We can console log P1 strike to see what it returns to us. So hit run, 92, and it says Kazi attacks Lance for 8. All right, so we are missing something. That's why you always want to console log to make sure you're not missing anything. So let's see, for 8, and say damage. All right, so that looks more like an actual game message. So it's a run. Kazi attacks Lance for 9 damage, right? So this is perfect. This is the strike function already set up, right? Cool. So now let's talk about the attack damage argument. So if you remember, I'm not using this, right? But this has the same name as a player, as the player attack damage, right? So at the moment, we're getting a random number between 1 and 10, right? But you guys should be able to understand this. If I remove this 10 and said attack damage, right? What did I just do? What's gonna be the random number? If you said, I don't know, right? That's gonna be true because it's dynamic, right? Why is it dynamic? Because if I put, let's say I put 25 here, right, as attack damage, what that means is if I go over here, I'm now getting a random number between 1 and 25, or whatever I put as attack damage. So let's see if that's right. Let's hit run. 11 damage, right? That's big boy damage. That's 5, right? 13, right? 9, right? 2, right? 13, right? There's a lot of ways to get a number, but it can go as high as 25 if you put it there. There you go. That was a big one. 23 damage, right? So what I'm saying is, if I based it off, now make it even more dynamic, instead of just writing 25, I want to say it's going to be based off P1 dot attack damage, right? So now what is the random number between? All right, take a look at player 1. The random number now is between 1 and 10 again, right? So this is the place where you're going to input your character stats, right? So in the video game, you put the player's name, you put the health, and then you could say Kazi can do 50 damage, right? Let's hit run. Run, 14, 19, 23, 48 damage, right? So as you can see, this is what controls how much damage. So there's a lot of variation now that we added to the game, right? You could give someone with 1,000 health and someone else 1,000 damage if you wanted to, right? But for simplicity's sake, I'm gonna keep it at 100 and I'm gonna keep this at 10, okay? So let's hit run, and now it's back to 1 through 10. Cool. And you also know that this piece of code is what makes me, or makes Kazi do the punch, right? If you wanted to change it around to me doing the punch back to Kazi, you say P2.strike, change this player to P2, change this to P1, and take in player 2's damage. Yeah? Cool. So the way I would like to understand this app is remember the bits and pieces of this app and figure out ways till we can put it together and when we want to put it together, right? So we can erase this because we get how it works. Now if I hit run, right, nothing happens, right? Because I only want to call this strike function at a certain point, but we'll get back to that later. So that's the strike, right? I'm going to move a little bit faster because the heal is actually the exact same thing, except it only takes one argument, just the player that's going to heal, right? So if Kazi's healing, right, we got to put Kazi's information in here. Okay, so the first thing is get a random number between 1 and 5. Let's do it. So let's call it HP amount, and let's get a random number between 1 and 5. Well, that's going to equal, right, math.random times 5, right? But this is going to be 0 through 5, and it's going to be the decimal places. So we want to say math.ceil, right? And there we go. Right, that's the HP amount. How do we add the HP amount to the player's health? Well, we can just say player, right? If you remember this up here, it's going to be plus equals player dot health. Well, not player health, sorry. Player dot health, sorry, is going to be plus equals the HP amount. Okie dokie. So we got player dot health plus equals HP amount. Cool. So after we updated the health in the background, right, we need to update the front end with it. So if there's only a way that we could do that, it's with update game. So update game, it's going to take in the player, right, and also P2 and also game state, right, which is also just game that is over. Perfect. Okay, and then we're going to return a nice message so that we could see it, which is going to be similar to before, which is backticks, right? It's going to read Kazi heals for 5 HP, for example. So to get Kazi's name, we say player.name, and then we can say heals for the HP amount. And then you could say HP, exclamation point. Perfect. And now let's test if this works. Okay, so to test if it works, we're gonna get P1. How do I get the heal method? Dot heal. What arguments does it take? It's gonna take in who's healing, right? And I hit run. I healed for 103. Let's see if our message works. So let's console log the return. Kazi heals for 3 HP. That's perfect, right? 101, 104, 101, right? So this piece of code is how a player can heal, right? So there you go. And with that, if you wanted to make player 2 heal, just say p2.heal and p2, right? The benefit of making something dynamic is that you can heal like this, okay? Oh, I see. Speaking of making it dynamic, I made it a little too dynamic. It's a good thing we tested this. So go back to the heal. Yes, so this could just be P1, P2, right? Because those are the variables that hold the player names. So now if I hit run, there you go, 100 and 101. Now let's only Lance heals for 4. Perfect. So remember, this is how a player can heal. Depending on who wants to heal, you just change it from P1 to P2. So erase that. And guess what, guys? We finish the player class. Let's go. So the player class is now done. And let's say the game is pretty much half done too, right? We already can strike. We can also heal. Cool. So now let's work on the game class. All right. So remember, refresh on the game class. The game object represents the whole entire game. And within that game, right, we are using strike and heal, right? But the only thing that we care about with the game is checking if it's over, right? Which it should be false at the beginning. Declaring the winner, right? After we update the game, we have to say like, oh, Kazi wins, or oh, Lance wins, right? We also want to be able to reset. That's what this button is for. Let's say we're all at 0 HP. If I hit reset, we should be able to restart our health back to normal. Set is over back to false, and then we can fight again, right? Then there's also this bonus function called play, right? And play is gonna make it so that we can simulate the whole match, Okay. So you don't even have to play the game. You can kind of just simulate what would happen, right, by pressing the simulate button. Okay. So let's work on that. And if we do that, the game is pretty much done, right? We just need to add like little details like sound effects. So starting with declare winner, if the game is over and a player health has 0 health, declare the winner, right? So let's do that. Let's create a message variable. That's the first thing right here. So let's say let message, and that's it. Okay. It's going to hold a different message based on the condition, right? So that means if you look at this, it says if is over is true and Kazi's health is less than or equal to 0, then update the message variable to Kazi wins, right? So there, I kind of tell you guys how to write this exact thing. You just say if, right? Code block, and read this and translate it to code. Well, if is over, right? Is over equals true, right? And how come I don't have to write game dot is over, right? Well, take a look. Do I have access to just is over? Yes, I do, right? Over here, it takes in is over, P1, P2, so I can just call it freely like so. Cool. So if is over is true, right? And P1.health is less than or equal to 0, right? In other words, if the game is over and Kazi's health is 0, right? Then I want to make the message, right? Update the message to say backticks P2.name wins, right? Why do I want to say P2.name wins? All right, think about it for a second. If the player 1's health is 0, who actually won? Player 2. Right? If Kazi's health is 0, then I win. Lance wins. All right, next is the else if, right? And I'm gonna write it just right over here. Else if, which is the other, what's the other scenario in this case? Well, the other scenario is over equal true. And, right, and means both conditions have to be true. P2.health is less than or equal to 0. Okay, and if that's true, right, we want it so that the message says P1 wins. Yeah? So the message is going to say P1.name wins. Perfect. Okay, and then if I want, I could just take this and put it over here. Perfect. Cool. And after that, we also have a victory sound that I want to play. So if you look in the HTML and you remember the prep course that we did together, all the sounds are set up right here, right? We have P1 attack, P1 heal, P2 attack, P2 heal, and victory. So, and all the sounds are loaded up on here as well. So what we want to play is that victory sound over here. So let's play that victory sound. And remember, to play the victory sound, we just do document, get the element by ID, which is just going to be victory. And we're going to hit .play, right? And then since we had the message variable, we can just say message. All right, make it really simple. Cool. And now we can declare the winner, right? This function is now up and running. Let's see what's going on here. A message. Okay, good. This function is now up and running. And if you remember update game function, let's see, where is it? Perfect. In update game function, I said game.declare winner because that's the method of the game. And we passed it in, and that's gonna hold the message. So what is gonna show up in the inner text of this result div? Exactly. It's gonna show Lance wins or Kazi wins. Okay, cool. And we can't test it yet until you know, we get the actual attacking functionality up and running. So why don't we do that? So before we do the reset and play, we're gonna pause this for a second, and we're gonna make it so that we can actually punch and heal. Right. So let's scroll all the way down to the bottom, right, to the player 1 controls. This is the meat of the project, right? So if you remember the prep, I'm using document.add event listener key down, right? It's listening for me pressing down on my keyboard. The specific thing is if I press the Q button, then I want to be able to attack, right? So let's set that up. So if, right, and how do I get the key for Q, right? It's gonna come through this E parameter right here, which is like your keyboard event. So if my keyboard dot key, right, is equal to Q, that's basically what I want to say here. So I'll say if equal to Q, if I press Q, and right, p2 dot health is greater than 0, and the game dot is over is equal to false, right? There's 3 conditions here. Why do they matter? Because I want to be able to press Q, but I can only press this Q if, you know, player 2 is still alive and the game is not over. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep beating up a dead horse, right? We don't want to do that. So let's put the code block in here, and after striking, right, play the attack sound. That's the comment that should go in here, right? After striking, then play the attack sound. Well, how do I strike? Well, I showed you guys how to strike. To strike, you just have to say the person that's striking, which is player 1, right? Put in who's striking, who's the enemy, and we want to make sure that it takes in the attack damage, right? We're making it dynamic here. Cool. So let's hit run. If I press Q, oops, no, click on the app, press Q. Hey, look at that. We're doing some damage here. So if I hit run again to reset it for now, right? I also want to make it a sound, you know, just to put some impact, right? So if you look over here, which one is the player 1 attack? It is P1 attack, right? Awesome. I made the names nice and easy for you guys, so it's not too confusing. I know it's a lot, right? But you guys, if you guys made it to this point, you're doing great so far. So how do I grab that element? You can say document dot get element by ID. You can say P1 attack, right? And you can just say dot play. Perfect. Cool. So now let's hit run. And now we punch. Alright, there you go. So now it works. I figured out, I gave the wrong audio files in here. It was a .wav file. So I changed it to .mp3. So if you fork this REPL at the time of watching this video, it should say mp3 and it should be good to go. Like, you don't have to do anything different code-wise. So let's test it out. Let's hit run. Hey, there you go. A nice crisp punching sound. I'm like literally punching myself, and that's the funny part about this. So Kazi's punching Lance, doing random damage. Nice. So the Q button works, right? The next thing you want to do is set up the E button, right? Same conditions, but this time it's for heal, right? And this should say, then heal. Perfect. Okay. So after that's done, you set up the same condition. If E.key is equal to, what do we want to make the heal button to for player 1? It's going to be A, right? You could set this to whatever you want, right? The cool thing I love about this is that you can add this to your own game, your own project, right? So if you understand this, we can reuse those pieces again and again. So A and, right? P1, right? Well, P2, we could also put P2.health here, mostly because if I'm Kazi and my health is 0, he shouldn't be healing while I'm dead, right? We should just not be able to play. So P2.health is greater than 0, then P and, right? And game dot is over is equal to false, right? Then we shouldn't be able to heal. Right, actually, no. If it is true, then we should be able to heal. Yeah, there you go. So after healing, play the heal sound. So let's heal. So to heal, you guys know how to do this. P1.heal, parentheses P1, and then we could say something like document get element by ID, and I will save you guys to look. It's just gonna be P1 heal. Save you guys some time there. And how do I play the sound at that DOM element? It's gonna be play. So run. Let's hit attack. Let's hit heal. Oh, it's not playing. Need to double check. Run. Oh, now it's not loading. Okay, let me try refreshing. Oh, I don't want to lose this progress. Okay. Just check our progress. Ah, there it is. We lost it. So let's put this back on here. The sounds are correct. Yep. Yeah, see how it says MP3 now? Before, if you looked at the video, it says .wav. It should be MP3. There we go. So if I press Q, P1 attack, play. What the hell? Okay, I see what's wrong. This if statement needs his curly brackets. Okay, cool. So now we can bring this back. We can bring back this sound. Okay, cool. So the strike is the same. The heal is what's new. I took out the is over false, right? That should actually be covered over here. Let's hit run, and now let's see if it's a Q. Okay, it shouldn't be playing that heal sound. Okay, how about heal? Alright, heal's working fine. Now it's this guy. Why are you playing both sounds? And healing. Let's see. Ah, okay, I see now. Alright, so you tell me guys if you see the error. And the error is actually in the heal. Alright. What is the difference between 1 equal sign and 2 equal sign? So I totally forgot this should have 2. Otherwise it's recognizing every key as the key press for heal. Alright, even if I press Q. So there you go. That's Kazi punching. Now Kazi heals. Perfect. Right, so now it's starting to get fun, right? Well, fun for Kazi, not really for me because I'm getting beat up here. Right, so let's add my controls. And guess what? The controls is the same exact thing. So let's do the if statement. All right, if e.key is equal, I won't forget this time. And the punch for Lance or me is gonna be P. And we do the and. I wanna make sure if Kazi's health is greater than 0, I should still be able to punch him, right? And then and game dot is over is equal to false. Perfect. Now, after striking, then play the attack sound. So let's strike. P2 dot strike. What is the arguments that strike takes? It's gonna take in the player. And I love that Replit shows you, like the little comments of what arguments does it take. It takes in the player, the enemy, and the damage. So the enemy is player 1 or Kazi. And the attack damage is my attack damage. Things like that. Okay. And after we strike, we need to play the sound. And to save you guys some time, it's basically document get element by ID. And I believe it's P2 attack, right? And to make sure, you can just look over here. It is P2 attack. That's how you get that ID. Then you hit .play. Okay, cool. Let's hit run and it has P. Ooh, I attacked myself. That's not good. There you go. For some reason, when the names were switched around, and that was really confusing. So I hit refresh, and now let's see if Q. Okay, that works fine. If e.key. Oh, can't forget the curly brackets. Okay. I hear 2 sounds. There you go. That's 1. Now I'm gonna punch Kazi. And they switch places. That's interesting. Oh, that's a really funny bug. It's like I punch and then they switch. Oh, and I think it's because of the strike. Okay. So going back to the top, guys, let's go to the strike and where it says update game. this is gonna be different. So this is 2 dynamics. We have to put back this to player 1 and player 2. And I actually had that before. So now we're not gonna get that weird switching names. When I put player and enemy there, I'm saying that they're switching roles. So that's why you see Kazi and Lance switch, and that's why I got confused. But now, there we go. All right, now we can actually fight the game. I can heal. Well, Kazi can heal. I actually can't heal yet. Now there's like a back and forth here. It's making it a lot more fun. There you go. So that cleared it up. Just to recap, make sure in your strike function, when you update the game, it shouldn't say player enemy. It just should say P1, P2. So go to line 79, change this from player to P1, change this from P2 to enemy, because it should be the same. It shouldn't be able to be switched around. Like that shouldn't be dynamic in this sense. So cool. So that's strike. So now let's do the if statement for the heal, which is pretty simple. The key is going to be L for heal, right? Not capital L, lowercase. And if, you know, P1.health is greater than 0, then we should be able to heal still. And I can't forget the curly brackets. So inside the curly brackets, it says after healing, play heal sound. So how do we heal as player 2? Just use the method and pass it in. Then how do we play the sound? We get the DOM element, which should just be P2 heal, and then do dot play. Awesome. And that should be it. So let's hit run, and let's see if we have a game. Ooh, I love the heal sound effect for my heal. It's like whoop, whoop, and then Kazi's is ding, right? And hey, Lance wins. And did you hear that? Dun, 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 dun. That is the victory sound from declare winner. Let's see. Well, I passed it. Declare winner. Dun, 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 right here. Play the victory sound. Right now, the only problem is after we play the game, it's like a one-time use. We can't play anymore because this reset button doesn't work. So we're almost done, guys. We just need to set up this reset button, right? And the reset button is pretty simple. We just kind of set all the values back to its original state, right? So what I mean by values, I mean P1 health, Kazi's health, and my health, setting it back to 100. So all you have to do is just say P1. Do I have access to P1? Yes, I do. I say dot health is equal to, oops, 100. All right, P2.health is equal to 100, right? And then we also want to set the game is over to what? Do we want is over to be false again or true again? False, because if this dot is over is equal to false, that means we can keep playing. And do we want to see Lance wins, right? I don't think Kazi wants to see my name if we're resetting, right? My name winning if we're resetting. So we're gonna get that result div again. Get the inner text. And how do we make it so that it doesn't show Lance wins? Well, we can just say empty quotes. That's gonna make it blank. That's how you clear your inputs. That's how you clear your divs. And when we reset, we should also update the game to P1, P2, and set the game state to whatever this dot is over is. Perfect. So if I hit run here, let's play the game. Kazi wins. Let's hit reset. Hey, and then we can just play again. Let's see who wins this time. I win this time. Right? This is really fun. I had a lot of fun making this, guys. With that said, that's pretty much the fighting game app, right? So it wasn't too bad. It looks like a lot of code, but if you really break it down, it's just understanding each piece. Like, all right, you want to reset, just get the player health. All right, what do you want to set the health to? 100. All right, how do you make sure the game is playable? False, right? So if it helps to write stuff down and look it over again, feel free to do so, right? The last function here is the play button. This is going to be the bonus feature. It's the simulation, right? If I hit reset, I should be able to simulate the game and just see what would happen, right? So to play, I usually like to reset to make sure the player's health is back to full before starting, right? So how do we reset the game? Well, reset is a method within game. So if it's within game and you're calling something within itself, you can say this, right? This is pointing to itself. So that just means the game. It's like saying game.reset, right? Game.reset takes two parameters, P1 and P2, right? And that's it. Okay, cool. Now we have the while loop. So we went over while loops in that prep video that I had with you guys. And what we want to do is make sure both players get to strike. So that means Kazi goes once and then heals, and then I go once, heals, and then it just keeps looping till this dot is over is true. Because the second this turns true, the match is over, right? So all you have to do is just call each command, right? That's it. So that's just P1 dot strike, P1, P2, and P1 dot attack damage. That's it. So Kazi got to strike in the simulation. Now what we should do next is P2 dot heal, right? This could be any order that you want. So now Kazi strikes, I heal, right? This is kind of the script. So in the script, I heal, and then now I strike. So it's gonna say P2 is the player, the enemy is P1, and we're gonna take in my attack damage. Okay, cool. Right? And then there's also P1 dot heal. Right, P1. So this is the script, guys. Kazi strikes, I heal, I strike, Kazi heals. Kazi strikes, I heal, I strike, Kazi heals. It's gonna keep doing that till one of us dies, which will happen eventually. And this is the way to make it most fair, right? In a while loop, so I don't have to do any work at all, right? So once is over is true, which means we're out of the while loop, right? We're gonna declare the winner. So we can just say return this dot declare winner, and we can say this dot is over, P1 and P2, right? Because if you remember, declare winner takes in the game state P1, P2. Perfect. Cool. And then there is a glitch where it says undefined. So let's just make the message say tie, right? It's a tie when it can't determine who wins. Okay. Cool. So now that we have that functionality, just double check everything. Time to test it out. Now, to actually run the code, I had a little to do here, which is add a click listener to the play button, right? So we need to find the div that holds the simulate button. So if you look at the top here, going up the top, there is a play button right here, play button, right? That's gonna hold play. So all you need to do is come down below here and say play button dot on click, or it's lowercase because it's not React, is equal to the function where result dot inner text is equal to game dot play, and then you put in P1, P2. Perfect. So hit run. Okay, so now that you have that, we can hit the simulate button. It should work now. Let's go, Lance wins, right? That was a tie. Kazi wins. There you go, cool. So now the simulate button works and we're free to just simulate, or we could reset and we could just start playing. And you can make this fighting game even more advanced. You can add like a kick option that does more damage. You can add like a, I don't know, a special move like Hadouken, and it does even more damage, right? All you'd have to do is go to the player class, right, and add that method in here, right? This is what you need, the essential tools to create something like this. And I hope you guys enjoyed. If you made it this far in the video, congratulations. This is the fighting game. So show me how you did, share with us how you did the fighting game, and make sure to fork this REPL and place it back into the main course. So let me show you guys how to do that. Okay, so let's say your code is working and it's up to date. All you guys need to do is go to the main replit again, right? And you can go to the solution and compare it to how I did in the solution. And what you could do is put your code in the exercise folder. So if this is your index, right, you want to take your index, click Control A, Control C, and then paste it on here, right, so that it's up to date and has your code. Okay, so once you do that, your REPL is complete, right? We moved over here so that you could test stuff a lot easier. Perfect. So that's it. That's the fighting game, guys. I'm glad you guys walked through it with me. Thanks for watching this part. All right, so you've made it to the Netflix clone. I'm excited about this one because there's a little bit of a story that goes along with this. So let's think about a scenario, right? Netflix is hiring you as a developer to fix their app, right? If you click on this button right here, open in a new tab, you're gonna see that looks pretty empty. That's because the movies aren't being loaded in properly. So it's your job as a developer to make the API call and pull the movies that we need. It should look something like this. So if you go to your JavaScript course REPL, go to open in the new tab for that, you should see this nice page, create Netflix, and bam, this is what Netflix is supposed to use. And this is what Netflix is supposed to look like. And as you can see, all the Netflix originals are here. Stranger Things season 4, if you guys are watching, let me know how you guys think about it. And then there's trending now, and there's also top rated movies, right? So if you didn't know, in the background, this is using an API from MoviesDB. So we're gonna be working with a real API. And if you get it working, Netflix is up and running again. So this is what it looks like. What you're gonna need to do is X this out, hop over back into the exercise folder and take these files. You're gonna notice a link to this REPL, the create Netflix project. And this is where we're gonna be doing most of our coding. So let's get started and let's take a look at the assignment. So here's our app, make Netflix. Here's the scenario where we have to make sure that fetch movies is working. So the core functionality of this app is to get fetch movies working, right? And fetch movies is going to take in a URL, a div ID, or a class, right? So fetch movies is over here. As you can see, the API URL, the DOM element, right? What do I mean by DOM element? What do you guys think? What is a DOM element, right? So a DOM element is going to be one of these. It's going to be either original movies, which is a class, trending, or top rated, right? Why would I want to put DOM element as an argument, right? Because this is actually a dynamic function, right? Why is it dynamic? If you remember what dynamic is, it can be inputted with any, parameter or argument and still get you the right result. It's not hard coded, right? So later on, I need to make an API call, a separate one, to get the trending one. But where do I want to put it? Well, that's where DOM element comes in. DOM element is just going to represent one of these guys, right? So if I want to put it in trending, right, I need this DOM element, the trending div, because that's where I want to put it. And then if you notice, there's something called path type. That one you might not know, but when you look at the data, there's two types in here. There is, let me see, let's bring that back in here. There's two types of paths. What I mean by paths is this. If I click create Netflix, do you notice the difference between these movies and these movies? Well, this is called poster path, and this is called backdrop path. It's the wide one. So you have to define on your API data which path. Do you want a poster path or a backdrop path? Right, that's what that's here for. Cool, so that's what path type is. And again, here we're gonna use the fetch method, right, to call the API. And then we're going to use fetch to get the response, and then call something called show movies. That's another function, right? So this is a function that displays the movies to the DOM, right? So fetch movies is just fetching the movies. Show movies is another function that's going to show the movies over here, right? So we're going to need to take that object and place it into the DOM, right? Nothing new. Right, I'll walk you guys through that eventually, but I think you guys know how it's done, right? Next, we have a function that fetches Netflix originals, right? So these three functions are gonna need some API calls. So what I did is just X out the tab over here, and let me get you the API that you're gonna need. So the URL for this one, all right, so let's do a comment here. A URL to get originals is going to be this API. And the cool part is you don't have to worry about getting an API key. I already got it for you. It's this one right here, all right? Then we can also get the URL for, sorry, this is the URL for trending. We need a URL for original movies, which is just gonna be this. Yep, and then we can do something like this. Oops, like that. And let's see, the top rated URL I have for you guys, it's gonna be right URL, colon, and boom. There you go. So these are the URLs that you want to use, and you're going to use these and put them into fetch movies, right? So after you get the URL, you're going to call fetch movies, right? So as you can see, fetch movies is the key here. So I'll put this 3 times. So after this, call fetch movies, and after this, call fetch movies. All right, why am I calling fetch movies? Because fetch movies, again, is already making the API call, right? It's already making an API call. It's making a dynamic one. And then you're gonna choose where it goes, right? So it's already being handled, right? It's a helper function, right? It's called a helper function because it's helping get originals fetch the movies. It's helping trending fetch the trending movies, right? We're using it dynamically. All right, so that's pretty much it for the app. What you need to do is figure out how it comes together, and I would start with this function on line 45, okay? So best of luck. This is definitely a little bit less complex than the fighting game that you guys have done, but I think you guys can do it, and if you get this working, you're free to do whatever you want with this UI. You can use this to make your own Netflix, change out the code to make, I don't know, Disney Plus, however you guys want to move it, however you guys want to do it. So good luck. I'll see you guys in the solution. Awesome. So how did you guys do? Were you able to get it working? If you were close or you got it finished, congratulations, you have Netflix, right? If you didn't, this is what the solution part is for. And maybe you can see maybe that I coded it a little bit differently, or maybe you coded it better than me, right? Hats off to you if you did, but let's walk through the solution, right? So we have the Make Netflix app, we have fetch movies, and the 3 main functions. And I just realized the URL is already on here, so I didn't need to paste it down below. That's okay. We'll keep it moving. We're going to see the great originals, trending now, top rated, right? So let's break this down. Here are the divs that we need to know. Original movies has the Netflix originals, trending has trending, yada, yada. You guys know that, right? Here's an interesting one. Window.unload, right? It's exactly what it sounds like. It's basically a method, right? Because it's coming from window. And when the window loads, run these 3 functions. So it's going to run those 3 functions and then display it on our Netflix app, right? But at the moment, you're not going to see anything, right? Because those functions don't exist, or they don't do anything, right? They're blank. All right. So let's start with the core of our functionality, and that's going to be on fetch movies. So let's hop over to fetch movies. That's going to be on line 45, I believe. Yep, it's right there. So now that you're on fetch movies, what we're going to need to do is take a look at URL, DOM element, and path type. I explained this in the last video. So to get started using it, you just want to say fetch, right? And then how do I fetch, API data? Well, you just put the API URL, right? So that could look 2 ways. It could look like this, fetch this whole thing, or, and this would work. You could totally do this, but this is only getting top rated, as you can see. But I want to make fetch movies dynamic. So how do I make this dynamic? Just type in URL. How come that's allowed? Well, I'm passing that as an argument, right? I'll put that long string when I call the function later. Cool. So after that, we can do a .then, right? And again, the cool thing with .then is you can just write it like here, parentheses, and remember, .then is handling what you want to do after the promise is resolved, right? So if I say .then here and I say response, and then say arrow, and then say console log response. Okay, cool. So if I hit run here, boom, nothing really happens, and you can even check it on inspect element over here, nothing, right? Reason being, we didn't really call fetch movies, so let's do that right here. Right, so coming down below here, we're just gonna call fetch movies to test it out. And here we need to pass in a URL, DOM element, and a path type. But are we using DOM element or path type just yet? Nah, we're not using it just yet. So we're gonna just pass in a URL. And I can't just write URL here because then it'll be undefined, fetching undefined, right? So let's pass in a real API URL, which was this one up the top. Get originals, and we'll paste it right here. And let's put some more space so you guys don't get confused. All right, this is a function call, passing in API URL. We can also hit refresh here because it's gonna run, and hit console, and look at that response, right? Look at this, we got a response. Here's everything we need, the headers, the status. Status 200 means it's good, which means we're good to go, right? So now that we have the response though, we need to do something else, right? Something else with the response, right? Well, in here, if response.ok, right? If it's successful, or if we got 200, we're gonna return, right? Response.json, right? Cool. And then we can add an else, right? And then we can just throw an error. So we can say throw a new instance of an error, right? The classes are coming back here, right? Something went wrong. Just in case something went wrong along the way, we can have this else statement. Cool. But as you see, we got the response object, but we didn't get any data, right? And the okay is true, so that's good. But we didn't get any data. Right? What we need to get the data is go over to line 54, where this parenthesis is, and you're just gonna have to type in .then. Remember, .then is handling what we get back from this, right? So basically after .then, and you can change multiple .thens. You can do .then, .then, .then. This is the second .then, and this parameter we'll call data, right? And then we will console.log the data, right? So there we go. Let's hit refresh, and look, when I console log data, this is what we get back. We get an object, right? Most of the time, when you make an API call, you're gonna get an array of objects or just an object itself. So this time we got one object, right? And if we open it up, we got results, which is what, right? An array, right? And inside that array, what's inside that array? Let's open it up. Objects, right? And notice something. There is a backdrop path. The backdrop path is a character, is a, what's it called? A property with a value of the image. And remember, backdrop is the wide one, right? So let's open up 0 again. So there's the backdrop path, and here we have the poster path, right? So I didn't just make this up. This is how we can determine whether we want the path type to be the backdrop or the path type to be the poster, right? So there's fetch movies, and now it's pretty much set up, right? The only thing that we could add here is a .catch. All right, .catch is just here because if there's any error, we can say error, and then arrow here, and say console.log error, right? Okay, cool. We're actually pretty much done with the fetch movies already. We're fetching the data, right? But then we want to take this whole data and show it onto our app, right? So how do we show movies, right? Luckily, we have a function for that, show movies, right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna erase this because we don't want to call fetch movies here. All right, we're gonna call it somewhere else. But what we want to care about now is show movies, right? Show movies is exactly what it sounds like, and its job is to display that movies, or that object that we got back, right? This thing, this results array, and display it, like all of these 20, and display it into our DOM over here, right? So that means we're gonna use the DOM, and how do we select things from the DOM, right? So one of the very first things that we're going to need to do is create a variable that grabs the ID or class, right? Why do I say or class, right? That's because we have a class that's going to hold original movies and the rest are IDs, right? So what we're gonna do is make a variable var movies, right? Element, right? Because it's a DOM element, is equal to. So if I wanted to get a class or an ID, right? I'm not sure what it is. Can I use document.getElement by ID? .getElement by ID, right? This is only gonna grab an ID. It's not gonna get a class. How about by class name, right? This could work too, but it's only gonna be class. So what I wanna do is grab query selector, document.query selector, right? Document.query selector, if you don't know, it's just gonna grab the first instance of the class or ID, right? What do I mean? Let's say we have 4 boxes, right? And they're all classes called box. It's gonna grab the first box. If you have 4 IDs, it's gonna grab the 4 ID. Luckily, right, we only have one of these, one of these, one of these, so it's always gonna pick the right one. So query selector, and how do I make it so it's dynamic, right? I wanna grab the trending one, so I could just write, you know, trending here, and it would only grab trending, right? It's static. But to make it dynamic, right, we have access to DOM_element. And where does DOM element come from? It comes from this argument here, and that's what we're passing in. Okay, cool. Next thing, right, we're gonna loop through movies object. So if you remember the part on the JavaScript course about objects, there's a way to loop through them. And you can use something called the for of loop, right? So to use the for of loop, you say for, just like you do with the for loop, right? But to use for of, you're just gonna say for let movie of the object name. So what is the object name here, right? It's gonna be called movies, right? But let's think about this. What am I looping through if I just say movies? If I'm looping through movies, I'm looping through this whole object, right? But where in this object does the movies live? It lives in the results, right? So I want to be looping through the array, right, of objects. So how can I, if movies is an object, how do I get the results from that object? Aha, right? You guys got it. Results. So let movie of movies dot results. Okay, so from here we can console.log, right? Movie. Let's stop there just to make sense of it, right? And instead of console logging the data in line 55, I don't want to print it. I want to call show movies, right? And for now, we're gonna say URL, right? That's what we need to pass here. URL. Actually, not URL. We should pass data because that's the object, right? The data is the movies. The DOM element, right? We can keep that the same, and the path type, we can keep that the same. Cool. So to get this up and running, right, show movies is gonna get called when I call fetch movies. So what we should do is call fetch movies. So let's call fetch movies again. Let's test it out. Let's see if I have it pasted. Right, nice. I still have the API. Right, then we're gonna say the DOM element is the original, and the original is like this, right? Original movies. Yep. Okay. So original movies. Just copy that. That's the class name, comma, and it should be dot original movies since it's a class, and then a comma. We want poster path, poster_path. All right. So let's hit refresh on this, and you see this console log. Where is this console log coming from? It's coming from this in line 70. So we're console logging what a movie is. So what is a movie then? What does this tell you? Right? It tells me that these are all the objects inside of the movies array. All right, if I were to console log, up top here, console log movies.results, right? Let's hit refresh on this. At the top here, see this array of 20? That is movies.results. We're looping through movies.results. So movie is each individual object. So this is the first one, which is Stranger Things. This was All of Us Are Dead, Lucifer, Squid Game, First Kill, right? It's exactly what it sounds like. Every movie in movie results. Oh, okay. So when I say movie, I'm talking about each movie. Cool. So what do we want to do with this loop then? Right? What do we want to do with each movie? Well, with each movie, right, I want to create an image element, right? There should be an image element. If you remember the finished app, right? Let's bring it back again. I keep bringing it back. I should just keep it. Let's go here, open here, and let's look. Let's look at create Netflix. Each of these is an image tag with the data of that movie, right? So what we need to do is for every movie and movie result, let's create an image element, right? So we can actually create that by making a variable. So we can say, I've been saying var, let's just say let to keep it consistent. Let and let. So let's say let image element, right? And set this equal to document dot create element. Right, this is how you create an element using the DOM img. This is making an image tag, right? So this is this comment right here. Within loop create image element. All right, let's get these also in here. Set attribute, set source. I can actually copy all of these. Awesome. All right, so now we need to set an attribute, right? So the attribute of this is going to be image element, right? That's the variable holding the element. And we're gonna make an image tag for every single movie, right? Image element dot set attribute, right, is data dash ID, and then you're gonna comma movie, right? What's movie? Movie is the object, right? And how do I get the ID? Right here, ID. So how do I get an ID of the movie object? You say movie.id. Right, I'm setting the attribute as data ID. Okay, cool. So now when you see set source here, that is the actual image itself, right? This is creating the image tag. This is giving it an attribute of the ID. This is putting the picture in the element. Make sense? Cool. So we can do an image element dot source, right? That's how you change it, is equal to, and then we have to have the link. So the API link for this is universal, right? It's gonna be something like this. Boom. Image element dot source is equal to this image path, right? Where am I getting this from? Well, if you look, that is the URL of the image, and over here, it just needs the path to add on to it, right? So we put this after original, then you get the backdrop. But if you put, if you put this poster path in front of the URL, you get the poster. Right? That's how this works, right? But now what is this? What is this $sign template movie bracket path type? Well, this is gonna get you, it's a dynamic way to go into the movie object, and path type, remember it's dynamic, it could be backdrop or poster. If this were to say something like backdrop path, then it's gonna get only the backdrops, it's static. If I said poster path, it's only gonna get the posters. But if I say path type, then it's gonna get whatever I passed in. So now it's dynamic. Cool. Oh, I copied it over. There we go. Now I can go back like so. Perfect. So the next thing we need to do is, we actually don't need to add these in event listener. So I'm gonna take that out. But we can add this. Append the image element to the DOM element selected, right? What does that mean? Right, what it means is, let's say I want to add original movies, right? That's what this data is. It should go underneath Netflix originals, right? So how do I put those image tags, right? That's the step. We fetch the data, we got each individual movie, we created an image tag, we put the picture in there. Where do we put them? That's what the step is. Where do we put those images, right? And where we put them is going to depend on what we put as the DOM element. So if you look under the original movies, this is what we need. We need to put it in this div, right? So how do we put stuff in this div? Well, we're gonna use the append method, right? So let's come down below right here, and we can say movies element, right, dot append child, right? So child, right, is whatever's inside the div, right? So basically add image element to the movie element, right? So now we're combining it together. So element. There you go. So now we appended the child to the DOM element selected. Yep, so we're selecting the DOM with DOM element, and it's movies L. And when we say movies L, add an image element to that movies, right? So what is that happening visually? Basically, add Stranger Things to that div. Add this movie to that div. Add Lucifer to that div. It's gonna do this one by one because of the loop. For every movie in movie result, create an image tag, set the attribute, put the source in, and add it to the div. And then again, create the image tag, create the source, add it to the div until all 20 is done. Makes sense? And guess what? That's it. That's show movies. So if I were to, let's hit refresh on this guy, see what happens. Hey, look at that. Exactly how I said it. It appended a movie element onto Netflix original. So the first part is done, right? That's sick, right? But now it's gonna go away because I'm gonna erase fetch movies, right? Because this is a static way of doing that. Like the point of this exercise is to show you dynamic API calls. Right, so I erased it, and now if I refresh, we lost the progress. But you guys know how it works now, right? So with that said, right, show movies is done, fetch movies is done. Now let's make the dynamic calls, right? Notice how I have the API already for you. What you need to do is just say let URL, right? Let URL equal to this, right? And then we call fetch movie. So remember the thing that we just erased? Right, now we can add it back in, but this is for get originals. So you could type in this whole string here, but it would look very long, right? You could just type in URL. Why? That's because we have URL right here, right? Holding this long string. That's another way, another trick for you guys. If you have a really long API call and you don't want to, fill up your function calls with that long string, you can just store it in a shorter variable, right? Making use of variables here. And then put the same exact parameters, dot original underscore movies, comma, poster, the poster path. Awesome. So this is get originals. And if I were to hit refresh on here, it works again, right? It works again because why? Why is this working even though I didn't call get originals? Well, if you go at the top, remember that Windows on load, it's already calling it. Right, so we are 1/3 of the way there. The rest is simple. So call movies, let's figure out that. So we can just call fetch movies here. We can take this comment that I made for you guys and do let URL equal to this, right? And pretty much do the same thing. I could say URL. And this time, right, it's different. We want to say hashtag trending. Why are we saying hashtag trending? It's hashtag because this is an ID. You got it. So trending, and we want the backdrop, right, the wide one, backdrop path. Okay, I love coding because once you know the individual piece, it starts to get a lot simpler because it's the same pattern over and over again. Okay, so now that that's done, if I hit refresh here, hey, trending is available. Awesome. Okay, top rated, same deal. Let's hit let URL equal, boom, call fetch movies, right? We can say URL here, comma. The next thing is going to be top rated, and is that a class or an ID? It is an ID, top rated. All right, so this isn't too bad, right, guys? If I do backdrop underscore path, hit run, right, at refresh, let's frickin' go. And with that said, guys, this is your Netflix app, right? You can go big and small, and look at that. Awesome. So look at that. You made Netflix. You got it working. Your boss is happy, right? Feel free to take this project and do whatever you want with it, right? You can make your own Netflix. You can make Disney Plus, right? But this is how it works. You guys learned how to make APIs and they're dynamic. So congratulations. This is it for the project. Give yourself a round of applause. And this has been awesome.
Wow, that was a lot. I mean, that was over 10 hours of content. If you got to hear start to finish, first of all, I love you. My AdSense loves you. Thank you so much. And I think your skills, JavaScript skills, went way higher. Now, you're still not a pro, but this is way more than you might have ever done, okay? And you definitely have increased your skill set, so give yourself a huge pat on the back. I'm really proud of you for getting to here. I hope this was exciting, riveting, fun, engaging, insightful, interesting, and more than anything else, just curiosity-inducing. I hope that you want to endeavor on this journey and on this path to like learn more JavaScript and just improve your coding skills. I had a lot of fun making this for you. Our team at Clever Programmer, me and Lance, David, everybody had so much fun putting this course together for you. I hope you enjoyed it, but let this be just a start in your journey. There's so much more for you to do. I can't wait to see what types of projects you build because that's what you need to do now. Okay, it's all about building projects with this and taking this to a whole another level. So if you enjoyed this, smash that like button, subscribe to the channel because this is a channel where you will become the best developer on planet Earth, and look out for more content, okay? So thanks so much for watching, and as always, this is Kazi, and I'll see you in the next video.